Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see third part, what if Harry became the mastermind who outsmarted Voldemort. Here is short summary. Harry stops reacting to Lord Voldemort, and starts controlling the game. With strategy and deception, Harry Potter becomes the mastermind behind his enemy's ultimate defeat. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Having granted the Weasley twins Percy's prefect badge, his hair and a bit of polyjuice gave not just a moment's satisfaction, but an ongoing threat to the stability of Hogwarts Castle that Dumbledore would have to deal with as not just one, but a continual string of emergencies. Granting the twins ideas like that was just terrible. For one thing, they obtained the list of things Snape had taken points away from other houses for, and then went about the school taking those same number of points away from Slytherin students stating those same reasons. Taking 20 points away from Slytherin's top-scoring student for being an insufferable know-it-all was only the beginning of this, and caused the girl no end of shock, outrage and indignation, flowing her parents at once. On the surface of it, this was petty revenge. Deeper down, this was probably the most successful protest ever made against that teacher's actions, as any attempt to examine this unfair treatment ran into the uncrossable wall that was Snape's precedent of having done the exact same thing for those same reasons and gone on going it without reprimand for years. So, either this was perfectly acceptable, which it wasn't, or, well, you couldn't punish the student for doing as the professor did until or unless you'd punished the professor himself for setting that bad an example. It created a legal hemorrhage in Hogwarts, as there was no way the pureblood elites in Slytherin were going to put up with the same abuse and punishments they'd heaped on everyone else, but they couldn't stop it so long as Snape was protected for still doing those same things. Either it was acceptable, or it wasn't. And now it was coming back to face the purebloods that if this was fair to do to some people, it was fair to do it to anyone, including their own children. They couldn't be openly unfair, too much. Everything they did with prejudice at its base had to have some other kind of polite covering over it, and this one did have that right up until it got used against them. Now they faced the choice of ripping that cover off and exposing the unfairness so they could eliminate it, which would cost them their rights to do it to others in this particular fashion, or leave it and ignore it and let it hurt their children. Either choice was completely unacceptable to purebloods, and they'd blame Dumbledore for putting them in this position or not having resolved it earlier. That could cost him clout and political capital in a way that him getting away with murder behind closed doors didn't. Not even the great blow-up with France over his outright act of war upset his power base to this extreme, all from a bit of prank by two Weasleys. And the twins weren't even remotely done causing trouble yet. It all having been done using Percy's face and badge, though, was going to cause the insufferable Pratt no end of trouble himself, and the brown-nosing sycophant was going to be receiving hell from Dumbledore soon. Hogwarts collected ancient magic items like the Louvre collected art. This included countless old books, libraries of previous headmasters and staff who'd died without heirs, rather a lot of them, really, are outsiders who left their belongings, to Hogwarts. Anything too precious to integrate into the general collection wound up down in the vaults. Sometimes collections got neglected just because the custodian didn't have the time to look them over and include them, so forgotten collections accumulated over the years. Filch, the caretaker, hadn't looked even once at that mess since he got the job. Looking at old relics reminding him of the magic he couldn't use hadn't interested him in the slightest. That stuff had been building up for a millennia and had recently been added to in prodigious amounts by the headmaster concealing thefts of goods from magical families getting extinguished in the last two wars. Only it had all been stolen away by Luna's cards, one of whom was the Knave of Hearts, who was really rather gifted at stealing, actually. The amazing lion skin of Hercules was among them, and it was a ragged mess, having been worn by countless wizards, villains and would-be heroes through thousands of magical battles. The skin was never as invulnerable as Muggle tales made it seem, so it was chewed to ribbons and subject to countless stains across the millennia. Although, that the scrap of nearly hairless leather had survived at all through that period of intense wear and tear spoke a magnificent testimony for just how durable it really was. Hermione stumbled across it, opening a box, lifting out the ragged wad of leather confetti and wrinkling her nose at it before dropping what looked to be bits of shredded cleaning rag horribly stained beyond recognition back into the container, and picking up a card that was in the box with it. When she'd read what it said she fainted. Harry and Luna both looked over her to make sure she was all right, found the card and read it, then smiled wickedly to each other. "Do you think?" Luna asked, letting the substance hang. "Hermione did it in our second year, using hairs from Millicent's cat." Harry replied with his own smirk firmly in place. "It stuck her halfway, though. We are Fae, power is innate within us and transformation is one of our most distinct gifts. I'm sure we could complete the change. We've got the energy to do that and turn back," she replied. "I'll order some more polyjuice. This is just too good to miss," Harry grinned. Luna lofted an eyebrow. "None of your own. Still mixing. Those stewed lacewing flies take 28 days, and I'm not even close. We'd be forced to wait almost a month for my own batch." "It might be better," the bee-owned nodded. "We shall see." There was much more to be done on the houses they were building than even Harry had supposed. It was Hermione's idea to expand their application of the charms used on the ceiling of the Great Hall to not just the atrium dome, but to most of the outer walls as well, so people within could see out without adding invulnerable areas like easily breakable windows. The ceiling of the Great Hall of Hogwarts was enchanted so those inside could see the sky outside. But, as Harry knew from flying over the castle a few times, if you were outside the Great Hall, those same charms didn't let you see in. From outside the castle that roof looked solid, but people in the Great Hall could see someone on a broom flying overhead. That made Hermione's application perfect. A person sneaking up on a house generally watches out for those places he knows a person could see him through and takes care to avoid them. But, if the entire exterior wall could be seen through from within but not without, a burglar or attacker could never tell when someone might be looking at him. Besides, it was generally nicer for those who dwelt within, as well. Who didn't enjoy having broad windows looking out over beautiful landscaped yards? And watching snow fall was always beautiful, especially when you weren't cold. They could even add to those charms ones similar to the ones on Moody's eye or Amelia Bones' monocle, the ability to detect invisible or disillusioned people, even highlighting those for special attention. So you'd know at a glance that someone invisible was sneaking across your lawn. So the very act of being invisible made you more noticeable and more likely to get a response. A response along the lines of, "There he is. Blast him." There was no need to add the additional spells from Moody's eye. Residents of houses had no particular need to see through each other's walls, or the clothes of passers-by. So seeing through solid objects was something they could leave off, and be glad for the lack of. Privacy existed for a purpose. So they wouldn't be an infinite free peek show on everyone in town, but they would warn you quite effectively of someone sneaking across your lawn. "We should put vaults in the basement too," Hermione further suggested. "They'd probably be more secure than Gringotts, because no matter how secure people like to think Gringotts might be, the goblins must be able to access the vaults there to perform transfers, or to get gold out for fees, interest they are due, or so on. And, if the goblins can get at your money, there is no telling what all they could do if they decided to." Which they would, and do, in all of their little uprisings and wars, Luna confirmed. They steal out of every vault they feel they can get away with. Hermione nodded, accepting the confirmation. You wouldn't have to store everything there. But, to use a Muggle comparison, you could say having a vault in your home is more like a checking account. You can get to the gold quickly and easily, even if it doesn't gain interest and is a little less secure than, say, banking with the gnomes in Zurich. It wouldn't have to affect any of your long-term investments at all, just be a petty cash fund so you didn't have to go to Switzerland every time you wanted your hair done. It would fill the gap between what you carry around in your pockets, and what you don't need ready access to on any kind of routine basis. And there are plenty of families, the Weasleys for example, who haven't got enough gold to justify the expense of maintaining a large bank account. Luna eagerly agreed. The two Muggle-raised looked at her. Luna was unruffled as she shrugged. They may only charge 2%, but the larger your deposits, the more the 2% is. Luna. Muggle banks give you interest to bank there. They don't charge it, Hermione spoke in sort of dumbfounded tones. The bee-owned witch perked up immediately, clasping her hands together in delight. "Oh, we should bank with them instead, then." "I agree," Harry posited quickly. "But moving on. Most people don't have vaults in their homes because a vault in an insecure building is an unsecured vault, and most houses are extremely low security," Hermione blurted, cutting him off. But, from the very start the intention of these homes was to be secure buildings. And whatever vaults we put there ought to be more secure than Gringotts because that security will change. It's up to the individuals, so there will be a great degree of variation, and it's always the traps they don't suspect that catch criminals. Harry scratched his head, agreeing with her, and we could always put the Weasley twins into business as vault protection consultants, this time using those prankster minds of theirs to lay series of bizarre traps. Or to figure out how to break into assess holes in a vault's security. They'd do well, Luna agreed. Harry adjusted his glasses, and couldn't fight a grin. You know, it seems every time our conversation turns to, get the twins to test the security, it's something to our benefit. He grew serious for a moment. But, you know there is another bonus to having vaults in all of the houses, even if people never use them. Oh. Both girls turned curious glances to him. Uh-huh, he nodded. Because people will know they have them. Hermione blurted, once again getting excited as her mind raced ahead of Harry's words. Shimmering with her idea, she twirled about to explain it to Luna. Most of the success Death Eaters had in the last war was the speed of their raids, they were always gone before reinforcements or help could arrive. But if there is a vault in the basement, Luna realized, the idea dawning. They'll stay and break it open, even if there's nothing in it. They couldn't know the contents beforehand because there isn't a goblin to bribe to give them a balance sheet. Hermione exclaimed. Harry nodded, confirming all her statements. Yes. Tom's followers are split almost equally between the very top and bottom-most levels of society, and ironically both ends are quite greedy for more gold. Once they know that our houses have vaults they'll have a difficult question each time they break into one. Do they go upstairs to kill the family, or down to grab the gold? Both should have substantial defenses, Luna posited. Right. Hermione declared, before rushing onwards. In the last war it took the Death Eaters very little time to break into a house, kill the family, then escape. Most of the time warning never got to the Aurors, who were so disorganized they almost never arrived in time even when it did. The work of Lucius and his ilk, Harry supplied. Thank you, Hermione accepted his tidbit, before rushing ahead once again. Carving through defenses always takes more time than rushing across a living room. So all ready to take out these houses we are not talking about quick raids. But, if they have to decide to go up to kill the family or down to steal their gold. Some of the time they'll steal the gold, Harry interjected. And they'll never have time to do both if we have a reaction force on hand. Heck, they shouldn't ever succeed at either one, but, if you had to choose. Would you rather lose your family or your gold? Luna saw ahead and completed Hermione's question, before answering it with a smile. I can always earn more gold. But replacing a family just isn't the same. No, it isn't. Hermione stopped her feverish rush to explain with a smile. They are sure to try and compensate with larger assaults, using separate teams to go after the family and their gold, but the larger a force the longer it takes to organize and the slower it moves. Harry instructed. The small, quick groups of the last war were perfect for their goals. If they want to double the size of those to have enough people to kill a family and raid their vault at the same time they'll discover their reactions are clumsier, and the whole force harder to coordinate. So they'll move slower regardless. In theory they could train to overcome some of that weakness, Hermione postulated. Muggles do. But there is a limit to what training can do for you. And the training requires great discipline, which is something no wizard has ever had in large amounts, and dark ones less than most, Harry grinned. No, the larger a force of dark wizards you gather together, the more they resemble the Keystone Cops. The ideal force for their purposes is 3 to 4 people per strike force, any more and they start bickering. Evil has always been its own worst opponent, Luna smiled dreamily. Harry nodded, speaking from experience, having access to Voldemort's memories gave him countless such examples. Every dark witch or wizard is concerned about him or herself first and foremost. They each want all the glory and goodies, while getting none of the blame and as little of the actual work as possible, and the games they play to do that are literally infinite. They occupy their entire lives, from getting sorted into Slytherin onward. Each one tries to pull down his fellows while aggrandizing himself. Putting aside their own interests for the good of the team is literally anathema to all they've ever striven for. Herding cats would be a breeze by comparison. How did Voldemort ever do it? Hermione questioned. Harry sighed, taking a seat and motioning for them to sit also. It's a long story. In summary, Tom Riddle was always a bright yet selfish child, the exact opposite of me. I was content to be meek and dumb. He was cruel and bullied those around him, I was the one who got bullied. My relatives beat and utilized me, constantly putting me down in every way imaginable and not letting me alone for an instant. He, on the other hand, got away with anything because the overworked orphanage employees mostly ignored the kids. So long as he could keep things quiet, they never noticed what he did, so he had a completely free hand to terrorize those around him. You couldn't ask for a more different environment from the one where the Dursleys watched my every move like a hawk and usually punished the least disobedience. He had freedom of action, while I was raised in a jail serving hard labor. Hermione paled as he described his experience at the Dursleys. She'd often suspected it was bad, but this went beyond the pall. Harry continued, our backgrounds could not have been any more different. The Dursleys neglected and abused me, belittled and humiliated me, insulted me, starved me, beat me, vilified me, dehumanized me to everyone, and made me their personal South Avenue. Young Tom Riddle, on the other hand, made himself master of all. He surveyed right under the nose of authority figures who didn't notice his little games, and that was a pattern he expected to go on throughout his life. Which, strictly speaking, it did. The Ministry's actions, aided by a few of his agents inside it sowing disorder and confusion, were so bumbling and incompetent they were effectively useless, while Dumbledore, for his own reasons, let him get away with most of what he wanted to do. All of that lasted right up until I reflected his killing curse back on him, the end of his natural life. So, strictly speaking, he enjoyed that privileged state of being ignored by authority his whole life long, and I've never been free of scrutiny. I was under Dumbledore's watchful eye from before I was born. Harry wiped tired eyes with his hands. Even our experiences at Hogwarts are almost in direct opposition to each other. I arrived here well known and loved. But starting with being revealed as a Parselmouth, my reputation went south and I started to become hated and vilified. Tom Riddle arrived here as an unknown Muggleborn and hated. He was forced to become a toady to more powerful older students to survive after being sorted into Slytherin. However, just as my reputation reversed, so did his over time. Ironically, being shown as a Parselmouth was the turning point for both of us, only it was the best thing ever to happen to him. I got befriended by Ron, who made sure I stayed lazy and never studied. Tom made no friends, just allies of convenience, and worked hard, driven to improve his situation. The tired boy sighed and leaned back, contemplating the morning sky. Tom was brilliant. He saw he could turn the tables on those he toadied to if he could get more powerful than they were, and he did. It took time. He built his spellcasting ability up fanatically, making himself the most useful follower in the whole house. By doing so he was able to trade his services for greater and greater favors, changing patrons in exchange for bribes and bits of advantage until finally he didn't need a sponsor anymore. He'd already gotten enough from ignorant purebloods to stand on his own if he wanted. But he went on doing as he'd done previously, collecting more and more favors, and more resources, until he was a leader in his house and most of his former patrons were now his followers. He'd played them all off against each other until, in the end, he was the only one holding any cards. By then they were forced to accept his stories about being a pureblood, wrongfully cast off by the family over a perceived wrong, as it hurt their egos too much to be that deeply enthralled to a half-blood. Harry scowled at himself. While I, until this year anyway, squandered any esteem in which I was held, trying so hard to fit in, that I could not have done any more damage to my reputation if I'd done it deliberately. My being scared of people drove off any potential allies, and kept me isolated, so any power blocks that were forming didn't have me in them. So now, in the space of 2 short years, I've gone from most popular person in the wizarding world to an isolated hermit with only 2 friends. A mighty reversal indeed, and just exactly the opposite of what happened to Riddle. We are working to reverse that, Hermione offered kindly, hoping to comfort the boy who'd always been her first and only friend. What you did with the Sword of Gryffindor and other artifacts of the Founders was very brave, and people started to see you in a new light, as a hero again. Harry chuckled. That was the point in using them that way. He pulled the sword partway out of where he'd hidden it. Pity that we forgot about it for that fairy ritual. It's just not the same without the gems. The spirit of them is still in the magic of those devices, Luna spoke, confusing them both. Now, speaking to a reaction force, Hermione quickly changed the subject to prevent Harry from dwelling on his failures again. Yes, Harry accepted this change with a nod, leaning forward to clasp his hands together while he spoke. So far all we've been working on are passive defenses, which are far from perfect. Still, you don't throw out the entire concept of tanks just because tanks aren't invulnerable. You don't throw out the entire concept of body armor just because there are things that can penetrate it. And martial artists still spend a lot of time learning how to block things, even though blocks aren't perfect either. Harry caught them in his gaze, but his grin was sparkling. Don't demand perfection because nothing is ever perfect. Going that route only condemns you to being eternally unsatisfied with everything around you. Defenses are the start. Everyone's got to have a safe place to base themselves out of. It's when your enemy hits your rear that the real agony starts, and there is nothing Voldemort or Dumbledore are more inclined to do to us. So we've got to sew up our town as tight as we can, because they'll both hit it. Is it really paranoia if they truly are out to get you? Hermione asked with a grin. Of course I'm paranoid, but am I paranoid enough? Harry asked, with a smile on his face. Luna nodded. Yes. Now, one of the first things we'll want to establish is a covenant community, where people swear oaths to abide by certain terms as a condition of living there. You don't want to live those terms. Go elsewhere. No one is forcing you to move here. You are welcome to make whatever rules you want to someplace else. Here, we live by these. Harry nodded, understanding her point. Oaths like, don't be a Death Eater, and equivalents. Exactly, Luna agreed, just as the light of understanding shone in Hermione's eyes. Our terms would be some basic Centaur principles. Number 1, your safety is your own responsibility. Trusting someone else to guard your life makes you no better than a South Avenue. Likewise, the safety of a community is the responsibility of that whole community. If any decide they will not defend themselves, they are to be left without defense by others. If they are unwilling to work or risk to be safe, they are unworthy of the privilege of enjoying security and are cast out of the town. In order to help keep this stricture, all adult residents will be required to reach and maintain an acceptable standard of fighting ability. Oh, that would be perfect. Hermione squealed, bouncing up, getting excited by this prospect. That would change the whole paradigm from one family cowering in their home waiting for the enemy to break through and kill them, to a couple of adult magicians firing out of their bunker while hundreds more of their armed neighbors race to assist them. The whole war would change. They could never attack Godric's Hollow under the old rules because it would be, not one little raid, but assaulting an armed camp. Isn't that a bit much to ask? Harry asked, feeling dubious of the ability of normal wizards to live up to such a standard. No, not actually. Hermione blurted out in her excitement. There are tons of countries that require military service of all their residents, and enroll them in their reserves after their term of enlistment is up. This is the same thing, just on a city instead of countrywide scale. But considering all of these people have, theoretically, already had an education on how to defend against the dark arts. The bookworm practically quivered in her glee. We could turn Godric's Hollow into the magical equivalent of Switzerland. Armed neutrality. We don't care what Dark Lord you worship, just leave us alone. It would require massive fortification and a trained population, but if we are going that way anyway. The bushy-haired girl looked so happy about the prospect that Harry felt terrible about bursting her bubble. Yes, I have to agree with what you're saying. But, considering the lazy fools that make up the wizarding populace, that sounds an awful lot like trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Why should that be difficult? Luna interrupted, blinking in confusion. Harry caught himself. Oh, right. Sorry, Muggle expression. They can't do transfiguration. Ah, the bee. Owned nodded, satisfied she understood. Well, yes, I can see how they could find that difficult, then. Nonsense. Hermione rebutted the original objection. Every witch or wizard is already armed with a deadly weapon and theoretically trained to use it. If they made any effort at all to fight back against the various dork lords, they would be losing followers left and right. Even if Tom only lost one every raid in 3, he'd soon run out of followers. Then he'd be the one terrified and running scared. Strong as he may be, the man's still gotta sleep. And he isn't blocking 50 spells at once. We may be individually weaker, but there's a reason people fear army ants. The brown-haired girl frowned, disapprovingly, and whispered, "Also, there is something utterly contemptible about grown men with full educations and the attitude, the strange dare of telling a child, 'Well, I am not going to bother to defend myself. So if you don't want me to die you'd better save my life.'" Luna beamed approval to her. "Yes, so before even moving in, we tell them, these are our terms. Don't like them? Fine. Go live elsewhere. If you want to live here, you agree to abide by our conditions, just like the rent charged for the privilege of living in any other place you don't own." Hermione bounced with her own example, or, how a man with an apartment complex can tell his renters, "No pets, no loud parties." We can tell them, "Don't be Death Eaters, live according to a certain standard of conduct." Homeowners associations get away with worse restrictions. Harry conceded they could do that. Wizards had a very medieval outlook and a very medieval society. They were used to things like the local noble owning all the property and setting conditions on its use. To them this was normal, just like it was normal to modern muggles to have mortgage payments to make to a bank. Actually, by comparison, the medieval serfs got off easy, as their rents were less of their income, by comparison, than the mortgage payments were out of the modern wage. And it would allow them to control who got to live there, throwing out those that failed to agree or refused to abide by the restrictions that were mutually agreed upon and put there for everyone's protection. And, having that rule, "Don't be a Death Eater," implies strongly we have the right to check, Harry conceded, lifting his eyes to meet the twin gazes of his friends. "And it would be in our best interests to do so frequently. Heck, we could censure someone for spouting their propaganda." Hermione nodded vigorously. "Like Draco. No one has any doubt about where his loyalties lie. Honestly, spouting Death Eater propaganda in the midst of a supposed, light, school. Real teachers would have expelled him the first time he crowed that, and the mudbloods are next, junk in second year." Harry found himself agreeing, and contrasting that with Tom's memories. "Yeah, Lucius had some brains, but Draco has none." He sighed as in mock sadness. "The quality of Death Eaters has really declined since Tom stopped training them personally. Even the best of them fight as individuals without any real teamwork. Most of them rely on fear and the unforgivables to get through a fight, covering up the fact they are incompetent wizards by using spells that have no block or counter. A man can only dodge so much, and a single hit is enough to take him out with any of those curses." The boy hero sat up decisively. "Okay. Vulturewort devised some wards that allowed anyone with a dark mark to pass, and only those with a dark mark to pass. Or, if they are like myself and know that mark's inner secrets, which, before you ask, I'll naturally teach to you the moment you have the proper background in runes and arithmancy to understand them." Harry cut off the dual interruptions made by the eager-to-learn girls. He grinned widely as they settled down. "But, give me a little time and those should be easy enough to reverse to create a ward that will simply keep out anyone who has a dark mark, and only those with one." Hermione giggled. "We should start selling those around Diagon Alley." "Too soon," Luna corrected. "It would tip our hand too early, during an era where people carrying the mark are still claiming to be innocents, and would raise a fuss over being kept out. But yes, someday we definitely should. But if we put them up around our town," Harry smiled triumphantly, "then whatever Vulturewort's followers want to do to us, they'll have to do it from long distance, robbing them of direct access and that personal touch." "I like that," Hermione agreed. "He's got these working for him. We should definitely turn them against him." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Plus, I'm pretty sure that I can finagle it right so as to make our wards unalterable by anyone who possesses a dark mark. It's just a reflection of the wards used to restrain certain magical creatures. Set it so that a certain frequency, i.e. the magic to be contained, is blocked from access to the magical flow of the wards so they can't control them, then make that frequency match the one supplied by the mark. You could set wards against a certain person that way, but most people don't bother." He smacked his lips thoughtfully. "But I think I will against both Tom and Albus." Both girls giggled ferociously. Harry shrugged, rising up and putting his arms around both girls. "It won't stop them. Both our enemies are accustomed to working through agents, the master manipulator especially. But in Tom's case we can force him to work through the agents of his agents, while Dumbledore is far and away the most potent person on his side. None of his tools are anywhere near as effective as Tom's at this sort of thing, so in situations like this one he prefers to act personally." In both cases we're forcing them to use non-preferred tools, and that sort of thing leads to errors. Errors which we can then exploit, Hermione affirmed firmly. Both are also accustomed to subversion, Luna observed, either turning a few people on site into their servants, or infiltrating their own. Often both strategies are used at once. But if we can deprive them of the ability to do that by setting up rules and precautions beforehand to prevent it, then we deprive both Dork Lords one of their most frequently used and vital tools. I like it, Harry agreed. Especially for use against an information junkie like Albus, Hermione agreed enthusiastically. If he can't get any local information through any of the usual sources, then he'll be much more reluctant to act against us. People like that both hate and fear the unknown, so the longer we can keep him in the dark about our town, our plans, and our defenses, the longer we'll hold. And that grants us time for building up to hopefully neutralize him, Harry agreed. Then he sighed. The weird thing is, we don't even plan to live there. Godric's Hollow is our red flag to wave in front of those two bulls. Our real treasures will be elsewhere, hopefully in unaligned countries. This is just a place to give those who don't flee England a place to run to, and a target for our opponents to waste their strength against, a diversion, if you will. Gilderoy Lockhart proved his worth once again. The man had a fan club who genuinely believed the man was some sort of great hero. They loved him. More important, they trusted him. They believed him and believed in him. They were, in a word, loyal to the man. It was time for the trio to start making use of that. Through him, they invited a large number of witches and wizards to parties, a meet-and-greet situation for his fan club. This was normal. Only in this case they would be having Frank and Alice Longbottom there to conduct private, secret interviews. At these parties Lockhart would invite a few persons aside at a time privately to share a cup of tea laced on their end with veritaserum, and blending in as part of the conversation the Aurors would be asking certain questions, determining if this was the sort of person they wanted in the new town, obliviating those they didn't. Those people selected would be offered a chance to move to Godric's Hollow, even provided a short explanation for why Lockhart personally endorsed the town, why he felt it was needed, and with very reasonable terms for moving and then living there. Even jobs would be offered where appropriate. Those who declined for whatever reason could, again, be obliviated so they did not go sharing details before they were ready to spread. They could, using this method, select the best out of what was available in his fan club in Britain. Which, considering how popular the man was, should easily be enough to fill up the 400 homes Harry expected to build. It would just take months to do all this sifting, although they did offer the very attractive, to his fans, incentive that Lockhart himself would have a residence in this town. What made this especially appealing was that he could offer, by living there, a certain shadow of protection, just like Dumbledore cast over Hogwarts. He's there, so it must be safe. Right. They'd have to work that man hard so he didn't spoil his image when the time came, just because they couldn't afford that illusion to be shattered. Getting all the moving and shuffling done secretly would be the hard part, but there they had another advantage in that Lockhart's fans were generally not the type who fell into either Dark Lord's groups of followers. Both Albus and Tom primarily targeted those who had influence and power. The purebloods personified both, and were not particularly interested in a half-blood hero. So Lockhart's followers were generally solid members of the working class, and nobody could ask for a better type to create a town out of. For added incentive, and to excuse all the secrecy with which this was being conducted, Harry authorized his people to reveal that Harry himself would be taking up residence in this town, partly for the same reasons they were. All the magical world knew that Harry had been kept under utmost secrecy virtually his entire life. They also generally knew of the recent scandals over how horribly he'd been treated, so a move for him seemed only natural, and what better place than to a magic community where magical people could look over and care for him, rather than those beastly Dursleys. No, once things were explained in those terms people could accept the need for secrecy at once. They were privileged, being let in on one of the great secrets of their time. Lockhart was personally taking over care of the boy hero in the town where his parents had dwelt, and they were being trusted to assist him, becoming the neighbors and community the boy needed. This would, in most English witches or wizards, ignite the fires of fanaticism. That was good. Channeled correctly it could carry them a long way, and make most of the restrictions they insisted on seem that much more reasonable. You want to check my arm every month for a dark mark. Well, of course, you should do that to every person who enters the town where Harry lives. No, the combination of Harry and Lockhart was worth so much more than just the front page of a newspaper. Thick wards and paranoid security were seen in a very favorable light given those circumstances. No one knew what sort of remnants of dark followers were still out there, but everyone just accepted that Harry needed protecting because he'd always been protected, on the word of some very trustworthy people, so a thickly defended town for him to grow up in seemed downright reasonable. Even necessary. And it was not just security they would be dealing with. Harry intended to compensate the residents for all the secrecy and danger by making Godric's Hollow an ideal magical community, adding parks, libraries, their own hospital, the works. This would be a covenant community where people swore oaths to inhabit it, and breaking those meant expulsion. Town residents would even be involved in a neighborhood watch program, along with a mutual defense pact and effectual training. So it seemed fair to compensate with extra perks. They would even build their own school. Hermione suggested they call it an adult education center, or something more devious like a gym, where adults could pick up training they'd missed the first time, like how to cast a decent shield, and so on, or kids could get an early start. Luna suggested they make it like a club that only community members could join. That sounded not only reasonable, but made it a privilege, so they went with that. Gilderoy's tutors would be among the first teachers. Harry altered and expanded the town plans to put several manors around the perimeter so they would have wide, protected grounds sheltering the rest of the community. From the outside they would start with an outer ring of manors, like the bones of Potter manors that each required a lot of grounds, then a ring of farms to feed the community, then a hard nugget of houses in which most of the people would live, and at the very center a small castle to house most of the public resources, like the school, library and hospital. And the castle could also house a chapel, and thus have their church bells. The fun thing was each layer could then be protected by its own distinct set of wards, different from the others in subtle yet important ways. Harry had put up wards equal to what Tom Riddle could do. It was difficult to bypass those, as they were generally quite good. However, the trouble with that was that Tom, along with a selection of his more skilled followers, were among those who could get through them. They knew that style, and how to predict the traps and cracks through those defenses. So even if he stopped Tom himself or marked Death Eaters from accessing the flows to disrupt them, they still had the key, and knowing the style could easily teach someone else to open the wards up for them. A person like Bill Weasley under Imperius would be ideal. Ideally, the trio would be able to add another layer of wards around Godric's Hollow so there would be a layer those enemies couldn't easily anticipate. How to find a person to do quality warding was a good question, however. Goblin wards were out. The problem with goblin-made wards was that goblins could always bypass them, and would do so the first instant they felt like it. They'd even hire out for the right price and bring down those wards for less than the price paid to create them. And worse, goblin-made wards were always built to take down not only themselves, but any other wards you had connected to them when they fell. So if the goblins sold you out, you were defenseless, and they would sell you out to the highest bidder, first chance they got. They'd done it before, during the last war. Goblin wards were set primarily for goblin purposes, and those purposes did not always include protection of the people on the property being warded. In fact, they rarely did, and not for long even in those cases. So goblin wards were out, as were any set by goblin employees, for those same reasons. Those employees often didn't even know why their employers would insist on having certain ward sets worked into the network, they just did as they were told. The other great ward caster of their time, Albus Dumbledore, was also completely unacceptable. Even if they could get his cooperation, he'd subvert the ward schemes toward his own purposes for those same reasons. And he'd never let one of his own wards keep him out. The ministry had their own ward experts on call, but those people were just running their own businesses and were no more trustworthy than any other salesman or contractor, which was to say not much. Even in rare cases when they could not be bribed, threatened, deceived or forced to give up the ward's secrets, their minds could always be read for them, and both Albus and Tom had people who could do that, quite easily and thoroughly too. No, the best way to do it would be to train up a few ward experts who could then be induced to live in the town they protected. And that was, perhaps surprisingly, fairly simple to do. All they really had to do was catch a few recent graduates of Hogwarts who'd failed to get the jobs they'd expected before the poor half-bloods. Or Muggle-borns emigrated to greener pastures in other countries. Pay for their training, and you had the right people. They could, and would, find healers for the hospital and other specialists for their secured village the same way. Only trouble was, it would take a few years for them to be really good at it. Fred and George Weasley's response revealed they would have been motivated even without the money, really. You mean we get to break into people's houses to prank them, and they're okay with this? Actually, they'll pay you for this, Hermione responded with a wry smirk. Through us, anyway. Part of their rents will be going to fund this, to teach these people to use their homes, security features. 5 galleons per house invaded where you prank the occupants. Jaws dropped, then eyes sparkled. Malicious grins formed. They'd have done it without the money. But, of course, the money made them downright fanatics. The twins had a prank business to build, and that wasn't cheap, even with access to school supplies. Very quickly, the Fae trio became very busy on normal days, mixing up prank items for the twins to use in anticipation of the town being ready. Dwarven stonemasons worked fast, building about as quickly as humans did with wood, and that meant large teams, highly motivated which they were, could throw up Harry's villas, even with all of the features he demanded, in about 3 days apiece. Since they had a surprisingly large unemployed population of dwarves, they could afford to have several teams working at once, making perhaps 20 of those villas at once. Godric's Hollow began to take shape very quickly, added structures and all. The dwarves informed Harry they expected the bulk of his village to be ready for habitation in 2 months, and they'd like payment promptly at that time, thank you very much. Since the castle would probably take that much time by itself, Harry had no problems paying those workers early, at the halfway point for the entire job. It wasn't like they wouldn't have earned it, and he could understand why they would want to get to work building their own lives up again quickly. Besides, it wasn't like the played-out mine he was offering had cost him anything. He'd gladly give them another to finish the job, if that was what they wanted. But the reason the dwarves were working so fast was in their eagerness to get a home, and that was certainly something he could understand. The first of Lockhart's fan Greek parties would be held after the first week of construction, and the move-ins started the week after. The twins could not be restrained, in their eagerness, and would be pranking soon after that. And, of course, as might be expected, the people who lived in Godric's Hollow soon became equally motivated to keep them out. Not long after they started, certain conversations could be heard in the pub Harry owned in town, of which the following would be a sadly typical example. Okay, that was really tiresome, one wizard groused. I smelled like Limburger cheese for 2 weeks. Next time, I'm actually going to check the faux glass. Limburger. His companion scoffed. Why, that's nothing. My bottom was a glowing green that could be seen right through my robes. I couldn't step foot outside for fear of flashing the neighbors. Oh, so you think you've had it hard? One wizard with elephant tusks asked as he used his long snout to pick up his glass. They hit me with a new one yesterday, and this silly elephant curse hadn't worn off yet. What was the new one? His drinking companions inquired. The man suddenly blushed. Never you mind. I've got business at home I ought to be attending to. As the man stood up to leave, they could see his pants were soaking wet and immediately recognized the distinct smell of an incontinence curse. Almost worse than the Death Eaters, those two. The wizards turned back to their drinks, muttering unhappily. Amelia Bones was nobody's fool. Recent events had also caused her to re-examine things in her life and world more closely. Back in the ministry there was a new administration, and a new minister, but it was hard not to think of him as the second coming of Fudge. Same errors, same incompetence, different face. Dumbledore was still very much the man in charge, and being aware that the head of their government was a traitor to their people was almost more of a burden than Amelia Bones could bear. However, given that stimulus, it was hardly surprising that she noticed a secret trend going on with middle-class wizarding families quitting jobs and selling their houses, moving out of sight. Nor had it taken her long to track this migration down, so she'd arrived in time for Harry's great entry speech, welcoming people to their town, and to the young lad's astonishment she was waiting for him as he left the stage. You and I should talk, the head of the DMLE told him bluntly. Everything here is perfectly legal, mostly. Harry, to his own surprise, wilted under the experienced Auror's gaze, squeaking out the last word guiltily despite not meaning to. Glad to hear it, she told him, taking his arm and leading him off to a private nook where they could chat. Perhaps I can help you with the rest. But first, there are some things we should discuss. Setting the boy down out of sight of the crowds while Lockhart stepped forward and gave his speech considerably longer than Harry's, Amelia loomed over the boy and stared him in the face. Okay, start talking. You just said you built this town to survive the upcoming wars. What do you mean? What wars? Isn't it obvious? Harry shot back pleasantly, unruffled by her mannerisms. Leaning back, he told her, right now we've got the Dark Lord Dumbledore ruling over us and squashing all resistance, and he only just announced over the wireless that he'll be bringing back Voldemort as a distraction. That sounds an awful lot like war to me. Amelia's face revealed nothing of her feelings, so Harry began to reach into his book bag he carried with him. If you don't believe me about Dumbledore, I have a paper here you can read. I've read it, she declared, her face softening as she saw him start to withdraw a copy of the last issue of The Prophet. Now she at least knew where this movement had come from. And, come to think of it, she agreed with the principle. If the Ministry of Mismanagement won't defend you, and it wouldn't, the only thing left to do was to protect yourself, and perhaps your neighbors. With a sigh, she stopped invading the boy's personal space and began explaining. Albus invaded the ministry and obliviated me, then took command of my troops, command which he's kept ever since. He had my orders collect the copies of that they came across, but put me in charge of their destruction. I reread one and remembered, so instead of destroying them I saved every copy for use later. Harry frowned in concentration, nodding along with her. The house elves had done much the same at Hogwarts. They had collected newspapers inside of the castle, but had not destroyed them. Those had gotten captured and removed by the escaping forces, and now were in Harry's possession. That reminds me, Dumbledore cannot as easily control people who are on their guard against him. So we should reverse the obliviates performed on people who move into Godric's Hollow, so they can recall that day of terror where Dumbledore set our own government's orders against them. We can also have any who have not yet read the last issue of the Daily Prophet read it, and make sure each house has their own copy as a permanent reference. He looked up at her gladly and shrugged. Depriving an enemy of willing converts from among your ranks is generally a very good thing to do. Also, a healthy distrust of your enemy helps build solidarity against a common foe. And it saves so much trouble to put people on guard against both their foes so there won't be nasty surprises later, down the road. The woman's eyebrows had risen during this discourse. You can reverse obliviates. Harry met her eyes and nodded. How to do it was in a book that fell out of the headmaster's window on the day we tried escaping from Hogwarts. The woman rubbed her eyes. You and I need to have a longer chat than I thought. What escape from Hogwarts? Harry smiled and began to explain. Then, getting a better idea, he dragged her to where he had a pensieve and showed her instead. At the conclusion Amelia's monocle fell out of her face. Rubbing her eyes again, she declared, you sure perform well under fire, kid. And she'd never before believed that she'd be granting what was probably her highest compliment to a 13-year-old. So, most of you are legally Beauxbaton students. Legally, he agreed. But you saw what happened. On French territory, too. An outright act of war. She whistled. You're right to be so concerned. I knew he'd taken over the ministry by force, but this, he doesn't recognize many rules, does he? Harry shook his head. None but his own, which exist for his own purposes. The head of the DMLE clapped a hand to his shoulder. All right, Potter. You've got the best thing going. I'll help you. You might want to live here, too, Harry told her. It's safer that way. But the woman shook her head. Couldn't afford the house. Susan's fees are so high, and I don't belong to any of the bribe circles at work, so I can barely manage the place I've got. These are shaping up to be enormous. The boy laughed. That's not a concern. Before she could announce that she wasn't taking bribes from him or anyone, the boy had already rummaged into that book bag of his and pulled out a snow globe, putting it into her hands. The Bones family manor. Dumbledore stole probably 100 family estates during the last war, my own among them. But I've got a staff that can restore it to full size, and we've already plotted for manor lots to surround the town proper. Amelia took the globe reverently, staring at it with a sort of sad smile and tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she recalled her childhood home, and what it could mean to Susan to live there. Yes, Harry. I thank you very much. That would be perfect. Although, Here she rolled her eyes. I may have to sell off some of the relics inside to pay the estate tax. Harry's grin grew even wider. Now that shouldn't be a problem, either. He then set in her hands, alongside the cherished orb she wasn't quite willing to put down yet, the original Bones plant pot magical patent application. I was thinking one of the industries of this town would be to create these, and since the patent rightly belongs to your family. He trailed off, obviously enjoying the woman's emotional extremes. Amelia's face became a maternal smile. You know, at this rate I may find my family so indebted to you the only way I could repay your kindness would be to grant you Susan as a wife. I'm near that point now. I'm already taken. Harry blushed. Oh. The woman raised an eyebrow. So, you're strictly a two-woman guy. Harry gaped at her. It was all Amelia could do not to appear too smug. Oh, at your school no one seems to have reacted to Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood's announcements of being engaged to you. It's possible that everyone is so distracted that the news simply hasn't sunk in. But sooner or later the fervor that's been going on in the rest of the wizarding world will reach there. And I assure you, there is no hotter topic in our world just now. Harry tried to delicately pass it off. Oh, we're expecting Ginny, Ron, and especially Albus Dumbledore are going start trying to break our contracts. Amelia shrugged. Well, in that case I can do you a favor. The Wizengamot runs on a system privilege and influence, and your current fiancés have neither, leaving you open to that attack you fear. Having myself as a family member would cause half the Wizengamot to be more cautious about costing you your current fiancés. So, rather than see you lose both, I'll grant you one more. Consider yourself engaged to Susan, nephew-in-law. Harry gaped again. After all, you did exert yourself in a situation of great danger to try and save Hufflepuff House all because my niece asked you to. The woman enjoyed teasing him in his distress. That's so noble and chivalrous that I just have to provide her hand in marriage to the dashing young hero to carry out her wish. The task certainly more than warrants her hand in response. The little boy squirmed miserably. That tradition of, carry out a great deed to prove yourself worthy to marry the girl, theme so prevalent in fairy tales was far from a dead tradition in magical society. No longer popular to do, as it cost so many young lovers their lives, but not unknown either, and almost expected of a hero such as him. The woman laughed. She forbore, but both thought the phrase, and didn't she reward you with a key? By the old rules, a key was as good as a declaration of engagement. That threw a great deal of weight behind her earlier joke of her being almost required to engage him to her niece. The formula of, girl gave task, guy did heroic deed, got key, married and lived happily ever after, was the epitome of romantic among witches. And, while far from mandatory, if she phrased it right before the courts it'd be legally binding. If he were to put his engagement to Hermione in terms of, saved her life from a troll, planned to get married as reward, the crusty old geezers in the Wizengamot would be far less likely to contest it, as it flew so close to the actual tradition reflected in the fairy tales, saved a maiden. Marry her. But applying that formula would bind him inescapably to Susan as well. The only thing preventing the same formula from applying to Ginny was that she'd never laid her lips on him, and Hermione had, if only recently. Harry almost mentioned that he wasn't even the same race as Susan anymore, but then plenty of fairy dalliances, and even marriages, to humans flitted across his mind. And he wasn't anywhere close to ready to divulge that secret yet. Besides, the woman was probably kidding. Right. But Amelia wasn't finished crowing. Besides, I almost have to marry you off to Susan. With our society in tumult a girl needs all the stability she can get, and I can't even name a wizard twice her age who is half as well set to weather our current crises as you. Plus, after what you said about creating a magical shopping mall using your one roof concession, and owning your own magical town, supporting one extra wife won't be a problem for you. So we'd be fools to let you get away. You're just too good a catch. Besides, and this is what to me is the important part, I know my niece likes you that way. Harry cringed. He'd forgotten he'd mentioned to Hermione and Luna what those Wizengamot concessions actually meant to him in that memory she'd just viewed of the Hogwarts escape. And he'd also made reference to the beast concession. It wouldn't take a woman like Amelia long before she connected what he'd admitted getting out of the sell things concession and him having exulted over the beast thing. And when she did, she'd learn he had the potential to be the start of one of the wealthiest families in England. Looking in her eyes, it was clear she already knew. It had taken 2 weeks for Harry's plan concerning Godric's Hollow to reach the point where residents were moving in and Amelia appeared. During that time several things had gone on back at school. Snape's potions classes were shriveling down to nothing but Ron and Slytherins, but other happy events occurred, including Hermione's birthday celebration. "Happy birthday, Hermione!" cried the entire student study club. They'd staged it during that so more students could attend than they could have if it had been held in the Gryffindor common room, and most of those being tutored had chosen to attend. Hermione had never had a celebration half so large. Heck, the biggest birthday party she'd had till that point had 10 people attend. This was nearer to 3/4 of the school. It was a mite overwhelming for the girl, to be honest. Party streamers and ribbons hung about, with brightly colored balloons and other decorations. Harry had brought back his house elves to help out, and the food and decorations were both magnificent. Tables were laden with all kinds of succulent dishes, and the guests could hardly wait for the birthday girl to be ushered forward so they could begin the birthday feast. Fare at mealtimes had become rather simple since the Prophet disaster, as the elves Dumbledore had sent out to steal papers had mostly not come back since, leaving the castle terribly understaffed. Garbage was accumulating in the Hogwarts corridors as they no longer had sufficient house elves to deal with everything, and Albus had insisted that certain amounts of spying could not be neglected and that they never serve fried chicken again. So the magnificent feast prepared was, sad to say, of far more interest to most attending this party than the birthday girl. For that matter, the birthday girl herself had been eating that much plainer food same as they on normal days, so it was of considerable interest to her as well. After that, they immediately went on to her opening presents before they went out to the lawn to play games. Hermione was practically intimidated by the high stack. An entire long table had been covered by gifts, so the wise people running the party started some games going on in the background while, in the foreground, people would take up their presents, present them to Hermione who would open them and thank the giver, then repeat. Harry naturally went first, having had to cast a featherweight charm on his package as it looked like he was giving her a complete encyclopedia set. Opening the wrapping paper revealed what looked to be an encyclopedia set. "Thanks. What is it?" Hermione gave a puzzled gaze to her fiancé, trying hard not to tell him how impersonal a gift of books could be. Sometimes his growing up with the Dursleys had left the most unfortunate gaps in his social graces. The boy smiled as he answered, "It's the Vandergeist collection, all 14 books he wrote, not including Basics of Brewing which you already have a copy of. So 15 in total." "Harry," she squealed joyously, launching herself at him in a hug. "Is it true that potions mastery is often achieved by book 5? Luna turned her head from second in line to inquire of him, proving that she didn't know everything about their world. "Uh-huh," Harry agreed, still holding and hugging a giddy Hermione. "And the standard thought is, what could you want more than your mastery grade? So most shops don't carry the remainder of the collection. You won't believe what I had to go through to get copies of books 6 through 15. In the end I had to have them reprinted." What he did not say was since there was little enough point in setting type on an old-style printing press without printing multiple copies, hand-copied would be better, and cheaper, if you'd wanted only one. But the printer refused to do that, so Harry had purchased 1,000 copies each of the entire set. They'd offered a price break on batches of 1,000. Plus, that would be enough for a complete set of the collection to be placed in each of the 400 homes of Godric's Hollow, plus filling out the library there, leaving enough to outfit another town of the same size should he ever get the urge, and France or someplace grant him permission, while still leaving a supply to give out as gifts without preventing them from having replacements on hand for lost or damaged books. Harry had already given Neville Longbottom the books 1 through 5 he'd originally brought for Hermione at a normal bookstore, just to see if the poor lad had the talent without a greasy overbearing bat hanging over his brewing. For that matter, before giving up on finding the entire set in bookstores he'd gotten books 1 through 5 for all 3 of himself, Hermione and Luna, so he had 2 more incomplete sets to be giving out. The twins would be likely looking prospects, save that he'd already intended to give them the whole set of 15 apiece, instead of merely the first 5. Hermione squealed in glee over the magnificent present of knowledge, then Fred and George came forward, cutting in line with some hand-copied sheets, string-bound, uneven and ragged. Their present was not even wrapped. "Well, we know," said Twin 1. "It doesn't look like much," said Twin 2. "But please accept this copy of some of our research notes they finished together." "Thanks." Hermione accepted the sheaf of bound notes carefully, reading the first page to determine what it was, her eyes widening as she did so. It was priceless. The twins had written a poor man's guide to replacement ingredients for how to approximate more common and less powerful potion supplies with other, cheaper, alternates. It had been necessary for their situation, and there were countless things that applied, in their own ways, portions of what Harry liked to call the rice principle. Cooks were always looking for the new taste sensation. Rice wasn't it. But gourmet cooks continued to add rice to things just because it soaked up the flavor of what was next to it. Similarly, steel by itself wasn't magnetic, but exposed to magnetism it could become so. Certain subjects, without being naturally magic, could, when exposed to magic, pick up a bit of that, or at least enough to be useful as potion ingredients. Through laborious research and because they were very poor, the twins had worked out dozens of things that functioned like that. They worked as magic in potions, without actually being magic themselves. Most of those were just ways to stretch out an ingredient they didn't have a great supply of, but a couple could stand on their own. And, of course, they'd also written a short book on the dozens of uses of owl feathers, because the Weasleys had an owl, and so that was one of the few magical creatures the twins could go to for parts on their summer holidays, just like with the family ghoul and garden gnomes. This was research not printed in any book. It was new knowledge, not even Vandergeist had known these things, and Hermione had the only copy in the world other than the original loose-leaf notes of the twins. She gave off a tremendous squeal as she launched herself to go hug both of them at once. It actually took quite an effort on the part of her friends for the party not to end at that point as Hermione burrowed into her new books containing all of that delicious knowledge. As a second gift, Harry gave her a complete set of language lozenges, and the girl immediately gave away the ones she'd already taken copies of, having purchased them separately. He also gave the same to Luna, because her birthday was a fair ways off and they don't want to hold the group back as they all want to acquire the knowledge together. So Fred and George each got an Old Norse lozenge, and would begin looking into runes in the near future. Other Gryffindors got to learn French or Latin or other languages, as they came up in line to present their gifts and got offered her spare lozenges in return. Luna's gift came in a box, and appeared at first glance to be a massive stuffed teddy dragon that wagged its tail and could fly, even breathing out pretend flames. However, the bee-owned leaned close to explain, hidden inside is the cauldron of Caradwen. It can make a potion granting wisdom and knowledge. The mixture has to be cooked a year and a day. The first 3 drops grants wisdom, the rest is a lethal poison. Harry and I found it when we were sifting through the treasures from the vaults. We also discovered this cauldron has been used recently, sometime within our lifetimes, and we believe Dumbledore made use of it personally as one of his many rituals to enhance his mind. Keying the side of Hermione's cheek to disguise the whisper, Luna explained, "We already made the mixture, and gave it a spill-proof cap and a self-stirring spoon. So for now keep it as a toy dragon so no one suspects, but in a year and a day you'll have a potion to make you permanently smarter." Hermione unexpectedly launched out of her chair again to squeeze Luna in one arm and her toy dragon in another, once more squealing in delight. Several members of the present line shared looks, hoping this wasn't going to be a trend. Many felt they didn't know her well enough to accept hugs. But, to their secret delight, she kept that response only for priceless gifts, and most of what she got was candy. During these weeks they couldn't afford to let up on bedeviling Dumbledore, otherwise that man's huge capabilities would come to bear on them and they'd be the ones saying, "Ouch." They'd gotten a few lucky beeper punches in by surprise those first couple of times and that put him on the ropes. They had to keep him there or his vastly superior skill at this game would come back to haunt them. And keeping him there was getting slightly more difficult, as dying just didn't seem to distress him the way it once had. It was remarkable what people could get used to. However, to give the girl her due, Hermione had asked the brilliant question. "Do you think Snape could bring him back if he wasn't dead?" And, the answer to that was, of course not. You can't bring a man back to life if he isn't dead. So, that gave them a whole new range of ways to bedevil Dumbledore. Harry was continually amazed at the range of spells that the wizarding world had and never used. There was, for example, in a companion volume to the personal grooming spells he'd gotten, a book, actually, on household charms, a spell used to keep flowers fresh and stop them from wilting that, had they ever thought to apply it, would have been one of the most irreplaceably useful medical charms ever. The spell, used on flowers, did as it advertised and kept them from wilting, which was a pretty amazing thing, once you'd thought about it. Cut flowers are dead, they just don't know it yet. Their little plant bodies take some time figuring out they've received mortal wounds, and the process of wilting is them shuffling off the mortal coil as they gradually figure that out. That same spell applied to people, and there was no reason they couldn't, would do basically the same thing, keeping them alive in spite of having received mortal wounds. It wouldn't last forever, but long enough to get them to a hospital and do some rather substantial healing and recovery work. On plants the spell lasted for weeks. On people, the amount of time you had to save them from mortal wounds was most often measured in minutes. So it would take one of the most hectic emergencies of all time and render it almost casual if it had anything like the same duration on animals. So, to try it out they dropped Dumbledore into a pit trap where the bottom was spiked with broken-off chicken bones pointed upwards, and as he was dying in agony they applied the charm to him to keep him alive and stable. It worked, placing the man in a near-death state that was neither fully alive nor dead, somehow hovering in stasis with his body processes frozen. His wounds did not bleed, his heart did not beat, nor did he breathe, but he was still dimly aware of his surroundings in a dreamlike state. Seeing as how the man showed no detectable life signs, Harry immediately sent him off to one of those muggle places that offers to freeze the body on death so you can be revived upon the discovery of the cure for whatever ails you. He only signed up Dumbledore for having his head and balls frozen, so those people whipped out the circular saw and knives and chopped him up. Harry was tempted to leave him there until Hermione pointed out the man would die whenever the spell ran out regardless of whether he was chopped up or frozen or just left to lie out in the middle of a field somewhere. He'd taken mortal wounds, and the moment that charm expired they'd kill him. So, to entertain the old man while he died Harry went in and stole the man's head back again and enchanted it as a Quidditch ball, a bludger to be precise, shrinking it to size and covering it in an outer layer of iron so it would look right. Then, because it was a terrible thing to do to anyone, he did the same for the man's balls and replaced the bludgers in the school set with them. Oliver Wood used to have the Gryffindor Quidditch team out 3 times a week to practice, and they mostly continued on that schedule, forcing other teams to practice at the same pace. Also Fred and George were among the best beaters to ever play. They smacked those bludgers around so hard and often with those clubs of theirs that it was amazing and dismaying to others. But the other teams still sought hard to match them. Dumbledore might not be fully alive or able to move in that state, but by the look on his face he could certainly feel more wounds as they were acquired. So having his head and groin repeatedly smacked around with bats gave him a whole new definition of pain and suffering during those practice meets. So Harry started an unofficial Quidditch tournament at school. Anyone could play, forming new teams as they liked, and the prize was new brooms for everyone on their team, going to whoever won the most games against the other pickup teams over the next month. Suddenly those Quidditch balls were getting smacked around like never before as those students figured out whoever played the most games was liable to win the most games. So they had them running day and night. Soon every Quidditch fanatic was out there trying to play, because nearly every witch or wizard could use a brand new broom. Harry excused himself, saying as the sponsor he really ought not to play. Plus, he put a time limit of 30 minutes on each game so more players could get out there and take their chances on the field, but also so no team would get exhausted by having too long a turn, and so everyone could stay fresh in rotation. Also, because the games were shorter, students who had free periods could get out there and play during the school day. Between all the eager new players those balls were, literally, getting bashed about at all hours of the day and night. The schedule was full a week in advance, with plenty of people eager to fill up in case of a cancellation. As an interesting side effect, because the snitch was rarely found in those short games, the chasers, keepers and beaters suddenly became far more important to the games, and those players had a chance to be highlighted. That was, quite frankly, to the good for everyone. The dragon itself is far from worthless, Luna explained as the Fey trio all went down to the lakeside, holding hands with each other, a stuffed dragon in her own arms, while Harry cuddled one as well. They are a special toy called Cuddle Companions, magic plush animals that when cuddled, those holding the matching animals in the set also feel the love, and vice versa. A nice way to stay in contact even though we sleep in different dormitories. Indeed, all three could already feel this was so. But it was nice to have an explanation to go with those feelings. Splendid. Hermione, who had never felt such affection before, could hardly bear to put the animal down. Nor were the others unaffected. Harry himself was practically giddy. He'd had less love in his life than either of the girls, and was soaking it up like a dry sponge. Luna giggled. Hermione cleared her throat. Well, seeing as it's my birthday, I thought a few other people should receive gifts. So right about now Remus Lupin ought to be receiving an anonymous letter, one containing an article cut out of a French newspaper detailing Sirius' trial and subsequent release, finding him innocent of all charges, wrongfully imprisoned, and granting political asylum. It ought to be interesting to see what his reaction is. While agreeing that would be interesting, the other two set down their chests and got out their brooms and began flying lessons for Hermione, using her brand new training broom Harry had bought for her much earlier. It was now time for her to learn how to use it properly, and they chose the lakeside because the Quidditch pitch was jammed full, and would be for the rest of the month, at least. Unfortunately Ron, who naturally had created his own pickup team for the unofficial Quidditch tournament, while waiting for his turn on the field saw what they were up to, flying low over the water to get Hermione used to being on a stable broom. So the brat flew over and had to say mean things about how slow she was, and how much better on a broom he was, until the trio were near to calling the whole thing off because of the problems Ron was creating from his complete and utter lack of tact. Hermione, however, to all of their surprises eventually lost her temper and then summoned the brat's broom right out from under him, landing the jerk who'd been showing off doing loops head first in the water, then following that up with freezing charms. After the temperamental redhead went off to the hospital wing to get his frostbite seen to, the bookworm began flying around with whole new confidence and made astounding progress on her broom. Remus Lupin stared at a letter, face aghast and unable to believe his poor unfortunate eyes as the article dangled limply from off his fingers. It was early afternoon and already the man popped open the top of a bottle of fire whiskey. He had 3 in his room, and the werewolf honestly expected he'd go through them all drowning his misery over this. After all those oaths the headmaster made him swear, to find out this. The tender man wept, then proceeded to get very, very drunk. While Dumbledore was indisposed was a perfect time to work deviltry on him. Most of the Muggle-borns in the castle had not been in on the joke, and so had tried to assure those who'd asked them that movies were not real, and you could not trust what you'd seen in them. However, all that came to a screeching halt when a certain very familiar old-style ambulance pulled up in front of Hogwarts, sirens blaring, parking right on the front steps to disgorge 3 adult Muggles, 1 man and 2 women, wearing very familiar jumpsuits and carrying nuclear accelerators on their backs. "Hey, anybody see a ghost?" Harry walked in the front doors to demand, a brainy Hermione and eccentric Luna both behind him, all disguised as Muggle parapsychologists turned Ghostbusters. Hogwarts specters saw them, froze in sputtering terror for a heartbeat, then flew screaming from the scene, scattering in every direction. Professor McGonagall looked up from where she was presiding over lunch in the Great Hall to see screaming ghosts phase through the walls in hundreds and all start gibbering at her at once, drowning each other out in their mutual terror and making the point impossible to understand. Until a very distinct sound effect was heard, then an unmistakable stream of light sprang forth from the doors, catching Peeves around his ghostly waist and holding him fast. The rest of the Hogwarts specters scattered, panicked, in all directions. It had actually taken a bit of work to adapt the exorcism spells in that book that had fallen out of the headmaster's window to match the appropriate sounds and visual effects, but Harry managed it with aplomb as he held the stream on Peeves while Hermione calmly slid a trap under him. Seeing the entire Great Hall staring at them in varying degrees of shock and horror, Harry caught McGonagall's eyes and stated calmly, "Don't mind us, ma'am. We're exterminators. Someone reported that you've got a nasty infestation of spooks, specters, and creeps that go, bump, in the night. It's all been paid for. So sit back and enjoy your meal while we take care of this." The fork fell from McGonagall's nerveless fingers as she gaped open-mouthed at the trio of apparent Muggles in their all too familiar uniforms. Peeves winked out, leaped into the trap, actually a disguised portal to the other side, No need to worry about storage that way, and the ghost-busting trio went off deeper into the castle, hunting more panicky specters. Nobody would ever again believe the Muggleborns stating that those movies weren't real. Even the Muggleborns themselves began to doubt it. The spirits of Hogwarts would suffer a terrible afternoon and evening, losing many of their number, before McGonagall recovered herself enough to track down the Ghostbusters and tell them their services were not needed, that the ghosts were welcome, even needed at the castle. Of course, by that time they'd lost several dozen of them and the remainder had either fled the castle or would be terrified, trembling in corners for years, even centuries after that, basically crippling that spy ring forever. And, before they went, the Ghostbusters insisted that McGonagall, in her capacity as deputy headmistress, sign off on some paperwork, telling her they had to have the forms filled out that the job was completed so they could collect payment from their benefactor. And McGonagall, just like everybody in that type of situation, didn't read a thing as she'd signed the forms, just eager to get the disruptive Muggles to leave the castle. So she had no idea the kind of permissions she'd granted to the trio. Back in the Forbidden Forest, the chain-keeping fox-bound dissolved, link by link, 1 link a day over a period of 13 days while the kids was busy having a party for Hermione, busting ghosts, building the town and getting residents to move there. On the day before Harry's conversation with the head of the DMLE, Fawkes sprang free. That was a joyous day. And the first thing Fawkes did upon being freed, before going off to the Phoenix version of a holiday home for the next 3 or 4 centuries, was to introduce the one who'd bound him for so long to the inside of an inferno, Firebird style, flame-transporting Dumbledore into an active volcano right after Snape had successfully tracked down his pieces, reassembled the still-living body, and successfully revived him. The bird then flamed back and caused massive destruction in the laboratory, burning up tools and supplies and virtually everything that wasn't utterly and completely fireproof, which, rather unfortunately, included the chests that contained their Horcruxes, as Dumbledore had sought hard to make those and the soul-anchoring amulets they contained completely invulnerable. Snape burned down to ash, priceless stockpiles of valuable ingredients got incinerated, glassware and ironware melted down to slag, and finally the roof of that chamber collapsed, crushing most of what remained down to powder, save for those nearly invulnerable chests and the Horcruxes they contained. As a final insult, Fawkes flamed out and reappeared with abundament, a patch of greenish fungus with eyes skilled at creeping under floorboards to infest wizarding houses, dropping the slimy, acidic creature right into the box where Albus kept his spare hairs, which immediately dissolved to feed the ooze. After all, phoenixes were good and noble and light creatures, but they're also very, very, very nasty when they're angry at you. One look at the basilisk should show that much. Crawling out of the volcano, after all, he'd been through the fireproofing ritual himself, and knew a bubblehead charm to avoid choking to death on poisonous fumes. Dumbledore could, without fear of contradiction, state that his phoenix had somehow gotten freed. Dumbledore's distress and rage was even more terrible than when he'd lost Trelawney and those paintings. His phoenix had been freed. That this was supposedly impossible did not contradict the fact that it must, somehow, have been done. And it was a catastrophe of immeasurable proportions to his plans. Dumbledore had seen early on that mastery of a phoenix granted most of the same benefits as possession of a philosopher's stone, namely unlimited health and wealth. The health they granted came in different forms. A philosopher's stone could delay old age indefinitely, putting off any further decrepitude, keeping one at the same physical point of life forever so long as it was used regularly. A phoenix, on the other hand, granted a far more useful form of health in the immediate term. It could not keep one alive forever, but the tears they gave could cure any manner of injury, disease or poisoning. Dumbledore had always enjoyed a shocking degree of good health for his age, even before he'd started dying and resetting that, acting far more spry and energetic than his years would indicate, simply by treating himself with regular doses of those tears. Every ache, twinge or sneeze got treated by Phoenix tears. He was not subject to most of the pains of old age as he had, since his youth, kept dosing himself with the world's most potent remedy every time he got a sniffle. Even as he'd grown old, he had never permitted himself to come down with any of the degenerative conditions that most beings considered standard with advancing years. His joints worked as well at 100 years old as they had when he was a youth. His organs and vitals had always been as strong as they ever were. His eyes remained clear and sharp, and he wore glasses for only 2 reasons: They could carry useful enchantments, and his did, and they matched the grandfatherly image he found so useful. In fact, he'd had to prepare a special potion to allow his skin to wrinkle and his hair to turn white in order to cultivate that kindly grandfather persona. Phoenix tears could not keep him alive forever, but they could sustain the bright energy of youth for far longer simply by beating off all of the illnesses and gradual accumulation of weaknesses and organ scars that stole vitality bit by bit. And, by virtue of having retained the extra health of youth, the headmaster could be assured of living out an extra long span. He'd calculated that he could count on at least twice the average lifespan of a wizard, which was itself twice what a muggle could expect, barring early deaths by violence or disease, of course both of which he had substantial protections against, although deaths by violence had actually been useful to reset himself to a much younger body, granting yet further protection from old age. So he'd been anticipating being around for 300 years, at least, if not more, and that was even without considering the periodic revivals to a much younger body. Then possession of a phoenix had, after much scheming, convinced enough people of his trustworthiness that it had finally brought into his grasp a philosopher's stone at last. That had granted him access to the one form of health a phoenix did not grant, immortality. However, the wealth aspect of a philosopher's stone came almost as a disappointment. It only provided gold. When Dumbledore had first heard a description of a phoenix, powers he'd immediately seen what was, to him, the most obvious use, one which to his amazement everyone else seemed to have missed. Smuggling. The mystical birds, powers to lift large weights and transport themselves tracelessly through wards and instantly cross great distances were perfect for moving an arbitrarily large amount of goods, legal or not, anywhere he wanted. Customs and border guard spells be damned. Dumbledore had made a significant fortune which he downplayed and hid by selling phoenix tears. So he'd had gold in plenty early on, from the very first moment he'd mastered Fox. But more than that, he'd made a surreal fortune by using Fox to transport large quantities of materials across borders, evading taxes on normal products, fees on restricted ones, and laws on illegal ones. Their flame transport ability was instant, crossed all known wards and was undetectable by magical means. What more could a smuggler ask? Albus had, through a variety of fronts, cornered the market on all types of smuggling he'd cared to be involved in. A substantial blow would come to the underworld markets as a result of that lost pipeline, which he noted with pride had been utterly dependable for well over 100 years. Having been in control of one of the single most profitable markets in the magical world had granted him as much cash as he'd wanted. Every law passed to restrict anything had meant more money for his coffers. He could and had afforded to do virtually anything he pleased. Government belongs to the man who can pay the most bribes. That has been true from the early reigns of kings on down to modern times, as true in the Muggle world as the magical one. And illegal business has always been more profitable than legal ones. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be worth the risk. From this we see that the practice of crime buying shares in government influence was an ancient one, as they were the ones able to afford the most bribes. And thus we can plainly see how any government that has been in place for any length of time grows gradually more and more corrupt, as criminals buy more and more influence in it, until they occupy the whole government. An infinite bribe allowance could accomplish virtually anything, but Albus no longer needed vast amounts to pay for spies or bribes in normal operations. People trusted him to where they voted on his behalf without substantial bribes now, and most of his spies did it because they felt they were passing along information to the leader of the light, and doing it for the greater good. But having infinite money had really helped him in the past, and it irked the headmaster to lose that, as it vastly curtailed his emergency options and stung his pride. Still, Dumbledore remained in possession of a budget more on par with a small country than a person, having very wisely, in his opinion, been stealing markets and businesses to cover the real source of his wealth. He could also cash in on the political credit of shutting down the massive illegal smuggling operations that had been going on, and seize the vast warehouses of goods that he was supposed to transport, taking them for himself, of course. The vacant Potter family properties had been used, to his vast amusement, this past decade by Dumbledore as warehouses for those illegal goods. They were not alone in this, but those properties were plentiful and prominent, and it would feel magnificent to hurt Harry by seizing those estates for having been discovered in possession of vast stashes of illegal goods. It would not hurt Dumbledore to expose them, even if the ministry claimed a share, as his real caches of merchandise were all concealed elsewhere. The scar above the headmaster's left knee that was a perfect map of the London Underground included all the sealed off or abandoned places, and Albus had used those spaces as rent-free warehouses to store smuggled goods. His scar was enchanted, much like the Marauder's map, to constantly update, a catalogue of all of his current stores of money and ill-gotten gains. There was no risk of anyone else finding them. All transport to and from those locations had been done by Fox, so no one knew of them, and no traces of traffic in or out existed for someone to follow. And the only record was that scar above his knee, which, being attached to the man, he'd always had with him at all times. He had even been carefully, and indirectly, seeding vampire clans around the underground in places where they made any kind of physical access to his storehouses there too dangerous for most to even consider. However much he'd used him for money, however, that was still only part of his Phoenix contribution to the headmaster's power. The health had been equally important, not just for himself, but he owed his whole, leader of the light, persona to being the man who had access to an infinite font of tears able to heal virtually any disease or injury. Most of the goodwill he enjoyed came from distribution of those tears. They had meant life for more than himself. You can buy a lot of loyalty if you can descend as a rescuing angel and give them back their health. Oh dear. Dumbledore paled dramatically, fearing death, disease and dismemberment. For the first time since stealing that pile of phoenix ash and eggshell from Nicholas Flamel. It had been well worth the end of his tutelage in alchemy to seize those absolutely priceless reagents and make off into the night with them, back to Hogwarts where he knew the Goblet of Fire lay. Without Fawkes, Dumbledore lost access to unlimited healing, in most of the casual use of his Horcrux, as it could no longer be used trivially or for minor regeneration of bodies. It was now far more complex and difficult to raise himself or Snape from the dead. Without that continual source of tears, every death would now be far more difficult to reverse, or would be once he ran out of the barrels of tears stored in the Hogwarts vaults. He ought to go check on those soon, to determine how long they would last under present needs, but there had just been so many emergencies. Well, it was long past time to start whittling those down. Dumbledore quickly grabbed a sheet of parchment and dipped his quill, scribing a note to Moody that he finished, then held up in the air before paling again as it failed to be snatched from his hands by talons before disappearing in a burst of flame. Without Fawkes he no longer had a perfect mail system that was impossible to intercept or fake. Moody would never accept a letter as coming from him unless it was delivered by Phoenix. He would have to go see him in person, as he needed someone assassinated. McGonagall was just another dupe, as was Hagrid, having only the framed pictures that the twinkling tyrant allowed them to see. Fudge had been his scapegoat, someone to blame for all things wrong, and his replacement was as well. But Moody was among his most useful servants, and was like Snape and Filch in knowing that Dumbledore was dark, and not caring about that in the least. This was in part because Moody was Dumbledore's personal hit wizard. The ancient headmaster had many useful servants, serving many roles, and of all different levels both of usefulness and awareness. None could be seen as equal, or even truly people. In Dumbledore's worldview only he was human. Everyone else was some kind of animal or object to be used at his whim. But one could trust a hammer to do those things a hammer was good for. And he had a toolbox filled to overflowing with useful tools. Hagrid was chief among his many, fetch and carry, types, and served him well as a go-for. McGonagall, bless her dear ignorant heart, was his cover at the school and more or less the real head of Hogwarts, serving virtually all of those duties belonging to him as headmaster, save a few only he reserved for himself. Both were blessedly ignorant of his real nature, and thus far more convincing tools to use to persuade others to pursue his interests on the light side. On the other hand, to play both sides of the game one was required to have both black and white pieces. White pieces served him because they felt he was their leader, and served the greater good. Black pieces, on the other hand, Albus admitted to a far closer kinship to. They served him because he granted them concessions for certain kinds of aid and support, something he found it far easier to relate to personally. And of course he had a deliberate and premeditated use for them in all his endless schemes. Filch was a cleaner, in more ways than one, although far more useful in the disposal of bodies than in tidying the castle that house elves would have seen to anyway. Snape was a kindred soul if either creature could ever be said to have one, his personal potions master and one of the few souls trustworthy enough to revive him on a regular basis. But Moody was his personal killer. Mad-Eye had worked closely enough to Dumbledore that he ranked as being an old friend, and had his magical eye, among other things, enchanted by the Elder Wand to see through Death's invisibility cloak. What other reason was there to have a paranoid ex-Auror on call? What other kind of people actor behaves similarly to Moody? Assassins. And now it was time to bring his hit wizard out of mothballs, because Albus was long overdue for having a few people assassinated. If his killer did not insist on large amounts of accurate information before making a hit, Albus would have immediately and unhesitatingly sent him against this dark colonel. But that would have to wait until he had more of the situation defined. Still, the man could be almost equally useful killing the Granger girl, as she clearly had too great an influence over the boy who just wouldn't die when Albus told him to and was becoming more difficult every day. No, Albus' days may have been filled with distractions of late, but even so he could see that Harry had grown too strong, too popular with the other students, and it was time to cut away his support a little. And the boy's chief supporter since coming to school had been that filthy mudblood girl. So, since Albus no longer had the luxury of arranging the terrible accident himself, he would have to farm that labor out. He had fallen too far behind, so it was time he started delegating a little more of this mess. What else were servants for? So the headmaster went about his plan, completely unaware that Harry was even then using that staff to place all of his family properties into storage mode, ignorant of the vast amounts of illicit treasure going with them. The purpose behind Bedevil Dumbledore Day could be summed up in one truism: never let your enemies deal with just one problem at a time. This could be reflected in a simple rule of physics: force concentrated in a single point is powerful, but that same force spread out over an area is less so. Giving a person a fire to deal with was one problem. Cutting off his water supply was another, and shooting at his firemen as he tried to put out the blaze, well, that house was gonna burn down, and possibly the block with it. That sort of thing had happened during riots, and it was never pretty. But in Dumbledore's case it was just an example to illustrate a point. The more problems a person had at once, the less effective he was at dealing with any of them, and they were doing their best to maximize that, as it was the one advantage they had over the powerful old man. Dumbledore was magically powerful, politically untouchable, head of every public office that mattered, utterly evil and a complete bastard. He was also rather fond of the old phrase, "Youth and skill will always fail to old age and treachery." The Fey trio were striving their hardest to prove him wrong. So they went to Snape's house and stripped it bare of all books, valuables, even the furnishings. They could use them as firewood later, and you never knew where stuff was hidden, except in this case where Harry could easily beat the potions master's undefended mind for that information. Included were a truly astonishing number of rare or even forgotten potions tomes, some detailing mixtures that had passed away into myth. Severus had made it his business to steal those out of every house they'd looted as Death Eaters, and he had a truly astonishing collection. Lucius Malfoy had also been in the business of stealing or looting books, but he focused more of his attention on charms, and had to split those with other interested Death Eaters. Still others collected their own favorite subjects, but Tom Riddle personally had all of the rare magical creatures' tomes delivered to himself. Aware that the headmaster intended to revive him, Harry had also gone out of his way to collect Voldemort's stolen belongings out of the various caches and secret stashes he'd made. Everything that landed in the Dark Idiot's hands was going to be used to hurt them, and if not them then someone else. So it was far better now to strip those bare than to face the advantage the enemy got from using them later. The Dark Lord would use them if he could get his hands on them again. That was why he'd stored things, to have them in case he'd ever needed them. And right after a revival when he was at his weakest would be a fine time to use anything for rendering either himself or his side more powerful. So, the less Tom had, the more he was liable to struggle during a comeback. Weakening your enemy and strengthening yourself was the whole name of the game. On the field, when armies met, this was called combat. Doing economic violence to each other was called business nowadays, and having your infrastructure beefed up while weakening your enemies was politics. But it all amounted to the same thing: when in conflict, do what you can to increase your own capabilities, and reduce those of your opponent. So they grabbed the stuff Harry knew about just so Voldemort wouldn't have it. Also, some of it made really nifty additions to his library that he'd really like to get around to reading one day, but right now he was fairly busy. Also, grabbing stuff was useful in that later on down the line you might turn out to need exactly what you'd grabbed earlier. Ward stones and runic enhancers stolen by Alice from the ministry were a perfect example. They'd used all they could employ effectively around the town he was building, but they still had more. Rather than sell the excess off or abandon it somewhere, they'd stored it for use later, and now again Harry was finding that useful, this time to mark the perimeters of his property and begin securing them. The Potters had a great deal of property. But, like most aristocratic families, as the vast majority of magicians viewed themselves, most of that was cut up into fairly small chunks scattered all over the place. Harry had made a quick and dirty decision to gather all of the houses and other, improved property, basically stuff with permanent buildings he'd rather not lose, into snow globes for moving out of country for safety. The only exception to this would be Potter Manor itself, and the original and expanded Crystal Palace attached to it. As for appearances, he required that manor for his official dwelling place around Godric's Hollow, and the Crystal Palace had been converted into greenhouses that were far more valuable here than anywhere, as what they produced in Britain could stay and be sold in Britain, evading a whole host of import taxes and regulations. The unimproved properties, well, there wasn't much that could be done to destroy a field full of dirt, nothing that anyone who later wanted to capture that land for himself was liable to do. And, anyway, Harry had to maintain some possessions in England to retain those lovely rights and privileges that the easily fooled Wizengamot had so recently granted him. Still, if he was going to be leaving anything behind, he'd like for it to be very well protected, and was willing to work to see that protection enacted. So he gathered them all into one place for ease of defending, then put up his best wards around them using those stones and things collected by Alice. Luna had pointed out that, as her champions, they acted with the Fairy Queen's authority. And, in her absence, they were the supreme voice of authority. Not that many Fae paid all that much attention to authority, but here and there it counted. For example, using the authority of the Fairy Queen as the ruler of the preserve, they could take cuttings from that magic hedge around her shrine and plant those, dosed with everlasting forms of that plant protection potion for added good measure, around Harry's collected farms. To his surprise, this totaled over 40,000 acres of landed property. To circle it around with a copy of the Fairy Queen's protective hedge was an immense undertaking, even when dozens of species of brownies and sprites appeared out of nowhere to volunteer their help. Sadly, they couldn't do the same for Godric's Hollow because that hedge was so good at keeping out questionable characters that most town residents, being normal people, would be hedged out of their homes most of the time. Selective security can be too selective sometimes. Given that the newly hedged area was probably a great deal more protected than being a snow globe in his pockets, especially now that the headmaster no longer had a phoenix that could flame transport him past wards or this marvelous hedge, Harry deposited several houses his family had owned onto various parts of the collected farms. He did this to avoid the all your eggs in one basket problem as much as anything. If he was lucky, the whole thing should even be overlooked during the upcoming wars. It wasn't like he was planning much traffic there. Then, Luna suggested they steal most if not all of the Forbidden Forest to add it to Harry's lands and properties, since they were the voice of the Fairy Queen, and thus just about the only authority that could claim rightful ownership of large tracts of that place. Harry's jaw spent some time waving around loosely after that suggestion. Luna simply smiled serenely. For that matter, Hermione blinked, coming to grips with the suggestion, we could form another hunt to take care of all of the dark creature menace there, just like you said people used to. Led off with a march of the wooden soldiers to kill off as much of the Acromantula menace as possible, then follow with wizards and centaurs, and at least drive those evil things out, or into parts of the forest we're not taking, anyway. Luna nodded firmly. A march of the wooden soldiers has been a Lovegood family tradition ever since we lived in Toyland. Harry suppressed the urge to groan. You know, one of these days I am going to go mad listening to your family history. The problem is, I don't know that I'm going to notice. The bee-owned girl shrugged, unconcerned. No, but it will help you fit in at family reunions better. Harry Potter grounded the staff surmounted with an empty crystal in the last of his farms, spoke the incantation, and watched the surrounding lands, houses, forests, trees, and even livestock being soaked up like they were all a painting on a puddle that was being drawn back up a hose. Luna watching this happily, before adding dreamily, we should take an old, abandoned military base and add it to the rest. Can't do it. The boy relaxed his stance, wiping his brow. These staffs only work to collect property the user is the legal or rightful owner of. They are made that way as the only means of preventing theft on a grand scale. Luna blinked at him. There has to be a loophole somewhere, as the twinkling tyrant used this for exactly that, robbing families of their inheritances. Harry made a grimace. Yes, but that, legal owner, bit is the loophole. Albus has more authority than anyone else would know what to do with, and one power governments are always careful to give themselves is the ability to seize property. So, with his many offices, he can go to the site of something he thinks can disappear without anyone noticing, declare this land or house or whatever seized in the name of the ministry. He has the appropriate office to do that, I check, and then turn around and grant it to himself, also in the name of the ministry. Those sorts of legalized acts of plunder are hallmarks of the worst sorts of governments, but they all have the power. And the only way to get what was stolen back is to appeal to the government, but with everyone there dead, the survivors, if any, too young to do anything, and most everyone else assuming those places were destroyed, there was no one to make such appeals. And, provided he seals the records on his authority as another office he holds, no one can look up the tracks afterwards. Not even the ministry knows it was being used as a tool to rob victims of the war. So Dumbledore legally owns all of those properties he stole. Hermione looked scandalized. Harry shook his head. No, he had no legitimate reason to do what he was doing. It was all abuse of power of the worst sort, and highly secretive at that. None of the old families would have left those seizures unchallenged, as they don't want their own properties stolen. Just like with the monopolies, if it is too easy to take them away, anyone could lose everything. He holds them on the flimsiest of pretexts, basically only because no one has looked. They don't have any idea what he is doing. And since the review process and so on has never happened, he is basically holding them illegally. Just like with Sirius, a government can keep a man without a trial for only a short while, and to keep him any longer is, itself, an illegal act. But, by that time he already had those properties stored, Hermione saw. Yes, exactly, Harry agreed. Luna cocked her head oddly. But since the Forbidden Forest was created to be a magical creature preserve, we, who act in the name of a leader of those creatures, could go about grabbing large portions of it, including the clearing with the fairy shrine. We might have to get agreement from the centaur tribes for some, Harry acquiesced, as major portions could be considered owned by those who lived there. But that would only extend to those who had a right to live there by the original charter, so none of the dark creatures could have any claims. And we could include it in that area now being covered by our new hedge. His favorite bookworm exclaimed brightly, referring to the incomplete project of duplicating the fairy shrine's protective hedge around Harry's farms. Luna blinked slowly. I'm still not sure I understand how you are doing that, as the bushes did not bear any seeds. Hermione shrugged brightly. Muggles have a technique where they take cuttings of a plant and grow new plants from them. It is most commonly used for the propagation of trees and shrubs grown commercially. But what they are essentially doing is cloning the plant they take stock from, as all of the offspring of this method are identical genetically to the original. It was fairly simple, actually, to accomplish the same, accelerated with magic. Luna stared off into the distance. Maybe Trelawney needs to have trees in each Potter residence, so she can visit. It would be a nice addition to each foyer. An added benefit is that they would make nice perches for Hedwig. Hermione's eyes grew wide and she turned on Harry in excitement. Harry, all cuttings are still living tissue of the original plant. It could work. Or we might get 1,000,000 Trelawneys, Luna mused thoughtfully. Harry pursed his lips in thought. Either way, that could be fun. And we could be turning the otherwise vacant Potter lands into minor creature preserves and fairy sanctuaries, like the Forbidden Forest only on a smaller scale. Hermione had paused in thought. You know, most villages line their streets with trees. We could do that to Godric's Hollow, only every tree could be one of Trelawney's. Having dozens of true trees, she'd be unkillable. And dryads can zap to their tree instantly and untraceably, from any amount of distance, Luna added softly, before meeting their eyes. If we scattered her trees about at important locations we are likely to be at, she'd be a perfect messenger for secure communications. Dumbledore stared morosely at the empty crop fields before him. On his way back from talking to Moody, who'd accepted the assignment with a certain amount of glee, that man liked killing, and didn't get to do nearly enough of it to his way of thinking. The headmaster had felt it wise to stop by those farms he controlled and order the harvest to begin. It had come to the appropriate time, after all, only to find that all of the fields, orchards and vineyards he controlled had already been harvested. Indeed, more than simply harvested, stripped bare. Releasing one hand from the sleek, black cane he leaned on, the distinguished gentleman in black frock coat reached up under his top hat to where he no longer wore glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. This was so tiresome. Well, it would not be the first time some arrogant young thing had burned his fields just before harvest, trying to drive him out of business and retake an inheritance the headmaster had stolen fair and square. Dumbledore would just declare another instance of dragon blight had soured the crops, and buy all the food he needed to fill his contracts from the Muggle world, again. The magical world would notice the drop in taste quality, but they'd forgive him under the excuse of the mysterious dragon blight, a made-up disease he'd invented in times past to cover exactly this sort of circumstance. Thankfully it was illegal for anyone but him to buy food from Muggles on a commercial scale. Couldn't have the sheep escaping their pen, after all. And, once more, he'd be forced to buy surplus crops from another magical nation in order to have the high quality of food required to fill his royal contracts and retain his influence over the Muggle government and Queen. It wasn't the first time this had happened. Nor, he suspected, would it be the last. Every so often some child decided to reclaim his family legacy, having learned about it from who knows where. Dumbledore had been careful to eliminate all traces of such hints from the Hogwarts curriculum and tried something like this. It was just an inconvenient time for it to happen. Just another instance of his current bad luck, he suspected, although now he'd have to track down the child who did this and terminate him or her, just to put an end to this occurrence of the problem and stop it before it spread. Idly, he twirled the end of his long mustache, already plotting out who to send out letters to correct this minor inconvenience, unaware that, due to the fidelius Harry had put over his combined properties, he had forgotten all about checking those portions of his total stolen holdings. The Potter family farm properties simply never entered his mind anymore. Just like a fidelius should operate. Realizing that he would need to fill an ink order soon, Dumbledore went off to the Hogwarts lake to milk his giant squid there, only to discover the animal missing. It was no longer there. He spent a moment gaping, feeling like a man who'd been kicked in the nuts. No one had ever thought to attack his own family business before. It was a completely new sensation to have his own inheritance and livelihood stolen. He could not defend those laws rendering it illegal to buy ink from anyone but him if he could not provide any ink to sell. And buying replacement stock. The headmaster paled, as no other source in the world used a giant squid as he did, and he'd supplied all of the ink to magical Europe. There was no way to simply import replacements and pass it off as his own, like he was doing with food, as every other producer supplied their own distinct recipes. None of their products could be mistaken for his, not even under heavy charms. And, many of his biggest customers relied upon the special properties of his ink, just like a dragon's tongue had different magical properties than a bezoar. Not to mention he'd handled so much volume that no other ink seller would be able to simply pick up his slack. He'd provided a sizable chunk of the global magical market. For inks, it wasn't like he could simply confound a few people to not notice. The ink had to be there or he'd lose this market. And it would be months before he could create an industry capable of making enough ink to supply his customers' demands the normal way, even longer if he tried to replace the squid, as for nearly 2 centuries he'd been hiring boats to go out and slaughter giant squid so no one else could do as he'd done and catch one to supply their ink that way. The race was nearly extinct due to his market protection scheme. Suddenly the headmaster realized that, no longer able to supply all his needs off the revenue he got from smuggling, since he no longer had a phoenix to use for that, and no alternative to fall back on to replace it, he was forced to rely on his businesses for the majority of his income. And quite a few of those businesses were in crisis or failing. Even his farms would be providing little to no profit to him this year, due to having to buy replacement crops. Accustomed as he was to limitless wealth, the man saw the end of life as he knew it approaching and realized just how deeply this dark kernel had been striking into his interests. Grumbling, the man went to go activate more of his servants. He'd resisted this for the longest time. When everything was smooth sailing, he had needed so very little in the way of support for running all that he had put under his heel. But he simply did not have the time to deal with everything just now. It was now a crisis of growing proportions, and he would have to hire business managers to see to his vast estates to ensure they ran a profit. It irked him. He disliked ceding control of anything to anybody, and positively hated the idea of letting people know just how much he controlled. But like his deputy headmistress ran the school for him, it was time to acquire additional under-managers and begin delegating more of what he could no longer see to himself, lest the whole thing go down in flames. It was also high time, he decided, to contact Dung to get a few of his shadier acquaintances together so the headmaster could generously allow them to go fairy hunting in the Forbidden Forest. They'd leave a few hundred dead. Hagrid would collect them, and turn them over to him. Dumbledore could then use their wings to construct for himself a time turner or two. He would have done this long ago, except that he'd been distracted by the various prophet articles, then the follow-up disasters, then finally waiting for a break in the emergencies so he could catch his breath. Well, no more waiting. It was past time to begin to deal with these events more aggressively. After all, hadn't the false Trelawney given him the clue herself? As the spider, he was doomed to fall to the chicken. His answer now was the same it had been then. It was time for him to become the wolf. Rubbing his hands together, Dumbledore cackled, swirling his black cape as he departed. Hermione was laughing, cuddling her dragon close while telling Luna brightly, "Cuddle companions are a cute concept. It also makes a lot of sense. Distance between lovers, siblings, children and parents, etc., is a real problem. And they would get a lot of use from firsties, you would think." Harry had to agree. Personally, he was ecstatic that he could cuddle his own dragon and feel the love those two girls had for him. It was awesome. And, he thought, something he could quickly get accustomed to. In fact, the idea of this continuing all his life long was very appealing. Hermione laughed at something Luna said, but Harry just basked in the glow coming off the two of them, for the first time in his life feeling secure. Yep, Harry reflected. Dumbledore had lost what had to have been one of his most loyal and devoted followers, because Hermione's whole character was built around loyalty and devotion. Well, knowledge and learning, too. She was nice like that. That caused him to wonder about her bravery, because, wow, to have eclipsed those other two qualities, he couldn't find words for it. The fairy trio were just returning from repairing and shoring up the roof on that one collapsed secret passage tunnel out of Hogwarts. Nobody monitored it since it had been collapsed since forever, so it became the perfect secret entrance in and out. All it had needed was a bit of repairs. Of course, those repairs were beyond the capabilities of most Hogwarts students, and the staff had little to no interest in restoring it. Frankly, they saw the castle as it was and never really thought of changing it. Odd. The trio just called it one of those wizarding blind spots and moved on. It being a normal day, the only day they could do work in the castle without fear of tipping off Dumbledore, they recovered the tunnel in the very early morning on their way back from their workout by the lake. Firenze had become strictly nocturnal in the last little while, staying up all night long to train the trio of teenagers, acting as their fitness instructor as they sleepwalked through their routines under his direction. The routines themselves were only a couple of hours long apiece, but he had to oversee 3 sets of them each night, one for each repeated day. It had left the centaur sleeping during his days and working all nights, as he did not have the use of a time turner. They couldn't trust too many of those out, and the centaur lived just too close to Hogwarts not to fear an accident that might lead to exposure. Overseen by a centaur, the workouts they were getting were quite effectual. They started with some of the more beneficial exercises worked out in the Greek gymnasiums, followed by an hour swimming in the lake using gillyweed, providing excellent full-body workouts, quite often working in some sports that had potential to be very unfortunate, as the Greeks worked out in the nude, and wrestling was one of their primary sports. This did not bother Firenze. Centaurs typically wore no clothing even on their human half. However, thankfully, England was a great deal colder than Greece was, so BPD wrestling between Harry and his girls had to be cancelled on account of they'd freeze their bits off. It was fall in Scotland, and not a good time for running around without your clothes on in the middle of the night. So, no BPD wrestling for the Fae trio. Although Luna pouted, Hermione cut her off before she could suggest warming charms. A good thing, too, as it would have caused more problems than could easily be described. Also, the Centaur just didn't have the budget for importing the massive amounts of olive oil that were a Greek athlete's only covering, and Harry had no intention of fronting the money. There was a time and place for all things, and he wanted any contact of that nature to be in an atmosphere of privacy and intimacy to foster the tender gentleness he felt such a situation deserved, not the combative air of a no-holds-barred, hair-pulling wrestling match out in the middle of a lawn. And that wasn't an idle fear. Anciently, the Spartans had withdrawn their Olympic team in protest when eye gouging and biting got disallowed from wrestling tournaments. And that seemed exactly the wrong way to get introduced to a girl's intimate parts. Heck, that seemed the wrong way to treat each other, period, so they did all their wrestling with large transfigured dolls animated for that purpose, as Harry had no intention of treating them that roughly. Of course, there were some who'd probably get off on it. Case in point. Bellatrix met them as they returned from their workout, with a stack of towels in her hands, one of which she immediately put to use on Harry's wild and unruly hair. "Oh, master. I made you snacks and a protein shake to help get your body nice and strong and supple." The others tried to ignore her beaked giggling. Bellatrix had replaced Madame Pants, the Hogwarts librarian, to be close to her lord, although she spent most of her mornings lately drooling over Harry after his workouts. Someday soon she'd even be liable to join them in those, the way things were going, just to get more beaked leering material in on her beloved master. Luna leaned close to Hermione to whisper, "It will be sad when we finally have to put her down, because she's adorable in a sick, disturbing sort of way." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Speaking of adults and children, after what you did to Patty, it's a wonder he doesn't want to keep you for himself. Although, he is getting along rather well with Amelia, and it would be cute if the first pair of knickers he ever stole ended up belonging to his future wife." Luna giggled and skipped off to the VIP quarters they were still sharing, having preferred them to staying in the regular dorms, and no authority figure had tried to kick them out yet. The other two followed moments later, eager to change and get ready for the day, although when Harry walked into his VIP bedroom he saw a plate sitting on his side table with a pair of lacy white knickers lying on it, and a sign on a stick, reading, "Steal me." Harry picked them up, after checking for wards or curses, and the moment he did so fireworks went off, streamers appeared and a camera bulb flashed. Luna appeared wearing a party hat, strategically placed wrapping paper with ribbons tied in bows, and nothing else. "You know," he remarked, fighting a smile and trying to sound sardonic, and only failing just a little, sounding a wee bit amused. "That outfit would be a lot more effective if you were older than 12, or if I weren't only 13. The B-owned girl shrugged, saying, "Hermione only just reminded me of Sirius, who as much as demanded that I do this in order to earn my engagement to you, a Potter family tradition, and all." Hermione, who had been about to barge in the door, noted this to herself, then barged in openly. "All right, you two, no horsing around. We've got visitors today, so be sure to be ready on time." The other two scattered to their baths and dressing. Hermione looked down at the note and smirked. "A Potter family tradition, And then she went on her own way. "Who is our first guest?" Luna asked as they all got together and she was drying her hair with a few deft wand flicks. Resolving to learn that charm herself, Hermione was about to answer when a polite knock sounded at the door and they all scrambled to get the last bits of everything taken care of. "Well, I'm glad that's over with. Birthdays are always stressful for me." Both her immediate friends looked on her in concern. "Why is that?" Luna asked, puzzled. "Don't you like your birthday?" "It's not that." Hermione shook her head, hair waving. "One of my uncles is always there to tease me about a Muggle holiday held on the same day." "Really? I can't think of one." Harry, too, was puzzled. The bushy-haired girl sighed, blowing her locks up out of her face. "Really, it's no big deal. So, why don't you like your birthdays?" Luna queried. Seeing she'd either have to tell the truth or make something up, Hermione gave in to the inevitable. "All right, he always shows up in costume and using this horrible accent, doing his best to embarrass me. I hate when people use a language I can't understand." "You weren't born on Halloween." Luna shook her head, objecting. "It's not that." Hermione drooped her head, resigned. "So what holiday is September 19th? Harry wondered aloud to her. Once more the girl sighed. "All right, he dresses up and talks like a pirate. September 19th is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Seamen in the days of sail, as well as today, spoke a language so full of technical jargon as to be nearly incomprehensible to a landsman, and my uncle enjoys it. So, now you know the shameful truth. I was born on International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Luna gaped, while Harry snorted with surprised laughter. Muggles actually have holidays like that. The bee-owned asked, confused. Well, it's not a major celebration, the bookworm temporized. But it's there. You know, Harry wondered in playful thought, that could be a good idea. It sounds more fun than most holidays. A pity we didn't celebrate it. He suddenly spied Susan sitting at the breakfast table surrounded by other puffs, and was off, plopping down beside the bee-owned Hufflepuff he was now engaged to, throwing an arm across her shoulders to pull her tight, and proclaiming aloud to her before the table at large, "Me beauty. Avast, there. If in you aren't a plunder worth the taking, No Spanish galleon ever had as sweet a booty as ye, my dear." Slashing a squinty glare across the startled table, he declared, "And I'll keelhaul the lily-livered louse as what says otherwise." Then, to the astonishment of all, he bent her over backwards so she was dangling off the bench. Helpless without him to hold her up, he planted a great big key on her, thoroughly enjoying making the scene. Then, when he was done, the boy righted her, only to discover the girl was too shocked to stay upright on her own. So, swinging her up over his shoulder like a bag of loot, he made a squinty-eyed, peg-leg style walk away from the table, carrying her off without so much as a backwards glance. After they were about halfway to the Gryffindor table, he declared to the suddenly stirring Susan, "Oh, by the way, did you know your legal guardian just engaged you to me?" The girl fainted on the spot. Taking compassion on the poor girl, Hermione flicked her wand under the table where she was waiting for Harry, reversing the obliviate performed on Susan the day they'd all tried to escape from Hogwarts. At least this way she'd know what heroic deed she'd been engaged for. To her immense surprise, this woke the loyal girl up, and, to the startlement of the entire house, she wriggled about in Harry's arms to plant a deep key on him. Well, she's enthusiastic. Luna calmly began to fill her plate with food, the stuff imported from outside by Dobby riding a smuggling dodo. All across the table, folks were drooling over the food surrounding the Fey trio. But there was a ward line around them preventing anyone from getting at it. Only now Susan was brought to share the feast. Smoldering slightly from his latest attempt to grab the good stuff, Ron glared hatefully at his former friends as they sat down to enjoy it. "Hey, Harry, why don't you let your real friends in on the good stuff?" he shouted, elbowing Sean and Dean, who quickly nodded along with him. "I am with my real friends, Weasley," Harry answered, right before Luna elbowed him. Then he looked up and, placing Susan aside, to her great disappointment, stood up and apologized. "I'm so sorry. Neville, would you care to join us?" Neville did, moving quickly. Harry then took pity on the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and invited them as well. Noting a few absences, he said to his girlfriends, "After this, we ought to go to the hospital wing to check in on Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell. I hear they're still in there." Soberly, the two girls nodded, followed by Susan a. moment later. Narcissa, cast out of her family and divorced, had been seeking for some time to make an appearance at Hogwarts to appeal to both heads of the Black and Darling, formerly Malfoy, families to be let back in and granted a name and support. Her circumstances in life depended on it, and the concession was a vital one. With Lucius dead, both she and Draco were bereft of support. And though he was now legally a bastard, her marriage having been dissolved retroactively so Draco had no legal father, she still owed him what help she could provide. And that was a major concern, as Draco had been hospitalized due to some accident she didn't quite grasp. After all, one could formerly count on all dangerous incidents at school happening only to those of lesser breeding. What she did not know was the confundus under which Snape tortured Draco had been programmed to wear off just as the poor unfortunate subject died, for the direct purpose of seeing Snape realize just what he had done, right after it was too late to do anything to stop or reverse it. Dobby had gotten them a great Polaroid of his face with an expression like unto a man who realized that meal he'd been eating so eagerly was dung, part shame, part revulsion, and a large measure of horror. The vomiting afterwards had been the same. Naturally, the first thing the greasy professor had done after voiding his stomach was check the body on the faint hope that it wasn't really dead yet, and unfortunately the little brat hadn't been quite dead, near enough to grant that impression, briefly, but on examination not fully gone yet. And so a quick rush to the hospital wing, then a transferal to St. Mungo's when the facilities at school proved insufficient, had so far saved the boy's life. What Narcissa did know was that somehow she was going to have to pay for her child's medical expenses, and, as she owned nothing else, was determined to get some official family support so she didn't have to rent herself out as a prostitute to whomever could pay. Quite a fall from grace for the pureblood queen. Officially, since this had occurred on school grounds during the school year, it was the school's problem and they ought to pay for it. But good luck getting Albus to do something he didn't want to do, and he hadn't volunteered yet, so was unlikely to in the future. And she didn't have the money to get the right lawyers who might have a chance to drag him to court to force him. Those types of lawyers cost more than the medical treatment anyway. So it would be back to the prostitution option, or getting a family's backing. Always having been raised in the midst of wealth and privilege, having been surrounded by powerful family members who could accomplish whatever they wanted, Narcissa did not have a good idea of how any other person lived their life, and these last 2 weeks had been a very unwelcome lesson. At least her sister Andromeda had taken her in, allowing her to stay in Nymphodora's room while her daughter was at Auror school. Otherwise she would have had no place to live. And, while Bellatrix had offered to let her stay at Grimmauld Place, her old family home had fallen into ruin and disrepair, and it was frankly filthy, not to mention those muggles constantly screaming in the basement and the insane elf who bumbled instructions so badly he was more harm than good. So, while it had been a distinct step down for the pureblood princess to go stay in a humble muggle home with the Tonks family, at least it had been clean. But Andromeda had been clear that her sister could only stay there while her daughter was in school, so the arrangement was strictly temporary. The house was small and they couldn't afford to let her stay long term. Her only option at that point would be the filthy horror that was Grimmauld Place, the elf who was as apt to poison her unwittingly as serve her tea, and those muggles screaming in the basement at all hours. Not to mention the question of what she was to do for food in that all but abandoned property. And that was all strictly for herself. If she had to take Draco home to that place, still wounded due to incomplete medical treatments that she could not afford, and were presently piling up debts, her child would surely die. Given that motivation, Narcissa had, a bit indiscreetly, simply skipped the authorization process that had been taking so long for Dumbledore to approve and appeared at Hogwarts to make a plea to both heads of families she might have the most hope of gaining support from. Neither child had any reason to hate her, and she did have cases for proving her relations to them. From there she could play up on the bonds of kin. Then she entered that room and found 3 stony faces. Narcissa saw at once that the plea she had hoped to make had already failed before she'd even set foot in their room. The dignified and elegant lady gave way to the fear and panic she'd been papering over, hoping to make a good impression, and threw herself prostrate on the floor, grabbing Harry's knees as she pled, spouting enough tears to wet his ankles. "Please, my lord." Deciding to act on a hint from not long ago when Bellatrix stopped by her house directly after her escape from Azkaban, the note stating that this boy was to be the new vessel of the Dark Lord, Narcissa adopted a tack she knew would appeal to Voldemort. "Torture me if you like. I beg of you to enjoy my pain and screams. But do not let me descend to the level of a base whore. My financial situation is desperate, and I need your support that my life and my line may continue." Harry glanced away, suddenly ashamed. This was something Tom Riddle would have enjoyed, purebloods abasing themselves to find favor with him. What he did not know was that Narcissa had chosen that route precisely because it would have appealed to Voldemort, whom she thought he was, and she truly was desperate enough to accept exactly what she'd only just proposed. Hermione was horrified as well, but Luna simply bent down and began to play with Narcissa's hair, bouncing the locks as would a child. Stroking a finger down the side of the woman's face, she asked, "It would seem a shame to mar this with scars. Why would you want that?" A quick glance assured the former Black Princess that Harry wasn't as interested in her debasement as the Dark Lord would have been. That caused her no relief, only concern. Had she played wrongly? "It is for my lord to decide whatever he wants done with me. I bow to whatever he demands." "Up," Luna declared, tapping her on the shoulder. And, seeing as how Harry did not correct or overrule her, Narcissa obeyed. Leading her behind a changing screen, as old houses which described magical living fairly well tended to have, Luna commanded again, "Strip." Once again, on seeing Harry not object or correct, Narcissa obeyed, shedding clothes quickly until she stood as bare as though for a shower, acknowledging silently in her own mind it was the first time she'd been like this in front of anyone since her last shower among the girls at their dorm in Slytherin. Hermione, who'd opened her mouth in horror and begun to object, caught this thought as she read it from the woman's mind with her growing powers of passive legilimency, and instantly her concern shifted focus and she joined Luna, who was conducting a careful search for dark marks. Harry, having the memories of the man who gave them, knew she did not have one, so stayed safely on the other side of that screen where he could not see anything below the woman's shoulders. Actually, figuring they didn't need him for this, Harry got up to go. However, Hermione noted certain other details, then commanded firmly, "Harry, don't you dare walk away from this conversation." The boy stared at her, shocked. Hermione gestured over to where Luna was having Narcissa turn slowly for her inspection. "You're not seeing anything inappropriate from over there, Harry. Besides, even if you did, I'm not sure it would be wrong. She's yours now, just like Bellatrix. She wants to be yours, and I'm sure you can find some use for her, one better than torturing or debasing her, anyway." Seeing he remained in confusion, the bookworm rolled her eyes. "Harry, we do need allies, and here is one volunteering. I don't know that we can afford to turn her away." Luna spoke calmly from where she was examining the bottom of Narcissa's left foot, wanting to be very thorough in her inspection, due to how much harm traitors had done in the last war. "Besides, we are already expanding beyond the threesome. With the small population of Phi and Fairy, it might even be considered necessary to our mission." The boy's eyes suddenly lit up in understanding, a look that was cheerfully mirrored on Luna's face, who offered, smiling, "You also have to consider, she was never a real wife in the Muggle sense." Seeing the story painted in the thoughts behind Narcissa's puzzled eyes, Hermione winced in sympathy, before explaining in gentle tones to Harry, who'd been trying his best not to look anywhere near the woman, "Harry, evil people do not care for others. The selfishness they show in everything makes that impossible. They care for themselves only. That makes the kind of marriage most people consider normal, where the spouses love each other and their children, impossible. At best they can only pretend. Selfishness is all about me, 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 while true love is all about sacrifice and putting others first. To the extent you are filled with one, you are blocked from having the other," and Lucius was an extremely selfish man. It defined his existence. How was Draco born, then? Harry shot back, thinking he was clever. Since it was he who asked the question, Narcissa hurried to answer, "I gave a potion ingredient drawn from a certain portion of my body." Lucius gave another. "Then we had a Muggle-born woman go through the pregnancy for us." Luna knew that from what she knew of pureblood culture. Having cures about was important for a wide assortment of ritual magics. Hermione knew it from having seen the lack of certain changes to a woman's figure wrought by having a pregnancy. But still she thought the very concept disgusting. Harry hadn't a clue, Voldemort having cared nothing for such things. Seeing his confusion, the pureblood witch tried to explain, "The population of witches and wizards is so low, all beaktive charms, spells or potions are massively illegal, not just to use but to teach or invent. Casting a castration hex is punishable by 10 years forced pregnancy, along with a permanent gender change if you weren't female at the time you cast it. Books with such spells are banned, for good reason. We are already a dying race. We don't need to accelerate that process any more than it already is by our internal wars and things. Our society needs all the children it can get." Seeing by his confusion the delicate approach hadn't worked, she tried again. "Perhaps I could put it this way. Barring birth control or accident, husbands who are interested in their wives do more than have an heir and stop there. Even the Muggle aristocracy have an heir and a spare, and that is using those beaktives that are terribly illegal among us." "No. Well then allow me to spell it out in gory detail." Lucius had an unhealthy interest in little boys, and belonged to a social club whose motto is, "Say by 8, it's too late." Rabaston and Rodolphus are senior members. Narcissa gave them all a very direct look. All three of them were far more interested in Draco than they ever were in me or Bellatrix. Harry's jaw now hung open, gaping in disgusted astonishment. Once again, Tom Riddle had cared nothing for those things. Having sacrificed his own organs in a dark ritual to make him ageless, he'd ignored entire facets of pureblood culture. Anything related to Saiyan dynasties, really, and Harry was really beginning to keenly feel those gaps in knowledge. Luna snorted mirthfully. Dumbledore may have founded the local chapter. Narcissa shrugged, feeling progress by what she judged of his expressions. It's possible. I know they socialized with him at those events. No birth control at all? Hermione asked, eyes round, thinking of all the children that could lead to. But then, children weren't a bad thing. The pureblood witch standing there in all her BPD glory behind the changing screen shrugged, eyeing Harry out of the corner of her eye to judge his reaction while she answered this young little miss question. There are such spells and potions available, of course. Being illegal has never stopped certain families. If anything, that is a draw to some of them. She delicately did not state that two of those families were represented by their heads standing before her, as she had no clue as yet as to whether or not they'd choose to continue those policies of gleefully disobeying laws just because they could. From what I understand, the longer they are used the harder they are to reverse, leading to permanent sterility after not much time on them. Entire families died out learning that. Still, as I'd said, some enjoy it just because it is forbidden. But frankly, Lucius had no interest in women for the lure of the forbidden to fan. His desires lay more in causing death and collecting power than in creating life, and he was an ideal most pureblood men aspire to. Having finally gotten the message, Harry nodded soberly. Well, Luna chirruped brightly, having found no marks despite an inspection a gynecologist could be proud of, the first thing we'll be interested in is Draco having one of those permanent gender changes you spoke of. We'll agree to cover his medical expenses if you, as his guardian, sign for that. Of course, Narcissa agreed demurely, sensing victory. Better her child be alive than anything else, and paying those bills was impossible for her without their support, so whatever their reasons, they had power to make demands. And she would obey them. Seeing the other two stare at her, Luna giggled brightly. What? It's the only thing left to take from him to reduce his status among pureblood wizards. As you just heard, they have little use for witches. Not having a name, wealth or a family to call his own, his gender is the only thing left to take away. Turning to explain to Narcissa, she said, your Ponce of a son has been our nemesis since we first came to this school, never missing an opportunity to insult, assault or belittle us. We see this as a necessary act of revenge. Narcissa silently cursed her child. Far be it from a pureblood queen to get in the way of revenge for someone more powerful than her when she needed their support for her own sake. Besides, they'd never been close. Draco had always idolized his father, so was more his child than hers anyway. Pureblood witches had learned to be good about sacrificing anything to those in power if they wanted to keep their comfortable lifestyles. She had put up with Lucius being a Death Eater, and had been willing to accept Voldemort's torture of her person in order to maintain her standard of living. This was nothing by comparison. Draco had chosen his enemies, and she needed those same people as allies right now, perhaps forever, as she didn't want any other life than to be part of a powerful family, and these two were her only real opportunity for that. Still, what was left of her maternal instinct satisfied herself that at least Draco would live. His medical bills would be paid for. And if Draco was going to become a girl in exchange, well, at least he would be alive. There was so much else worse that they could do to him. Hermione had been concentrating all this time, running through ideas in her head. Considering all of the times Draco made derogatory remarks to her about being a mudblood whore, and figuring out what his probable use for that sort of person had been after hearing his mother's story about hiring muggleborns to go through pregnancy on her behalf, Hermione acquired a nasty smirk of her own. You know, perhaps we should consider taking poor little Draca, feminine of Draco, she knew her latent back into the fold, just long enough to give her a dowry and arrange for her to be engaged to both Crabbe and Goyle. Provided we get a contract stating that she bears all her own children, of course. She'd have to bear at least a dozen, Luna nodded, agreeing with the sentiment fervently. By each. Nurse them, too, the bookworm added, noting by the lack of signs that was another thing the woman standing there nude had not done. Of course, Narcissa nodded regally. It would land her offspring among a pureblood household or two, which was the only life Draco had ever known, the only one he was suited for, really. It would require some adjustments, but better, to her mind, than living on the streets, which was the alternative. If that was the best thing she could do for him, at least it wasn't so bad. Life and home. No, they were being quite generous to Draco, really. Offering a future to one of their enemies. These people were being kind to a fault, by the standards of her culture. That spoke well for her own future among them. Satisfied that she had done her best, Narcissa released her conscience from its last hold on her stranger of a son and accepted that her daughter would have, if not a good life, then at least a tolerable one. Draco might have different ideas, of course. Luna was already counting up the PR benefits of having done so much to advance the pureblood cause, and made such a sacrifice to guarantee the continuation of pureblood lines, by transforming Draco into a baby factory to two of the roughest and ugliest but purest boys at school. Almost better revenge than having killed him, really. The Luna frowned softly, stating, "We're going to have to juggle some legal hoops in order to make Draco non-inheritable. Take her in as a ward instead of a child, just so she doesn't get any ideas about assassinating me again." Narcissa grew very still, suppressing a shudder as she silently cast her child off. She needed these benefactors, and wasn't about to tie herself to a sinking ship. Failed assassinations were taken very poorly among purebloods, and whatever Lucius' child got, the little brat deserved. Frankly, she counted it a miracle they'd be willing to pay her medical bills, and whatever they wanted to do to Draco in return, well, it was deserved. Lucius would have terminated the boy himself for having failed, if he were still alive, even if he hadn't been the target. Failed assassinations were very bad form. Narcissa was enough of a pureblood to cast off family as required, and in this case it was definitely required. Draco was on her own from now on. In fact, she had to make this position clear to her new benefactors so they didn't entertain any doubts as to her loyalties, so Narcissa offered, "There is a breeder contract that would suit just fine, similar to the one we used to spawn the beast actually. Draco herself would have no status as part of any family, a hired maid basically, but her children would be Krobs and Goyles." "Is that what you're after? Her wages could be set quite low." "Perfect." Both Luna and Hermione declared in unison. Harry looked green around the gills. He raised a finger. "All that aside, what about Narcissa here? What place do we have for her?" Voldemort had not been particularly impressed with pureblood loyalties. Strictly speaking, they didn't have any. Most of them would stay bought so long as you were the best deal they'd been offered, but that was as far as they'd extend loyalty, even for family members. Case in point, here was Narcissa casting off her own child, rather than going to someone else for her money. Not that she had a great deal of chance with any of the other rich families, but there were people who'd live in a shipping crate on the street rather than part with family. But the purebloods didn't have that sort of loyalty among them. Harry found it rather hard to trust them, especially considering the number of secrets he had. Not even Tom Riddle had trusted them without a dark mark forcing their cooperation. Purebloods just weren't very trustworthy. Which explained why they almost never showed up in Hufflepuff House. He considered Susan Bones the exception, but the exception proves the rule. Just like Bellatrix, blindly devoted loyalty to him was out of place among purebloods. It stood out because it was unusual. Most Death Eaters were out for the rewards they got for service to the Dark Lord, whether that be plunder or an opportunity to kill. She considered serving him its own reward. Narcissa had instantly frozen at his question of, "What place do we have for her?" fearing to make a suggestion but intensely interested in the answer. Her own life and future was being decided her now, or if she even had a life or a future. No, naturally she was quite interested, and would do anything to skew the results in her favor, but wasn't certain what to say that could count in her favor, so remained quiet for now, waiting for one of them to say something that she could hopefully then improve on. "Sirius would be unhappy if we couldn't do something good for her," Hermione stated authoritatively, inspecting the woman thoughtfully. The former Malfoy standing there BPD behind the screen, they hadn't given her leave to dress yet, silently blessed her sweet-hearted Gryffindor cousin, resolving to do something nice to repair that relationship soon. He was now a valuable ally to have, to her mind. Luna, having considered the matter well enough to her mind, gave the woman a slap on her bare flank and said, "All right, I've seen enough. You're hired. I need a piratical maid of all work." You see, reading the Quibbler upside down could get boring, especially when she wrote more than half of it herself. And triple days meant she had so many more odd moments to fill. So she'd taken to reading Muggle plays she'd snuck out of Hermione's collection. And there had been that nice one called the Pirates of Penzance. A what? Narcissa blinked, nonplussed. I need someone to do illegal things for me, Luna calmly explained with a sly smile. All kinds of things. But, hired, the woman had really wanted to be part of a family. The bee-owned Ravenclaw snorted disparagingly. Being idle is bad for people, and idle rich get into all sorts of nasty hobbies. As I'm sure you're aware, you were just complaining about Uncle Lucius' pastimes. So I want you to show me that you know how to work. If you can show me that you can learn some Hufflepuff qualities, namely hard work and loyalty, I'm willing to accept you as a darling. Well, I guess she was willing to accept disfigurement and torture, Hermione mused thoughtfully. So she has no excuse to refuse this, which is far better in my opinion. Firming up, she declared, I'm with Luna on this. Hard work only improves people, and loyalty is a trait everyone should have. Both would serve you well, if you could learn them. Besides, Luna softened into dreamy wistfulness, Harry has Dobby to work and smuggle things in and out of Hogwarts for him, and it's entirely unfair that he hasn't offered to share. So now I get my own servant. And, if she can prove herself the kind of person I want as family, then later a darling. Sounds eminently reasonable, Harry agreed. Luna bobbed her head merrily. And, if things work out, you can take her as a mistress. Harry's eyes bugged out. Realizing she was teasing, Hermione flicked a lock of hair out of her face to answer, by medieval law, and thus of course wizarding laws since they're almost the same, any man who is married is an adult no matter his age. A second way of achieving the freedoms you got is the acting head of the Black family, making both of the means more secure, and less subject to contest of any sort. Luna continued dreamily, it need not be spoken that, as an adult, you are far harder for Dumbledore to control. And thus he'd do anything to take that status away from you. You could be the only 50-year-old man in full control of his faculties to still be considered a child, if he had anything to say about it. So he's going to do something. We just don't know what. So we'll act first, and he'd have to react immediately in order to stop it, and even then it would cost him a lot to do so. Narcissa raised a delicately trimmed eyebrow, showing a slight smirk for the first time in their presence. Not only that, if Dumbledore did go ahead and try, he would be showing everyone that he has the power to do this to them as well. The courts are very careful about setting precedents like that. Hermione was considering, her sympathy for the pureblood which overcoming her hesitations. You know, we should get the marriage of Bellatrix dissolved at the same time. Better would be to arrange to have Rabaston and Rodolphus executed, so you can claim those family properties, Narcissa offered, dropping her eyes demurely to the floor. You see. Luna bounced to a standing position, hugging the beefy older woman. I knew we needed her. That's my gift, to see needful things. I may not know how to get them, or what they're useful for, but I know what's needed. Our dear Narcissa will take over Lucius' position of political savvy insider, helping us from that angle, after swearing unbreakable vows of loyalty, of course. I live to serve. Narcissa bowed regally in the nude, harder than you'd think. Luna snorted. I bet you do. The bookworm was grinning. You know, she paused, before blurting out, whilst old age and treachery will generally trump youth and skill, it won't trump youth, skill, experience, an assortment of strange and useful esoteric powers, the advantage of complete and utter surprise and a comprehensive, sustained, ruthless and totally unpredictable campaign which old age and treachery can't foresee, block, evade, strike back at, recover from or even catch a breathing space in. Unfortunately for Bumbles, anyway, that's exactly what he's in the middle of. And the more people we have to carry on the fight, the better. We can't go to Wizengamot sessions while attending Hogwarts. So we do need a proxy to cast our votes for us, and lacking any other person of our choice, Dumbledore would be our proxy by default. The headmaster was very careful about that. Harry tentatively agreed in principle to needing a politically savvy insider to the government, and trying desperately to draw them to a practical instead of teasing angle. He did not have much experience being teased. Growing up as Harry, all of the nasty things said to him were meant with real intent, and Tom Riddle was a bully who hurt people who tried teasing him. So graciously accepting playful jibes meant in fun was one of those areas he was lacking in. Something Sirius would like to do something about, he felt sure. I was someone secure who could listen and act as sounding board for Lucius on all of his schemes. Narcissa kept her eyes on the floor. While I did not agree with all of them, I am well acquainted with how he exerted his influence on politics. Having accompanied him to formal dinners and dances, I have also met all the right people, and belonged to the correct social circles, or would, if only I had a name and home and decent living stipend for wardrobe and such. Catching a proud twinkle of victory in the witch's downturned eye, Luna gave her a hard slap on her bare flank. None of that, now. We'll draw up a list of instructions, Hermione offered. And depending on how well you carry them out, well, promotions are based on performance around here. Luna nodded firmly, ordering the older woman. Get dressed. We'll have a list of tasks for you in a moment, along with perks you'll enjoy should you be able to carry them out. Still behind the changing screen, Narcissa scrambled into her clothes. Darting in a window on the 7th floor, having used their special clothes to go invisible before going into their recently mastered small fairy forms to fly up ahead, Luna and Hermione reformed before summoning the door. The two girls then quickly began preparing the room of requirement as a movie theater to show the poor Bones girl the situation she'd gotten into. Only once they were inside the vanishing room did they become visible once again. There had been a rushed and hurried debate as to how far or fast the trio ought introduce Susan to the facts of her new relationship and the baggage it brought to her life. But Harry, in the end, said they'd try full disclosure, and he'd also read her mind throughout to see how she was taking it. If Susan did well, that was a major hurdle out of the way. And if she didn't, they wouldn't have to obviate much time from the poor girl's mind. No one wanted to do such a thing, but the stakes were kind of high at the moment. They wanted to trust her, but if she wasn't trustworthy then it was better to know that right away when it would be easiest to get out of the engagement. Luna. Hermione tucked a lock of hair back behind her ear to ask. The other girl blinked at her guilelessly, if somewhat out of focus. Yes. Hermione looked over her shoulder, following Luna's gaze, and found a small cloud of creatures buzzing around there performing some incomprehensible dance. In the weeks since becoming a fairy, she'd noted that she could see all sorts of things that ordinary witches and wizards couldn't. But after the first few experiences of pointing them out, and learning her classmates couldn't see them, had become reluctant to bring them up in front of others for fear of their reactions. She'd seen how they'd treated Luna, after all. It was something to talk about with the bee-owned, but not the present concern. The bookworm rushed ahead. Back when you were first teaching us fairy lore in that cave you mentioned that humans are blends of all kinds of things, but magical creatures had a clearly dominant few. I was just wondering, seeing as how all three of us are fairies now, what fairies tended to be, other than merely vain. The blushing bookworm did not see fit to mention that she'd set a darkness charm on the mirrors in the rooms she used, limiting her to staring at her reflection for a mere half-hour a day before they'd blank out. She'd needed it. It had led to her doing her hair and makeup by feel once or twice, but so far she had avoided any catastrophes of getting too caught up in staring at herself in her true form. Although, it felt like she was starving herself if she tried to go without looking at her fairy form entirely. Privately she suspected that the other two had the same problem. Although little did she know that Luna indulged in far more than a mere half-hour a day. The girl descended from fairy tale heroes and heroines turned to stare more directly at the daughter of dentists. What brought this on? Hermione looked away, avoiding the true admission that she was becoming increasingly nervous about her increasing need to be close to Harry, and the very weird sensation of having said those things around Narcissa. She'd always considered herself a very prudent, confident, conservative girl, and the things blurted out of her own mouth during that interview shocked her. Still, there were plenty of concerns that didn't require her to make that sort of admission. I'd noted we have ability to do wandless transfigurations, as well as the fire spells we'd expected to be able to do after that ritual. But I'd put that down to our powers, not our personalities. Only that brought the psychological potential for change to mind, and I'd wanted to know the risks. There. Now she'd brought the subject up without admitting to the fact that Harry having other women mysteriously didn't bother her in the slightest. Luna casually shrugged, avoiding a knowing smirk with considerable ease. There are several different grades of fairy kind, and as the Queen so kindly pointed out, nothing but the most powerful could handle the amount of fairy magic our ritual inadvertently gave us. And, before you ask, the largest and most powerful fae are very human-like in their temperaments. Although we do fall prey to obsessions easily, they're rarely more than fads. Since fairies live so long they rarely have many children, and so do not have what muggles would call generation gaps. But, as if to compensate, adult fae do go through phases of mania that compare well to fads. Why? Hermione sighed in relief. Oh, that's a relief. I was worried that we might all begin to fall prey to mental disorders, or something. Luna paused to consider, coming into focus mentally before she spoke. I do see a little bit of influence of our current bodies shining through. You are the most curious, but I imagine that is because you knew the least about fairy lore or our new bodies and are, like all children, exploring what that means. In Harry I see a bit of the typical fairy vanity poking through in his desire to work out and increase the health and strength of his human body, because even in disguise, fairies cannot bear to not be beautiful. So he is fixing those problems so his original, mortal form will be better looking. Also, I see a bit of the tendency for obsessions in his present mania for defending us and our property from the coming war. But that's all perfectly understandable. It wasn't as a very real and pressing need, and I do appreciate him doing it. But the focus of his intent is such that he never lets up, and so accomplishes more in a few weeks than the most intense mortals would have in months. But, considering our vulnerable state and the experienced and entrenched nature of our opposition, it is an advantage. Luna paused a moment, considering, before she voiced her thoughts aloud, and the fact that time moves oddly around the Fae may well be working in our favor. Have you not noticed how very much we get done in an average day? How long they feel? Do not forget we are Fae. Nor that it was the Fairy Queen who set us on this journey. Tell me, do you even know what day it is? I've long since lost track myself. Hermione was gobsmacked. Aside from her birthday, which was recent, she had no idea how much time had passed before school began. Each day seemed weeks long, and that was blurring things. Normally her course schedule was so important to her she never lost track of days of the week, but lately even on normal days she'd taken to just following the other students in her year around to find her way to what classes were being held. All thoughts of her normal schedule had fled her normally quite keen mind. However, thanks to the magically expanding book bag Harry had gotten for her, she was able to carry about the texts and materials for them all without trouble. She swallowed, chewed a lip thoughtfully, then nodded. I guess that makes sense, that she'd give us a little boost in overcoming the entrenched position of our main foe by granting us a little more time each day. She could even have given Harry a little nudge to help him acquire his drive to win this war. And as his friends we are just naturally helping him along. Luna drilled her with a sudden, intense stare. Hermione, make no mistake. We are Harry's friends and we are helping him, but we are also much more than that. Our bodies, and thus ourselves, were literally made to serve him by the author of our transformation. Harry is the hero. He was the person the Fairy Queen needed when she had a quest that needed accomplishing. She would have been happy with him alone, but we came along for the ride. No one is objecting to our presence, and Harry at least is very glad to have us along, but he is the key, and we were made to assist him in his pursuit of her goals. That is our purpose. Luna blinked slowly, acquiring an odd expression as she tilted her head thoughtfully. Still, it is not a bad thing to know the purpose of one's life. But Hermione saw yet further. And the ultimate goal is the propagation of our nearly extinct race, so we're fine with him being a playboy. Luna nodded. Frankly, judging by his embarrassed behavior when I was searching that woman for marks, I'd say we're more fine with it than he is. Susan had begged off joining them immediately, so Harry was waiting for her outside of the Hufflepuff common room when instead of one girl, two emerged. One was the red-haired Hufflepuff he was expecting, the other a pink-faced bee-owned girl who, unlike Susan who wore her hair in a long plait down her back, was wearing her hair in pigtails and had dimples on her cheeks. Harry. Susan presented her friend, who was blushing royally. This is my best friend Hannah Abbott. Harry gave the girl a short bow. Charmed, I'm sure. Hannah's already royal blush increased 2 steps as she returned him a short curtsy. Hello. A pleasure to meet you. I always thought you seemed so nice. Harry, Susan was blushing now. Hannah and I grew up together. We've always been the best of friends. And, you see, the thing is, well, every witch our age in the wizarding world grew up hearing stories about you, and most of us dreamed of one day marrying you. Susan paused, blushing royally herself now and too embarrassed to continue until Hannah delivered a sharp yet discreet elbow to her ribs. Harry was just confused. Susan, now blushing like a beet, hurried on, anyway, Hannah and I played. Marry Harry Potter. No more than most, but being best friends we did agree that if one of us got you we'd share you together. Harry blinked. He'd forgotten about Hufflepuff loyalty. Harry, you're late. Sorry, the boy answered. Got sidetracked. I saw Snape and just had to compulse him to transfigure himself into a toad and leap into the mouth of some wild animal to be chewed up and devoured. Why all the complication? Because I want it to be totally and legitimately accurate. After Dumbledore retrieves his potion master's remains and reanimates him, when I call Snape a walking piece of shit. And who are your companions? Luna asked, blinking owlishly. Please meet Hannah Abbott. Susan Bones you already know. Apparently at some point in their youth they agreed to share me. Hooray! Luna shouted, jumping up and clapping her hands. Welcome to the club, Hermione told them both earnestly. Harry sulked. He had introduced the duo of Hufflepuffs to his other fiancés hoping for a veto on the extra girl, only to find both Luna and Hermione delighted by the concept and eagerly welcoming both of them. He could never understand girls. Weren't they supposed to be jealous at times like this? Sometimes he wondered if he ever would understand them. Then he reached down into those memories of the 70-year-old Dark Lord in his head and found Tom Riddle had come no closer to an answer than he. More Dark Lord than anyone else alive, yet girls were a mystery he'd never cracked. Harry might have given up right there save for the fact that Riddle had never tried. His only lusts had been for power, glory and immortality. So Harry felt there was still hope he might crack this mystery yet. The poor boy. The group eagerly began to educate the new arrivals. They'd stolen the headmaster's pensieve long ago, in one of the very first raids on his office, and though they'd never made time to watch all of those stored memories, something he resolved to do at the earliest opportunity, but they were so busy keeping his tail lit on fire by a continual string of emergencies, and preparations for later flight the device was perfectly adequate, paired with the room of requirement, to simply show the new girls the experiences the Fey trio had been through up to that point in the year. Harry, having developed a nearly unhealthy degree of paranoia, had been prepared for just about anything but what actually happened. The two girls plainly accepted everything. Everything. They watched the conversation with Hermione where he and Luna had at last finally convinced her the headmaster was playing foul, nodding along the whole while. The girls got excited by their triumphs surrounding the goblet and empathized with the emergency they went through with the Naiad Lake and Fairy Queen, and the Hufflepuffs got downright determined to pitch in and do their fair share when they saw how hard the trio had been working to secure a base of operations at Godric's Hollow. Harry had been gently watching their minds the entire time, and all of those feelings were genuine. The pair of Hufflepuffs agreed with their reasoning that the headmaster was a Dark Lord. Then later observation of the escape from Hogwarts crystallized that in their minds as they saw the headmaster lead an attack on his own former students, shooting down those who tried to escape on brooms and even injuring some quite severely. Then those two cheered along with them as the Fey trio relived their various memories of attacks on and traps laid for Dumbledore and his crony Snape. Harry had been prepared for anything but how easily and completely the duo had been won over to his cause, believing completely in him and the necessity of his campaign against Dumbledore. No obliviation or mind-meddling required. Frankly, he'd been so prepared for failure he wasn't sure how to cope with success. Happily, his girls had no such problems. Honestly, Hermione had been shocked so completely so many times this past little while that she wasn't sure there was anything that could surprise her anymore. So they launched completely and immediately into befriending the new pair of girls. Harry came back to ground somewhere in the middle of a conversation begun when one of the two Hufflepuffs had asked, "Are you really related to Alice in Wonderland?" Luna was already smiling dreamily. "Oh yes. What's she like?" Susan pressed, having loved those stories long ago. Grandmother Alice generally gives herself very good advice though she very seldom follows it. And sometimes she scolds herself so severely as to bring tears to her eyes. She told us once of trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she had been playing against herself, for she is very fond of pretending to be two people, when some magic of Wonderland hasn't shrunk her down so much there's hardly enough to make one respectable person. She sounds a bit odd. Susan struggled not to be offensive. Luna gladly shrugged. Sometimes she's only as mad as a March hare. Have you really got a March hare in there? Hannah queried. Of course. Luna laughed. There's also a Mad Hatter, and he tells the most excellent stories about fighting Batman in his youth, before he moved there. But once in Wonderland he couldn't get out, so well suited to the place he could never leave. So he's been with us ever since. Although you mustn't believe him when he tells you stories about made-up people like Joker and Two-Face. The poor dear is mad, so he doesn't accept they can't be real. Both Hufflepuff girls were wide-eyed. Hannah exclaimed, "It all sounds a bit like the tales of Disneyland some of our Muggleborns were telling us." Hermione tucked a lock of hair behind one ear and proudly played the voice of experience. Disneyland is a pale shadow of an attempt to reflect what the Lovegood family reality is. Bellatrix was, contrary to her expectations, enjoying her stint replacing the Hogwarts librarian enormously. It was a great way to manipulate knowledge, just by hauling old books out of storage the headmaster had ordered removed off the shelves and out of circulation, then putting them up in big displays at the front of the library, where the Ravenclaws would descend on them like starving wolves. Most of the history books covering the magical world had gotten pulled out of circulation. But, since the history of the magical world was also the history of the pureblood families in it, as those were they who'd been around all that time, she felt it absolutely vital to get that knowledge out there so students could properly appreciate the importance of it. It was also a great way to point students towards books that had recipes in them to neutralize love potions, as well as charms to detect whether or not someone was under those or similar effects. There went the headmaster's breeding scheme right there. No more sullying the pureblood lines with mudblood infusions anymore. Although that stud book of his had been absolutely fascinating reading, and explained why so many of the ancient, pureblood families had gotten married to mudbloods of late. Still, while she could appreciate a good scheme, it had to stop. Bella would not tolerate her lord's vessel getting pawned off on those blood traitor Weasleys. Although if he wanted to keep the girl on as a say South Avenue she was fine with that. Still, there were so many better fish in the sea, and he had so much better taste. And to make sure he had all of the best options open, Bellatrix had privately commissioned the printing of several modern magical history books portraying Harry Potter as absolutely awesome no matter what the Daily Prophet said last year. Those were going up in the front displays, too, in tasteful green covers that she had already begun to subtly bully the Slytherin girls his age into reading. No, Bellatrix was having so much fun outwitting the headmaster and undoing nearly a century of manipulating the curriculum by pointing students towards books they would have been reading had he not been messing with things that she could honestly saw she'd never enjoyed anything not involving crucios so much. Why, it was even more fun than feeding a Dursley his own testicles, something that she would have said was impossible only a week ago, when she would have sworn that she'd never enjoyed anything more. She was just contemplating how best to highlight the appeal of a Parselmouth as a spouse to those same impressionable Slytherin girls, who ought to know better than view it as a drawback in the first place, when she caught a hint of movement out of the corner of her eye. She would have paid it no mind, only it was something invisible moving, and the eye drops she'd gotten long ago not only let her detect that, but made it so anything invisible things caught her attention more than anything else. So what was Mad-Eye Moody doing in a school? Mad-Eye Moody was doing what he loved best, killing people. He'd read up on the headmaster's files on the boy, or what the headmaster could recreate of those files, anyway. Seems he'd had a large number of break-ins, accidents and fires in his office of late. Still, there had been plenty of information about the boy's escapades, and it seemed he mostly survived by a stupid amount of luck. Luck was easy to deal with, you just make sure all of the options are bad. There was a certain art to it, but people who expected to jump aside at the last moment almost never expected the floor they landed on to be trapped. Those who lived by good luck and good reflexes, or the right amount of help showing up at just the right moment, just weren't prepared for when a floor fell out from under them on a route they'd always traveled safely before, dropping them 30 feet into a spiked pit full of trolls while the lid swings back into position over their heads, complete with locking and soundproof charms so their classmates could walk right over their life or death struggle never knowing or hearing of the slaughter going on under their feet. Such a thing was easy to prepare. There were several such pits in Hogwarts. Most had been inactive for a terribly long time, just waiting for the right passwords to rearm them. And with the paintings all over the place, giving a password just as a certain boy walked by was childishly easy. All he had to do was fill the pit with trolls. No, People who lived by luck never expected the sort of things a lot of pre-planning could do to people. Constant vigilance was the only way to live life. Dropped into such a situation, a person like Harry would probably be lucky enough to fall without injuring himself severely on any of the 2-foot-tall metal spikes regularly spaced around the floor. And, given the boy's history against magical beasts in the past, he'd almost certainly figure out a way to miraculously defeat all 4 trolls. But the silly boy would almost certainly expect the trolls to be the real danger, instead of just a momentary threat used to focus his attention. That would give the walls their time to flash heat up to a temperature usually associated with smelting metal, frying all those caught inside. A freezing flame charm would be useless against the sort of threat, even if the boy knew it. And Potter's school marks did not support him being studious. Still, even if his female sidekick was there and fell in with him, they'd both die, as there was no way they'd survive the heat, even if they did defeat the trolls. And he knew a bunch of hags who'd pay dearly for a delicious roast witch or two, to say nothing of a slice of roast boy who lived. No, he was planning to make a fortune peddling that boy's corpse among the various hag covies. A little cut here, a little taste there, and he'd be as rich as the Malfoys. Actually, since he stood a chance of killing the last of the Malfoys, now called Darling, along with the Harry Potter boy, maybe he could even convince the headmaster to share the profits when he seized those accounts. Now if only he knew of a market for roast trolls. Too tough a meat for hags, and besides he'd be wringing them of every drop of money for bites of Harry. Moody peg-legged along, unaware he'd caught the notice of a librarian. 5 young kids, Harry Potter and 4 girls, were heading along the corridors to lunch at the Great Hall when the floor fell out from under them. Luna was fine, landing on her feet while the jeweled eyes of the cats on her girdle glowed, not even fussed over so short a drop. Harry was able to catch hold of his wits enough to levicorpus the 3 other girls even during the middle of his own fall. But he himself hit rather badly, a long iron spike skidding off his silver armor to bruise despite the enchanted dragonhide padding underneath. Luckily, Luna was able to catch the 3 other girls with her wand by that point, so they did not fall to pierce themselves on the multitude of iron spikes below when he bounced and lost concentration. That was when the trapdoor slammed shut above them, and 4 glowing pairs of eyes under sloped foreheads emerged out of the shadows around the pit before the slouched, muscular builds of trolls. Susan and Hannah screamed, clutching each other in fright. There seemed an unwritten rule in the magical world: the larger a creature was, the more resistant it was to spells. This certainly held true for dragons and giants, but also to a lesser extent for trolls. Most people's spells would splash off their magically toughened hides. Most people hadn't been terrorized by a troll in their first year, and so had considerable motivation to turn her research talents onto how to solve such situations, should one arise in the future. Hermione's spell caught one troll in the eyes, blowing them apart and blinding the nasty creature. Most people were also not so unconventional as to have nearly no relation to standard trains of thought. Luna's spell covered the ground under the trolls with ice. Then her second spell covered that with a layer of thick, slippery custard, not real enough for eating, unfortunately, but great for playing in. 2 trolls fell down. One pierced itself on one of the nearby spikes, gashing itself badly across the ribs. Unfortunately, it was not a fatal or a debilitating wound. Both girls were also now resolving to follow Harry's example on this issue. Armor was daily wear, not something put on for occasions. Because here was the first opportunity since acquiring any it would have been of good use, and they had it in their bags, but there was no time for them to safely pause and put it on. As the trolls stopped to think, and trolls took a long time to think over anything more complicated than approach and bash, Harry unstoppered 3 vials, and, mumbling something about, would have preferred to wait to use one of my own batches for this, dropped scraps of ragged, hairless leather into each of them, passing one to each of Hermione and Luna, who had been casting spells to further daze and injure the trolls. They all downed them, and as quickly as that 3 Nemean lions stood between the Hufflepuff girls and the injured trolls. Now, at the size of a troll, those lions were no larger than a cougar was to a man, but a cougar was still perfectly able to kill a man. A lot of strength can be packed onto a feline frame, and its bits were far more pointy. The lions lunged, going for the jugulars of 3 of the trolls, their claws digging in deeply despite the magical resilience of their flesh, grabbing hold so their hind paws could rake open those flabby bellies, spilling ropes of steamy intestines out onto the ground, even as their jaws tore out trollish throats. Now a Nemean lion was not as invulnerable as tales say, but they served quite adequately against these trolls. The one pierced on the spike, left for last as the least dangerous, lasted scarcely any longer than his fellows. It was when they'd all transformed back to reassure Susan and Hannah, and cast cleaning charms to rid themselves of the troll blood all down the fronts of their mouths, clothes and hands, that Harry noticed the ice Luna had summoned was already missing, and the custard crisp around the edges. He'd been a cook long enough to know what frying looked like when he saw it. Whirling on the two Hufflepuffs, Harry shouted, "Quick! Climb into my pants." Susan and Hannah stared at each other disbelievingly, unable to believe he'd requested that so soon in the relationship, and under such circumstances too. "No, into my pockets," the boy hastily amended, seeing them misunderstand. "They're charmed to hold any amount of volume, and they're every bit as fire and heatproof as I am. They close with a perfect seal, you'll be safe in there. Now hurry." Noticing now, around their as yet unprocessed fright over the encounter, that he was correct in his observation that the chamber was heating up with alarming rapidity, the red-haired Susan and her pink-faced own friend both scrambled eagerly into the pockets he was holding open for them. Susan's boot soles were smoking by the time she made it in. Before sealing them up, he told the girls in his pants pockets, "These are set up with spells to hold creatures I might find, and smuggle them past wards. You should have air in there for as long as you like. Your worst danger now is boredom. We'll let you out as soon as we can." By the time he sealed those pockets, air in the room was already sweltering. "Charmed pockets," was all Hermione said. Harry blushed, rubbing the back of his head. It was actually a trick known to a few Aurors back during the last war against Riddle. Carry about a few dangerous beasts in your pockets that you can set loose on your enemy if things get really bad. Both sides had figured it out and were using it before the end. It's like having a backup wand, or dagger. Always have a few more surprises than your enemy is able to cope with. It's also one of the rare few ways to get a post-mortem kill on your enemy. If you die and he starts to go through your pockets, he might find his face ripped off before he knows what surprise thing he's set loose. Luna was already levitating the dead trolls into her own pockets, and when inquiring looks were directed her way, simply answered, "Potion ingredients." Casting several Aquamenti spells, the group began washing the taste of troll out of their mouths while the water droplets boiled before reaching the floor. Mad-Eye Moody had loosed a Graphorn and a Chimera from his pockets, and Bellatrix was chiding herself for not having picked up something suitable for these sorts of situations herself, since her stint at Azkaban had robbed her of her previous set. Other than that, the fight was going pretty well. She knew Moody from back during the war, and they'd fought before, so she knew his style. While he, on the other hand, had been caught completely off guard by her, thinking she was the school librarian. For all his talk of paranoia, the human brain cannot function without certain assumptions. You have to believe that certain things are what they are, like your body, your wand, the earth, etc. No one can bear the burden of being suspicious of all things all of the time. It can't be done. The mind would break if it tried to treat everything as a variable. It simply wouldn't function. No, the biggest part of the reason Moody required such detailed information on a target before he would accept a hit was to reduce or eliminate all of the variables on the assignment. He could not be aware of everything at once. He could only do as her lord had done and prepare for as many contingencies as possible. Sadly for him, those contingencies had not included being ambushed by a school librarian, who turned out to be one of the most elite Death Eaters in disguise. Her first spell, a hex calling forth purple flame, would have cut him in half had it not been for the double-layer dragonhide vest he wore under his enchanted and magically stiffened armored aura robes. But, knowing that he was a tough cookie to crumble, her first spell had been only the opening hex in a steady barrage of spells. The corridor exploded around the ancient, gnarled-hit wizard as he dodged, deflected and conjured barriers to her assault, all the while trying to put out the fire on his clothes and keep the rent through the back of his robes and armor continually facing away from her. Bellatrix was having fun again. This was why she served her master. The continual cornucopia of pleasures. 1 minute torturing a family of muggle beasts, the next undoing a century of manipulation by the arrogant old headmaster by revealing some portion of what he'd hidden from the curriculum, then unleashing devastation at school in front of terrified students while she fought an elite Auror to a standstill. Life simply didn't get any better than this. Bellatrix switched to her animagus form, a deadly yet beautiful pure white tiger, not exactly suitable for a pet unless she took shrinking draughts that she was already preparing, in which case she could look like an adorable white cat with tiger stripes that could be colored white if need arose to dodge out of the way of a barrage of destructive spellfire, blasting apart the corridor above her head. Cats can leap 20 to 30 feet with ease when greatly motivated. The paranoid Auror blew apart the staircase where she'd been standing, leaving absolutely no room to duck or hide as the entire hall, high or low, side to side and top to bottom, was filled with explosions, poison gas, reaching tentacles transfigured from scattered detritus, and a wide area stunning charm. But the tigress was already behind him. Even as Moody was realizing he didn't see her shielding under this onslaught as he'd expected, her reaching claws skittered off his armored robes. But the force of the impact still bruised and stunned him, he just didn't leave his entrails spread all over the floor. She would have finished him then, biting his unprotected throat out with her jaws, had not she been knocked off the top of the stunned Auror by the force of the chimera he'd unleashed ramming into her side in a pounce not unlike the one she'd used on her own prey a moment before. Against the creature's expectations she transformed back within its claws rather than try the lesser strength of a tiger against the much more fearsome magical beast. In this, it thought to shred her apart at once, as the strength of a witch in a wrestling claw versus claw match was negligible, where a tiger at least stood a chance. However, in this desire the chimera was disappointed, as its teeth and claws simply skidded off her silver armor. She had taken to following her lord's example in wearing that at all hours. The chimera realized, to its shame, that it couldn't penetrate her protection with its teeth or claws just as she'd blasted it across the hallway, sending the monster skidding across the floor to smash into the doors of the great hall and burst them open. The enraged beast surged to its feet in the midst of that chamber, roaring defiance out of all three heads before it lunged back out to rejoin the fighting, greatly startling those already at lunch. Several among the students who'd moments before been peacefully taking in a relaxing repast found their underwear needed to be changed. Hair stood on end in every department, and more than a few staff were stuttering in horror, their minds unable to make the switch from a perfectly ordinary everyday feast to such a shocking display of raw and open violence. Madame Pants, for that was the form Bellatrix was still wearing, got blasted in those doors moments later, her upper torso held in the jaws of a Grafhorn while she repeatedly stabbed the beast with a silver dagger in one hand and blocked, dueled and counterfired spells with the wand in her other. Idly, in those corners of their minds not gibbering with horror, several of the children resolved to be more respectful of those books they'd checked out. Without even bothering to attend to the monster trying to chew upon her, Bellatrix transfigured the benches some of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were seated on into giant anacondas which immediately dumped them on their behinds and slithered out those massive doors to engage in the horrible fighting beyond. One immediately got blasted into bloody bits, only for her to transfigure it afresh into a swarm of harpies that shrieked aloud and began to swoop in on attacks versus her unseen assailant. Finally ramming her dagger in deep in the neck of the Grafhorn that had her in its mouth, she got far enough in past those massively overstrong layers of nearly impenetrable hide and severed the spinal cord, paralyzing the beast with a mortal stroke and regaining her freedom, just as Moody decided on a tactical retreat not having been paid or assigned to kill the librarian and began to leave the vicinity of the Great Hall. So she followed him out, leaving those in the hall no clue as to who she had been fighting, and no explanation or evidence beyond the missing benches, the destruction, and a slowly dying Grafhorn lying wheezing for every breath on the stones of the Great Hall, a dagger of goblin silver still lodged in its spine, stuck there by the force of the blow that pierced it there, and abandoned by the embattled witch. That, and the steadily fading sounds of ever more distant explosions. Neville turned to the girl sitting opposite him, a buttered roll forgotten in his hands, and said, shaking his head, "Harry's got to be involved in this. Okay, now you've got admit, the fireproofing ritual was handy. Anyone hurt? I think Hermione's underwear caught fire, but she's okay." Luna giggled. "What can I say? I prefer cotton to silk. They're more absorbent." Hermione was rather annoyed at her underwear having burst into spontaneous flame on her, but was otherwise unharmed. "Personally, I never wear the stuff," Luna offered. Able to ignore the heat, it hadn't taken the trio long to figure out a way to circumvent the charms holding the trapdoor closed and rise out of their trap, levitating each other, although Luna had preferred to climb. Glancing aside at the devastation that sealed the hallway they'd been going down on their way to the Great Hall, and hearing the receding sounds of battle beyond, Harry quickly opened a third pocket even while rescuing 2 terrified Hufflepuffs from his first 2. "Harry, what's that?" Susan Bones froze at the sight of the large snake he'd taken out of his pants. "A basilisk. It hatched only 2 days ago. A pity, actually. Those claw marks in the stone are of a chimera. I heard one in the halls above us earlier, only no wizard has ever defeated one and lived. I'd a small hope this guy's gaze could do it, but it's still only a tiny thing, and just like those mandrakes last year, immature, its killing gaze can't even make you dizzy." Luna calmly put a hand on his arm, and kindly said, "Believe." Seconds later the tiny snake was growing, enlarging to enormous size before the girl's eyes as it seemed to age dozens of years every second until it was every bit as large as the snake he'd played with in the Chamber of Secrets. "Mount up," Harry cried, conjuring saddles. Not even Hermione questioned the ability of fairy magic to make the creature grow 1,000 years in less than a minute, simply accepting help into a seat behind Harry behind the thing's massive head. Albus Dumbledore came around the corner, having hurried to the scene to investigate this unplanned commotion. Apparently the old geezer had some serious charms on his glasses, as looking at it through them he turned to stone rather than keeling over dead. Not one to overlook a happy circumstance, or the headmaster's bad luck, Harry transfigured the man into a small plushie and pocketed him to dispose of later. "Right, eyes shut," he ordered the impossibly massive serpent as he took up the reins. "We're going to have to shortcut through the Great Hall if we're to catch up to that battle." McGonagall, like virtually all of the rest of the staff and students, stared in unmitigated shock and horror at the dying form of the terrible magical beast that had only recently been trying, unsuccessfully to everyone's surprise, to eat the Hogwarts librarian. Only Hagrid had risen past this sensation, and was dragging Madame Pomfrey over to help heal the wee little thing. The deputy headmistress was only shaken out of her shock by a loud bang as the side doors in from the antechamber slammed open under great force. Her shocked eyes joined others in snapping that way just in time to see Harry Potter surge inward, his girls all trailing along behind him. It was only after that fact registered that it became clear to her stunned senses that the group of children were all seated as they moved, and it was only once that fact got processed that her attention turned to what they were riding, just in time as a 65-foot serpent slithered into the room, rearing up approximately 20 feet once it had cleared the door. "Hi-ho Blinky, away!" Harry shouted, waving the sorting hat above his head in one hand as he held the reins in the other, spurring the beast on. "They went that-a-way," Hermione shouted, getting into the spirit of things as she pointed to the ruined main doors. "Let's head him off at the pass." "Don't worry girls," Luna reassured the audience. "Blinky here is perfectly harmless so long as she keeps her eyes shut." "Blinky." The word somehow burst from McGonagall's lips. "The basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets." Luna chirruped back happily. "Harry fetched her when he learned there was a chimera in the castle, as no wizard has ever defeated one of those and lived. So we thought we'd give a 1,000-year-old basilisk a try." Luna's words came floating back in as the massive king of serpents vanished through the ruined main doors, not having paused once in its pursuit of the increasingly distant fight. McGonagall fainted. Hagrid could not control the look of adoration in his eyes as he watched the tail end of the snake depart through the doors. Amelia Bones smiled up as the Auror stepped into her office for a private interview concerning his latest report. She continued smiling as the man sat down in the chair facing her, and that smile became genuine when the charm placed on. The seat knocked him out the moment he'd settled in. Her normally sharp-witted Aurors had poo for brains, having been under compulsions from Dumbledore for so long. He hadn't suspected a thing. With the Auror helpless before her, Amelia slipped out a hand-copied sheet Harry had been nice enough to provide from that book on how to reverse obliviation, checking it briefly before waving her wand over the helpless Auror to restore the person's memory of the true account of the Prophet incident, the events of that morning that Dumbledore had erased from their minds. That done, it was a much simpler matter to erase the compulsions he'd also laid on them. With that out of the way, Amelia then woke her Auror to begin explaining everything that had gone on since that frightful day, what she intended to do about it, and the Auror's part in her plans. It might take some time, reclaiming her aura force one by one like this, but eventually she'd get them all. The ones under compulsion were sloppy, and the headmaster had kept control so long, while so rarely issuing new orders or refreshing old ones, that they were starting to become listless, like toys whose springs had run down. No, she would get her auras back, and then there would be a reckoning with Albus Bloody Dumbledore. The group of Hogwarts students riding a basilisk emerged from the castle to find that the battle had left them behind, and there was no sign of the combatants. "I see nobody on the road," said Hermione, holding her hand up to shield her eyes and scanning the distance. "I only wish I had such eyes," Luna remarked in a fretful tone. "To be able to see nobody. And at that distance, too. Why, it's as much as I can do to see real people, by this light." Hermione wrinkled her nose in distaste at being made fun of. However, in looking back behind her to see the bee, she also saw and considered the castle. "Luna, I've been meaning to ask, if wizards are so well protected from muggles, why do we even need to hide?" The bee-owned girl shrugged. "You can protect yourself with every spell on earth, and it does not help if a mob with pitchforks decides to stab you to death. If you have no safe place to go, and muggles are everywhere, then eventually they will find and destroy even the most fantastically powerful wizard, and the bulk of our magical population could scarcely be termed powerful at all. So we built fortresses. Then it was easier to hide them than to deal with the muggles catapulting in burning pitch and tar, dead bodies, and every other noxious thing they could find. Magic may be strong, but muggles are inventive, and it was just easier to hide from them than fight a war we could not win. A wizard who can stand against one muggle could be overcome by 10, one who could kill 10 still die to hundreds, and so on. We are fantastically outnumbered and always have been. But there are so many forms of magical transportation." "Yes," Luna remarked calmly. "But most of those were developed after we went into hiding. Before the Statute of Secrecy, the only commonly used form of magical transport was a flying broom, and those can be dealt with easily by archers. Brooms were neither fast, maneuverable, nor high-flying back then. All of those developments are comparatively recent." Now Hermione scowled, pursuing a different thought. "That reminds me, we are going to need some kind of defense against aerial attacks on Godric's Hollow. Our enemies are sure to use some." She sighed. "Oh well, I suppose we could still handcraft a rifle." "Sure, why would you want to?" Harry quipped, still scanning the horizon for traces of the two combatants. "Even handcrafted, it could not sustain the really fine tolerances. So it would be more work and less accurate than the archery we are already learning." Hermione smirked. "You said it yourself, Harry. Guns replaced bows because they are easy to use. I was thinking of something we could put in the hands of the common townsfolk to make flying overhead unwise." "Sadly, they'd never use it," Luna corrected, shaking her head. "They have a phobia of acting too muggle, or using certain tools, and guns have a very bad representative among wizards. Only the lowest would use them, as it's seen as admitting you are no good with a wand, so they're often called squib sticks. Besides, you know how easy it is to repel them. I much prefer our magic bows." "You guys are learning archery?" Hannah inquired, blinking curiously. "Yes, and of course you're invited to our workouts as well, naturally," Luna reassured. "We'll show you the spells this evening." "Got it!" Harry cried, and the basilisk surged off after their quarry. Moody had pulled out a magic broom and raced across the ward line to apparate out. But his chimera is still fighting Bellatrix. It's chasing her into the Forbidden Forest. "Come on." The commotion in the Great Hall was intense. After several minutes of folks freezing in combinations of shock and horror, suddenly it all seemed to be released at once and voices filled the chamber as many people were talking at once, some even getting up to go to their rooms to pack, as they'd had no idea before this those wild tales they'd heard over the years were really true and the castle really was that dangerous. Others didn't know what to do, but it was as crowded and noisy as a train station as they figured it out. Among all of this, Neville was a tiny island of peace, continuing casually on with his lunch as though nothing had happened. "How did you know it was involving Harry?" Lavender asked, leaning over. He'd known what it was all about even before his appearance in the hall. Neville shrugged. "Anything that dangerous at this school always does. Normally finding a chimera in a forest was harder than you'd think. Sure, they were huge masses of razor-sharp claws and teeth, but most of those know how to hide pretty well when they put their minds to it. It's all part of that apex predator options package, and magical predators tended to be more apex than most. Plus, they wouldn't want to spoil the surprise when they came lunging out of the bushes at you. You thought Quidditch fans were freaks, always thinking of the game. Well, they had nothing on stalking animals. Crouching down behind what seemed totally inadequate cover then leaping out to maul you to death was their life. They lived for this. And Moody had gotten through what mysterious means no one knew, one of the more vicious chimeras from the continent, one in its prime. The more spectacularly dangerous beasts in the magical world tended to be very long-lived. There was a good reason for this, seeing as how they were so very hard to kill. They either died of natural causes or not at all. But however they died, they had to be replaced. If they died by natural means, that meant they had to breed fairly often, and that meant young things exploring their powers went off causing chaos, drastically increasing their impact on the world around them. Also, young things fed prodigiously while growing. But not all magical beasts grew more powerful with age. Sphinxes surely, and dragons most definitely, with basilisks holding the crown of, we never get older without getting tougher. But some preferred to burn hot and fast and go out in a blaze of glory at ages no older than a man. Part of the natural order of the magical universe. No matter how old or tough a dragon or sphinx might grow, there was always some new chimera just aching to take it on. Containing the rambunctious creatures had nearly broken the backs of the Greek wizarding community until they'd used up an entire dragon preserve, reducing the chimera population for a brief moment, then used some massive magical artifacts to transfer the entire preserve to deepest Africa, where Nundus could catch any that escaped the preserve. This ready supply of food had begun to increase the Nundu population, which was bad, as the last time those had overpopulated their breeding grounds and gone searching for more places to nest, it had led to something the Muggles called the Black Plague, and they still didn't know the true cause behind that. Luckily the Winters had managed to kill off all of the migratory breeding pairs, or Europe would be a desolate wasteland even today. Still, it was only Muggles, after all. So how Moody had gotten hold of a young chimera was a bit of a mystery, but still quite an impressive feat. "Harry, we're going to need it alive, more potion ingredients," Hermione instructed boldly. "Petrified is all right, we can restore it later with a mandrake restorative draft. But dead we can only harvest it once. We can't feed it potions and things to make its skin regrow if it's dead." "Right." The boy conjured a veil and draped it over the snake's face as they entered the forbidden forest. Normally catching a dangerous predator on its own turf was hard without it catching you first. However, in this case they had an advantage, and simply followed the sounds of battle. Things had gone poorly for Bellatrix. The chimera is a dangerous magical beast for many reasons, and it had quite a few deadly weapons in its arsenal. Having learned that it could not penetrate her outer armor with its tearing and cutting bits, it had moved on to other methods, smashing into her with its ram horns. Blunt trauma was limited by her protective plates, but not all absorbed by her minimal padding, grabbing her helmet in the jaws of its dragon head and swinging her wildly around, smashing her into trees and so on. It also breathed flame upon her. Voldemort's most loyal Death Eater had been protected from the direct impact of all of that. Still, it was equivalent to having been in several car crashes one after another. Her head hadn't been torn off due to the buckles holding it in place on the rest of the armor, and her bones hadn't been powdered because her silvery plate wouldn't let them flex in certain unnatural directions, but neither was she well. Her flesh had been bruised and battered to the point where that alone might kill her. She also had borderline lethal burns all over her body. There was a reason no witch or wizard had ever defeated a chimera and lived, and it wasn't because of their sunny disposition or that no one had ever thought to wear armor up against one before. Sadly, there was very little chance for the lovely Death Eater to survive her encounter, even after Blinky burst through the bushes with her riders and the chimera froze into a statue of stone. Chimera versus Blinky, fight. "Ah, they got it over with before I could cheer." Luna drooped in her saddle. Harry had already popped out of the saddle and gone over to visit Bellatrix, lifting her head so it was not uncomfortable for the dying witch, as she still hung out of the chimera's central mouth and the statue was now not able to release her. This was a good day. The witch reached up her one unbroken hand to touch her lord's cheek. The other had bent unnaturally backwards at the elbow, and likely would have been torn off had the chainmail been able to part to let it, but she seemed beyond the pain as she traced his cheek and smiled. Harry choked up, not knowing what to say. On the one hand she was his foe, even though she didn't know it, deceived into his service, while on the other he had never had anyone serve him so faithfully and well. Dying eagerly in his cause had bought her considerable credit, as well. But still, she was his enemy. The poor boy didn't know what to think. Neither of his lives gave him any experience with how to deal with such a situation. Riddle discarded his tools once they were no longer of any use to him, while Harry had never been put in that position before. He didn't like it. Bellatrix coughed, blood marking the corner of her lips as internal damage made itself known, but continued smiling as she petted his cheek, reading his emotions despite his being unable to speak them. "My lord, I have been, and always shall be, your most devoted follower." The blue glow of a magical oath surrounded her. "Yippee!" A smiling Luna yoinked Harry's feet out from under him, causing him to fall flat on his face into the churned-up turf, and clearing the path for Bellatrix, who had been staring up at him, to see the veiled basilisk that had been behind him all along, obscured from view by his body. The witch froze into immobility, turned to stone. "What did you do that for?" Harry stormed to his feet, twisting about to glare at the witch who had tripped him. Luna was unperturbed, fighting giggles as she pointed out the petrified witch to him. "Harry, she was moments away from death, and now she isn't. She could wait in that condition, unchanging for ages. We have all the time in the world to heal her." Harry brushed grass off his arms. "With as far gone as she was, I doubt that all I could do would be enough to save her. Why don't we take her to St. Mungo's?" Susan chirped from the back of the basilisk she was still mounted on. "Yeah, they do nearly anything to save the librarian of Hogwarts after she'd proved herself such a champion," Hannah nodded, agreeing with her friend. "Impossible," Hermione shook her head, sadly, pointing to the petrified near corpse. "Because that is not Madame Pants, it's really Harry's bodyguard. And the polyjuice would surely wear off during the procedures to save her." "But they'd be even more willing to save Harry's bodyguard," Susan insisted. "Normally yes, in this case no." Harry stood up, straightening from where he'd bent over to examine Bellatrix's features. "But why?" Susan wondered in confusion. Harry sighed, hating to explain some things. "You know from watching our recent history how Dumbledore is our enemy. Well, one problem there is that we don't know any magical adults that he didn't know better. In fact he has been very carefully keeping me isolated, and I don't know anyone he doesn't have a great deal of influence over." "There's always my aunt," Susan protested. Harry gave her a weak smile. "While that's true now, it wasn't the case when we were starting this. I barely met her a few days ago, and right now she is suffering from the same problem I am. She doesn't know who she can trust. Dumbledore has influence everywhere." "Okay," the two Hufflepuffs nodded, seeing his point so far. Harry rubbed a hand nervously through his hair. "So I went to the one place I could be fairly sure Dumbledore wasn't well respected when I got my guard, the Death Eaters. I tricked one of them into thinking I was going to be the vessel of Voldemort reborn and needed her to watch over me to keep me safe. She fell for it and has been watching my back ever since." Susan felt cold, and she and Hannah shared a concerned glance. That was more ballsy than she'd given the Gryffindor credit for, and that was after hearing tales of his fame and glory. "I can't tell if that was brilliant and brave or cunning but stupid," Hannah quipped. "It could have gone wrong so many different ways." Now it was time for Hermione to quirk her lips. "It's something was stupid but worked, it wasn't stupid." Harry nodded tiredly. "At least this way I knew what direction my threats came from, and that gave me some control over the risks." "So who was it?" Susan wet her lips nervously, not sure she'd like the reply. "She was right. Bellatrix Lestrange," Luna bubbled. "And she's been ever so useful. Did you know she replaced Mr. Filch before Madame Pants? The entire school is ringed about with spies, inside and out. Why, the paintings spy for Dumbledore, as do the ghosts and all of the prefects and teachers. Also she only just helped to foil an assassination plot on all of us today, and then she just now swore on her magic to follow Harry loyally. Squeee. Everyone stared in shock at the happy Ravenclaw, who paused a moment to explain, "Don't you understand? No names were used in that oath. She just met his eyes and swore, calling him her lord, and anyone can be a lord if you want to swear loyalty to them. Sworn loyalty makes someone a lord. More than anything else does, anyway." Harry smacked his lips, gazing thoughtfully at Bellatrix, statue. Trouble now is she has conflicting oaths. Loyalty oaths are inherent in the fabric of the Dark Mark. Actually it's more of Avery brand, and not even I can release her from those restrictions and remove that without killing her. Just wait a few days. Luna smiled mysteriously. Hermione suddenly sat up in her seat, jolted as though stuck with a pin. Hey, it's not yet noon, and we don't have any time to spare. Quickly, let's all get to the clearing of solstices and equinoxes. Susan and Hannah both need that ritual and we only have a few minutes to get them there. Right. Harry shrank the two linked statues and put them in his pocket, then swung back up onto Blinky, taking up the reins. Trelawney had been left in charge at the clearing, running the ritual every day, trying to get the maximal number of nymphs and fairy creatures covered by that protection. But they didn't have many days left before the equinox, and they lost this opportunity for another year. Jolting through them was the realization that this was, in fact, the last day, as the fall equinox came tomorrow. Luckily they got there in plenty of time. Harry excused himself to go off alone into the forest, and the two girls who had been through this before helped the newcomers strip and slip them into the broth along with a collection of forest nymphs and pixies, making for one tight squeeze as everyone fought to fit in and not spill any broth. Finally Hermione raised the outside lip by conjuring a tight-fitting splash guard to slip in between the cauldron and its lid, not a moment too soon as the sun blazed down moments later, as they were still shifting to get comfortable and not poke too many knees or elbows into each other. Hermione then sighed in relief, smiling. Well, at least that's taken care of. I do admit, I am much relieved to think our protections now extend to them. Luna agreed. It makes crises like this morning less awkward. We've been lucky so far. Hermione brushed hair damp with sweat out of her eyes. Luna cocked her head slightly, staring off into the distance. Luck is an important asset, but skill and good judgment are far more reliable. She presented Hermione with a warm smile. Lucky for us, Harry has one and you have the other. The bushy-haired witch gave her friend a comforting hug. We all contribute. Harry came back into the clearing. Hey, you two. I think now is a good time to try stealing as much of this forest as we can get away with. Dumbledore is momentarily out of the picture, and Blinky here is a great force for getting the acromantulas and other dangerous critters out of our way. Luna glanced over to the bubbling cauldron. Wait until the ritual is done. We don't want to introduce any new variables. All three shuddered at that comment, recalling what had unintentionally been done before, and the risks it had all put them through. So, an hour later, after transfiguring sticks all that time into man-sized wooden soldiers, both girls could do that much. Although it took Harry to animate them, Harry slipped off into the forest again while Hannah, Susan, and the nymphs got out and dried themselves off. Then it was time to start the march. I have to admit, Susan agreed as they saddled up on Blinky. The idea of Harry relocating large portions of the Forbidden Forest makes a lot of sense. It's a large part of Hogwarts' power to have easy access to both light and dark creatures, plants and other magical ingredients right on their doorstep. Taking that away would be a tremendous blow to the headmaster. And we can always restore it later, Hannah agreed. As many creatures as wish to return will be welcome to, Hermione primly asserted, knowing full well from having been through that sanctuary a few times, and talking to Firenze, that everything that Forest was meant to preserve couldn't wait to get out of there and had no intention of returning. Ever. They'd seen what life could be like under Wizards' control, and were anxious to try a bit of proto-self-government under Harry's protection. The Phi Trio simply didn't have time to look after the forest themselves, so they'd be appointing trustworthy creatures as officers beneath them to wield what little authority was required for the creatures to get along peacefully, and it was an experiment many were eager to try. Of course, the only authority they had was as champions of the Fairy Queen, so of necessity the best they could do was to act on that pattern. So it was going to be something of a magic kingdom, but that was all they could do. But it was time to begin the march. A trumpet sounded and the wall of transfigured wooden soldiers took their first steps forward, armed with pikes and compressed air rifles. Having done those, a few trumpet players had not been beyond Harry's ability, as well as wooden cavalry armed with swords and lances. They'd actually retreated a short distance to begin this march from the Hogwarts edge of the forest, so as not to miss anything. Having had several hours to transfigure them, along with Harry's previous stash, transfigured as guardsmen, they'd had more than enough time, and, with the natural gift Phi had at transfiguring, also the ability to create a small army of hundreds of 6-foot-tall wooden soldiers. They marched out in front, begging, "Shoot me please," to the dark creatures of the forest. There were so many of the soldiers that it was a choice to every creature they met, either retreat before their lines or attack them. They marched too close to each other for there to be other options. Light creatures they encountered would be recognized and passed harmlessly through their lines. Dark creatures would encounter combat. As implacable as an avalanche, as thorough as a forest fire, they marched through those woods slaughtering every dark beast they came across, the 5 magical youths transfiguring additional guards to protect any special locations they came across. One of the first locations secured was the clearing of solstices and equinoxes. Having found that to be tremendously useful, they especially wanted to be able to move it successfully with Harry's staff. Luna was having a wonderful time, wearing her own general's hat and issuing orders as she waved about a wooden sword. Even Hannah and Susan began to get into this a bit. Hermione and Harry were more wary. All of the people had wooden horses to ride. This freed up Blinky to act at her swiftest, moving with snake-like speed to respond to any attacks on their line without whiplashing her riders to death with her turns. But Harry and Hermione were both concerned with encountering more attacks than she could deal with. Overhead flew clouds of fairies, most of them spitting sparks or gouts of fire out of nearly a month worth of empowerment rituals. Anything too small for the wooden soldiers to spot was obvious to the tiny fairies, and with the soldiers out in front to stop any big creatures or blunder first into any webs, the fire-enhanced fairies were a potent threat to anything near their size. And as they marched they encountered allies. The centaurs of the forest first came curiously to see the cause of the horns. When they saw the march of the wooden soldiers backed up by clouds of fairies, 4 witches and a wizard, along with the mightiest basilisk they had ever seen, they quickly galloped off to inform their tribes. When further scouts observed them passing unicorns and other light creatures by, but falling upon the dark ones and slaughtering them, units of centaur archers formed up behind their lines, following along to add arrows to the threats the dark creatures of the forest had to face. One of their first big surprises was running into a massive village halfway through the forest. It had to be twice as big as Hogsmeade, and full of magical people, but had been kept utterly secret from the outside world. They learned why when the villagers transformed to meet them. Their wooden army had drawn up in ranks at the edge of the clearing, waiting for orders. The townsfolk had seen them, then transformed into wolf shape to charge right at the attacking line, without the wizarding children or their creations having shown them the least bit of hostility. Werewolves! The 5 children declared in shock. Harry got angry. "I should have known. Draco knew these were here in our first year, and both Filch and Hagrid confirmed it. But I don't think anyone had any idea there were this many of them. There's got to be a few thousand here." He paused, scowling. "Well, that explains where Greyback's been hiding. The Ministry's been after him for years but never could find him." Hermione turned to look at her best friend. "You mean not even Voldemort knew of this place?" Harry shook his head, paling at the implications. "No, he didn't. Somebody hid this place very well, and since I don't see any fields or farms here, that means they get their supplies in from outside." Luna began nodding, seeing where he was going with this. Supplies for an entire town on a continuing basis are a difficult thing to hide. The boy nodded. "Yeah, anybody can build a secret base or muster an army, but they come into problems come lunchtime. Feeding a large group of people secretly is virtually impossible. Only here someone did it." "Dumbledore," Hermione declared, scowling, then sighed. "Well, now at least we know one of the reasons why he called off the hunts through this forest. And why he was so interested in controlling the magical food supply," Luna continued, observing, "if he was the only one to grow and distribute it, then he could afford to siphon off as much as he liked to secret locations like this one without anyone being the wiser." "But that could be a good thing, right?" Susan asked from behind them. "He set up a sanctuary for these people to live in where they wouldn't harm anyone else, where they could be alone and not bother anyone." "I've always thought our society treated werewolves unfairly," Hannah told them. "It's only a disease. A disease more contagious than any other, since its victims go feral and actively spread the affliction 3 days each month. A disease for which there is no cure, and lasts your whole life." "Long." Hermione disapproved. "I don't mind isolating them, since I think that's the right idea. You can let them live more or less normal lives without threatening anyone else." But something tells me that Dumbledore's plans for this place were not so innocent. The front ranks of the attacking werewolves met the pikes of their wooden infantry, and the eyes of the children widened in shock as they realized the wooden-tipped spears which had served adequately through most of the rest of the forest were utterly inadequate going up against wares. The wounds they dealt healed as fast as they dealt them, leaving uninjured wolves to tear through their infantry lines after a short crush. Silver. Hermione began quickly search through her pockets. Who has any silver? Look through your pockets for loose change we can transfigure. Harry signaled and Blinky raised her head, sweeping the charging lines of wolves with her still veiled gaze, petrifying hundreds of werewolves and stopping the attack, as suddenly the rest began fleeing for their lives. Did you know these were here? Harry asked of the centaur that had trotted up beside him. Bane soberly shook his mane. We knew something was here that werewolves protected. And we knew there were far too many of them for any of the headmaster's feeble excuses to explain. But we knew not the extent, nor the true nature of what they were hiding. The centaur glanced at him sidelong. We only knew they brought in human children every month at the full moon. Children who never left again. Harry's face had gone stony. It was Hermione's quiet voice that proclaimed, "This isn't a village. This is a werewolf factory. Dumbledore's been building up an army of them. As distasteful as they found it, they couldn't leave a hostile army at their backs, so Harry ordered the assault, sending forth his wooden troops to scare out the hidden wares so that Blinky could petrify them." "You're not killing them?" Susan asked, then sighed. "That's a relief." Hannah's face was ashen at the nightmare of all of those werewolves getting out and going on rampages. "We don't want to set them loose, either. They could infect the entire countryside, and have no reason to love us," Luna agreed. All in all, the Ministry's handling of the werewolf issue never did make much sense. It's a super contagious, uncontrollable disease that takes nothing more than a scratch or bite to spread. There is no cure, and once a person is infected they are a danger to everyone around them. About the only thing stopping this plague from spreading to insane levels is probably the natural tendency for werewolves kill and eat their prey. It takes intervention by outside forces or luck for someone to not die from an attack. Hermione's face had gone stony. But instead of providing them sanctuaries, places to be contained for their own safety and that of others during their transformations, the Ministry offends them, deprives them of jobs so they can't afford to take steps to isolate themselves securely, and treats them like dirt without actually offering any solution to the problem they spread. It's like everything they do is designed to make the situation worse. That might be the point, Harry offered, sitting on the back of his wooden horse. Recall that the Ministry has been Dumbledore's sock puppet for longer than any of us have been alive. He's had so much power for so long that if things are the way they are, that is because that's the way he wants them to be. Yet nothing's been done to stop this contagion. Think about it. He turned look at his ladies. Werewolves actually get off a bit lucky. While the Ministry treats them like second or third class citizens, they don't seem to actively try to kill them off, or more rationally to isolate or secure them. Add to that how easy it is to spread. Dumbledore could have an unlimited army of downtrodden and desperate people in the werewolves in no time. All it would take is chaining down one or two wolves during a full moon and controlling who they bit or scratched enough to ensure they lived. Suddenly you've got any number of people who have no rights, and believe only their champion, Dumbledore, cares enough to campaign to get them any. The boy inhaled a large breath, then huffed it out. Unfortunately, take a look past the surface and you'll see that he's got so much authority that he could give them any rights he wanted, more or less by fiat. The fact that he doesn't proves that he's just dangling a carrot before them to get more loyal followers who are fanatically devoted to his cause. Susan felt shocked. So nothing is being done to protect people. Harry speared her with a gaze. Why would a Dark Lord want to limit the size of his army? The more people this spreads to, the more fanatically devoted followers Dumbledore has who are willing to do anything for his promises. And before you object, Hermione interjected. I think calling Dumbledore a Dark Lord is more than appropriate considering his evil, morally reprehensible and disgusting program of abuse against Harry. To say nothing of all his other programs of abuse and horror, Luna gave a soft shudder. And worst of all, Hermione growled darkly. We've seen these werewolves transforming to fight us, and it isn't nighttime and it's not a full moon. That means someone has been working on upgrading their powers, allowing them more control over their transformations, and since they attacked us on sight that doesn't say much for any supposed friendly intentions. So we are looking not just at an army of werewolves, but of super werewolves who can change on demand. Who knows what other upgrades they've gotten. And truly there was nothing more to say about that. Unfortunately for everyone, their attempted roundup did not go very well. Werewolves were fast, not threatened by the wooden soldiers, and knew this forest well. The clear majority of them escaped. The statues of petrified werewolves they ended up transfiguring into plain boulders and stacking in a gully not far from the Hogwarts Lake, outside of the Forbidden Forest. The ones that escaped they let go for now, deciding to be merciful and hoping they wouldn't get into too much trouble. It wasn't much of a hope, but they didn't truly have the ability to chase them down either. Harry summoned Hedwig to take a note to Amelia, alerting her to the problem so she could get people to take precautions on the next full moon night. Then the 5 children added, research a cure for lycanthrope, to their rather impressive list of things to do. That didn't mean they'd succeed, or even get close to one within their lifetimes, but it did mean they'd try to look into it when they could. After that they soldiered on. The next major battle for their wooden army came shortly after they'd gone past an unexplained glass tower in the Forbidden Forest. Just as they were coming down a heavily overgrown slope the Acromantulas met them en masse. Those man-eating spiders were smart, and they came at them organized as an army themselves. The smaller and mid-sized spiders took to the tops of the trees where the wooden pikes couldn't get them, and the compressed air rifle fire was partially blocked by many intervening layers of branches. It also meant they could bypass the infantry on the ground and strike directly at the much softer targets behind, jumping down on their heads. The giant elephantine spiders attacked the front lines directly, smashing apart wooden soldiers as though they were so many twigs. The Acromantula menace actually outnumbered Harry's forces by a wide margin, 10-1 at the least, and the initial surprise rush smashed most of the wooden army before Harry could give new orders. The centaurs fled, knowing their speed was their best advantage. The fairies sped out until they began to get caught by webs, then they burned themselves free and retreated close to Harry. Blinky was staring in every direction as fast as she could turn her head about, transforming hundreds of spiders from horse size up to elephants to stone. But then charged in a group of hippo-sized spiders, nearly the biggest they had but substantially quicker than the elephant-sized ones, with blindfolds of webbing wrapped around their eyes, rushing in to attack the basilisk at point-blank range, their fangs and poison against its, and they had dozens of mouths to Blinky's one. Harry was shocked, having never even imagined such tactics before. His little army had been reduced to scattered bits in the first assault. His wooden soldiers were mostly down, the centaurs fled. His fairy swarms were holding together nicely and collected together in such a tight mass even their feeble flames were able to crisp any spiders that got close, which was the only thing saving Blinky, as the fairies counterattacked the blindfolded anti-basilisk squads of spiders, but he and his girls were all pressed together tightly in a cluster with his basilisk, the fairies, and a few wooden soldiers. Then the giant acromantulas who had held back pushed trees down on top of the little cluster of survivors. Lumberjacking is a dangerous profession because trees weighed several tons and could build up substantial momentum when they began falling. It could well be compared to a gigantic multi-ton mallet with a titan's arm behind it, and striking over a very wide area. Quicker than anyone could have believed possible, Harry summoned both Susan and Hannah back into his pockets. The fairies were scattering in every which direction as he did so. Then the trees obscured everything as they hit with enough force to shake the forest. Minutes later, 3 Nemean lions came groggily to awareness, having just barely made the switch before the trees fell, and coming around to the voices of acromantulas arguing over who got to drain the blood and eat the flesh of the giant basilisk. Blinky lay dead, having been crushed below falling trees and speared by branches. And the larger spiders had a tough time bullying the smaller ones not to swarm over her to feast upon their kill, even while arguing with each other over who got the largest or better portions. A Nemean lion was far from invulnerable, but it was magic that was their weakness, and a falling tree had virtually no magical energy. So the trio had survived an impact that could easily have pulped them despite their armor. The wooden horses they'd all been riding were mere splinters beneath them. The acromantulas had not bought their victory without cost, either. There were countless hundreds of them petrified by the basilisk's gaze. Dozens had fallen to lucky shots from the air rifles of toy soldiers or arrows of fleeing centaurs. But considering the tens of thousands of spiders brought to the fight, the bugs' losses were very slight. That was, of course, until Harry got angry. Squeezing himself out of the narrow crack he'd been stuck in under a branch that ought to have pulverized him had he not been an Nemean lion when it hit, the boy inhaled and roared. The challenge inherent in it was no bother, it was the wandless fire spell he accompanied that with that was the real threat. Their own immersion in the goblet of fire had granted them an affinity for those, as well as an immunity to flame and heat, and the resulting belch of flame caught webbing and shattered soldiers on fire and created an instant crisis for the giant spiders. Among the many skills almost unique to man, the handling of fire stood high on the list. Acromantulas, as most beasts, had no ready answer for the fire that suddenly blazed into existence all around them, consuming webbing and roasting bodies, nor for the returning fairies that swarmed back in, heeding the call roared out by their queen's champion and adding to the blaze with their own small skills at wandless flame charms. Shattered wood from trees and soldiers quickly caught the blaze and spread it. Soon Luna and Hermione had pulled themselves free and added their own roars of wandless flame to this inferno. The spider forces were suddenly devastated, unable to escape quickly enough before they crisped and burned. Harry popped back to his normal form long enough to rescue the corpse of Blinky before the blaze could do much to touch it, storing that away in his many safari pouches to be harvested later that day. Then he had to think of an answer for the crisis he'd created. He'd never intended to subject the Forbidden Forest to a forest fire, as once started those things were nearly impossible to stop. The acromantulas that had survived the initial blast of fire and heat were now in full retreat, racing away as fast as their multiple legs could carry them, heedless of the areas they had fought over or the succulent flesh they'd hoped to feast upon. In the end Harry decided they had no better option than to do the same. The Dryads were safe thanks to that ritual they'd been working on this month, and sanctuaries throughout the forest would shelter the good creatures and ordinary wildlife, while the bad he'd been hoping to drive out regardless, and there wasn't anything he could do to stop the forest fire he'd created. It wasn't what he'd wanted, but it would work. It would do the job, the boy concluded as he dispatched the fireproof fairies to go throughout the forest searching out good creatures to lead to the sanctuaries, or to come warn him or his witches of any that needed special rescue. Forest fires appear periodically in nature. Barring special circumstances, the forest would live. Most of the underbrush would be burned away, but the big trees would survive, if singed a little. And it did guarantee the place would be cleared out of evil creatures when he moved it, as the sanctuaries wouldn't take them, so they'd either die or flee out of the forest entirely. He'd planned on something less drastic, but this would do nicely. Actually, there was no reason to wait, so the boy moved the forest while it still burned, going in with freezing flame charms cast upon the staff he was using to set the boundaries and disappear with the forest at night. It would reappear on the borders of his 40,000 acres, but only after Harry had finished using his remaining ward supplies to protect the place. And the creatures within would help vastly speed up his efforts to spread the magical hedge all around both properties as quickly as possible, eager to hide. No one was anxious to have the forest reinfected with dark creatures. Nor, with all the troubles they felt were coming, did they think simple wards to be enough protection. But the fire did cauterize it clean of all of the evils he'd meant to remove. Draco Malfoy was not a nice person. Draco No Name was actually a step worse, having picked up the old family habit of murdering your peers and rivals a trifle earlier than he would have had events proceeded normally. But he'd always wanted to be a Death Eater, so despite some possible initial squeamishness, he'd have gotten to it soon enough. Armed with the Malfoy name he could afford to be arrogant. Without it he was becoming vicious. Draco No Name, however, was an emotional wreck. Had been her entire short existence. Draco had awakened early that morning to the sights and smells of the hospital and been both sore and grumpy, so immediately on waking had become his usual whiny, demanding self. Draco had been raised by his father with the pureblood maxim, if you can't feel good, and won't let yourself feel bad, at least feel superior. And servants were meant to take abuse. However, no sooner had he alerted the nurses that he was awake than things had rapidly gone from bad to worse. The grizzled old veterans from the ministry who'd come into his room had been utterly unsympathetic to his plight. Those old people must have done this 100 times to get as jaded as they'd become, but it was all routine to them to ignore his complaints and demands, restrain him, silence him, then perform a certain ritual Draco had only joked about before. In his jokes, it was always his enemies receiving it. This was always just the sort of thing he'd been most pleased to imagine his rivals undergoing, transforming into useless breeder sows, fit only to be the ones to bear the pregnancies of children conceived among pureblood parents, not even fit to provide genes for the brats they carried, just forced to get bloated bearing the brats to term so pureblood didn't get stretch marks. That was a fitting punishment. Potter and his mudblood Granger were always going to have ended up this way. And lately that loony Lovegood would have begged to get off with just that much. Subject to it himself, Draco had had none of the laughter he'd spared for his opponents in his dreams. He cried. He raged. He threw tantrums that did not impress his captors any more than it did the walls of his padded chamber. He would have hurt someone had anyone tried to comfort him. But it did nothing to stop the implacable occurrence of the ritual. Funny, but he'd struggled and whined and begged and pleaded just like he'd always imagined that Potter would. And he'd gotten shown more mercy than he would have granted his rival, in that no one stood gloating over Draco during the process of having his reproductive organs inverted, turning in instead of out and transforming to serve a different set of functions. Mere minutes later, and he was now Draca, his gender permanently changed and a breeder contract left as reading material on her bedside table by those completely unsympathetic ministry people. It was a nightmare. It had to be. First his father dead, then loony Lovegood getting his fortune, not having a family name, tortured by his godfather Snape in front of the whole Slytherin common room, and now this. He was to breed a dozen brats each for Crabbe and Goyle. Worse, he had to nurse them. Only mudbloods and whores nursed children. It was unsanitary, undignified, and had to be against some law somewhere. Draco recovered enough to beat her pillow. This was to have been Potter's fate. Her father had promised. But now that infinitely powerful protective figure was gone, it would have been possible to feel sorry for the former lad had it not been the case that he'd once laughed at people going through worse than this. In fact, he'd put people through suffering as often as possible, as frequently as his elevated station allowed. And if he'd recognized them, he might have known why the ministry people had been so unsympathetic as he'd made enemies of their families, humiliating them at parties, and bullying their children at Hogwarts. No, that had been an all-volunteer group to perform the procedure. One had even paid for the opportunity to get on the team. It would have been possible to sympathize with the newly minted girl's tears had it not been the case that he'd already once before arranged to do this to an enemy younger than himself, and that was done only in a fit of childish pique, just to prove his superiority to the lesser family. Lucius had been all too happy to apply the leverage to actually make it happen. It was hard to sympathize with an arsonist finally getting burned. Draco had seen his place in the world as the one showing off his superiority by dishing out grief to others, not unlike Dudley Dursley. Now a girl, Draco had her purpose in life laid out for her along different lines. Physically exhausted from throwing her fits, emotionally worn out from the same tantrums, and dazed by all that happened to her, it was hours before the cold rage overtook her and awakened her Slytherin cunning. A girl could bear 4 children in 3 years one after another. For muggles that would destroy her body, but with magic it would be alright. Then if she made it twins each time, that could also be arranged by the right potions, she could execute this entire contract in 9 years at no risk to herself. It would be undignified and disgusting, but it was going to be that either way, best if she could get it all out of the way as soon as possible. That would free her to get her revenge. Oh, she would have her money. The heirs of 2 pureblood lines would be left in her care. She could teach them and mold them, turn them into her loyal servants, all devoted to, Mommy dearest. Then their fathers would die and she could employ herself as guardian of the underaged lords, her children. She could be practicing with her wand towards her revenge all that time. Draco was halfway through daydreams where one of her spawn had been engaged to one of Luna's, then married, only for both the bee-owned Ravenclaw and her daughter to die tragically, leaving Draco once again in control of the Malfoy fortune, this time through her son who'd loyally turn it over to her, when the door to her private padded hospital room swung open, revealing a set of grim-faced horrors. Moments later Draco got dragged out and before the Wizengamot wearing a transfigured set of convict's robes where she was brought up on charges for the attempted murder of Luna Darling, a copy of the newspaper article titled, "Murder Most Foul," and the accompanying picture of him shoving Luna off the top of the astronomy tower went in as evidence. Minutes later the former boy was convicted then sent to Azkaban, although in light of her breeder contract, she would be allowed conjugal visits. Magical justice was not always just, but it was swift. The girls watched that evening as Harry used some portion of the immense stockpile of Phoenix tears Albus had stored up. Dumbledore had barrels of the stuff stored away, that the trio had then naturally stolen as they'd emptied out his stores of virtually everything else to heal the Graphorn. Tomorrow we can do some diagnostics of Bella. She was so close to death I don't know, even with that no wilting charm, if we'll have much time to save her. So I don't know whether to have all of us stand around her and pour this on her wounds, or just to dunk her in a barrel, although I hate the waste. No matter how much we have on hand, Fawkes is gone. We won't get more. Luna grunted in amusement. Just wait a few more days. Hermione lofted an eyebrow to her friend, but answered Harry with her own observations. I hope Bella lives. I like this version of her. Her oath did give me an idea that you might use. Namely, just who did the Death Eaters swear to? Tom Riddle or Lord Voldemort? As the name Lord Voldemort is fictitious, Harry could proclaim himself the true Lord Voldemort, thus taking control of the oaths sworn to that title. Harry and Luna both froze in stunned thought. Do we have to bring her back? Susan asked, not terribly comfortable with the idea of bringing so notorious a Death Eater back. Hannah nodded fervently along with her closest friend, adding, she is one of the most terrible supporters of the Dark Lord in history. But Hermione was already happily rattling on her favorite topic. I think what Bellatrix did was wonderful. I can see the students' mannerisms in the library shift to meek, guarded and humble any time they're in there. Not to mention the fact that it's likely to stay quiet as no one would dare use an outside voice any longer. That will make it so much easier to study. Not to mention under Dumbledore, most of magical history was either suppressed, exaggerated, incomplete, inaccurate or just plain false. So it'll be nice to see the truth for once. You have to deplore what he's done to our educations. Harry shook his head in wonder. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around your earlier suggestion. That would be devastating, if it could work. You don't know for certain? Hermione asked, puzzled. He knew all about how Tom Riddle made the marks, after all. No one's ever done that before, Luna observed, wide-eyed. Harry was deep in consideration. The theory seems sound, but we'd have to check and do some testing. I don't want to inherit more than his followers. For example, if any oaths to wage war on Muggleborns came along with the title, they might, you know. Magic has a way of doing things like that. Luna shook her head regretfully. Wouldn't want to change sides just when we're doing so well. But it might work, Harry informed her hopefully. And I couldn't think of anything more useful than to steal most of our enemy's followers. Why are we still fighting? We've won, Susan protested, blurting out her feelings suddenly, no longer able to stand the question. The headmaster is stone, and a plushie at that. Snape is a steaming pile of animal dung out there somewhere and out of the picture entirely, and their heavily warded ritual chamber is collapsed. So no one can get to those Horcruxes, no matter what spells Dumbledore used to compulse them to try. And without his Phoenix to fetch him back, we could leave him to gather dust in the Chamber of Secrets for all time. Or smash him to bits with a sledgehammer and hide his rubble. We've won, so why is Harry still preparing to fight a war? Oh, hush, Luna scolded, it's best to let his mania for defense pass of its own accord. And we may be grateful for it someday, as there are other foes than Dumbledore. Besides, the magical economy is going to benefit powerfully from all of the financial moves he's making, as well as industries he's setting up. We'll be ages just cleaning up the messes the headmaster left behind. Hannah sighed, then brightened. Well, I'm glad at least Draco has no money and is in Azkaban. He was always an unholy terror around school. I can't believe they didn't expel him for all he's done. Harry suddenly grinned. Actually, McGonagall did. That was one of those papers we had her sign to get rid of us when we were Ghostbusters. Firing Snape was another, but she didn't read them. Albus Dumbledore, in his multicolored, genial, grandfatherly self, wandered through the Ministry of Magic stopping and chatting with people, visiting desk after desk as he made his rounds. This was quite reassuring to the Ministry people, who'd heard more than a few disturbing rumors and reports concerning the headmaster. So to see him back in his pleasant, peaceful form was very reassuring to people. It was also a lie. Harry Potter under Polyjuice to look like the headmaster. They had captured plenty of his hairs on various raids to his office, and wearing some of his brightest outfits they'd also captured plenty of his Clothes was doing the rounds using legilimency to determine what people expected of the kindly old headmaster and do that in his social interactions, inquiring about the healths of people he'd never heard of, and referring to past experiences he knew nothing about, but the people he was talking to expected of the headmaster. Under this genial screen, and with the actual headmaster unavailable, so unable to refute him, Harry was visiting any number of offices of the ministry and quietly steamrolling through a rather large agenda. Amelia Bones had suggested something that just had to be done. Under a feudal system, settlements could have their own rights and privileges in the same way that nobles and clergy did. These were called city rights, as any town that got them immediately became known as a city, although size did not appear to make any difference, as the smallest of these cities had only 40 people living there. Not 40,000, but 4 times 10, as in less than 50, residents. Amelia Bones had suggested granting autonomy to Godric's Hollow by allowing them to apply for those city rights, as they included the right to self-police, which meant removing them from the ministry's detection net so they could get away with more. The downside was they were on their own. They couldn't count on any support or help from the ministry in case of disaster or attack. However, that was fine by Harry. The ministry did more harm than good. Then, in order to tweak Dumbledore's nose, Amelia went ahead and gave the town official approval on her authority as head of magical law enforcement. This was good, but not impenetrable. It could be overruled, either by higher ministry officials or Amelia's replacement, whoever that turned out to be, so long as they trumped up a charge. So Harry was visiting the ministry disguised as Dumbledore, using the old man's political power and influence to sew this up from every department, getting approval from every ministry official worth the name, and throwing the considerable might of Dumbledore's political muscle behind not only that, but going the extra step to granting the town a medieval charter as a free and independent city, meaning it was a government on its own, declared by the bumbling ministry to be no longer subject to their legal authority. That put it very much out of Dumbledore's reach, and exempt the place from the authority of Aurors, Obliviators, underage magic detection, or any other enforcement arm short of a direct order by the Queen. It also enabled the town to keep their own police force made up of whatever they wanted it to be, and provide justice for all crimes short of high treason. It also meant the town had the right to govern its own trade, so any ministry-granted monopolies didn't mean squat inside of the town borders. And if that didn't lead to an explosion of new business and creativity, Harry didn't know what would. Freedom always meant an explosion of invention, and none of the ministry's stupidly restrictive laws applied there anymore. So they could keep dragons, use magic carpets, buy or sell printing presses or enchant Muggle artifacts if they wished. And yes, you didn't have to pay a fee to keep pets or register your cauldron bottom thickness. Amelia was very happy to have her ancestral estate already moved there and under those new freedoms, and was moving post-haste to help get the pots of plant protection going swiftly, so the town would have its own industry. Harry had already installed Frank and Alice Longbottom as the town sheriff and head of their school, respectively. Amelia would be mayor. They'd already worked it out so administrative details would be handled by a town council, not any part of the ministry. As obligations and other rules are plainly set out in the original charter, and Amelia was trying to be generous in order to save them from Dumbledore, they had quite a bit of leeway. Indeed, they were essentially an independent city-state in the heart of England. Legally, the ministry surrendered all power over them. Among their many privileges, the city of Godric's Hollow was allowed to make their own laws governing itself. Among the first they passed, after the basic working set required to run any society, was that possessing a dark mark within the town boundaries was an automatic death sentence. About the only downside to this arrangement was they had to provide all their own infrastructure, their own flow network and so on. But that was actually a benefit in many ways, as doing their own they could be sure it would be more secure. The ability to run their own flow control node and merely interface that with the regular British system meant when they put restrictions on who could go where by flow, no Death Eater, toady, stooge or sympathizer in the ministry could simply undo it. Those controls weren't on their end. But, to be extra safe, it was that kind of town. They also warded their flows on the receiving end, so there was a double defense against unauthorized intrusion. And better still for security if they could somehow mark town residents as having unrestricted flow travel access, and allow in no one else. He could have stopped there, but didn't. In the 400 homes Harry expected to build at Godric's Hollow, even if he achieved an average occupancy rate of 5 per home, 2 parents and 3 kids, a little above the norm, that would still take only 2,000 of the magical populace out of the rest of the British total. Given a magical birth rate of something on the order of 1 witch or wizard per 1,000 normal people, the Magical Society of Great Britain ought to have a population of around 60,000. But in actual fact, due to deaths and emigrations due to their recent wars, actual numbers were something on the order of 30 to 40,000 magical people living there. So Harry Potter's 2,000 estimate for people protected in Godric's Hollow was an insignificant chunk of the total. And truthfully, those numbers assumed a great deal more children than really existed. Pie-in-the-sky estimates aside, actual occupancy would be closer to 1,000 than 2. Protecting 1 or 2,000 while leaving 30 or 40 vulnerable to attack was not good coverage. Also, filling up to capacity right at the start left his town very little room for growth later on down the road. So because he already had far more applicants for worthwhile magical people wanting to move to Godric's Hollow than he had space to keep them, Harry adopted the "do not keep all your eggs in one basket" philosophy, and, rather than make the town any larger, simply applied as Dumbledore for 5 more licenses for such towns to be applied for on Harry's behalf, then approved. Better still, this could all be accomplished via a minor amendment to what the Geysergamot had already granted him. Under that neat little permission to buy up some land around my parents' old house, Harry had never actually said which house. So, Dumbledore kindly got it applied to many of them. The Potters had very obligingly lived in several mixed magical Muggle villages during the time they'd been fighting Vulturewort. All of them very much like the Muggle side of Godric's Hollow, quiet little holes in the country that young people moved out of and the world by and large had forgotten. Places that would never be missed if they disappeared off the maps. Thus they got Ravenshire, Rowena's Glen, Huffle Hollow, Puffle and Griffin Harbour, the only seacoast town. The Muggles had the coasts pretty sewn up with their own settlements, so it was a bit of work to find a spot inhospitable enough they'd never miss it, and could be cleared out for a town, yet had a small community his parents had lived in. Without dwarven stonemasons and magic, Harry didn't even think they could have adapted the one they found. He felt no need to venerate Slytherin, as the pureblood elitists were already doing enough of that. And this alleviated another problem Harry had been having, in that there was more than one tribe of dwarves in Britain, and the other clan heads had begun to contact him, essentially asking, "When is it our turn?" Apparently the outcast dwarves all wanted homes, were willing to work for them, and liked the deal he'd offered the first clan he'd contacted. Now he had deals he could make with them, offering more mines in Sweden, Norway, and this time one in Scotland, in exchange for their building the new magical villages for him, all pretty much patterned after the first one as far as the building philosophy and security were concerned. He didn't think he could order them to be made the same artistically, as each clan of dwarves had their own style of decorations and would be mightily offended if he'd so much as tried to tell them to emulate another. The first clan he'd dealt with, the one to build Godric's Hollow into its present form, had done an admirable job with their style of decorating, very Celtic in a way that the rest of the world had lost as far as knowledge of the Celts, and he was rather looking forward to what the other clans would come up with. But in the meantime he made sure they had all of the same city rights and privileges that he was arranging for his first fortress town. In a way it was excellent, even beyond his original designs, to have more than one such fortified settlement, as the way war worked no one attacking force could afford to entirely turn its attention to one without turning its back on the others. So the mere presence of extra towns assured a greater measure of safety. And with the speed of magical transport, actual physical distance between the settlements was almost irrelevant for this support to apply. Just to make certain all angles were covered, Harry was signing them up for every right a city might conceivably possess, including especially the right to construct defensive fortifications, because just about every ministry toady could take one look at his villas and claim he'd already broken the limit. In the magical world, just like the Middle Ages, the right of a settlement to build a defensive wall was a privilege, usually granted by the so-called right of crenellation, and now that Harry thought about it, that might be a very good idea. City walls had existed for a reason, and that reason was pretty much the same one he was facing now: gangs of armed thugs roaming the countryside in search of easy pickings, vandalism and loot. Yes, his houses were defended against that sort of thing, but it meant ever so much more to layer one strong defense over another, and the villas could be merely a fallback position, Yes, you've broken through my town wall, now your house-to-house fighting is going to be pure misery, approach. Because, really, the farther away you could keep an enemy the less harm he could do to you. And the more stages he had to get through to hurt you, the longer and more effort it took him, and the more possibilities you had to deal out hurt and damage in return as he sought to get through to you. A dog might find a porcupine the tastiest thing on earth, but that didn't mean they got to eat them often. The pain of obtaining wasn't worth it. The same thing applied here. And if you tore open the porcupine's quills only to find a badger revealed underneath, then got through that amazingly thick hide to open it up and find a lion springing out at you, well, the meal wasn't worth the effort spent getting it, whatever the flavor was. What they wanted was commonly styled defense in depth, and it got called that for a reason, namely in that it served like an onion. There were multiple levels of barricades and obstacles to be overcome before your enemy could have any expectation of getting through. Each layer he got through only gave him access to the next layer beyond. And, since you wanted to be firing on him as he made this approach, he paid in blood for every step of ground. So that in the end he either decided that it wasn't worth it or ran out of blood to spill. He either lost his will or his life trying, while hopefully you lost none. Having nearly impregnable family villas was a good step, but it was still only one stage to be passed through. So Harry decided he would fortify their towns too and sent that instruction off to his dwarven allies, as they were willing to begin construction even as he was still using Dumbledore's revered image to secure the rights. On being given the command to put up city walls, the dwarven engineers made their evaluations and decided on having concentric rings, high and circular in the medieval style to avoid nasty things like infantry rushes. Werewolves and zombies were not sophisticated warriors. If they couldn't charge it and overbear it in a rush, they largely couldn't do anything about it. And the late medieval style excelled at stopping infantry rushes like that. When it came right down to it, the more things you had defending you, the less an enemy was likely to even try and attack. Yes, church bells could drive off dementors, but they couldn't pass through solid walls either. So should the wards be somehow broken and bells destroyed, they'd still have to pass through the gate, and keeping that shut was always a good idea during siege. Giants, too, could be hopped up on potions to overpower your stone guardians. But scrambling over a big stone wall would at least slow them down and give your defenders a few moments while they were doing that, during which their movements would be hindered and awkward, and if they were vulnerable at any time, that was it. Tall, high, really obvious crosses could be built directly into the walls just by using different colored blocks of stone during the construction, and once those had been blessed by a priest for good measure, no vampires would even be able to tolerate coming within sight of the place. And werewolves had the same difficulty with really tall, thick walls that any wolf did. Namely, to them it was an impassable barrier unless someone else opened up a pathway through for them. This was fortunate, as werewolves were notoriously resistant to defensive magic when in their wolf form. No, a town wall was an excellent thing to add to their overall defenses. There were plenty of good examples on how to do this, centuries of good and bad experiences on record to tell what worked and what didn't, as well as what worked well against some kinds of things yet poorly against others. The art and science of laying siege to a fortification, as well as building new ones to resist the latest methods of destroying them, had been growing and accumulating data since the time of ancient Rome. Some times had been so turbulent that you simply didn't build a town without putting a wall around it. So a tremendous body of lore had been collected. However, all of that got more or less abandoned with the development of cannon. The high but thin medieval walls shattered easily, so they quickly got lower and thicker until you had fortifications moved entirely underground, developing into the bunker. Then people developed bunker busters to break even those. As the power of high explosives continued to improve, Muggles used fewer and fewer permanent fortifications of any kind until, overall, they used none. Muggle warfare was weighted rather heavily toward offensive, holding the advantage at present. But it wasn't always so, and could easily surprise people by how quickly that equation could change with just a few different rules. For example, defense had once been considered to have by far the advantage, and it was the advent of high explosives that changed that. But, with magic, they had a defense against those no Muggle could dream of. Harry could simply set down unobtrusive spells that would cause any high explosive compounds coming within a mile of Godric's Hollow to explode spontaneously, just on the odd chance Tom would reach back to his Muggle roots in attacking the place. No bombs or exploding artillery shells for him. Heck, no firearms for that matter. He could set spells to detonate gunpowder at any distance he cared to. Remove high explosives from the equation and it became a whole different ball game. Once more defense had the advantage. The best Voldy could do would be to drop non-exploding shells, against which there were plenty of centuries of developing methods of defense. And that wasn't too much of a worry for Harry. They could have the dwarves build their walls uncommonly thick and sturdy, then magnify that with magic. But, just to stay several steps ahead of the opposition, they also saw the benefit of including outerworks of the later sorts made for defense against cannon, sheltering the inner walls against direct fire, because while neither Tom nor Dumbledore had any cannon, Tom did frequently use giants, which could pitch rocks better than any of the ancient black powder field pieces. After that, they went to town, quite literally. Having a town wall meant gatehouses. Gatehouses meant gates that could be closed in the face of an open assault, or, for general precaution, at night. It also gave them a perfect spot to have checkpoints inspecting any visitors arriving overland, making sure they were not under compulsion and had no dark marks. A few guards at each entrance armed with probity probes and glasses that functioned like Moody's magical eye, backed up by large guardian statues, made for a fairly tight security checkpoint. Hogwarts had enchantments for preventing anyone from flying or climbing over the walls while they were activated. Employ those on the town walls and people had to arrive either by land or flow, and funneling agents through those checkpoints would be hard enough that, while the dark powers could probably come up with ways eventually to sneak in a few agents, it would be hard enough that massive overpowering assaults on the houses within would be impossible while the town walls were still defended. It didn't have to be perfect to make all the individual families much safer and greatly complicate the life of anyone trying to launch a direct attack on one. With checkpoints like that, naturally any invader would prefer to arrive by flow, skipping around those nasty town walls entirely. And that could be made to play right into your hands. Harry's devious friends specially enchanted all of the fireplaces in town, charming the fires to burn to ash any vampire attempting to pass through them, and to mortally burn any hag. Both of those had to prey upon human life in order to survive, so if they had rights to live then humans didn't. You couldn't treat something that had to eat you to live as an equal. Either you treated them like vermin and wiped them out, or they devoured you. There was no equality that could be had in that kind of relationship. Harry and company preferred that humanity survived, and, while they were at it, put in charms to burn to death any marked Death Eaters attempting to use the town's flow system. Yes, they could defend against that. But the first couple of times they would not know they had to, and it would come as an unpleasant surprise, killing at least a few of them. Because who carried their wand out while flowing? Only those who wanted to lose it to all of the spinning and tumbling, that's who. That, plus those other traps and tricks over the town's private flow system, and very few people would want to challenge it, as that would not be the easy way in. Then again, the whole point of this was for there not to be any easy way in, for the dark supporters, at least. But thanks to selective magic, it ought to be easy as pie for light residents to come as go as they liked. Still, if they couldn't enter using your flow network, fly overhead or easily cheat or fool your gate checkpoints, sooner or later they'd try attacking the walls directly, trying to bring them down to create their own entrance. And if they wanted to try siege, wizards were perfectly capable of banishing large rocks over great distances with the force of a cannonball. For that matter, the giants Harry expected to serve the enemy could heave boulders greater and farther with as much destructive force as a medieval siege cannon. But there were fully developed ways to defend against medieval cannon. You simply build up a berm of earth in front of your walls to prevent direct fire. The ancient cannons of those days had to fire in a more or less straight line to do any real damage, just like a baseball pitcher throws balls, and dirt was the best bullet stop ever invented. It could absorb just about anything they tried to throw at it. It would be like trying to shoot through a hill. In short, inside you had your wall, then a large empty space, then a ridge of earth surrounding your town. The trouble there was that you then had to prevent your enemy from occupying that man-made hill and simply putting his cannon up there. But that, too, had been dealt with in vast, elaborate designs of intricate outerworks that came to be known as star forts. These forts developed complex shapes that allowed defensive batteries of cannon to command interlocking fields of fire. Forward batteries commanded the slopes which defended walls deeper in the complex from direct fire. The defending cannon were not simply intended to deal with attempts to storm the walls, but to actively challenge attacking cannon, and deny them approach close enough to the fort to engage in direct fire against the vulnerable walls. Moats and fortified islands had all been involved. After a bit of research during which Hermione shone, they decided to base their town plans on the ancient defenses of Palmanova, one of the most fortified cities of this type they could find plans of, with multiple nested defensive works, each of them able to stand on its own if necessary. That tiny town was a fortress in the shape of an 18-pointed star, using all the latest military innovations of the 16th century. Streets were laid out in a radial pattern within polygonal fortifications and extensive outer earthworks. In between the points of the star, ramparts protruded so that the points could defend each other. A moat surrounded the town, and 3 large, guarded gates allowed entry. Although, because the purebloods could read history books and town maps too, they changed the design at Godric's Hollow to enlarge the area slightly, and change the location of the gates and interior layouts of other important security features. The invention of high explosives made plunging shots damaging enough to be viable. And as explosives grew more powerful, fortifications mattered less and less until they largely died out altogether. But again, if any explosives detonated before coming within a mile of your walls, that shouldn't concern you, so these walls ought to do just fine. However, the problem with those later designs was they presumed a great many men and a large number of cannon actively defending them. And Harry did not have a great many men willing or able to fight. If he did, he wouldn't need to fort up like a turtle and wait for the enemy to come to him. He could go out there and take the war to them and see how they liked being on the receiving end, with their homes and families being destroyed for once. But, if wishes were fishes, then beggars would eat. He didn't have the men, so he had to build forts, and to man those forts he needed more men. Actually, what he really needed was combatants, not necessarily men. So, if he were to whip up, say, a few thousand terracotta soldiers and a couple hundred animated cannon to handle the actual fighting, he could use his limited supply of wizards as scouts and commanders, and that he had about enough for. Oh, they couldn't be actual cannon, not if he planned to be around, and since he was his side's top fighter, he had to at least consider using himself as a mobile reserve, as his fate powers would destroy them. But the dear things could be giant arms lobbing stones and work just as well. Inwardly, Harry smirked. He could do this. And what was better was this was far from the only thing he'd be doing using Dumbledore's beloved face and form. Already he had a petition he was ramming through, signed by nearly 200 witches and wizards, for making the word, mudblood, taboo, along with the incantations for all of the unforgivable curses. Right after that was a proposal to set aside a small island for the Potter family memorial werewolf reserve where lycanthropes could be portkeyed on the full moon so they would not be a danger to anyone. And that could be used to clarify the ministry's werewolf policies nicely. You accept a reusable, non-removable portkey collar that automatically kicks in every full moon to remove you from where you can endanger anyone, and you are acknowledged as a tame werewolf and get much closer to human rights. If not, you are a feral werewolf, and not only do the full spectrum of anti-werewolf laws apply to you, Aurors are authorized and instructed to shoot to kill on sight any lycanthrope spotted transformed outside the reserve. You are either helping to provide a solution, or you are part of the problem. A few minutes after those projects got completed, Harry would go before the Geezergamot as Dumbledore and publicly request all Dumbledore's proxy holdings and guardianships be revoked. Then he'd demand that investigations be launched into certain long-standing crimes, all of which Dumbledore was behind, and had previously been blocking investigations into. Then, if that didn't destroy the old man's reputation, as that tangle got unraveled and clan after clan found out just to what extent he'd been robbing from them, he'd start to get truly weird. At the end of a long day of politicking, Harry returned to his villa in Godric's Hollow, dropping the Dumbledore disguise and starting to remove the hideous robes when he saw Hermione and Luna waiting for him, both eager to hear his report of how the day went. After an accurate summary, he shook his head, declaring, "You know, it's both amazing and dismaying how many people are bought into the myth that their government is all-powerful, benign and all-loving, and will take care of all of your problems for you. Mostly it belongs to people like Dumbledore." Hermione cocked her head at him. "Magicals aren't the only people who think that of their government, Harry. It's not a failing unique to wizard kind. Most people feel that because that's what most governments tell their subjects." They cry about how giving your problems to the government is the only way to solve them, even though most of those were problems the government actually created in the first place. Not unlike Dumbledore, actually, just on a massive, worldwide scale. People like Percy never have enough authority or power to suit their ambitions. So they're always out for more. The French government was not without favors it could call in. Actually, all they had to do was relax their opposition on certain matters to other states and they had some rather large political capital to turn in. And while the government and people of magical Britain had been conditioned carefully over the years to throw off any allegations of wrongdoing on the headbastard's part, France would not agree with Britain on the weather. They had been recipient of an outright act of war, and students of their magical school were being held in durance vile in the British magical school, and they were not apt to simply forget the matter. The French ambassador to the ICW had also noticed the last 2 times they had called emergency meetings of that august body, Dumbledore had chosen not to attend. Very bad form, and considering the office he held a few more times and he'd be forced to abdicate his position without a fight. The head of the International Confederation was not allowed to simply not show up without presenting reasonable excuse, and they had received none. So, of course, the French ambassador was using any legitimate excuse to call every emergency meeting he could. One more after this one would be to remove the headbastard from his position, since by then he would have been absent without notice from 3 consecutive emergency sessions. Not even Dumbledore's tightest allies could ask to keep him in office then, and they were beginning to realize it. Many of Dumbledore's allies had begun to subtly distance themselves from the old man. Internationally, he was steadily becoming political poison. One of the many reasons the previously untouchable man was losing his place as the essential figure in all political landscapes were the many artifacts that were being smuggled out of England, and the French ambassador had to suppress a grin as he entered the ICW council chambers to see one of the most recent of those gems, a smuggled-out poster, reading over a smiling Dumbledore face, "Trust the headmaster. The headmaster is your friend. Failure to trust the headmaster is treason. Treason is punishable by death." Yes, it would do the headmaster's cause no good for his allies to be holding a meeting under the gaze of his image bearing those words. Nor was that the only blow to his esteem. The members of that body had listened again to the recording of Dumbledore ordering the most recent Dark Lord to be brought back as a distraction, and Crucio his servant when questioned on it. Almost overlooked in the rest of this scandal, an article printed in the latest issue of the Quibbler, Practical Defenses Against Mind Readers, pointed out that both Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore were practiced mind readers who routinely scanned the thoughts of all those who met them. There was a substantial subculture forming that wouldn't meet Dumbledore in the eyes even if he did show up for one of these meetings. Also, another article in the Quibbler contained a transcript of that prophecy session between Dumbledore and his pet oracle, word for word, including his questions to her about controlling Harry Potter, had created quite a stir. Not everyone had been idly waiting for the twinkling tyrant's response to these allegations. Nor were even his allies pleased about the man being prophetically termed a spider. This meeting of the ICW had been called for one reason alone. It was now conclusively proven that Dumbledore was the sole proprietor and owner of the former British newspaper The Daily Prophet, and they'd obtained a few of his former employees who, upon being stripped of their secrecy oaths, were now willing to testify as to how the man ran that newspaper as a way to coerce all of magical Britain to believe him and obey his whims. Another blow or two like that one and the magical nations of the world would be willing to openly label the old headbastard as a Dark Lord. He already bore that title in France. Just as he had fought off a smile, the French ambassador then fought off a grimace. They would need every aid they could get. Tyrants could only wish they had as much control as this man did. It was like trying to pull out vanilla bean flavor from ice cream to remove his tentacles from government. Half the offices necessary to removing him were held solely by the man himself. Also even now, those who owed their entire political careers to the old man, sadly more than half the representatives to this very government, still had many who were willing to wage major political campaigns to protect him. But the French would prevail. It was only Britain's web of alliances that prevented French troops from landing on her soil. But all those were being slowly but steadily stripped away. There simply was no defending a man who was being constantly exposed on countless fronts as having concealed crimes worse than Grindelwald's. And there was no way he was being let off for having virtually declared war on France. When they next returned to the transplanted Forbidden Forest, but before they could begin, the trio had to deal with one or two little problems just a little too dangerous to bring their new pair of friends along for. One of these was the previously overlooked fact that Hagrid's blast-ended scroots were admitted to be a cross between fire crabs and a manticore, and well, it turned out the groundskeeper had a tidy little stash of his own hidden magical animals secreted inside the bounds of the Forbidden Forest. Fluffy was the guard over this collection. And there were enough anti-flame spells left over from the time he'd gotten a dragon and wanted to move it here once it was large enough to be on its own. Hagrid had chiefly given up Norbert so he could spend time with other dragons that this part of the forest remained unburnt. Well, now we know why he always wanted a dragon. Hermione looked around the secret menagerie wide-eyed. It's one of the few things he doesn't have represented here. Harry nodded, looking at the odd combinations of sod huts and knotted ropes that served as containment of some of the most dangerous beasts. Danger was also debatable, there were things running free that he was frightened of. Staring about in shock, he mumbled, "We might just have to recruit him. I don't see anyone but a half-giant able to manage this place." Hermione frowned. The trouble with that is he's far too loyal to Dumbledore. Even on the day the prophet came out, magically convincing people of all the headmaster had done, Hagrid didn't join in the escape. He stayed behind. Luna tugged on both of their arms, pleading, "Could we discuss this somewhere less fantastically dangerous?" Looking at her, both others came to the conclusion that if their favorite magical beast expert was as frightened as she looked, they ought to get out of there. They departed, getting a bit turned around as they avoided a pair of red caps that were just wandering free. "What are they doing here?" Hermione quietly shrieked, once they were safely past. "Redcaps can only dwell where human blood has been spilled." "Hush, Hermione," Harry soothed. "You know Hagrid. He's too gentle to do any of the violent things you might be thinking. He probably bought some that a dealer had stolen from a Muggle blood drive for vampires to consume, then just poured it around so we friends, could have a place to stay." "That's true." The girl relaxed, mollified. Harry inhaled, then exhaled deeply, centering himself. "Actually, I'm a bit glad they're here. It means we don't need a half-giant to care for this collection of fur-rending slaughter machines Hagrid calls pets." "Oh." Both girls looked at him curiously. "Uh-huh," he nodded. "Think about it. We are fairy champions, with authority to speak for the Queen. Redcaps are fairy creatures, although not very nice ones, definitely unseelie. Anyway, in absence of any direct commands from the Shadow Court we can dominate them. Then they'd have to obey our instructions, and we can tell them to control this seething mass of teeth and claws for us." "There is no Shadow Court," Luna told him firmly. "Huh." Both others turned to look at the expert. Luna simply shook her head wisely. "Fairies are personifications of nature, and nature can be both kind and cruel. The races of the Fae reflect that, but the cruel side is both random and capricious, not organized. If nature were to coordinate itself and act deliberately destructive, nothing could survive her wrath. The idea they do is Muggle superstition. The Fairy Queen is queen over all Fae, not just a part. She is their sole creator and only ruler." "Well, that's a relief." Hermione sighed in relief, putting a hand to her chest. Harry grinned sardonically. "Yeah, I have to admit that's one for me too." Luna turned a frightened gaze on Harry. "Just be careful giving them orders. Redcaps don't respect any kind of authority. They'll try to kill you, Queen's champion or no, and are fantastically strong for their size. Couldn't you just order them not to hurt you?" Hermione was puzzled. Luna shook her head. "Could you order a cat to fly?" "No. You can't order a creature to do something outside of its ability, and redcaps basically must kill when or where they are able, humans only, obviously. They can leave plants, animals and most creatures alone. But anything too human-like in appearance, they'll kill just to be sure. They are more mindlessly violent than the most deranged human sociopath. It is their nature." Harry smiled. "Luckily, I happen to know the charms and hexes that drive them off. With everything else going on, I just forgot to use them earlier." "We'll get ready to run anyway," Luna offered. In the end, that venture was both a success and failure. Harry was able to give the orders needed for the dwarf-like creatures to take care of the rest of the beasts in Hagrid's collection, and they were tough enough to pull it off. But they also ended up resisting his charms somewhat and chasing the trio halfway through the forest. It took them some time to find their way back to No Paths. They did find the Weasleys' car, however. The Ford Angelina that had run off into the forest during their second year was now quite beat up. They found it smashed up against a tree with several club marks on it from trolls. The poor car was burned down to bare metal, interior reduced to ashes, covered in the remnants of burned webbing, and stuck in mud too deep for it to get out of. They found it that way because Hermione heard the horn honking from where they had been chased. When they followed the sounds of the horn, they found the car spinning its bare wheel rims in the mud, hopelessly stuck, yet still trying to escape from the pair of wild nifflers that had begun to chew on its metal parts as it honked its horn in distress. The trio drove off the nifflers with a few spells, then had compassion on the car and began fixing it up with repair spells. Hermione found particular use for the one spell she'd used on Harry's glasses several times since their first year together, as all of the Angelina's windows and headlights had been smashed out at some point in the car's recent past. Harry primarily did body work, straightening out the frame where impacts from clubs and trees and things had smashed it, while Luna used homemaking and sewing charms to replace the missing interior and paint job, taking the opportunity to turn it a deeper shade of blue. Harry stopped her before she could sprinkle little white stars like the night sky over it, saying it would draw too much attention if it ever went out on Muggle streets again. Harry transfigured it fresh tires, and even did a businesslike check of the car's fluids, having been tasked to do so on the Dursleys' automobiles for years, and Hermione responded to low radiator fluid. It had been smashed up in several crashes by fetching water out of a nearby stream and topping it off. Finally, Luna transfigured the mud underneath its tires into hard cobblestones, and they all expected the car to drive away. It did for a bit, hiding behind a tree as if afraid they would chase it. But when they casually began walking back the way they'd come, they discovered they had acquired a follower. "I think we're being watched," Luna smugly asserted as the car raced up to hide behind another tree not far behind them. "I think it's odd to have something so big behaving like a puppy," Hermione agreed, as the N-spelled automobile waggled its rear end and dashed off to one side of them to hide behind another tree. "It'll probably stay behind in the forest," Harry asserted. But it didn't. At first the car hung out just inside the tree edge when they left it to go cross the lawn back towards the lake, where they'd agreed to meet Firenze, but after they'd gone a couple hundred yards they found the Angelina rolling up alongside them. It even opened its doors for them. "No, thank you." Hermione fought hard to keep off a grin. "We are going to meet our exercise instructor, and it would be counterproductive to ride there." With that, the car obediently closed its doors. It shadowed them all the way there, however. The Forbidden Forest, nay Creature Sanctuary, didn't seem to be the same without a lake nearby, so Harry had taken a small trip to grab a bit of glacier with that magical staff for transporting property, then put that in the right place to melt into an appropriate lake nearby the forest. That would grant them a very large lake, but would take time. The lake they were going to was one on Harry's property, not even the one he'd transplanted the giant squid into. It wasn't a particularly large lake, but they would be able to use it to do the swimming portion of their workouts. They'd discovered when they first ate gillyweed after their transformation by the Queen that their metamorphagus abilities allowed them to grow gills and web digits at will. As such, they had no time limits. So swimming was dear to all of them as a favorite form of exercise. Hermione was also speculating about if they could get hairs from a centaur so they could try the same thing and see if they could get a centaur form like they had a fairy form. And when they saw Firenze she intended to ask. Luna was more interested in giving doses of gillyweed to random fairies to see what it did for them. They arrived at the side of the overgrown stock pond, Weasley car trailing along at a safe distance behind them, to see instead of the expected Firenze, Bane standing there beside several large bundles wrapped up in white fur, each the size of a couple bales of hay. Hermione's question about borrowing hairs died in her throat when she saw the sober and serious expression on the centaur's face. "What's wrong?" She felt genuinely puzzled. Bane swished his tail uncomfortably, stamping a rear hoof. But he faced Harry with all the pomp and ceremony of one of guards of Buckingham Palace about to address the Queen. "Harry Potter, it is not often the centaur tribes willingly part with any of the few treasures that fall into our hands. But our elders can no longer deny that what we hold in this case is no longer ours. 2 years ago a vile creature went through this forest killing unicorns. This vile and blasphemous act was without peer in a generation of horrible deeds, but not without boon to the sight of light. When a unicorn falls, we centaurs have loyally sought out those corpses to harvest as much as got left behind by their slayers to preserve the residual magics therein. These treasures are held in trust until the avenger of the unicorn comes forward, or until a dozen seasons pass. Word was only now brought to us that it was you, Harry, who slew the man Quirrell, who on Voldemort's orders killed these unicorns. Therefore all that is left of them now belongs to you. And with that, Bane presented Harry with the horns, hides, hair, hooves and hearts of the 10 unicorns the boy had avenged by slaying that incarnation of Voldemort his first year, one killed each month Riddle was at Hogwarts. Hermione immediately squealed with glee. Seeing her friend's looks, she saw fit to quickly explain, you see, unicorn hair has powerful magical properties, but even vast wealth won't acquire much of it. There just isn't all that much for sale. This is an enormous treasure. More than you know, Hermione, Luna correctly softly, gazing with a fond mixture of sadness and gladness at the collected treasures. These are all willingly gifted to the man who avenged these creatures by destroying the possessed man who slew them for his corrupt master. That is an ancient compact, one that's prevented mass unicorn deaths for all recorded history. Yes, slaying a unicorn can grant enormous treasures, but the one to kill the slayer gets even more valuable rewards. Thus, one plotting to kill a unicorn must not only accomplish a difficult task, but he must deal ever after with the consequences, that he is now more valuable dead than alive. It takes a heartless, desperate man to slay a unicorn because of that. But naturally, Vulturewort didn't care and Quirrell wasn't aware that he was being sacrificed. He probably thought his lord would somehow protect him. Harry rolled his eyes at the foolishness of minions. Casting his glance towards Hermione, the boy continued, and before you ask, there is no way to arrange for someone else to do the actual killings, then claim the rewards yourself. Luna was nodding, stroking the soft, silky pelt closest her. Unicorns are famous for sensing the hearts of those who would claim to ride or tame them, and accepting very few as pure enough to meet their standards. The same sense applies to those who would claim the rewards for avenging them, and if they had any guilt in the unicorn's death, no matter how well disguised, they get nothing save the mark as the next one to slay for another wanting to claim the rewards. She turned a piercing gaze up north toward Hogwarts. So arranging their deaths is as bad as doing the actual killing. This way the wicked, greedy or selfish need not apply, as they will be refused. There is more to this than you know. Bane stepped forward, tossing his tail behind him. Unicorns are an excellent judge of character. Only the pure of heart are permitted to touch them. If the hero to avenge them was pure enough to be accepted as a rider were the unicorns still alive, the rewards he is granted gain a whole new level of power. All eyes turned toward Harry. He smiled sheepishly. Anyone got a unicorn we could test me on. That would be unnecessary. Bane tossed his mane, stamping a hoof. As the horns undergo a visible change when this occurs, and yours have done so. It was that which convinced our elders to part with them, despite receiving no official word of the deed that avenged them. They looked and saw an emerald lightning bolt visible on the base of each horn. Bane once more swished his tail, and they realized that he was actually pained to part with these. Seeing their understanding, he explained, more powerful light magic there is not than the treasures of an avenged unicorn whose avenger is truly pure. Nor can we deny them to him. But the talismans that could have been made of these are, the centaur pot of Backhoof in agitation, swallowing his jealousy, or of such power it is difficult for my tribe to accept they shall not be ours. Farewell, hero. And with that, the centaur turned and bolted away. Thanks to a bit of Molleclaw venom, Albus had been experiencing a rash of magically bad luck for quite some while now. And even in his absence it went on. Only one of the instances of that ill fortune manifesting had been for anti-elf wards to become fashionable and be installed all over the place right before the Prophet disaster, when he'd sent around what was left of the Hogwarts staff of elves, all of them Harry hadn't already hired away, to go out illegally and steal the newspapers he didn't want people to see. The vast majority of those elves sent out never came back, caught on the newly erected wards like flies on flypaper. But, unlike flies, the wards did not kill them, merely held them. House elves were considered far too valuable to exterminate in that way. Still, the Department for the Disposal of Dangerous Magical Creatures did go around collecting them. That was one enforcement department that Albus had not thought to seize control of, and so they actually went about their business, determining that all of those elves had been sent on illegal errands, directed to commit crimes, entering homes without permission to rob them. No matter the value of a newspaper was small, it was still robbery, and so declared all of them rogue elves, and terminated their previous employment contracts and put them up for sale. Now house elves are so mind-bogglingly valuable servants that they come up for sale only rarely. The purebloods who mostly owned them never gave them up lightly, and so the normal amount up for auction was quite small. So it was like being in the market for Rembrandts. If one becomes available, it is snatched up quickly, but no one is prepared for 200 of them to suddenly become available at once. So the pureblood households acquired a handful, being poised to acquire one or two just on general principles, and given a bit of a lead and they could have acquired more. However, there was another large group of magical people who'd recently come into quite a lot of money. The witches and wizards who had recently moved to Godric's Hollow had sold houses and businesses to get there. But Harry had charged them practically nothing for their new shops and homes, as, after all, they'd cost him practically nothing, and he wanted to encourage people to move in. That left most of those families with a tidy sum of cash many of them had been wondering what to do with. Vacations or costly luxury items had been considered, but when the newly available stock of house elves got whispered about, most of those wizarding families ditched those alternate plans and bought themselves an elf or two instead. The former Hogwarts elves had never been happier. Harry had already used his house elf labor force to transfer the belongings of people from their former homes to Godric's Hollow, so the migration could be accomplished more discreetly. So even those who'd never been aware of the little creatures before had seen how useful they were, and had a hankering to acquire one. However, the market had been sewn up for centuries. They were so mind-bogglingly useful no one in control wanted the unwashed masses to have any, as it might give them ideas above their station. After all, it wasn't a luxury to have something everyone enjoyed. The elites have always been careful to protect their privileges from the working class. As part of that protection scam, to keep the supply of elves available small, and thus controllable, for years more and more of the surplus elf supply had been directed to Hogwarts. But even at that massive institution there was only so much work to do. Giving service to big people was food to house elves, they couldn't live without it, and as the supply of work got thinner and thinner stretched between them, they gradually went on starvation rations. Albus had been happy to invent more tasks for them. However, spying was work that did not satisfy, so it was for elves much like eating gravel. You can live through it, but it does nothing to nourish you. It had been that situation that had allowed Harry to hire away half of the elf population of Hogwarts. The Founder's artifacts had just enabled him to ask, in the process getting over 200 elves for his personal service. Most of the remaining half had been caught by those anti-elf wards on that illegal errand, and all but a handful of those had now been bought by the new residents of Godric's Hollow. Since Harry did not need all that much work done for him personally, he was glad to loan out most of his elves to the remaining households, granting the 400 homes of that village a little over 400 elves in total. For the elves, this was a feeding frenzy. Shoving them all together in Hogwarts had effectively been starving them, between all the elves doing the work there, and thus reducing the population as malnourished creatures do not propagate. However, 400 large houses, each with their own families and often enough blissfully messy children, and suddenly there was enough work for every elf to gorge themselves on. And, much like an abundant food supply encourages wild animals to breed, having abundant work to perform meant they started breeding a bumper crop of new house elf babies. Down in the basement of Hogwarts, in the collapsed ruins of what was once a very secret and heavily warded lab, the Bundaman was still creeping through, dissolving the things that had managed to survive the Phoenix, ire. However, it came upon 3 things that it could not devour, not including the melted glass and slagged ironwork. 2 were chests containing Horcruxes, pinned under a dozen tons of rock from the collapsed ceiling. The other was also a chest, this time containing the priceless Philosopher's Stone stolen from Nicholas Flamel by Dumbledore. The very stone he'd told the alchemist he'd destroyed. Pinned under tons of rock like that, they were presently unretrievable by anyone. Only the Bundaman even seemed to know they were there. However, it did enjoy lapping up the elixir of life that had spilled out of countless broken bottles and pooled up in cavities under the rocks. And as it drank, it grew. The rest of September passed by in a blur for the Fey trio, spent in a mix of going to classes, studying on the side, working on their projects, and causing headaches for Dumbledore for when or if he came back. Luna caused that they should steal every statue, painting and suit of armor in the castle, all the while giggling the refrain, that should have him pulling his beard out. Hermione caused that they should use Harry's dodo to puff into the parts of the headmaster's tower they had not been able to reach yet, especially the private storage rooms he used, and drained them dry, grabbing bales of phoenix feathers and barrels of tears as well as the rest of Dumbledore's impressive private library, along with every bedsheet or knick-knack in his private quarters, including some priceless unicorn horn amulets that could be used to check food and things to detect poisons. She may have done a bit of giggling herself over the books thus acquired. Harry's private project was to break the web of information wards around the school. He couldn't break them all, that would take ages, but he could and did snap select pieces of them in such a way as to render the rest useless. Basically, if he could not stop them from collecting information, which he couldn't, those parts were too vast and couldn't stop them from reporting what they found, which, to be quite frank, were not only vast but outclassed his knowledge of wards by a wide margin. Dumbledore was an information specialist who had obsessively refined these until they were at a very high level. He could destroy the reservoir which sorted and stored this information for the headmaster's retrieval. So essentially, if he didn't hear a warning right away as it happened, he would not hear it at all. This had the salutary effect of erasing all past messages the headmaster had not yet listened to that had been piling up during this moment of crisis, destroying a considerable store of information. But it also meant his wards would not be recording anything new until he came back and repaired them. It really doesn't matter how good you are at magical surveillance, or how many camera or microphone equivalents you've got placed about, if you're not there to check in on them and they have no way to record information. He also started another basilisk to replace Blinky and disguised as the Colonel approached a few squibs and got them to start a KFC in Hogsmeade. That would boil Dumbledore's bottom, he felt sure. Also, more than that, McGonagall had, in an effort to spare what poor, overworked house elves remained to the school, put fried chicken back on the menu. They had it 3 times a week at school, now. Albus would flip. The group also made several stops by the long-term spell-damaged ward of St. Mungo's, because Frank and Alice were far from the only ones ever held there for overexposure to the Cruciatus. That had been one of the Dung Eater's favorite spells, and there were a couple of hundred who had survived it but had their minds broken by the attack. Some of those had since passed on, but many remained, and rebuilding their minds with loyalty imprints like he'd used on Lockhart and the Longbottoms gave him a few more people he could rely on each visit. And he desperately needed trustworthy people to help run his towns, especially since both of his main opponents, Dumbledore and Riddle, used spies, informants and traitors as a matter of course. The skills of these people he was recovering were all over the map, but they could be made to accept training, just like Lockhart had been, and Harry was getting not a few Aurors and other skilled professionals out of this little act of kindness. And a solid core of dedicated individuals was exactly what was required to start many of his town offices off on the right foot. There were 1 or 2 worrisome little bumps during the rest of that month. Very few werewolves came forward to accept the Portkey collar. Not even Remus. Also, the surviving Acromantulus driven out of the Forbidden Forest just seemed to have disappeared. Neither they, nor the werewolves of the Hidden Village, turned up anywhere, which left all of the kids uneasy, since, as Harry put it, they all have to be somewhere and eating something. But, while troubling, the children were already overextended, so there was very little they could do about it, and sweeps by Hedwig turned up no sign of the wayward monsters. Strangely, though their major problems seemed to have retreated, or even been defeated, a host of minor ones cropped up in their wake that were no less dangerous or annoying. Harry's first warning of this was on one of those infrequent occasions when he actually woke up in his bed in the boys' dorms. He stayed there only rarely due to the fact that now he had other places to be, and Ron's snores could wake the dead to discover Ginny Weasley leaning over him, about to give him a key. His scream of shock and surprise had woken the entire dorm. Granted, he had enough threats to be worried about to be concerned over having something looming over him as he woke, but still that reaction led to a situation almost worse than most of the fights he'd been in, as the entire Gryffindor dormitory learned about Ginny sneaking into his bed attempting to claim a key, and started teasing him about it, soon to be followed by most of the school. It was strange to be fighting for one's life almost daily and find your worst nightmare being a bunch of kids making fun of you. But there it was, the actual threats to his life hadn't been that bad, but the teasing was getting miserable. Worse yet, it was giving other girls ideas. He'd been down to the hospital wing with a vial of Phoenix tears to cure Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson of their lingering injuries, because they weren't likely to make a full recovery under Poppy's treatment and he cared for them as teammates. But, on being cured, both girls had immediately surged up off their beds and chased him around, trying to key him. This was intolerable. Worse, yet, they could make the same claims about being saved by him, so a key could form a binding engagement. Technically speaking, since saving the stone and slaying the basilisk were both heroic deeds that saved the lives of everyone in the castle, if Harry were to key any unpromised maiden in Hogwarts he could marry them. His defeat of Voldemort could even count as saving every maiden in the world. And frankly that idea scared him. He didn't care to drown in a sea of women any more than he already was. Hermione and Luna had been enough for him. He'd resisted Susan but caved in under her aunt's pressure, and she'd just sort of brought Hannah along before he'd known how to do anything about it. Okay, he really enjoyed having Hermione and Luna about. They were among the most competent witches he'd ever heard of at their ages. They were a true resource and he was glad to have them, and Hannah and Susan were working their little bottoms off to catch up to them. But he was certain very few of the girls he knew had either their gifts of genius or work ethic. Objectively, right now he was at war. There was very little time for frivolity, and most of what girls were interested in struck him as frivolous. Very few of the female Death Eaters had been worth anything, with Bellatrix being the notable exception. If they couldn't contribute in a useful fashion, he had no time for them at present. He couldn't afford to be burdened down with dependents, those who consumed more resources than they provided. His circumstances were just too dangerous for that. On an emotional level, as opposed to the practical, fangirls scared him. They all had these ideals built up of what he ought to be based on nothing more than their own fantasies and little girl romantic daydreams, and frankly he was convinced not only that the real him wouldn't match their expectations, but that he'd get the blame for not being all they imagined. He certainly didn't want to be stuck with them after they discovered that. He was a real boy, not a dream. He had flaws and weaknesses and bad habits, none of which would match the idealized fantasies built up about him. And all those girls out there who were determined to marry their dream could only be disappointed in him. And that disappointment could easily turn to hate. It would be a nightmare to marry a fangirl who then turned hateful for you not living up to idealized expectations that no one alive could live up to. Besides, all this romantic stuff, well, Harry had not been through puberty yet, and Tom Riddle had sacrificed his organs for power. Neither set of memories was set up all that well to do aught but tease, and that not well. However, his girls felt this situation was hilariously funny. Hermione and Luna had several giggles over Ginny trying to ambush Harry, often in the nude, and frequently in his bed trying to steal her key. Susan and Hannah puzzled over that, but were working so hard to catch up to the others of the trio they hadn't had time to say anything. Ron was a seething jealousy machine over the whole thing, of course, which it really bugged Harry that Ron still had that much power to annoy him. Although Ron did not react well to Harry's offer that if he wanted his own fangirl so bad he was certainly welcome to have Ginny. Actually, it was as though a dam had burst, in that all these little things they had been ignoring up till now, safely ensconced in dealing with crises, were now bubbling to the surface and demanding the attention they'd previously been denied. Not the least of these was the assistant professorships Myrtle awarded to them. In the wake of the Ghostbuster attack, Myrtle had become something of a heroine to the entire ghost population of Hogwarts, going right on holding classes even while Ghostbusters were in the castle hunting them. She had with that act become something of a legend in the spirit community. Hermione never stopped gloating over bins having been destroyed early on during that raid. As a non-moving target, bound to the chair he died in, it hadn't taken more than a second for Luna to slide a trap under him, and that was the end of one boring professor. Actually, with no paintings, statues or suits of armor about, the only spies left of Dumbledore's impressive network aside from the school staff and prefects who now could not report in as they usually did, due to the lack of paintings, were the ghosts, and Harry made copies of that book on exorcism and began to leave them about the school, particularly in the common rooms. Slytherin students started it, exorcising nearly headless Nick, but Gryffindor was quick to respond by getting rid of the Bloody Baron. Soon ghosts were vanishing right and left, either racing off to parts unknown or getting sent onto their rewards. Even Ravenclaw got in on the act purely for spell practice, while Hufflepuffs began plotting their own Ghostbuster franchise. The ghost population of Britain dropped by at least half. Hogwarts was left practically empty of spooks. Soon Myrtle was essentially the only ghost left in the formerly haunted castle willing to show her face, and she remained mostly because no one wanted to miss her classes. They were showing Braveheart this week. One of the surprising things going on was how excited the students were over their history of magic classes. The Ravenclaws averaged about 4 feet of parchment on the subject, drawing conclusions like, obviously the ring wraiths were the origin of the Dementors, and high elves. And wood elves leaving to go to their own hidden, sheltered islands was how the magical world got stuck with only their miserable distant relation, house elves. And Thulsa Doom now had his own slot in the official history of Dark Lords, while people tried to figure out what place he had in Slytherin's ancestry. That wasn't the only odd thing going on. Dwarves actually existed in magical Britain. Harry knew from second year when he'd had the unpleasant experience of having been humiliated by one of the ones Lockhart had delivering singing valentines around the castle. Tolkien had even been right about most of the race's traits, only Ravenclaws had pegged the current, miserable existence of those creatures as being as it was only because they'd been driven out of their mountain halls. Humans weren't the only race goblins had made war on. And working in conjunction with evil wizards, the goblins had broken the backs of the dwarven clans, before immediately falling out and waging war with each other over the plunder thus achieved. Goblins bred so fast and were so foul-tempered that if it weren't for the fact that they fought among themselves and wiped each other out semi-regularly, they'd have destroyed every other race on the planet. Actually, those history reports made a surprising amount of sense. If one didn't know beforehand that story was all produced by a fiction writer, one could see how the world came about the way those Ravenclaws described it. And that was scary on its own. One particularly well-read student even pointed out a little-known fact, that dragons, as a species, were once far more intelligent, and thus dangerous, than they were today. Wizards had managed to transform them into dumb brutes, but only after generations of breeding. Wizards at dragon preserves still made sure to dose all newly hatched drakes with intelligence-dampening potions as part of their first food out of their eggs. And, Harry wondered just how potent those potions were, because wizards did eat dragon meat. The beasts were regularly slaughtered for their hides, also for dragon heartstrings for wands' cores, and something had to be done with the flesh, so it generally got sold for food. Dragon meat was an expensive staple to the diet of rich, upper-class wizards like purebloods, and a special occasion treat for practically all other magic folk, so if the effects of those potions survived ingestion by the dragon to get passed on to the eater of that dragon's flesh, well, that could explain so much about wizarding behavior. They might be morons, in part, because they ate flesh treated with potions to make the ingester a moron. That made a scary amount of sense. Then again, those facts might have nothing to do with each other. The idiocy could just be cultural. He saw plenty of evidence of that, as well. The castle began to feel downright empty without the specters, magical paintings and moving suits of armor. Frankly, it was a touch spooky for the students to be the only moving things in those vast, drafty halls. Strange for it to feel creepy without the ghosts, but there it was. It did. Also, those papers McGonagall had signed to get rid of the Ghostbusters, well, they didn't have anything to do with those students getting paid for their work at a made-up company. No, they were another kettle of fish entirely. As deputy headmistress she had a lot of power, only since Albus had left the actual day-to-day running of the castle to her so he could pursue other interests in the Geezergamet and whatever, she had a great deal more. He'd never released hiring decisions to her, of course, but what he had let her do was almost worse. McGonagall was in charge of the day-to-day running of the castle. Of necessity that required her to hold a significant chunk of authorization to handle financial dealings and other sorts of decision-making powers. She was, in short, everything but the headmaster in directing the school. And if he didn't choose to countermand her edicts within a certain period, they held as much force as though he'd declared them himself. Since he was currently unavailable to countermand those orders, he was going to be stuck with whatever she did when or if he ever came back. The first set had very simply expelled Draco, Crabbe and Goyle, fired Snape and Filch, and released Binns from his post, although that last was moot, as the ghost had already been exorcised, but it did help to speed the wheels of bureaucracy towards his replacement just to acknowledge him gone. Minerva could not hire their replacements, but it was good to have those problems dealt with. The next set had been slightly sneakier, proclaiming long lists of valuable Hogwarts artifacts lost and promising a reward to the finders. Should they be found and a fitting reward not issued within a certain period of time, ownership of those treasures would revert to their discoverers. Sitting neatly in the headmaster's inbox, notarized and dated as to when received, was a note explaining that Harry had found the sorting hat sitting on the head of a scarecrow in a farmer's field while on one of his daily runs, and offering to return it for the reward offered. The period of time left to act on this if Hogwarts wanted their hat back was rapidly diminishing, nor did they expect Dumbledore home soon. Harry didn't even particularly want the hat, it was just another thing to use to screw Dumbledore. After all, the man loved his image, but no headmaster in history had even done so grievous a thing to that school as lose the sorting hat. So history ought to remember him poorly even if he somehow managed to escape his current sets of troubles. Actually, one of the very most important of the slips McGonagall signed was a release allowing the development of a satellite school in Godric's Hollow. Now, to Harry a school was a school. The only difference worth mentioning was the quality of the education they offered. However, he had enough of Tom Riddle's pureblood scheming to know that to the ministry and magical public at large, it was tradition and history that was more important. The aura of respectability of an institution was valued more highly than its quality among the elite sectors of magical society. So, since Harry had been planning for the renovation of Godric's Hollow even before they went and played Ghostbusters at school, having McGonagall sign forms that allowed the formation of a small school to be established there as an annex of Hogwarts meant it was legally and socially a part of Hogwarts and therefore shared the same aura of mystique and respectability. Then, at the same time, she'd also signed release forms making it a self-governing entity, independent of Hogwarts control. It was an easy way to steal a bit of quick respectability for his new school. And it would force the ministry to consider graduates from there almost the same as those out of Hogwarts, should things ever progress to where his towns and the rest of the magical world were dealing peaceably with each other. But he didn't expect that to happen until after the fighting was over. The trick now would be to get McGonagall to sign more forms for his other towns so their schools could have the same. He could do it from the one he already had, but better if he could get McGonagall to do it again. Right now the as yet unnamed school at Godric's Hollow was one step removed from being as good as Hogwarts. If he had other schools established from there that would make his other towns one step further away, making them 2 steps removed from Hogwarts, and that would matter to the ego-obsessed morons in the ministry when it came time for his graduates to apply for jobs. To Harry's mind, every one of his villages had to be self-sufficient to the maximum degree possible. If he built them all interconnected and relying on each other for basic services, then that would make it possible for an enemy to target a key town and take it out, leaving all others crippled. He couldn't afford that weakness, so each had to see to its own needs as much as possible, seeing to its own food, education, services, and so on. It just wasn't safe to do otherwise. Another thing none of them had expected was the side effect of having many clans of dwarves each produce a village for him led somehow to competitions between dwarven clans for best job done, most ingenious defenses, etc. They had a great fortress city pattern to work off of. After all, Palmanova was built exactly as an enclave to defend against all odds. And that dwarven pride had kicked in, too, so the clans were working so hard at this they were rediscovering many of their lost arts, and actually tearing down previous work to restore old buildings to a higher standard. So the quality being done by these formerly dispossessed workers on his projects was skyrocketing. But that ancient dwarven pride was the kicker. Dwarves held ancient grudges with the same ease and frequency as they did beards, and they all expected Harry, as their employer, to do the judging between them, and whichever way he picked, he'd likely just satisfy one clan while making the other 5 eternal enemies over the insult of not proclaiming their work the best. Luna calmly supplied the resolution to this problem by having Harry order the clans to appoint judges. They each would have 2 votes, one to cast for his own clan's work because you couldn't ask them not to, but the second could only be cast in favor of some other clan's efforts. Having each clan cast a vote in favor of themselves, those votes would even out and essentially mean nothing aside from soothing fiery dwarven tempers. It would be the secondary votes that decided each issue. She then selected categories, based on the history of each clan about what each had been best about doing, so each could win at something. Even if they didn't, they'd have the other clan's judges to blame, not Harry. But hopefully they'd all work it out to mutual satisfaction. Dwarves were actually fairly good about not offending other dwarves. To further isolate himself from blame, Harry offered prizes of 100 tons of Muggle scrap metal to each winner in every department. That made him the prize giver, someone to Dwarven minds who was actually supposed to stay out of judging and therefore not the one to blame if any judging went sour. But it served to redouble the dwarves' efforts, and frankly, Harry was determined to deliver 110 tons of metal in each case, and have them be the ones to pick out what they wanted from the scrap yards, lest he be accused of being even an ounce short on payment. Dealing with Dwarven pride and prestige was always a tricky situation. However, speaking of prestige, Luna knew of a ritual to perform under the harvest moon at fall equinox to cause a damaged stone or metal object to repair itself. Harry, who hadn't been able to wear the Founder's artifacts since their gems had gone missing, dissolved during that first fire protection ritual they'd undergone, used it on those priceless artifacts and had those jewels regrown to their original size and luster. So once more he was able to parade around wearing the Founder's artifacts. Luna had always said the spirit of those stones remained in those objects, and that ritual proved her right. So Harry and all of his girls were doing their homework in Ravenclaw Tower with Luna and making free with the Ravenclaw Tower library. And, since he was wearing the diadem of Ravenclaw, no one had the heart to refuse him. Besides, it kept him safe from Ginny and her antics. Walking down the hallway with her arms full of books after morning classes on her way to lunch, Hermione told Susan and Hannah as they joined her, "Trelawney is beginning to scare me." "Oh?" the Hufflepuffs inquired curiously, as girls are wont to do when scenting good gossip. "Yes." The bookworm nodded. "Just today," she asked, demanded really, books of published furniture forms from famous cabinet makers such as Thomas Sheraton, Thomas Chippendale and George Hepplewhite, compendiums of their designs and those of other cabinet makers, the pre-mass production artisan-only stuff. I think she might be getting a trifle obsessed. I don't think she's going to stop until the furniture she gives Harry would be fit for royal houses at their most decadent. "But you got her the books?" Susan asked. "Of course." Hermione smiled. "I rather like the look of furniture from that era, and am hoping for some samples myself." The Gryffindor and two Hufflepuffs watched as Luna crossed their path, so intent she didn't notice them. They were all a little worried about her. It was Luna's gift to know needful things, to know what's needed. She might not know how to get it, or why it's required, but she knew what was required, and for the past 20 days, even while things had been at their busiest back when they'd been fighting Dumbledore full-time, she had been working her little tail off in what time could be spared from group activities to pursue measures for enhancing plants. First thing, she'd stolen Harry's notes on his potion of plant protection, converted over from the pot version the Bones family would be producing, and after making a copy for herself gave it over to the Weasley twins with instructions for seeing what they could do with that Enrium blood. Outside Hogwarts, she'd hired an agent to track down for her one of the rare few potion masters able to mix one of the little-known wonders of their art, the precious essence of evergreen. A rare elixir that protected a plant against colder climates than it might be accustomed to. The brew was considered frivolous even among wizards. Highly volatile during mixing, it was both rare and expensive, so much so that it rarely if ever got used, so was one of the harder magical wonders to obtain. After all, even among wizards very few were of a mind to spend more gold to protect one plant than it would take to buy an entire field full of greenhouses. Luna had also written, through her great-aunt Dorothy, to Glinda the Good Witch of Oz pleading for potion recipes for enhancing plants and gotten back two. One for converting elixir of life into a brew that could provide a plant with resistance to rot and corrosion of all types, and another using phoenix tears at its base that provided a plant immunity to poison and diseases. Luckily the trio had both rare and precious ingredients on hand. Luna was not the only witch with fairy gifts, and Glinda had her own version, knowing not just what was required, but what was possible. It was a better gift than Luna's own, but she wasn't jealous. Glinda had also sent back one of the magical devices stolen by Alice from the British Department of Mysteries, a silver watering can studded with rubies that caused trees to continually fruit and blossom all year round. Luna had already been searching through the treasures they'd obtained from looting the Hogwarts basement vaults and storerooms, and had come up with another patent application, this one by Harry's grandparents. For a ribbon to be tied around a tree trunk or plant stem that would enchant the whole for protection against inclement weather such as hailstorms or early frosts. Giving that to Harry, she'd ordered him to put on Ravenclaw's diadem to make a conversion process into a potion straight away. Then she'd also ordered an expensive draft of drafts, a potion that let you combine lots of potions into a single jigger without conflicting, invented by a hypochondriac wizard so he could take all of his medicines in a single swallow without blowing his intestines apart or leaking strange gases. The others in their group did not know the reasons for Luna's mania, but went along with it anyway. Alerted by this little obsession, Harry had dipped into riddle studies for a tidbit he'd come across and ordered some very expensive old Greek books, authored by the court scribe of Alcinous, in detailing how his marvelous and sublime orchard had been created. Even Muggles had heard about that place. It was mentioned in the Odyssey. Therein grow trees, tall and luxuriant, pears and pomegranates and apple trees with their bright fruit, and sweet figs, and luxuriant olives. Of these the fruit perishes not nor fails in winter or in summer, but lasts throughout the year. The boys settled down to study and master these enchantments. If Luna wanted plant enhancements, Harry would back her, not even knowing why. After this, however, he'd make a copy of these books and give it to Neville for his birthday. No reason not to make the boy happy. Although when he'd learned his parents were awake, the boy had all but dropped out of school for 2 weeks to spend time with them, so he was already practically delirious with joy, floating around the castle on a cloud. Neville still spent every weekend and most evenings with them. In fact, they rarely saw him at mealtimes, as he took both breakfast and dinner at home. The smile he had on would light up a dim corridor, however. Hermione for her part had, with Harry's permission, begun to study the old Potter family grimoires dealing with plants and growing things. Such was her trust in Luna that she began to prepare a recipe she'd found there in spite of it having all of the drawbacks of essence of evergreen, namely that it was so difficult and expensive to brew that no plant one could use it on would be worth the price, but that enabled one to live on any soil. She couldn't imagine it being worth it. The ingredients alone cost half of what had been in Harry's trust vault, which was a ridiculous sum for a potion. But they went ahead and did it all the same. She could understand the reason if they could have used something like this on Trelawney. But most of these potions had to be applied to a seed. They were useless on a plant that had already germinated. So Hermione truly couldn't understand the point, but went ahead trusting Luna anyway. Luckily she was far above her classmates' ability, above even where her year should be if they didn't have Snape as a teacher, as was proven when she'd brewed Polyjuice last year, or she'd not have had the ability for this one, even with all of Harry's marvelous potion brewing tools. Still, she wondered if they all weren't being a little obsessive about this. It would be so much simpler, and cheaper, to buy truckloads of dragon dung. The dragon dung would have done a better job, too. Hermione sighed when Harry didn't come to the dining table. She'd have to seek him out after lunch. They had an appointment together to use the last of the remaining current charge in the Goblet of Fire in some rituals to bind Harry's 3 dragons to their service. Come to think of it, he was probably off buying dragons for Susan and Hannah. And, true enough, he came back having found 9 more dragons hatched from the same clutches as their current Antipodean Opal Eye, Chinese Fireball, and Swedish Short Snout. 3 from each clutch. It was 6 more than they needed, but none of them saw that as a problem. As had been previously stated, one of the odd things about going back to a semi-normal environment where they weren't dealing with crises all of the time were having to deal with all of the non-crisis issues that had been piling up in the background as they dealt with war measures. One of those undealt with issues was Ginny. But as the first Hogsmeade trip arrived and he shoved himself into their company, they got reminded another was Ron. If they wanted to pretend normalcy and avoid tedious explanations and possibly detentions, they couldn't just hex him or drive him off. But he was a headache all the same. After ruining their lunch, Ron had followed them as they explored around town. They were going through a second-hand shop in Hogsmeade, trying to pretend everything was normal, when Hermione stopped to exclaim, "That may be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen." "What is it?" Ron shoved himself forward, still dropped crumbs off the front of his robes from a bag of crisps he'd made Harry pay for. "Have a look." Harry waved toward the object in question. He and Hermione stood aside so the dullard could see. An obsidian cauldron. What's so odd about that? Ron asked, face scrunched up in confusion. Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. Ron, what are cauldrons used for? Making potions, Harry. Everyone knows that. Did nearly getting Ki-Ed to death cause you to forget things? The redhead taunted. I see subtlety is lost on you, Harry sneered, insulted at being called an idiot by an idiot, then caught himself and sighed. Ron, to make a potion requires heat, right? Yeah, so what? The redhead asked dully. While Hermione smirked over not having to be the one to explain things for a change, Harry picked up the heavy cauldron and tapped the black material. So, obsidian is a rock. Rock isn't like metal. Metal conducts heat, but rock resists heat. So, you're trying to cook something, but this won't heat easily or quickly or evenly. So any potion you made in this would be spoiled because no matter what you did, the heat would always be wrong. Actually, this is worse than just about any other rock, this is volcanic glass. You'd need a blast furnace to heat this thing up at all quickly. Anything hot enough to get this pot even slightly warm would incinerate whatever ingredients you put inside it. You couldn't even approach to stir it. I'm sure whatever stupid idiot ordered this thing made found it useless. Seeing Ron's dumbfounded look, Hermione decided to chip in. Ronald, I could take you up to Hogwarts right this minute, and we could go over the potions section of the library book by book, and you'd never find one recipe that could use something like this. It would be like, well, like having a wand that weighed 50 tons and was as long and wide as a Quidditch pitch. Even if you could lift it, you could never wave it around or carry it indoors with you. Nothing annoyed Hermione so much as a goofy idiot thinking he was brilliant. Ron got a, caught you, grin on his face and said, oh yeah. I bet if you shrunk it, a wand like that would be pretty powerful. In response, she merely drew her wand and shrank his. Lofting an eyebrow eloquently, she said, go on. Use it. Taking his now matchstick-sized wand gingerly between two fingers, Ron tried to cast a spell at her. There came a flash of light and he jerked as if burned. In seconds the boy was jumping around, waving his fingers, trying to get the sparks to go out and stop burning him. His tiny matchstick wand had been flung off. Who knows where in his initial reaction. Putting spells on wands is generally a very bad idea, she told him primly as the boy started to beep on the ends of his sore fingers. Wand crafters know the only few exceptions, and those just fine-tune them. Anyway, size has nothing to do with a wand's potency. If anything, as it serves as a conduit for your energy, it would take more of your magic to cast the same level of spell. Like drinking soda out of a straw that was 2 miles long. The soda can is your energy. You don't get any more to drink, there is only so much in the can, it only takes more time and effort to get it. Being large would only make it inefficient. Wands are the size they are for a reason. But bigger is always better, right? The dullard insisted. Hermione exasperatedly rolled her eyes. Not always. In some cases, like this one, it would be like putting on pants 100 sizes too large for you and expecting that to make you taller. If anything, the extra material would only drag, slow you down, and make you look ridiculous. As with pants, Harry smirked. Having a proper fit is what's important with a wand. Just like proper heat is important for a cauldron. So why did someone make that thing? Ron thrust a still stinging finger accusingly at the obsidian cauldron, sitting back on its shelf where Harry had returned it. They were stupid. Harry and Hermione both had a small laugh, before she started to lecture again. Obsidian has its uses, but a cauldron isn't one of them, any more than you'd want an obsidian pair of pants. The things you want pants for, bending and folding and flexing, are all things obsidian is worst at, Harry added his bit helpfully. Just like it doesn't suit making potions. So it can't be used for anything. Ron asked around the fingers he was still beeping the ends on. Harry shrugged. I can think of plenty of uses. A chamber pot, wash basin, something to store loose change in, just nothing involving potions. It would be a decent material if you wanted to hold melted metal, the bushy-haired girl interjected. But at anything less than those temperatures, it has no practical use, and it's the wrong shape for holding metal. You want those to be tall and narrow so fewer sparks escape. This is low and wide. So, no, I have to agree with Harry. This has no practical use. Maybe you could stick it on your mantelpiece and fill it with colored marbles as a conversation piece. But aside from a curio, it has no practical value. Yeah, Harry was nodding. Like those little statues of elephants. This isn't a cauldron. It is a piece of art that looks like a cauldron. Right you are, dearies, the shopkeeper mysteriously appeared behind them. That's not a cauldron. It was never meant to be a cauldron. Instead, it was a cauldron holder, used to keep volatile or experimental potions from eating away at your desk. Fire won't scar it, and acids won't dissolve it. But explosions would shatter it, and fill the air with razor-edged pieces of glass, Hermione filled in, somewhat horrified. Well, there is a reason it is in a second-hand shop, dearie. The owner turned away to go back about her business, seeing there would be no sale on that. Harry and Hermione both met glances. People try new things. Sometimes those don't work. Harry shrugged. Ron bought the cauldron. The next morning the Creevy brothers came to Harry with a completed yearbook, pictures of all of the current students, clubs, and so on. It was an amazing job given that they'd spent less than a month compiling it, and half the emergencies going on would have halted a less motivated project team. He signed their copies without argument, even bought one himself, and some as gifts to other students. Instantly after doing so, however, the boy popped up to do some networking, making the rounds of the entire school, introducing himself and shaking hands, asking each and every person, whether teacher or student, to sign his yearbook, and offering to sign theirs in turn if they had one. The Creevy brothers sold out in the first few minutes and raced off to the Ollery with an order to get more printed. After they were gone, Hermione giggled aside to Luna, "So 12-year-old Ginny is wandering BPD around the tower trying to steal a key, or a shag, from Harry, and no one is taking pictures to embarrass her down the road. Creevy's slipping." "Don't worry," Luna informed her softly. "I've got it covered." The movie camera from their History of Magic class ran past on its tripod. After a pause, from across the breakfast table Susan shook her head. This is sadly an improvement from the Ginny of last year who just sat there and sighed and wondered why Harry wasn't stalking her yet. Girls. We have a problem," Harry admitted sheepishly as they got out of final classes for the day and began walking over the lawn out toward the lake. Dumbledore had never gotten around to announcing new restrictions yet, seeing as how he'd been massively occupied with making complaints to the American ministry over their lack of concern over the Ghostbuster disaster in New York, and afterwards had been tied up in other emergencies. Seeing four faces turn to him in trusting incomprehension, the boy elaborated. "We're running out of Malaclaw venom." "Why does that matter?" Hannah piped up. "Because we've been using it to dose the headmaster," Hermione answered the question, feeling rather glum about the news. "We started out as 3 little ants attacking a lion, which the ants can do provided the lion is drugged out of its gourd and essentially a helpless target. But even so it takes a long time, and the moment he gets up he could still crush us. Malaclaw venom made every potential random event go against him," Luna supplied. "Which did far more to hurt him than our efforts alone could ever have supplied. To give you a sense of the scale, Dumbledore had full control over an entire magical country, and arguably, through his command of the ICW, more than one. But we started out just 3 third-year students with no particular power or resources," Hermione instructed. "Picture 3 African tribesmen wielding spears going up against the entire might of the Nazi Empire at its height and you will get the idea. The fight was so uneven it might as well have been a joke," Luna agreed. Harry carried on. "In my first year the headmaster gave me back a family heirloom he'd stolen, only it was soaked in Malaclaw venom to give me bad luck every time I used it. This year, Hermione turned the tables on him by dipping her copy of that cloak into his tea, and he foolishly drank it. Since that time, nothing has gone right for him, and we've been able to kick him while he was down," Luna caroled, skipping a step or two in joy. Hermione was more sober as she added, "And it turns out, nothing less could have saved our lives. Every time we hit the headmaster, it turns out he has powers and reserves of strength we'd never dreamed of. He's shrugged off blows that would have destroyed any other man. But he just takes them on the chin and goes right on with what he was doing. It's ridiculous." Harry nodded. "Voldemort would have fallen a dozen times under the blows we've dealt our headmaster. There really seems to have been no end to his power, wealth, influence or authority, and he schemes at least a dozen moves ahead of his opponents. Really, it's as if he owns the entire game. It's like we've only been stabbing him with pins." Hermione agreed, brushing hair back out of her face. No matter how vital a strike we think it is, he just takes it and keeps going on. Anyway, we have a still set up, wringing all of the molecule venom we can through repeated washings of each cloak, followed by distilling the venom out of the water. This idea was based on Hermione's successful dosing of Dumbledore by dipping her cloak in his tea. Harry provided as an informational aside, before sighing, but the cloaks are running out. This is not a bad thing, it just means we need a new source of molecule venom. Unfortunately Dumbledore got a step ahead of us, and has been buying up and destroying the world's supply. Luna froze for a moment in fear, then shivered. Dumbledore is still a threat. He survived everything we've done to him so far. I don't believe he is entirely out of contingency plans yet. I can't believe it, not after what we've seen out of his Machiavellian plans already. He's hatched more twisted plots than my Uncle Lucius. No, fighting against him is still a needful thing. How did you get Dumbledore to take it? Susan asked. More tea. No, Harry smiled. Luna turned brightly to the newcomers. You mean during that summary of our struggle nobody mentioned confounding Snape to believe that molecule venom was an integral part of the ritual to raise Dumbledore from the dead? How odd. I was sure we'd covered that. Hermione giggled. Yes, every time he got raised he got a whole new dose of molecule venom. The only trouble is Dumbledore has been getting destroyed so often we go through a lot of doses. Harry nodded soberly. And it's doubly important if we destroyed his last body. Because a whole new body won't have any lingering traces of the last dose in its system, starting off fresh instead. Hermione grew grim. And without him suffering bad luck it would be a more fair fight. And a fair fight between 3 natives with spears and the entire Nazi Empire at its height. Well, the outcome would not be in question. Dumbledore's empire has suffered some losses and setbacks, nor are we quite as helpless as we were starting out, Luna amended. But even if you call us 5 Western gunslingers, infinitely more powerful than 3 natives with spears, and say our enemy has been subjected to some bombing at his capital, the outcome would still not be in doubt. Hannah and Susan looked at each other. So, that means we've got to keep up the bombing. Right, Hermione stated decisively. And that means more molecule venom, because realistically what we could do to him without that is limited. He has so many resources to draw on, and so much experience and authority, that if he were actually able to resist our strikes we'd be totally helpless. How so? Susan asked. Harry grimaced. Well, for one he still has by far the majority of the Aurors under his direct control. Your aunt is trying to fix that, but due to the power of his spells she can only reclaim a few each day. So if he were to come back right now and learn who was striking against him, and without bad luck to distract him, I fear it would not be long before he identified us. He is an information specialist. After all, we'd be facing nearly the entire strength of the Auror Corps hunting us down. I don't want to face that. Hermione sighed. But that's only one of the many things we know he could throw against us on almost no notice. And the resources we are building, like the towns, are not ready to be used in combat yet. So really, Luna concluded, our strategy depends upon him not being able to resist us, and for that we simply must have more molecule venom. Couldn't we just buy more, like in another country? Susan asked. Harry shook his head. No. Dumbledore's already bought up everything he or his agents could beg, borrow or steal. He knows this bad luck hurts him just as well as we do, and was doing his best to stop it by cutting it off at the source. Molecules only appear in the UK, so cutting off all the sources here and then buying up what was available on the world market has dried it all up. And it's not like there's that big a market for it, so no great stockpiles were out there. Its prime use was as the active ingredient in liquid luck. The rest of that potion is only there to reverse the luck it gives from bad to good. But since not many people even can brew that, can't you just buy a molecule? Hannah inquired innocently. The fairy trio stared at each other. I'll get right on it, Harry declared, right before vanishing. Fortunately for them, and unluckily for Dumbledore, Harry managed to obtain a few live molecules to milk for venom, putting them on his private preserve in one of the fish ponds, using zombies as his workforce to milk them, as he didn't want to get anywhere close to the claws of a critter that could inject it into him. The trouble now was introducing the stuff should Dumbledore came back and Snape not be there to do it for them. Topping the list of recent events, Sirius came back to England, name newly cleared by an embarrassed British ministry, and started to help them with sundry tasks both personal and private. For the latter he had taken over at first helping, and then directing the Weasley twins in their mock attacks on the newly arrived citizens of their magical towns, teaching people how to use their security enchantments and measures by sheer negative reinforcement. The cries of outrage would have been deafening were it not so easily proven by the fact these pranksters kept getting people, if nothing else, that those new townsfolk needed training to be cautious in who they opened the door to. That's what the faux glass and sneakoscope was there for, folks. You don't check them, you deserve what you get when you let people inside. The old black dog was having more fun than any time since he'd left Hogwarts. He even petitioned once they moved Snape's cottage to one of those magical towns, just so he could prank him with official sanction. They had to turn the old dog down, of course. But, well, it didn't stop them from playing around with that staff for a little fun. "Harry, what are we doing in this miserable area?" Susan asked for all the girls, who were staring around with a measurable amount of distaste at the partially abandoned and decrepit industrial slums they found themselves in. The boy grinned back at her. "Oh, nothing. I just bought the mortgage on one of these tumbled-down wrecks of a house, that's all." Not even Susan was going to be caught up by that old gag. Not anymore. She scowled, folded her arms in feminine outrage, and stamped her foot. He blushed. "Well, Snape lives there, and as of today, he's a month behind on his rent payments. Strange that he got distracted from paying them. I can't imagine how that happened. Justice being swift beyond all reason in the magical world, that means we get to ransack his place for any valuables, and if we deem them to be insufficient, throw him out." Harry was of a sudden surrounded by sparkly-eyed girls who'd rather be there than anyplace else. "Oh, can we invite the rest of Hufflepuff House?" Susan and Hannah chorused. Later, standing on a bridge, Hermione asked, "What does this button do?" Luna glittered in reply. "I'm not sure, but when I pressed it, Snape's home reappeared at the bottom of the Thames River." "Oh well, live and learn." Spurred on by Sirius, Fred and George kept doing more and more amazing stuff like enchanting rings, making better potions, and so on. Harry and his girls had unanimously voted to present the twins with the Weasley ancestral manor, as well as the Weasley family automobile, although they could no longer call it a Ford Anglia, as it had grown a large number of legs in place of its now vanished wheels, and was turning into something long and vaguely caterpillar-shaped with striped orange fur, a rather telling reminder of the effects of fairy magic on Muggle machines, and they had cast rather a lot of spells on it to restore its condition, although it still functioned just fine, and was, if anything, more comfortable to ride in than before. The headlights had also begun to look disturbingly like yellow eyes. Luna could swear she'd seen its front grille grin a few times. Fred and George could not have been happier to have it. It even still flew in short bursts, too, and they swore the invisibility was better than before as they'd run the mutated vehicle down the streets and across not a few walls and rooftops of Edinburgh without a single Muggle noticing. There was also promise that the Weasley family farming and shipbuilding interests were going to get restored soon, as there'd been a tremendous and growing surge of outrage that was only getting mightier and shriller as more and more skullduggery got exposed under Dumbledore's request to have all of his proxies and guardianships released. This was a true outrage, not one of those flash in the pan, upsets here one moment and gone the next. This wasn't splashing a little of the water in a tub, where things would settle down a moment later. This was dumping the entire tub over. Trust for Dumbledore was vanishing about as fast as spilled water runs down the drain. This was in many ways worse than the Prophet disaster for him. Hundreds of families had been robbed blind, and more injured, by that man's mad pursuit of both wealth and power. The outrage was still building to a crescendo on that issue, but all sides of the political spectrum had been injured, grievously, by that old man's power-grabbing manipulations. There was no corner in which you could look without finding outrage against him. Narcissa was collecting political clout right and left as she used the Potter and Darling proxies she held to shred the interconnecting webs of lies, using information the children fed her so she knew exactly what points to hit to do the most damage to the old man's clout and reputation. And she was proving a shrewd political foil to use in this arena. Members of the Wizengamot were already calling for Dumbledore's blood. Among several minor points already exposed, it turned out the Weasleys still owned the Chudley cannons. They'd just signed over all rights and privileges to that ownership long ago, when deep in debt, and the one holding that paper was none other than Dumbledore, who had, along with it, control over most other teams. Yet since he'd just asked the magical court system to release those, they'd probably own the cannons again in a practical sense soon. Fred and George were already talking of taking over as professional beaters, and drawing Charlie back under the call of family loyalty to be their seeker. Heck, there was a small chance they'd draw Oliver back out of France with an offer to be their keeper, and if they could snag Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson to be their chasers, Harry was predicting a huge surge in the cannons standing within the Pro Quidditch League. Although they'd first have to convince the latter two girls to stop chasing Harry. But Fred and George had stated, only half in jest, they'd be willing to marry them to do so. Heck, they wanted to make it a family team anyway. This only fit with that. The newly revised cannons would not be able to beat the best teams in the league, but the current Gryffindor team was far and away better than the garbage that the cannons had been fielding. Not only that, but the Gryffindor players were all young, and just growing into their skills. In a few years, given a good bit of training and growth, they just might have a shot at the top. They'd just have to keep Ron off the team, as despite all his pretensions he played at the cannons' current level, which was to say, miserable. Although Ginny could maybe work out as a reserve chaser. That would fit their desire to field a family team. Heck, Percy had even made a decent reserve keeper for Gryffindor until it became obvious that they'd have to pry the broom out of Oliver's cold, dead fingers before he'd surrender the position. Molly didn't know what to think, torn between hero worship for Dumbledore, shock and fire-spitting fury that he'd kept them all impoverished this long time. But despite Harry's apprehensions, the Weasley family had already made the move to their new Old Orange Manor house on the outskirts of Godric's Hollow. They truly couldn't deny that to Fred and George, and those two had naturally brought the rest of the family along. It was dangerous if they retained any loyalty to Dumbledore, but what could he do? Throw out Fred and George after all they'd done for him? Not hardly. It was enough to make Harry nervous, but the least he could do to prevent any future catastrophes would be to make sure they all read a copy of the last issue of the Daily Prophet and had their obliviations reversed. That triggered Molly off into a hell-spitting fury. It turned out the ancient and well-regarded headmaster had been manipulating lots of old allies over the years, and his idea of a good joke was to tell them all his plans, what he had been doing, and how this screwed them over, then obliviating them of all that knowledge so they'd continue to trust him and carry out his orders. Endless laughs. The old fart had been cackling through his beard for years at innocent faces crushed as he'd told them his plans, then doubled the fun by chortling over those innocent, trusting gazes directed at him again after obliviating them. No, he'd been able to have his cake and eat it too. Expose your vile plans and gloat over plots, then repair the damage by stripping those memories away. It was every mad villain's dream to be able to gloat yet not get caught for it, and the headbastard had been getting away with it for years. Molly was practically frothing at the mouth over it, almost ready to chew his legs off, should they meet again. Arthur, unfortunately, was almost catatonic over the mess revealed, falling into drink as it got exposed just how many of his family had died serving in Dumbledore's plans, even while the old goat had been robbing them blind, and effectively assisting with those deaths of his family members all the while. This situation was, sadly, rather typical of the residents of Harry's new towns. A few promising members would bring in extended family he didn't feel nearly so certain about, most of whom would be devastated to one degree or another by the depths of the betrayals of Albus Dumbledore. But it was the best they could get, as he didn't know anyone with family in the magical world who was completely unaligned with one side or another. It was a situation without easy resolution, unless he wanted to do what Luna Malfoy Lovegood suggested when she half-jokingly said, "You can't pick your relatives, so you must console yourself with the thought that you can kill them." And that certainly wouldn't make him any friends. Heck, Harry's own family history, descended from two of Dumbledore's most ardent servants and tied to several more, would have made him suspicious of himself if he were to consider his role from an outside perspective. No, the magical world was deeply split, and most families were at least partly divided. If they weren't allied to Dumbledore, they had some Death Eaters tucked away in the family tree somewhere, and often enough they had both. For so long the magical world had been fed a false dichotomy, that if you did not belong to one side you had to join the other. So anyone who cared, who was motivated and wanted to do something to help his ideals progress, would have jumped in on one side or the other and pushed hard. And the ones who don't jump in are generally unmotivated, so not the ones you want. Unmotivated people don't achieve anything. So you end up in a situation where you have to choose among the former adherents of either side, if you want any followers at all. Given enough time, his citizens could come around. But they were undergoing some deep shifts in loyalties as they reread those papers and had obliviated memories restored, so it was understandable they'd be confused for a while. But that just underscored why Harry needed those recovered patients with the long-term loyalty imprints, to have a solid core to build around so his towns didn't fall by betrayal before they truly had a chance to get started and have their loyalties sorted out. Heck, obedience to one side or the other had been so ingrained for so long that it would be sheer reflex for certain people to sell him out until they had a chance to think things out all over again, re-examining all of their previous loyalties. Basically they had to build themselves a whole new worldview. For so long they'd been sold on the idea of there being only two sides, the dark and Dumbledore, who, as it turned out, was also dark. Now they had to wake up to the fact that trying to select the lesser of two evils was still choosing to back evil. It was time to retake their world, and that always started in people's minds. Harry could fix things, and was willing to work with his people. But until that came about, they were quite vulnerable to betrayals. Speaking of betrayals naturally led to Dumbledore's agents, and that led to one still hunting them. They couldn't forget Moody was still out there. It didn't take long for Mr. Paranoia to find out that his dead people were still alive. And they learned he was still on the hunt when Trelawney, who still looked like Hermione thanks to that polyjuice given to her by Harry shortly before she became a dryad, had been killed twice during the last week by killing curses mysteriously striking her in the back. She'd changed her hair color to Hermione's brown and had been tending to shopping and other things the real Phi trio could not manage time for, even on repeated days. But the mysterious ambushes had been meticulously planned, and they were concerned that worse was under development, since the killer was obviously getting informed that his target hadn't actually died. And though the trio had the Fairy Queen's promise to have shared among them the protections offered by Harry's mother's sacrifice, they did not know how far to trust that, or what all it entailed. So would rather not be testing it by getting an AK in the back. I really think I ought to try healing Bellatrix, Harry gave his opinion. Right now our attention is too focused on getting projects done. We don't have any to spare for looking over our shoulders or checking for ambushes at all hours, and certainly not enough to match one of the best in the business. So I'd like to put our bodyguard back on, well, guarding our bodies. There are no records, even in the magical world, of someone as badly wounded as her surviving, Hermione supplied. But it seems to me that wizards would never be able to think as far as you did, using a charm for flowers on humans. That would be a smart thing. That's too much brain activity for the common wizard. So I think it would be alright. Luna paused before delicately disagreeing. In her own twisted way Bellatrix Black loves Harry. The Lestranges were now dead, and their properties turned over to her, so there was no barrier to accepting her back as a Black. More than she ever did Riddle, because the dark idiot never returned any of her tiny gestures of affection, and Harry has. Harry didn't even realize he was doing it, that's just who he is. Just as I'm certain Riddle didn't realize what he was doing, that's just who he was. Luna raised her clear, blue-eyed gaze to her friends. She was desperate to be loved, and so did whatever she could to prove herself worthy of love by the people she felt ought to love her. Sadly, truly evil people are incapable of any love other than love of self. So her quest was hopeless, and her acts to prove herself only grew more extreme as she grew more desperate. Being the cruel and capricious creature she felt would please her family and their associates also drove her quite insane. Hermione jerked as though stuck by a pin as she recalled something her mother once said about someone disgusting in their neighborhood. She was somebody's baby once. Babies aren't born with the ugly habits or evil personalities some people later take on. Babies come as sweet, little adorable bundles of love. Hannah stifled a giggle over Loony Lovegood calling anyone else insane. Susan elbowed her in the ribs. Luna came as part of the package. They had to get used to her, despite the reputation Ron and Ginny spread about her. Luna continued, calmly noting this byplay but saying nothing of it. Phoenix tears could cure her wounds, but not her mind, nor of the mark on her body, and truly she deserves the best we can do for her. There is a better way, Luna intoned seriously. And for that we must still wait a few days more. Such was the trust of her two closest friends that though they looked at her in some amount of confusion, Neither contradicted anything she said, dropping the topic instead of arguing or pressing for more details. This, despite the fact that Harry knew that removing the dark mark would surely kill her, even if she were at full health and despite all he knew about it. It was designed that way. Well, Hermione offered, in that case I'd really like to add another defense. One hopefully that this assassin knows nothing about, so won't know that he needs to circumvent. Just like our fire immunity surprised him the first time. And for that, why not another animagus form? The others all looked at her askance. But the ministry insists a person can only have one animal form. Susan was her aunt's niece, and had overheard countless conversations. Not that there had been many animagi registered this century, but still. Ridiculous. Hermione proclaimed, all a quiver with excitement over the knowledge she was about to share. You know Caradwin, whose famous cauldron you gave me. The one used to mix a potion where the first 3 drops give wisdom and the rest is a fatal poison. When she tried to mix it, 3 hot drops spilled onto the thumb of the young boy she had, stirring it, burning him. He instinctively put his thumb in his mouth, and instantly gained great wisdom and knowledge. But she was so upset he got the benefit, instead of her ugly son, that Caradwin fought him. And the way the legends describe that battle, he first turned himself into a hare. She became a greyhound. He became a fish and jumped into a river. She turned into an otter. He turned into a bird, she became a hawk. Finally, he turned into a single grain of corn. She then became a hen and ate him. That sounds like a wizard's duel, out of the Sword in the Stone movie, Luna told them. Each side transforming into shapes chosen to escape or destroy the other. Everyone looked at her. What? The bee? Owen protested. Of course I'm related to some characters in the Arthurian tales. Every wizard claims he is, even if he isn't, only I am one of the few who can prove a connection. I think that movie should be next up in our history class. It's important material to cover. Well, Harry was pondering aloud and trying to subtly change the subject. Whatever methods they used, they don't sound like the results of the process that give you an animagus transformation. Riddle went through that, and it is intended to lock you into one potential form. But you haven't been through those rituals, Hannah pointed out the obvious. You 3 just drank polyjuice. The fairy trio stared at each other. She's right, you know, Luna conceded. Harry nodded contritely. And Zeus, the Greek wizard, was famous for changing his shape to whatever he wanted it to be. Riddle thought it was one of the abilities he'd stolen from fairies. Ha! Hermione stood taller, feeling vindicated. As Noble Phi, we should be physically capable of changing into any number of forms. We have Nemean lions for combat, so a unicorn would be great for speed, healing, and logistic support. Werewolves are amazingly fast, but slower than unicorns, making the equines extremely fast land runners. Good at dodging, too. Highly resistant to all forms of curses, Luna began to nod her agreement. Willingly given unicorn blood is among the most powerful potions ingredients in existence, so adding some to Polyjuice potion will allow Harry, Hermione, and I to take on unicorn shapes, almost certainly. Raising her disturbingly piercing blue-eyed gaze to the others, she said, the powers are another matter entirely. One does not assume the mantle of so pure a creature by so base a potion, no matter how well intended. What do you mean? Hermione felt some of the wind go out of her sails. Luna fixed her with a cold glance. The magic of a unicorn comes through their purity, and the purity of a unicorn is not a part of their bodies, it is an aspect of their souls that reflects in their bodies. And one doesn't simply chug a dose of polyjuice to change one's soul. Harry, while pondering, declared slowly, I think we could do it, not with the blood, or a potion, you're right about that. But with the heart, and the right ritual, I think we might be able to devise some means to create a reflection to mimic their powers. Seeing the eyes of several girls on him, he explained, Voldemort was big into certain rituals, and he learned all sorts, good as well as bad, hoping to beat some good ones to go his way, or at the very least learn a few useful bits from them to improve his dark empowerment rituals. He didn't ever succeed on the really good ones. Some things are just too pure to be corrupted by even the foulest magic, but that doesn't mean he didn't try. I was thinking maybe I could reverse some of what he was doing and take one of those dark ones he'd created and try to reverse engineer the original light version out of it, and there are good means to strengthen the soul. Harry drew a deep breath, then intoned slowly, His primary interest since he was a young boy were rituals to empower himself, and many empowerment rituals require the sacrifice of a magical creature, chiefly the dark ones of course. But ancient Greek wizards made a specialty out of hunting nymphs, and were big into sacrificing them to steal portions of their power. In fact, they preyed upon them until they'd nearly wiped out the nymph populations of the world. Generations of Greek wizards, seeking after power, took a world rich in those lovely nature spirits and left us with one devastated for lack of them. The only reason Riddle didn't use those rites was because there were no suitable nymphs left that he could find, and remember, this was a man who successfully tracked ancient artifacts that others had considered lost. What about the naiads? Susan blinked up at him. Harry smiled. Supreme in their environment, and useless to him outside it. You can catch dryads or most other nymphs without killing them and subject them to involuntary rites to grant you some portions of her power. But while you can kill naiads by drying up their lakes or rivers or streams or whatever, you can't just pluck them out to use like they were a potion ingredient. They are one of the few types of nymphs useless for those sorts of rituals. So, this helps us how? Hermione cocked her head at him. Harry wet his lips. Well, Riddle did his best trying to adapt those same Greek power-stealing rituals to magical creatures other than nymphs. He tried all sorts: vampires, Peruvian vipertooths, and of course basilisks. But none of those really worked the way he wanted them to because they lacked that essential fairy element that so inclines itself toward change. However, unicorns count as fae. The bookworm blinked her understanding. Backing up a step, couldn't we use some of his rituals? Hannah asked of him, wide-eyed. If it was for a good purpose, I mean. Harry soberly shook his head. You do not understand true evil, and if you did, you would run screaming from it. There are kinds of magic that serve few purposes, none of them beneficial to others. Hermione cocked her head at him in curiosity. Don't you recall the original versions? You did say you got his memories. Now Harry supplied them with a wry grin. Sadly for this circumstance, Tom didn't have a perfect memory of everything he ever read or did. He didn't bother to recall the original forms any more than most people recall their math homework from 50 years gone. Hermione noted wryly that he'd said, most people, and 50 years gone, just to spoil her comeback that she'd saved it all in a file at home, and could go over it at a moment's notice. Hermione then noted that he was watching her reaction with bemusement and gave her own grin in reply. Anyway, Harry shook himself clear of the momentary distraction of teasing Hermione. One of the rituals long ago used to empower the sons of Irish kings was to infuse them with the heart of a deer so they could become fast and agile, and the nobles didn't take kindly to paying for magic only for an old phony to mumble some words and run away with their gold. The youths they subjected to this got some rigorous tests before the kings paid their wizards. In one popular test, the youth's hair would be braided, and he would be pursued through the forest. He would fail if he was caught, if a branch cracked under his feet, or if the braids in his hair were disturbed. He would have to be able to leap over a branch the height of his forehead, pass under one as low as his knee, and pull a thorn from his foot without slowing down. That's very much like what we are trying to do, Luna agreed slowly. Harry nodded. But Riddle modified that ritual, turning it into one to grant himself the heart of a vampire. Then, when that didn't work, the heart of a snake. That one succeeded, but remnants of the first attempt made his eyes glow red and gave him a thirst for blood. Anyway, in both cases he was trying to steal magic as well as physical traits, and I think he succeeded. He looked to his girls and gave them a shrug. I can at least research this. Retired Master Auror Mad-Eye Moody, hit wizard and private assassin to the chief of the Wizengamot, knew that whoever he had been tasked to kill, it was not Hermione Granger. No 13-year-old girl, no matter how bright, would be able to evade the deaths he'd plotted for her. The first time, the troll and fire trap, might have been luck if you assumed a near miraculous level of it. Mad-Eye Moody could not discount that entirely, as he knew such bursts of insane luck did occur from time to time. It would have taken something amazing to do it, but he couldn't entirely discount the possibility. Still, that trap ought to have extinguished the life of any witch or wizard, light or dark, save perhaps Voldemort or Dumbledore alone, and he knew for certain that no 13-year-old girl was getting to that level, no matter how hard-working or brilliant she was. Heck, countless Muggle-born girls as brilliant as she was had been used up and spat out by the pureblood-controlled ministry for years. But even if he discounted her escape from the first trap as a brilliant stroke of blind luck, no matter his precautions against luck mattering in the slightest, his next attack had been a killing curse right in her back while she was out of school at market and perfectly vulnerable. He'd not missed. He'd not been distracted. He hadn't mistaken someone else for his target. Anyone could get out of school at any hour provided they had parental permission, something the staff was anxious their students not learn about. But a girl like her was just the type to look it up. Nor had he made the rookie mistake of firing off a spell and then running for cover while it was still in the air and merely assuming it had hit the target. He was a professional. He was an assassin. More to the point, he enjoyed his work. No, he'd done his job properly. He'd marked his target and tracked her over more than an hour, making sure that whole while she did not drink anything, so he could not have been deceived by polyjuice. He'd made sure using his eye that she had no unforeseen variables, like an adorable pet kitten tucked in a backpack where the kitten might die instead of the girl wearing the pack. And he'd made the attack from cover and watched as the spell struck his target. No brave hero had leapt in the way, nor had any idiot stumbled into the path of his curse. It had struck home, and he'd watched her go down. That was about as final and certain as things got in the magical world. Nonetheless, she'd been up and back at market the next day. That just didn't happen by accident, and it didn't happen without some serious magic that a 13-year-old girl just would not have had access to. They not only took years to learn, they relied on new levels of other studies to serve as a foundation. Tom Riddle had set the record, making a Horcrux at 16. And he knew the type. This girl would not have dipped into the dark arts yet. Nevertheless, to test it he'd hit her again, this time carefully watching for the telltale shade to escape from the falling body. There had been none. What he privately suspected was the case was that someone was using a simulacrum. A rough statue made of snow, given a heart of stone and treated with ointments not unlike polyjuice, charged with a person's blood to give it that person's shape and form, then animated with advanced magics. But that magic was also far beyond the girl's level, and half the spells to create one were illegal in Britain and existed only in dusty family libraries, things such a girl would have had no access to. So if someone was creating simulacrums of Hermione Granger, the question became, who and why? Moody could almost discount the second question. If the girl was worth killing, then she was worth something to someone, and whoever that was might be motivated enough to try saving her. But the only person Albus had reported her being close to was Harry Potter, and that threw the whole issue wide open. The boy himself couldn't have worked that advanced magic any more than she could have, but as the darling of the wizarding world almost anyone would have enough motivation to step in on his behalf to protect him and his girls. That suspect list included everyone in Britain, including Master Auror Moody himself. He'd accepted protection contracts before this where he had afterwards obliviated the details of the job from out of his mind. No one could drag details out of a mind that didn't know them, and the best security was always a surprise to those who crossed it. Nor could he be compulsed or imperious to compromise a security arrangement he didn't remember setting up. He charged ruinous fees for that kind of service, but he did offer it. And that offer had been taken up by a few customers. He could not recall who. That was part of the whole security package. Even Dumbledore himself could have protected the girl. The old goat fondler did things like that from time to time. In fact, every so often Moody would get a call to try and break some security of the headmasters just to see if it could be done, and if so reveal weak points so they could be fixed. There was no reason to assume this might not be another instance of that. No, before he went any further, the Master Auror needed more information. An elite hit wizard like he was simply didn't accept a task without a good and detailed profile of the target, and his briefing was sadly lacking. He'd have words with Albus over that. The old man did love to play his little games, and that included sending him off with incomplete profiles from time to time. The assassin always made sure to charge him punitive fees for it, but it hadn't stopped the goat beeping old fart yet. But always before once he'd run into one of those little traps, the headmaster had been there, laughing, to tell him to carry on anyway. Now he wasn't. Moody was not a fool. He had tracking and monitoring charms of his own, as well as the official warning device Dumbledore had given him to alert the Auror to the headmaster's demise, and the master manipulator had been dying like flies these past couple of weeks. Someone had been killing off the twinkling tyrant, as often as a couple of times a day. And Dumbledore in return wanted someone killed who could not be killed by any of the usual methods. Moody did not think these facts were unrelated. But he was a killer, not a detective. He'd always left anything beyond the most basic investigations to those more inclined, and his prime source of information was Dumbledore himself. And according to his latest reports from devices and monitoring charms, the man had been petrified and then transfigured, taken out of action entirely. That made Moody's priority to get Albus Dumbledore back into action. Any side interests are simple or not so simple. As it turned out, assassinations had to be put on hold while he pursued his primary responsibility. Moody was one of a handful of people the headmaster trusted enough to have reciprocal agreements with, bound by unbreakable oaths to restore one another from their hidden Horcruxes. Moody was not supposed to know the identities of any of the others, but Snape was simply too obvious to ignore, and he had one or two private suspicions about others, as well. Suspicions he was careful not to confirm, as Veritaserum only revealed facts, not ideas. Although it had frankly surprised him that Lucius Malfoy remained dead, and did not get better first thing the next morning. Those two had enjoyed their little games against each other too much, yet had not felt any of the heat of true rivals. For Moody not to get ideas about secrets under the surface. No, their tennis match of authority, constantly one-upping each other, had been amusing enough to watch. But it had borne Dumbledore's fingerprints all over it in the way they had tied up the magical government so firmly between them, each one sounding the rallying cry of his cause against the other. Still, regardless of who else might be tasked to do this, Moody was next in line. The device had alerted him it was his turn to locate and recover the headmaster's remains and reanimate them. It did not matter if he was stone, as the Horcrux provided a link to follow if one knew the spells. Or he could turn the Horcrux itself into a new copy of the headmaster, using it as the stone to make the heart of a simulacrum. The body would appear real and it would be the headmaster's spirit fragment lodged in the Horcrux animating it. Nobody would know the difference, and no one was more suited than he to find out what had been done to his previous remains. That explained why Moody was digging through the Hogwarts basement, using his wand to lift aside beams and repairing structures of fallen roof and walls, seeking after the headmaster's primary Horcrux. The headmaster had left a Horcrux with Moody, but he'd prefer to use the original if possible. Links were strongest between the one most recently used and the body it had helped to create. Besides, once revived, the first question out of the headmaster's mouth would be what had happened to his original Horcrux and why Snape wasn't the one reviving him. Either way, to get that information he'd have to dig through here, so why not recover this Horcrux at the same time? The Auror was even doing a good job of repairing damaged sections as he excavated the collapsed area, as he wasn't about to risk a poorly put together bit dropping a stone on his head as he passed under it. Being paranoid meant being careful about everything, big things as well as small things. He didn't want to activate his own Horcrux, or the precautions surrounding it that would see that it got put to use. Tom Riddle had been the youngest, but he was a fool if he thought he was the only one who had ventured into multiple Horcruxes. Moody alone had 3. Of course, the magical world was full of surprises, as Moody learned when the mud and algae he'd taken for a water leak on dusty, pulverized rocks, perfectly understandable given the busted pipes running through that area, surged up and attacked him as he lifted aside the collapsed masonry that had been covering it, revealing itself to be instead a giant bundament. Aberforth Dumbledore looked up just as the compulsion fell on him. Without saying a word, he stopped polishing the counter of his bar and went into the back room, as if after something. Instead, he took the Fidelius-covered stairs to the sub-basement below the wine cellar. He'd long since given up cursing his brother for trapping him into this miserable state. He was just as powerful as his famous sibling, every bit as well-trained, and condemned to live a perfectly normal life without showing any exceptional behavior or abilities by an oath his brother forced from him. Also, he could keep secrets safe and remain beyond suspicion. The ritual chamber below his bar was fantastic, a match for any of the most advanced such chambers prepared for the ministry's official use. Everlasting candles hung suspended in mid-air. Gold leaf lined the carefully carved runes in the walls and floor, while the ceiling had the same enchantments as the roof of the Great Hall, so as to bring genuine moon or sunlight down for the rites that required them. No expense had been spared. But in order to keep it secret and safe, the workers who had constructed it had all been killed. Thus, it was the last of its kind, as the clan that had made them no longer existed. Stepping across to a still pool of water in one of the attached antechambers, Aberforth began the ritual to call forth images of what he needed to know. He was his brother's South Avenue, bound by him since their sister's death to serve him unquestioningly in anything he demanded. In the many years it had been since his enraged brother tore his freedom from him that day, Aberforth had become expert on anything his brother needed doing, and before his stroke of luck that had dropped Trelawney into Albus' power, he needed an expert at the arts of divination to help him with his plans. So Aberforth had become one. He'd served in that capacity for more than a century before being laid aside when his brother landed a genuine oracle. But Albus wasted nothing. He always carefully stored his toys when he was not currently using them, holding them in reserve against a future need. The first thing Aberforth learned was that his brother lay under a black cloud of fate. Malaclaw venom, obviously, as he'd always been careful to perform the rites of cleansing after his murders, so the spirits of his victims could not find him for vengeance. It had been a long time since Albus had updated his brother's programming, so it was with heavy heart that Aberforth began the long and laborious process of performing a full and complete check of all possibilities before acting on long disused instructions. It would take him weeks, but his brother would be restored from the Horcrux that acted as the chain on Aberforth's soul, the metal plate embedded in the back of his skull, covered over by runes and also by skin and hair. The first of 13 segments of Albus' soul, 12 being objects, and the 13th being Albus Dumbledore himself. Albus Dumbledore had planned for a dizzying array of eventualities. Anyone with the time, intellect, and resources he did in his position would have done the same. Besides, it had helped him stave off boredom to play little intellectual games with his trusted council of portrait advisors over all of those placid in between years of peaceful consolidation. He'd had years upon years of listening to former headmasters tell him how they'd challenge him and pick apart his plans. And whenever one of those, what-if, scenarios turned up a tragic weakness in his defenses, it got fixed. And he hadn't always been unlucky either. The Dumbledore house in Godric's Hollow had been largely forgotten to all but a handful of history books. There was a good reason for this, as it had been put under Fidelius by Albus Dumbledore not long after he came into possession of his family's home. However, unfortunately for our heroes for whom so much had been going right, Albus had also used the location to practice on during his introduction to the art of warding. Ward schemes had been set up and torn down over it many times, leaving it an eclectic mix of obscure and little-known ones. The last Albus had practiced there, including an anti-fairy ward. No modern wizarding home would have that, as it stood in the way of having one of their traditional Christmas decorations, but in this case it stood Dumbledore in good stead, as without that Harry and his wives would have seen through the Fidelius that was the main protection of the property. This was important, because it was within that secure and largely forgotten location that the headmaster had hidden his third Horcrux. And, by a complex series of spells and monitoring devices, it determined that Dumbledore had been gone from the world for 14 days. That was long enough for any of his more immediate protections to have fetched him back into the world of the living, so according to preset parameters it was time for this backup to restore him to life. As far as the what-if scenarios worked out by him in the portraits of former headmasters, the rest of his precautions were so thick and varied as to be impenetrable in all but one way: old age. So, they'd very cunningly seen fit to deal with that too. This precaution was set up long before Dumbledore had come into possession of a genuine Philosopher's Stone, and it had been presumed back then he'd never get one. So he'd been forced to defeat old age another way. And then, once he'd gotten the stone, hadn't seen fit to change those precautions. After all, you could see that as a backup precaution in case he ever lost the stone. He wanted to be prepared for everything, no matter how remote. Presuming that Albus Dumbledore lived a full and healthy life, whether using phoenix tears to treat every twinge and sniffle prolonged that span or not, eventually he would die. Now, if he died in combat that was one thing, and he'd be brought back via Horcrux to a much younger body. But supposing no one did kill him, that he lived until years claimed him, and it was the job of his little games to plan for every eventuality, no matter how unlikely, then he could not be restored into a body that had degenerated that way. A younger body didn't stop one's Horcrux from growing old. And a Horcrux provided no defense against the march of years. An ordinary mage who aspired to immortality using that method would die, and his Horcrux with him, when his normal lifespan had passed. Albus felt he had nicely circumvented this by placing each Horcrux into its own specially warded box, where time within was held in virtual stasis. It was a very expensive way to keep potion ingredients fresh, but he thought that he was better served by preserving his immortality with it. So, while his body grew old, his Horcruxes did not. Time did not pass for them while they were safely stored away. Even the one implanted in the back of his brother's head was encased in a small warded space sealed inside of the metal plate he'd grafted there, a tiny hinged door, the only hint that was anything more than a playing card-sized piece of rune-covered metal. The space beyond was not much thicker than a paper match ordinarily, but had been expanded via magic to a more generous size. His brother would have to rip open the flesh on the back of his head to get at the Horcrux to use it, but other people's pain had never bothered Albus. No, he had one guardian for each Horcrux, each bound by mutual unbreakable oaths to restore the other, and each guardian had their own Horcrux stored under frozen time just as his were. He saw no point in acquiring suitable guardians if he just had to keep replacing them every so often. And he intended this setup to last forever. Albus Dumbledore planned to the point where what most would call paranoia was childish and clumsy by comparison, simply the beginnings of his ploys. His theory was that a Horcrux kept in such a box ought to last forever. But among former Ravenclaw headmasters an alternate theory had been raised as possible, that a Horcrux might acquire the age of the person it brought back to life. It was his own soul, after all. There had to be connections. So it was possible that a regularly used Horcrux would die just as soon as though it had not been in a time-suspending box at all. Unacceptable. And it was for that eventuality that Albus had prepared his house in Godric's Hollow, to serve as a backup location to start anew from, using a Horcrux that had been carefully disassociated from all others. Just in case his original body, the Horcrux he'd been using, and all of the guardians of his other Horcruxes perished due to old age, he'd prepared this little spot in order to bring him back regardless. Paranoid didn't even begin to scratch the surface of Dumbledore's plans. So, having been altered to his dying and not coming back, automated measures began the process of bringing a young clone of Dumbledore to life. Moody sputtered, spitting out dirt as he'd been forced to dig himself out of a shallow grave. There were as many different rituals for restoring a dead man to life as there were Horcrux using mages who'd developed them. Snape preferred his potions, as did Dumbledore. But both of them were potions masters. Moody had other interests, and necromantic rites were a specialty. Death was his bailiwick, and the assassin was comfortable with it. About the only disadvantage to this rite was it did not bring back more of his body than he'd had during the past few months of life. So it did not restore things like his missing eye or leg. Still, it was intensely private. The mad-eyed Auror did not like to have people observing him during moments of weakness. The cloaked figure who had revived him nodded her head as he pulled himself free of the last little bits of dirt, already packing her bags of ritual components away. Already obliviated, she departed without a word, which was just as Moody liked it. Dragging together the rotted corpse garments that were a necessary part of this particular rite, Moody covered himself, seized his wand, and departed. There were many things he had to re-examine, not the least of which was how he had been assassinated. Moody did not believe in coincidence. He was on a job to kill someone, moved to protect an ally who was being killed, and got killed himself. To him that was a signed note, saying, enemy action, but for now his highest priority was to restore his intelligence contacts. And that meant reviving Dumbledore using the Horcrux left with him, not the original he'd gone fishing in the Hogwarts basement after. Moody was not a man who'd walk into the same trap twice. Hermione looked up to see Susan and Hannah clustered tight together come into the room where she was studying that book on exorcism herself, feeling a bit left behind by the rest of Hogwarts in that area of study. Hannah shoved her friend forward, and Susan sidled up, declaring, "You know, with how good you three guys are at fighting, Hannah and I have decided to be healers to back you up." Hermione paused a moment to lick her lips in contemplation before saying, "You know, it was a Muggle author by the name of Robert A. Heinlein who I believe put it best. He said, a human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, and lastly die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. Quote, she busied herself while talking. In something like an army, where you have large numbers of people but limited time and money for training, specializing makes some sense. You train people more quickly that way, and have enough people to special task some. But for your own life, your skill set is going to be with you always, so you want it to be as broad as possible. And in a small group like ours we'd best be able to have each of us do everything, just to be better prepared against all contingencies. We have time and money to afford training, but very few people. So in most ways that gives us the reverse situation of an army, and we've got to cram as much skill into our few people as possible. So, by all means become healers, but that won't save you from becoming expert fighters or curse breakers too. Unaware of the building danger, Harry and his fiancées had continued on with their lives in a more or less orderly fashion. They made their first shipment of ink, taking over sales on Dumbledore's monopoly, and got rather surprised by how much cash that drew in. Although it did cost them a fair amount to purchase barrels to store it in, as Trelawney refused to have her beautiful wood stained with black writing ink. Dumbledore had arrangements with everyone to restore to him used barrels and find them for any damage, so he'd only been forced to buy them once, long ago. But that was a cost they had to pay up front to take over the business, just like there were surprises about taking back over sale of farm produce from the old man. This in spite of that having once been a Potter business, and they'd left Harry records on how they'd done it. Harry had returned Madame Pants to her duties right after Bellatrix had been petrified so no one would notice her missing. He'd confounded her to continue on in the vein Bellatrix had been pursuing, restoring the library to its pre-censorship condition, making available lost materials in big displays right up front where Ravenclaws could descend on them like starving wolves. Dumbledore, having achieved his own animagus transformation, discovered that it had certain advantages he didn't want others to have. So from his beginning tenure as Transfiguration Professor, started to leave out those parts of the material that were necessary for the change. He also began to cull the useful or pertinent books on the subject out of the library until the only ones left were basically worthless at best, outright harmful at worst. James was able to sidestep that because his family library still detailed the procedure in its true and accurate form, and he helped his friends. McGonagall had achieved hers before Dumbledore had eliminated enough material and references to make it impossible. Even so, she'd faced more difficulties than most and was rather proud of herself for her success. It was one of the extra projects hanging around the edges of Harry's to-do plate, find a way to modify the current ritual so it allowed non-phi multiple animal forms. Not currently a priority, but in the "it would be nice" category. As part of their general precautions, Narcissa had produced more sets of silver weapons and armor for Susan and Hannah to wear, and while delivering them mentioned as an aside there were a few books on wand manufacture in the infamous Black Library. Illegal, yes, but that hadn't yet stopped the Black family. Being illegal barely slowed them down, even if they hadn't produced any wand crafting experts. They collected lots of illegal things. That was just one on the list. On discovering this, Harry couldn't wait to start studying in the Black family library. And naturally Hermione was even more eager than he to get at all of those lovely and delicious books. Well, actually, lovely and delicious was subject to debate. They weren't called the Black family for nothing. They had some truly horrendous spells in there, some of which Harry proclaimed could be tied to defensive wards to trigger on any intruders. Which would be a good idea, actually, seeing as a person's ward schemes were like a fingerprint, and right now he was using Voldemort's. That not only made his wards seem like Tom Riddles to anyone who was investigating them, it meant that Dark Idiot could understand to remove them better. Anyone who had faced the Dark Idiot's ward schemes could too. So anything to change that, like new spells to work in to replace old, would freshen up that style a bit and confuse those trying to identify it. And he did want his places protected as best as he was able. Harry had collected up the Black family properties along with the Potter ones, with a couple of exceptions like Godric's Hollow, including their played-out mines, just because he was being thorough. Who knew what his ancestors had hidden in some of those spaces? Illegal dragon hatcheries was just one of the things he knew of that was hidden down there. But anything the family wanted kept away from prying eyes might have been stashed down there. And if they were, he didn't want to miss acquiring them. Luna controlled several generations of illegally accumulated Malfoy family wealth, and she'd wanted him to hide that too. So he was a busy beaver. Still, when Narcissa hinted that the Black Library had 1 or 2 books on wand manufacture, Harry dropped many lesser priorities to look into that. But, once discovered, that was a daunting task. They had thousands of books stored in each of dozens of different houses with no organization or filing system whatsoever. Many of the books were unmarked, or deliberately disguised, and included countless private journals rambling about anything. To read this massive library, Harry created a portrait of himself, then set it before an automated reading stand that would flip pages or change books on verbal command. A painting could give verbal commands, and the portrait Harry could thus skim over a large volume of dark material that he already knew from Tom Riddle's memories, looking for those occasional bits that were new. A verbal command quill could then highlight the new stuff and bookmark it, saving the place for Harry to read himself later. In this way he could sort a large volume of material to pick out those gems he didn't already know in a short amount of time, because the drudge work was being done by a painting instead. It could sift the entire library that way. And besides, Bellatrix would expect it of him when she returned, and he could hardly keep the mask in place that allowed him to control her if he did not match up to that very reasonable, for Voldemort, expectation. He had to not only act delighted to have access to those books, but actually learn stuff from them. And, who knew? Maybe it had counters for some of Voldy's better abilities. Most of the books of that sort would tell you, take care lest you bring an X close to this, as that will unravel all of its power. And really, what knowledge could be more priceless? That told you what to find in order to counter some of Voldemort's toys and abilities. It highlights their weaknesses by the very warnings it gives intending to protect them. All of the best and most fearsome dark arts had loopholes and weaknesses like that, just like a basilisk could be destroyed by the simple crowing of a rooster. And speaking of basilisks, Harry's newest basilisk had hatched. He'd taken to carrying it around with him, sealed up in a cage disguised as a book in one of his expanded pockets. The gaze of a newly hatched basilisk was nothing, and wouldn't be until the tiny king of serpents had grown a little older. So that was why he wanted to keep it with him, to make sure it matured at 3 times normal rate as he went through his repeated days. He hadn't been able to repeat that trick of aging it 1,000 years in a second. So was stuck for now with normal advancement. Fairies are unpredictable. And, he was finding, that often applied even to themselves. The gaze of an immature basilisk wasn't all that special either. Much like an immature mandrake plant, they lacked the full adult's killing power. But still, the older it got the more powerful its magic, and the more useful the parts that could be pulled from it. Just like his dragons, he didn't have to kill them to get their skins. The hides of dragons were not as magically protective as a basilisk's but were more physically tough. Also, using that dental potion he hoped to develop he could even harvest fangs, then replace them. Trelawney had seen ahead, odd, that. He was unused to picturing her as an oracle, but with the damage to her gift restored, that's what she was, and one of the creatures put through that fire protection ritual before the time ran out on them and they'd hit the fall equinox was Harry's own demiguise. With the beast itself immune to fire, so was its hair. So with more doses of dragon whisker soup he now had a practically limitless supply of material for fireproof invisibility cloaks. He gave one to the Dryad, naturally. Hermione, I've been meaning to ask, do we know what specific kind of oak Trelawney is? To Harry this was very important. His efforts had turned Petunia's rather ordinary lawn into an award-winning landscaped garden. One did not do that by merely planting a rose. You had to know the specific species and cultivar of rose, what characteristics this bush had that made it suitable for that spot, and weigh those against other possible varieties. This was the essence of what made a modern gardener, and Harry was admittedly a very good one. His work had won awards in a very highly competitive field. And while he knew they'd assumed Trelawney was a white oak, without a tree identification book on hand to reference it was impossible to be certain as there were several related species that shared many identifying traits. Besides, there were many trees called white oak. However, Hermione had recently been doing research into dryads, and she huffed at him. Really, Harry, don't you know anything about this? The boy blinked in surprise. As previously mentioned, he was an expert in this field, both about plants, and about nymphs. Then she giggled, having gotten him back for his teasing her about math homework, and the mood relaxed. Actually, Harry, I wasn't quite joking. This is one of those areas where muggles get almost as silly as wizards. You see, it's one job of scientists to classify things, only they don't know when to stop. Their job says do it, and they get status from doing it, only there's no provision for saying, okay, that's enough now, so they never give up trying to break things down further into smaller and smaller categories so they can have something to name after themselves. It's institutionalized, and that's a form of bureaucracy, and those never make sense. They always start out with good intentions, but they get more and more insane the longer they run. It's ridiculous, but some of them make Wonderland seem rational. Harry blinked. He'd been quite proud of his accomplishments in this area. But it seemed his bushy-haired friend may have found one of those holes in his knowledge base. The boy actually knew a lot, both from his own studies and inherited from Voldemort. But nobody knew everything. The boy flopped into a seat, teasing, so, teach me, O great wise one, impart to this humble seeker your knowledge. Hermione giggled. Okay, it's really very simple. Imagine that all human beings suddenly froze in place and could neither move nor speak. Then picture some aliens coming down, someone who has no knowledge of Earth, and is trying to classify us. They start with the easy stuff. Humans are different than plants or beasts, so they call us humans. Then they continue on just as our Muggle scientists have done, breaking that definition smaller and smaller. They start on some more pertinent details. Some of us originate in Europe, others in Africa, Asia, America, what have you. That's still useful knowledge. But then just like us they don't know when to stop. Soon we're broken down by height, then weight, and a variety of other factors, useful to a doctor to figure out your health problems, but not so much an aspect of race. But then they still don't stop, and go yet further, until you have them picking out individual specimens, cloning them, and calling that its own subspecies. So eventually you'd have the Snivelus cultivar of the Greasius gitis species of the tall hook-nosed genus. Harry broke out laughing until he wept. It's true, he proclaimed, as he was rising up off the floor. They find a single specimen of a tree, or whatever, and make millions of clones of it, then treat it like it was something entirely different than the rest of the species, and call any mixes hybrids. Hermione nodded firmly, having deeply enjoyed Harry's reaction to her point. That's actually not an exaggeration. All commercial pistachios are clones of a single tree that someone found in their garden that produced an unusual number of nuts. They liked having so many nuts, so cloned the tree literally millions of times. They gave it a name and call it its own cultivar, but that's really like grabbing Snape and calling him his own species. Then other alien scientists come along and compare his greasy hair to other examples of humanity that are also poorly groomed, and claim they are related. If we want to go that route, then our dryad is of the Trelawney cultivar. Once more Harry broke down laughing into helplessness. Hermione's enjoyment over his reaction grew yet further, and she let loose a smile that she was no longer able to contain. If she were human, Trelawney would be stuck with whatever traits she got born with, improved somewhat by her own efforts. But she is a dryad, so that means fairy, and that means at least somewhat mutable. So truly she should have any aspect of oak trees that she wants to, and right now is leaning toward white oak. But she could mix that with aspects of swamp oak, or pin oak or any other oak she wanted to. I'm really not sure of her limits. Hermione, what are you reading? Instead of answering directly, the bookworm simply began to read aloud. A Welsh or English military archer during the 14th and 15th century was expected to shoot at least 10 aimed shots per minute. An experienced military longbowman was expected to shoot 20 aimed shots per minute. A typical military longbow archer would be provided with between 60 and 72 arrows at the time of battle, which would last the archer from 3 to 6 minutes, at full rate of shooting. Thus, most archers would not loose arrows at this rate, as it would exhaust even the most experienced man. Not only are the arms and shoulder muscles tired from the exertion, but the fingers holding the bowstring become strained, therefore, actual rates of fire in combat would vary considerably. Ranged volleys at the beginning of the battle would differ markedly from the closer, aimed shots as the battle progressed and the enemy neared. Arrows were not unlimited, so archers and their commanders took every effort to ration their use to the situation at hand. Nonetheless, resupply during battle was available. Young boys were often employed to run additional arrows to longbow archers while in their positions on the battlefield. Harry had the grace to smirk. Whereas a musket, even a fairly advanced 18th century version using a paper cartridge, which vastly sped up the whole loading process, was lucky to get a fire rate of 4 rounds a minute, even with a veteran soldier allowed to fire as quickly as he was able, 3 or less a minute for a very experienced man without a paper cartridge. In combat 1 or 2 per minute was far more likely. And muskets were so inaccurate it was complained that it took a man's weight in lead balls to kill him. They basically gave up on the concept of marksmanship and relied entirely on massive volume of fire at short range. They commonly exchanged volleys at 60 feet or less because it was so ineffective farther out. In fact, I recall one saying, "It is a very unfortunate soldier indeed who is hit by a musket at 100 feet, provided it was aimed at him." The musket was theoretically their main weapon, but those armies did most of their killing with bayonets. One British general was nicknamed "No Flint" Grey because he rarely had his troops fire. He just ordered bayonet charges. Can you imagine a tank general today ordering his units not to fire, just run the enemy over? Hermione gazed at him triumphantly as she stood up to replace her book on the shelves. And I was just reading, archery contests such as the famous one where Robin Hood shot, commonly had their targets, 70 yards, out, or 450 feet or farther. And the main tactic for infantry attacks for musket-equipped armies was a slow measured advance. Even at a fast walk, which was as fast as those formations could go without charging, at which point they become melee troops and don't shoot a thing, they only cross about 210 feet a minute. So a handful of decent archers, not even the best, just enough to pass military standards, could over the 2 minutes of that advance, kill more than 20 times their number in musketeers before the muskets even came close enough to fire. Harry smiled back to her. So, if you had, say, 5 of those longbow archers, they could kill 100 musketeers before the archers were in any danger, and even have time for spare shots in case they missed a couple times. You know, those kind of losses are demoralizing. It's hard to make your troops take those and go on fighting. Historically speaking, virtually all armies break and run before losing 1 man in 10. And it looks bad if you have to have 1,000 troops to chase down 5. But musket-equipped armies defined the "stand there and take it" mentality. So they couldn't even duck for cover. The girl nodded firmly. Longbow archers were the elite troops of a medieval battlefield. Black powder firearms took over because they were cheap, and you could hand any moron one and get him to use it within minutes. Archery training took decades to get the kind of skill they required. Harry snorted good-naturedly. I'd recommend cavalry charges, personally. Hermione sniffed disdainfully. The French tried it. English longbowmen would commonly jab hundreds of stakes as big as a spear into the ground and fight from within those hedges. Charging them on horseback was suicide. It wasn't until Joan of Arc got the proud French knights to dismount and enter those hedges on foot that they ever beat them. And even so, it wasn't easy, it just was no longer impossible. England dominated Europe with the longbow, and they enjoyed that so much at one point they'd cut down every yew tree in Britain, and most of those on the continent, to make bows. Harry sighed, then chortled good-naturedly. Which reminds me, don't forget we've got another archery lesson in a few minutes. Firenze is trying to make up for having missed a few days in the transition of the forest. Hermione groaned. Her arms hurt, and her poor fingers could barely hold a quill. Firenze was turning out to be as much of a fanatic about his sport as Oliver Wood was about Quidditch. Suddenly Harry's complaints the last 2 years about an insane coach wanting to practice them at all hours, in all weathers, and work his team to exhaustion were not so funny. It wasn't a little boy being lazy, it was a real inconvenience. Not to mention a literal pain. Sighing, she got up to follow him out to their favorite apparition spot, where they met up with the others, and Harry took them all to the forest. But, instead of Firenze, it was Trelawney who was there, sitting at a tea table set for 6 and calmly sipping her juice. Then she looked up at them with an intellectually smug smile that was so Hermione Harry had to check to make sure the real Granger still stood by his side. Ever since the professor had taken that polyjuice he'd been able to tell her apart from the real girl until right then, and it scared him. Instead the professor turned back to her drink and, blowing on the cider to cool it for her change had made tea revolting to her. No one knew why, she calmly gloated, ever since the headbastard's manipulations to my mind have been removed, I've been able to recall my own predictions, when I make any. And I just had a rather detailed, though brief, one. I can see why he wouldn't want you to be able to do that, the real Hermione volunteered. Oracles may not be able to predict their own futures, but you still might have seen something that could mess him up. Harry had not spoken. He'd had a sinking feeling ever since Sybil spoke that this was about to become one of those, Troy will not fall unless, moments, and he was bracing for the impact. Greeks had relied upon their oracles for clear and accurate predictions, none of this, you'll never understand it until it's all over, nonsense. It turned out he was exactly right. Trelawney turned a strong gaze to them with just a touch of fairy fire around her eyes, which was a touch spooky considering that she wore Hermione's face. Headmaster Dumbledore has split his soul into 13 parts. 3 of those are shortly to be embodied and will walk free. They are untouched by the venom you used so adroitly to destroy the original, and if they have time to get their bearings you must unavoidably be destroyed. So if you wish to live and succeed at the tasks the Fairy Queen has given you, you must catch as many as you can as they emerge before they have sufficient guard up. Harry's heart sunk at the thought of Dumbledore having 12 Horcruxes. Nevertheless, he asked, where did they come from? The oracle's gaze riveted onto him. 13 strongholds he has, Hogwarts plus 12 others. None are what they seem. The first is a hill, farmed for generations. You will know it by the purple windmill. Second is a bar owned by his brother. It is most dangerous of all. Third you will never find unless one who knows shows you the way. Harry was nodding, already tabulating and calculating the information. There were no purple windmills on any of his farm properties, so it was time to take a broom ride over some others. Fortunately only wizards would have a purple windmill. Best to start looking across other farms Dumbledore controlled. Second was the clearest of all. The Hog's Head Inn at Hogsmeade was run by Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus' younger and only brother. Third obviously indicated a property under Fidelius. But they were fairy, they had the second sight. They could see through those. Then Harry's heart sunk yet again as Voldemort's knowledge popped up with the answer, an anti-fairy ward. Rare. Heck, practically unknown. One effect of having an anti-fairy ward was that house elves could not enter. So it was simply unthinkable to any pureblood household to apply one, as the thought of living without servants catering to your every need was appalling. Pampered purebloods simply could not tolerate a life of not being catered to. And none of the poorer households would want them either, for that and the fact that it would prevent them from using their most popular Christmas decorations. No, to wizards that would be almost as unthinkable as having a ward against functioning toilets, which reminded him to suggest that to the twins as a prank. But on an old, unused, semi-abandoned property. Yeah, he could see that. Then a chill seized his heart. The Dumbledores were an ancient family. They might have properties anywhere, including especially some of those old quiet backwater part magical towns he'd been converting over into forts. So any one of them might be compromised. Even though he wasn't planning on hiding in any of those places himself, the thought was chilling. Who is one who knows? Bathilda Bagshot knows enough. Sybil's reply was unusually blunt for an oracle. The ones who truly know would never tell you. They are bound to never tell at all. Harry sighed, nodding, while all his girls look on at him processing this. So we need her on our side, great. Well, at least we know. What traps would work best? Hermione blurted from around Harry's shoulder. Sybil grinned. It was a good question. Whatever you do, back it up with Dementors. Harry slapped his face and proclaimed, I am a fool. We know the old man is using a Horcrux, or as it turns out, a dozen Horcruxes. Those are soul anchors, meaning bits of soul. And what creature eats those? Dementors, the girls all realized together. Of course. Luna gasped. We've been going about this all wrong. There is no reason for Horcruxes to be indestructible. They are made of Dementor food. All of the protections are simply things that wizards apply after the fact to protect their precious soul anchors. Harry rolled his eyes and tossed his hands in the air, frustrated over his own foolishness. A Horcrux can stop you from crossing over to true death, but can only draw you back to life if you are a free-floating spirit. If you're stuck in a Dementor's gut, there's nothing that it can do. Every part of a Dark Lord's soul we shove down a Dementor's throat is one piece that cannot come back, no matter what. I've even been doing that to Tom's soul pieces. Why did it never occur to me to do it to Dumbledore? This could have been over with by now. Luna laid a small hand on his shoulder, speaking with kind eyes. Harry, don't blame yourself for not having all the best ideas at once. No one can do that. Now Hermione herself smirked. Actually, I think we ought to go for double protection. Every Dementor we feed a part of one of their souls we should send through the Veil of Death. They all paused. Let's do that to most of them right now, Hannah remarked. It's not like anyone wants to have them around. Yeah, Susan offered. From what you said, couldn't Voldemort get them back on his side in an instant? Didn't the headbastard say he was bringing him back? Do we want them to still be around for him to recruit? I'll tell Narcissa to get the ministry on it, Luna volunteered. It's not like any of us can control them. Harry couldn't use the same dark arts Riddle did to get command of the things. Save out a few, Harry instructed tiredly. We have a few traps to set. After a mostly sleepless night for all of them, when the group reformed, Harry went and confronted Luna immediately. Luna, I know you said to wait. But with the threats placed against us, I feel we need Bella back immediately. We're just too outgunned and need all the help we can get. Frankly, I'm certain that I'm going to have to summon the rest of the Death Eaters and proclaim myself Voldemort II just to get some experienced fighting units on our side to even the odds a bit. But even that would be easier to do if I had Bellatrix by my side, so we need her right away. I'm sorry. This proclamation was met by a soft yet bright smile by the bee, owned. Don't be sorry, Harry. Today is the day. We've waited long enough, and you can have her back now. Take me to Trelawney's Glade and I'll show you. Somewhat puzzled, travel arrangements were taken care of and they arrived to see a large, full-length mirror leaned up against Trelawney's oak. When Luna stepped up to it, Alice of Wonderland came out, deposited a familiar golden vial in her hands, and vanished without speaking back into the mirror. Luna nodded to Trelawney and the Dryad dumped the acorns and other nuts out of the now completed cauldron of plenty just as dawn arose. Harry and Hermione were staring in disbelief at the familiar vial as Luna faced the rest of them and explained, 1 month ago, when we were doing that one day of intense time traveling, I rushed ahead to the place where Trelawney would become a Dryad, and getting there before anyone else, I stole her potion before Harry arrived and she could take it. But why? Susan blurted. Always people ask the hardest question. Luna smiled aside to Hermione. Anyway, then I gave it to my grandmother Alice to take to Wonderland, where time works very strangely indeed. I got her to promise to give it back to me precisely 1 month from the time I gave it to her for safekeeping. I would then keep it 1 hour, and return it to her. She was then to take it back to me 1 month ago, so I could replace it by the pond in time for Harry to find it and for Sybil to become a Dryad. Harry's eyes had crossed, but he bravely surmised. If I am following this, what you did was to take the potion, move it forward a month, then back a month again to where we found it in order for us to use it as we did. Why? Luna's eyes shone brilliant, pleased with her own scheming. She held her head high and said, this way I could run it through the cauldron of plenty. And we would have 100 doses of that potion, instead of just 1. So 100 Dryads to serve Harry rather than only 1. Jaws dropped all around. So truly, it doesn't matter what damage was done to Bellatrix' body. Luna calmly uncorked the Dryad cordial and poured it into the cauldron of plenty before picking up a stirring spoon and turned a dazzling smile on the rest of them. Because she is about to get a new one. One without all of the marks and scars, mental or magical, of having served her Dark Lord. Harry gasped at the thought of 100 witches basically unkillable by normal means. Even if they were untrained to start with, they could be taught, and that was quite a fighting force Luna had just delivered him. Then, all those enhancement potions. Hermione's eyes widened in wonder. Exactly. Luna hopped up and down in place triumphantly holding her spoon. Applied to this potion is the same as applied to the seed. We can dose all our Dryads with plant augmentations in the same dose that makes them Dryads. Hermione's eyes began to grow larger and larger as she ran through the catalog of plant enhancements aloud. The fire protection ritual makes them immune to heat and flame, at least to those who it gets applied to. But we can finish doing that to them all next year, after the first summer solstice, Luna interrupted. Hermione nodded, already going on. The potion of plant protection makes them immune to harmful insects. The essence of evergreen prevents them from suffering when it gets too cold. The potion brewed from elixir of life makes them immune to rot and corrosion, while the one brewed with phoenix tears protects them from poison and disease. Here her face scrunched up, but why the one for making them continually fruit and blossom? Luna was too happy to answer smugly, so it came out cheerful instead as she hopped around in glee, because Harry's family controls farm interests, of course. Production is wealth, and wealth is power. We've zinged Dumbledore enough times on that issue, you ought to know that. Besides, a major concern for agriculture is keeping food harvested once a year. Fresh for sale during the entire year as people buy and consume it. Having trees that continually provide fruit all year round gets around that. Harry was nodding, as do those enchantments of Alcinous, where the fruit does not fall or spoil, but remains fresh all year round. Exactly. Luna bounced up and down, unable to contain her glee. Concern resolved, Hermione continued her mental count aloud. That potion Harry converted from his family's patent application for that ribbon makes them immune to bad weather. Then his family's ever-fertile soil recipe that enables them to live on any ground, no matter how barren. She raised her face to the others, having gone over her facts until she'd figured it out. All of these put together using a draft of drafts makes it so the dryads this produces will be all but immune to every form of natural harm. And a dryad lives as long as her tree does, Susan repeated in awe. That means making their trees impervious to virtually every form of non-magical harm. Will lead to practically unkillable dryads, Luna confirmed smugly. Wood-boring beetles, blight, bad weather, especially cold winters, running out of nutrients in the soil, none of these are of any concern to our dryads. Harry cocked his head to consider her. So their only concern is lumberjacks and other direct acts of men and wizards. Which is why I approached the twins for a conversion for Rheum blood to use on plants. Luna raised her nose in mock snootiness. Harry laughed. Seeing the questioning faces of his two Hufflepuffs who had good excuse for not knowing, as this material was not yet covered in class, he wiped aside his tears and explained, Rams are magical golden bulls, and drinking their blood imparts great strength, for a short while. But we've already seen other temporary potions like Polyjuice and Unctuous Unction get turned permanent as part of a dryad's transformation. So, while it won't make them quite as strong as giants, I'd say it ought to make these delicate-seeming, beautiful wood nymphs as strong as trolls. And trolls are plenty strong enough to discourage all but the most powerful woodcutters, Hermione concluded softly, fighting a grin of her own. And since she could automatically feel any harm to any part of her tree, and can flash to one no matter the distance. Luna giggled. The first bite of the axe is also going to be the woodchopper's last, Harry concluded, nodding firmly as he agreed with the principle. You protect your people from harm so they can later be around to protect you. Elementary strategy. Hermione giggled, bending over to cover her face lest she laugh out loud. And all of those potions we accumulated that are totally irresponsible to use on only a single plant, because they are so terribly not cost-effective. Now we have 100 plants protected from each, instead of one, because they all got blended in the cauldron of plenty, Luna agreed, nodding. Oh, but it's so much more than that. Hermione insisted, still fighting giggles. We're going to be taking cuttings from all of these trees. We'll have entire forests protected for the cost of one potion blended this way. But, who are we even going to use it on? Hannah blurted, then shrank as gazes moved to her. Don't look at me. My mother would kill me if I couldn't give her grandkids without a planting box. Same here, Susan quickly asserted. It wouldn't seem fair to use it on people whose lives are just starting out, Hermione hedged. This is a rather permanent change, after all, and most of us students are kids. It doesn't seem right to take that away. Harry began grinning. So you're saying that the best way to use this is as a second chance for people whose lives are already messed up. Hermione blinked, considering that. I guess that does seem best. Good. Harry nodded firmly, crossing his arms. Then I nominate the female staff members of Hogwarts. Once more jaws dropped all around. Harry made a gesture to emphasize his point. Technically they are agents of our enemy. Right now they all contribute substantially to his power, and I'd rather turn them into friends than destroy them. Plus for all we know this potion only works on females, and I'd rather not waste a dose finding out if it works on men. Besides, that's just creepy anyway. But I see this as a rescue. The staff of Hogwarts have all been routinely obliviated of deeds and things the headmaster would rather they not know, so most of them are already messed up. Plus, he passes around compulsion charms more than he does drops in order to get the environment just the way he likes it, with teachers ignoring all of the bullying and so on that goes on around here. I looked into this a bit right after we rescued Trelawney, and most of the staff have had their minds damaged by all of the manipulating he's done to them over the years." Hermione had begun nodding. The obliviating of McGonagall seems to have been a bi-weekly occurrence, according to Dumbledore's appointment book. So not only did they follow our enemy, he isn't treating them right. This both robs him of power, and sees to it they receive better care. She considered another moment, then sighed, plus our queen told us Hogwarts is one of his irreplaceable treasures. This damages his ability to use that. Susan threw in her 2 cents, I agree we should get the female Hogwarts staff with this. I know from my aunt's complaints the more insiders you get on your side, the harder it will be for anyone else to control things. She's had to fight against established power blocks for years, and it's miserable. So if we get half of the teachers in this castle on our side, it will be harder for Dumbledore to control the school or do things we don't like or approve of. They can simply ignore his instructions and policies, if nothing else. Snape has been getting away with it for years. How is he going to discipline them? Hermione considered her friend carefully, before adding, many are elderly, but if you want to recruit people with skills you'd best aim for those who've had time to acquire them. Luna instantly began bouncing up and down, clapping her hands. Harry, you don't get older than ghosts. If nearly headless Nick could be administered Mandrake Restorative Draft in our 2nd year to recover from being petrified by a basilisk, does that mean all ghosts could be given potions? They all met eyes. I don't see why not, Hermione answered in amazed and wondering tones. And if Myrtle, then the Grey Lady, Luna commanded in soft and playful tones. She's been hiding out in odd corners of Ravenclaw Tower, afraid of being exorcised. I'll have to research it, the boy replied. And one of the first things I'd like to do is snag Poppy Pomfrey, who supposedly did it the first time. She's bound to know if there are any tricks involved, and having a healer on our side just smacks of all kinds of rightness. Plus, if we can really steal half of the headmaster's staff out from under his nose, I'd like to try it. He then rubbed the side of his neck in nervousness. Plus, I'm really not comfortable with our health being seen to by an agent of our enemy any longer than it has to be. Hermione scrunched up her face. As an employee of Hogwarts, she reports to Dumbledore and takes orders from him, and we really don't know what he could have done to subvert her. The 2 Hufflepuffs paled, not having thought of that. There has to be some limits, or I would have died on my first night in. There, Harry sighed, shaking his head. Yes, but is it you who are protected, or all of us? Hermione questioned. The boy nodded. You're right. We can hardly take the risk. I've got one more candidate. They all turned to Luna. Who? Narcissa, she told them simply, with a slight scowl on her face. The others heaved an immediate sigh, and Harry nodded. Narcissa had proven herself useful a dozen times over in the political arena and the court of public opinion. Having stood by Lucius' side while he enacted his clever dance had taught her all of the steps, and she proved to be far more popular, only in part because she served a far less odious agenda. However, she'd also proven traitorous, building up her own power base at the expense of her Luna and Harry's. It was subtle, she hadn't gone far yet, but her intentions were clear. Luckily, Harry knew how to read minds better than she could defend hers, so it was a simple matter to pluck those plans out of her head at one of her debriefings. That betrayal made Narcissa useless to them for the only thing they'd had a use for her to begin with. She could not be their agent in politics if she would serve her own interests instead of theirs. Nor could they trust such a person to wield their authority on their behalf, not when she obviously wouldn't. So despite how much they needed an agent, it couldn't be her. Not while she was like this. The question then became, what to do with her? Luna's answer came just as fast, turn her into a dryad. With that cordial making an unctuous unction permanent in her system, like it had for Trelawney, they'd no longer have to worry about her loyalties. She would serve them as one fairy to the Queen's champions, if nothing else. But with a permanent dose of unctuous unction in her system, she'd like it. Nor, for that matter, would they have to be concerned about their agent getting assassinated. That was always a danger in pureblood politics, you do something someone doesn't like and they might lodge a fatal objection. But, no longer having to fear that, she could be much more bold in her actions. One of Narcissa's more minor betrayals had been to divert family funds to pay for a cocktail of potions to give to Draco. Apparently a mother's loyalty to her child was not yet exhausted, because when Draco had sent her mother a letter from Azkaban asking for certain potions to be prepared, the ones to enable her to fulfill her breeding contract quickly and easily, Narcissa had embezzled the funds to pay for it. Never mind that, had she made the request, she might even have convinced them to part with the funds. A few of them had had second thoughts about what they'd done to Draco, notably Harry, as the form that punishment took made him nervous every time he stood up to pee. Hermione felt it was just punishment enough, as it wasn't too different from what Draco would have done to her. But Luna, whom the little bastard had tried to kill, was often of the opinion that they hadn't punished him enough. Still, Narcissa had stolen the money from them instead of asked. That was, sadly, only a minor one out of her several betrayals. She was clearly and unmistakably setting herself up as an independent power, and that was only confirmed by what Harry had read in her mind. All right, Hermione nodded, having thought this through thoroughly along with the rest. So we turned Narcissa into a dryad. Then Susan blurted out, Harry. I'm glad we've chosen out a couple, but we don't have time to choose out 100 women like this. To say nothing of kidnapping them, Hermione murmured, recalling her one experience in that department. That was hard work. The debates would take forever, Susan concluded, shaking her head. I've been with my aunt to a few Wizengamot meetings, and disagreements will happen. It could literally tie us up for years, just discussing who to change. We don't even know that many women, Hannah agreed. Harry drew in a big breath, then sighed. Okay then, this is how we'll do it. We'll select 20 women to be dryads. Then, once they've made the change, we give each of them the duty to choose 4 more suitable girls apiece for us. Hermione frowned. It was a good idea, but Harry, even 20 could take a long time. Do you recall how long it took us to kidnap Trelawney? We could be the better part of a month doing this, and that is if nothing goes wrong. Once more Harry sighed. Okay, you're right. So how about this? We restore Bella, then have her kidnap McGonagall. She's already proven expert at not only infiltrating Hogwarts but capturing and replacing the staff. So we trust her to do that again. Then once we have McGonagall we have her call together the rest of the female staff, get them out of the castle and changed. That's 10 right there, plus Myrtle, the Grey Lady, Bellatrix and Narcissa. If we can find 6 more we've got our 20. Then we rely on them to choose the rest. Luna nodded, firmly agreeing with this plan. Bathilda Bagshot for another of our original 20. According to Trelawney we need her help, so this way, transforming her into a dryad, we can be sure to get it. McGonagall could also be made to sign more forms authorizing more schools and other such concessions if she was our dryad. Hermione mused. Then she turned to face her favorite bee, owned Ravenclaw. Luna, it occurs to me that we can create more copies of Sybil's oak using cuttings, and that she can't die so long as one of those trees or any of their offspring exist. It also occurs to me that you have access to Wonderland and Oz. I wonder if they might not be good places to plant trees. It was rare to see Luna astonished, yet as her eyes flew wide the other girls giggled and Harry smiled. This was, needless to say, a positively brilliant idea. Susan was shaking her head. I'm amazed. Do you really think we can put Myrtle and the Grey Lady through the dryad conversion process? We're going to try, Harry informed her soberly. In fact, let's get this potion mixed, because one of the powers of the stone in Slytherin's ring is you can turn it 3 times and cause the dead to appear before you. Most of the time they resent being pulled out of heaven, but I want to try it on a ghost, someone who has not crossed over. And if that works, then we can get 2 of our dryad candidates to appear before us right now. They immediately turned to the Cauldron of Plenty. The draft of drafts Luna had ordered made everything easy. It was as simple as pouring all of them into the pot, which was soon bubbling with 100 times the doses of their combined concoction. A pity the cauldron could be used to only multiply something once. There was no way to add something more to get another 100 copies of a brewer. They could have had a theoretically limitless supply. But such was not to be. However, apparently they weren't done mixing this one. Hermione caught Luna as she poured in the pale pink contents of a vial no one had agreed on. What's that? Bushy hair stood on end as she recognized the color. Is it a love potion? No, not actually. Luna shook her head, speaking conversationally as she poured the potion into the mix. This is a potion called Bride's Delight, made about 100 years ago to make it easier on pure-blooded women to accept their arranged marriages. You can key it like a love potion, putting in one of the groom's hairs, or just wait for the wedding night. That serves as well, but it only renders her more sensitive to being attracted to or stimulated by her husband, making it easier for her to feel those feelings towards her groom and magnifying them when they occurred, based on the theory that the more excited a woman gets, the easier it is for her to become pregnant. Luna capped the now empty potion bottle and stood back to contemplate the bubbling mixture, never taking her eyes off the cauldron as she continued to explain. It worked quite well by all reports, and enjoyed a few decades of great popularity, but it fell out of favor when pure-blooded men got disgusted by their wives being randy kittens, no matter how easily satisfied. They searched for another solution, and that's when having muggle-born women serve as substitute mothers came into fashion. After that, wives stopped taking the potion, because all that attraction got unfulfilled and just led to greater frustration over their uninterested husbands, who'd begun to explore one of the worst legacies of the ancient Greeks, the philosophy that a woman was for duty, boys for pleasure, and goats for ecstasy. Only our purebloods took that as a starting point and have been getting ever more exotic and bizarre in their ual habits ever since, a trend that had begun before Bride's Delight got developed, and which it was hoped it might fix. Capping the bottle, Luna turned to look at her friends. But since Draco was going to have to do the deed with Crabbe and Goyle, her mother got her a dose to make things easier on her. Hermione's hair was standing on end, and her fists were clenched and she towered over the distracted bee. Owned. What on earth were you thinking adding something like that to our dryad cordial? Luna smiled serenely as she pocketed the empty vial. Oh, well, it occurred to me that while having 100 dryads was good, more was always better. So if they felt, she delicately licked her lips, averting her eyes, eager I guess would be the best word, to find a husband, then an otherwise static population could see some rapid growth. After all, our ultimate task is to save the fairies from extinction, and dryads are one of the races of fairy. Paralyzed by this thought, Hermione made no objection when Luna uncapped the other vial Narcissa had paid for and dumped it into the cauldron with a satisfied smirk. There. Now in 9 years or so we ought to go from having 100 dryads to having 2,500 or so. To be fair, even if all of our dryads find husbands at once, it will be 20 years before the youngest reach 11. So in all probability this will have no effect on our current war. But we still need to plan for our future. The other girls did some quick calculations in their heads. 100 dryads given the same potion Draco had planned to use to pop out 24 children in 9 years. Yup, 24 babies each over 100 dryads would be 2,500 dryads. They all blushed furiously. Hermione gulped, face a new shade of red. They won't keep getting pregnant with twins 4 times every 3 years, will they? Luna calmly shook her head. No, unlike some potions this one doesn't have a duration that can be extended like that. It's good for 12 sets of twins only. After those 9 years our wood nymphs will go back to a more normal rate. But considering for dryads a normal rate of reproduction is 1 baby dryad every couple of 100 years, and there are so few dryads right now, I think we really need them to have a population boost to start with. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Hermione whispered that last part. Luna turned away, already happily wondering out loud, now, all we need is a couple more of these potions to brew into hundreds to give our house elves. And maybe our centaurs. The unicorns could also use a boost. Minerva McGonagall sat in her place as the staff gathered around her for the meeting she had called. Thank you all for coming, she told them as the last of them, Rolanda Hooch and Pomona Sprout, took their seats. Phileas and Mr. Lupin are out on hall support so our students do not get too out of hand while we have our meeting, but I felt a quick, informal brunch while we discuss where we are as a school to be appropriate considering recent calamities. The deputy headmistress looked kindly around the room. For all the talk of Hogwarts having an equal female-to-male staff ratio, that was not what she was seeing in this room. To her right sat Aurora Sinistra, professor of astronomy. Next to her was Bathsheba babbling of ancient runes. While on her left sat Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff and herbology professor, with Septima Vector, their arithmancy professor, and Charity Burbage of Muggle Studies next to her, with Rolanda Ciamara Hooch directly across. Hagrid was out seeing to the grounds and the poor man was still blubbering over the forbidden forest going missing one night. But neither the school nurse, Poppy Pomfrey, nor their now well-esteemed librarian Irma Pants were present either. With Snape and Filch no longer on staff, and Binns exorcised, everyone was now accounted for. These present, plus Trelawney, who was first to be changed, their nurse and librarian made for 10 female staff members. While the male side currently was represented only by Dumbledore, Hagrid, Lupin and Flitwick. So much for the school being equally divided along gender lines. She signaled Harry, and he came forward with a food cart and began to serve dishes to all of the ladies present. While he did so, McGonagall smirked. "Mr. Potter I have found to be an excellent cook, and in absence of most of our house elves I have him serving out a detention providing refreshments for us. Do not be afraid to speak before him, as he is wearing a silencing charm for this occasion so he does not overhear sensitive issues." Harry kept his head down and served quietly and efficiently as the female staff of Hogwarts began to speak frankly before him. He did wear a silencing charm, but it was only on his mouth and below. His ears were fine, and he listened without showing a sign on his face while he served out drinks and dishes to the women present. Bellatrix was doing a fine job as McGonagall, he felt. Actually, though they had kidnapped the deputy headmistress from her room that morning and subjected her to the unctuous unction and dryad cordial, she made a very excellent birch, and they had all enjoyed watching her transformation. They had a change of plans that no one had been able to tell Harry about, because he'd been too busy cooking in the kitchen, and that was really Professor McGonagall there. Bellatrix was currently impersonating Rolanda Hooch, and she was running damage control for in case anything went wrong. If things did go sour, they would all be looking at McGonagall, giving Bella freedom to curse them in the backs. And if things went right, it was her intention to go and collect Poppy Pomfrey immediately after this meeting with tales of a flying injury, so they could get virtually all of the female staff at once. Sybil Trelawney showed up, astonishing everyone, including Harry. Once again this was a change in plans, but this one was actually a change of plans. Originally Hermione suggested that she could attend as Trelawney, since she'd mastered her form during that first switch long ago. But Trelawney begged and pleaded that someone go fetch her old hairbrush that she'd used during her mortal days, so she could take a hair from it and charge Polyjuice to assume her old form. This was not because she liked her old appearance, far from it, and she still intended to go about looking like Hermione whenever possible. But for this once she wanted to be there doing what Bellatrix was doing, supporting Harry. And since this might be one of the last opportunities with Albus gone, the girls hadn't the heart to refuse, so they let her. She too was there with the same plans as Bellatrix. If anything went wrong she was not the person they'd all be looking at, and could stun them in the backs. And if things went right, she could rush off to grab Irma Pants to add to the collective flood of teachers about to be converted. Certain levels of function had to be maintained around the school at all times, so very few staff meetings actually involved all of the staff. But with no idea when any of the Albus clones were returning, they did want to grab as many teachers as possible as soon as possible to avoid confrontations. So, nodding to the rest of the staff, Sybil took her seat. Besides, she'd seen what this turned into, and it was too amusing to miss. While there was some flutter over the reappearance of their divination teacher, Sybil just gave her best mysterious smile and told them all would be revealed shortly. There was naturally some grumbling over this proclamation from the fraud. Harry hid his smile as he served everyone their drinks of choice, each one laced with unctuous unction. The plan was once they'd all drunk enough to be his best friends, then McGonagall would lead them out of the small room and off the grounds to where they could take a portkey to just outside the glade. One great hiccup they'd discovered during Bellatrix' transformation that was later confirmed by McGonagall's, was that dryads are invariably young and beautiful women, meaning that a lady's dryad form often looked very much like an idealized version of what she was when she was young and in her prime. Age lines, wrinkles and scars vanished. They were neither over nor underweight after the change, nor did they acquire any of the gawkiness or pimples of youth. In short, they'd never looked so good, even when they were that young. Naturally this endlessly pleased the women so changed, but also just as obviously they couldn't go around like that and be taken for their mortal selves. And that would invalidate their plans to use them as sleeper agents to confound Dumbledore's control of the school. So Luna was out collecting samples from hairbrushes to use in polyjuice so their new dryads could learn to impersonate themselves. Apparently a certain amount of metamorph talent was inherent in being a dryad. And while they preferred to be their own beautiful selves, they could disguise themselves as other women at need. And, well, that could be useful. Before we start, Pomona's spout leaned forward, eyes twinkling. Are you going to share with us the good news? I don't know what you're talking about, McGonagall said primly, fighting a grin. Oh, don't you take that tone with me, young lady. Pomona teased her friend indulgently. You and I got hired on practically the same day. We went to school together. I know your secrets, and I haven't seen you in a mood like this once since you had a crush in our 7th year. So spill. Other females perked up, sensing gossip. McGonagall could now no longer entirely fight her canary-eating grin. Blushing, she looked down at the table. I may have some romantic prospect, yes. The entire table was now riveted at the shocking news. Pomona shook her head as if regretfully, sporting her own grin. Dear, you know we can't possibly let you leave this table now without prying all of your secrets from you. She was surrounded by nodding women. Are you using a new makeup? Aurora blurted. As soon as she did so all the others at the table noticed and remarked upon it, how Minerva's face was remarkably clear. Really, Harry, who was still in the room, couldn't tell the difference, but women noticed these things. It was at that point that McGonagall lost control under the pressure, her transformation falling away to reveal her true form. She got surrounded by gasps. Pomona sighed, then scolded, Minnie. I'm surprised at you. You know digging potions and beautifying elixirs are not something to use in a relationship. They are just a form of lying. It always ends up worse when you use them, as they always end up discovering the truth eventually. Minerva raised her head to regard the disappointed women surrounding her, a triumphal smile on her face. That's just the thing, she boasted. This is no lie. The effects are real and permanent. Once more gasps filled the chamber. Then suddenly everyone had to get out of their seats to examine her. Minerva's hair was a bright red, as it had been in her youth before she'd turned steel gray. Her body was round in the right places and lithe and had to be commented upon, and her skin was absolutely to die for, soft and smooth and blemishless, her proportions flawless. She was, in essence, one ideal of feminine beauty, the ideal that fit her body type and coloration. She could not have looked better and still been herself. Now I simply can't believe it. Pomona declared. If this sort of thing was available they could charge my weight in gold just for a spot on the sign-up sheet. Now Minnie, be honest. What have you done? Me. Minerva fluttered her eyes in fake astonishment. Why should any of you think this was my fault? In point of fact, I was kidnapped this morning by Bellatrix Black, who took me off to a clearing where I was forced to consume a fairy draft that will not only keep me looking this good for the rest of my life, but will make me arguably as hard to kill as Voldemort himself. Now even I know you're lying, Aurora, the youngest witch in their company, reproved. Fairies, in theory, had the power to do that sort of thing. But they were too capricious to be relied upon to actually do it. It had been positively ages since anyone had convinced one to try. They were far more likely to leave one an ugly toad and consider the whole thing a joke. Besides, adding Bellatrix Black to it just made the story too ridiculous. Very well, I'll prove it to you. Minerva shoved back her chair and stood up. They have more doses of this lying about. I'm sure I could convince them to share some with you. I do warn you, however. They will expect you to take a draft of unctuous unction before they will give any to you. If they make me look like that they won't need a dose of unctuous unction to make me their best friend. Pomona also stood, and poking her friend in the ribs to get her moving, demanded, now lead the way. But I warn you, if this is a joke you'll have all year to regret it. Of course, Minerva nodded demurely, before turning to younger teachers and commanding, Septima, Bathsheba, you put warming charms on the food for when we return. Sybil, you go collect Irma. Rolanda, you get Poppy. They won't want to be left out of this. I don't have a girl in my house who'll want to be left out of this, provided this is true, Pomona insisted. There won't be a girl in the school. Or in our world, for that matter. Which is why I think you have to be fibbing. Just us teachers, for now, Minerva returned with a smile. And you'll learn for yourself soon enough whether I am lying or not. Sybil left in a rush, biting her finger to avoid laughing. She was weeping tears from her eyes out of the strain of not having busted up in the chamber. Harry was gobsmacked. This was not what they'd planned. Not even close. But moments later the entire flock of them were going willingly to where he'd thought he'd have to drag them. Beauty is important to women. And he'd failed to adequately grasp that. Pomona took the first drink of cordial herself, leaving all the rest to witness her transformation in shock and wonder, then practically fight over who got to go next after she'd exited the trunk of her new tree as a young and beautiful woman, far better looking than she'd ever been in mortality. Far better looking than most models were, even after makeup and airbrush. It was obvious fairy magic at work, and legends were clear that fairies could actually do the sort of thing that Minerva boasted they'd done for her. Then they had Pomona's change to witness this was reliable. No, the normally reserved teachers nearly started pulling out each other's hair for the opportunity to take that potion next. No, even after Minerva explained the potion made the drinker into a dryad, it did not dim their desire to take it. Not even the requirement to breed more dryads fazed them. This was legendary magic, eternal youth and beauty in one package, offered to a bunch of mostly middle-aged and older women who felt dumpy and had given up on the concept of ever being attractive or finding romance. Your basic feminine nerd who is older and given up. Even Sinistra, the youngest and fairly attractive already, was in there fighting for her share of it, having been through a few failed courtships that led to phases where she despaired over finding someone. As attractive as Pomona and Minerva were, finding someone would not be a problem. The problem would be beating suitors off with sticks. Luckily Hermione was there to insist there were vials for all, as no fight over dresses in a department store sale had ever threatened to get as heated. Dresses were an insignificant contribution to one's beauty compared to this. Pomona could wear a sack sewn out of dead mice and still be attractive looking like she did. Minerva too. Then when Trelawney revealed that her true form was as a dryad too. Harry's head was spinning. Well, Mr. Potter, McGonagall demanded in her best schoolmistress tones, having come silently up to his side while he wasn't looking. He looked helplessly up at her, unable to find words. She found a smirk. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that this is a far better way to recruit than to drag them out of their beds at first light. It was the only way I could think of, the boy honestly replied, wincing at the mild scolding. The dangers if somebody refused. He was cut off by a shriek of delight as the normally reserved Poppy Pomfrey squealed like a delighted young girl as she got her hands on a dose of the cordial and downed it in one quaff. Minerva lofted a beautifully proportioned eyebrow. You were saying, Mr. Potter. The boy rubbed his forehead. You might as well call me Harry. Something tells me we are going to be working together for a very long time. Indeed, Harry, she replied more softly. Then both stopped speaking long enough to witness Poppy's transformation. McGonagall let out a delicately surprised grunt. Oh, Harry prompted. The deputy headmistress did not bother to hide her smile for her old friend's sake. How appropriate for Poppy. She is a rainbow pine. A rainbow pine? Hannah asked, obviously confused. The group of girls had reformed around Harry during this conversation. The head of Gryffindor turned the question aside to Hermione. Miss Granger, do you know the species in question? The bushy-haired girl now scrunched up her face as she probed her memory, then began to recite an article obviously memorized from a school book. The Bifrost, or rainbow pine, is a tree of obvious magical properties even to muggles as its needles continually cycle colors from one moment to the next. Tar produced from this tree has powerful medical properties, especially in binding up wounds, and even among muggles was once widely known to heal, even those cut in twain through their midriff. What does that mean? Susan asked. Hermione sighed. It means that if someone cut you in half right through your middle, leaving your upper half in one place and your waist and legs lying separate from the rest of you, if someone got to you real fast and smeared both halves of the cut with this tar, then stuck you back together, you'd be alright. Not only that, but you'd walk away from the experience. It was also called troll pine because of all known creatures only trolls healed that well without magical aid. So what you're saying is we'll want to stock up on Bifrost tar. Harry smirked. Well, yes, now you mention it. The brainy Gryffindor replied smugly. In the background, Aurora Sinistra had drawn the next longest straw, and got to go next, quaffing the elixir with evident glee. Very good, Miss Granger, 20 points to Gryffindor. Minerva smiled. The boy was still shaking his head in stunned amazement by the time the light show had ended and the astronomy professor's conversion was complete. Mind having been brought back to tree identification, he'd belatedly recognized the species Pomona had become. Who would have thought Pomona sprout to be a whomping willow? Susan and Hannah snorted together, while the latter explained, "Don't be too surprised. She's our head of house. You have no idea how protective she is." "Indeed," McGonagall sighed fondly. "Why, I could tell you stories. Why don't you? Another time, perhaps. As Harry has intimated, we're going to be working together for a very long time." McGonagall turned to look at her female charges. "That is if what I am assuming is correct, that you four availed yourself of this potion yourselves when it first became available." Then she registered a bit of shock and confusion, rounding on the boy. "Mr. Potter, there is no way a boy such as yourself could have taken a dryad cordial and lived. Certainly not done so and remained male. Explain things at once." This outburst was enough to stop the celebrated dryad transformations. Harry thought there was no better way to handle this, so dropped his own human disguise. That was a clock stopper by all accounts. Even those waiting in line for their cordials could think of nothing else for their surprise than the boy who lived in his amazing appearance. Hermione and Luna dropped theirs as well, and were, if anything, more lovely than the dryads. Only Harry was on their level of beauty. To Hermione this was a blessed relief, as she couldn't get enough of her fairy form of late. Luna noticed this and frowned over Hermione not taking better care of herself. Still, the now brunette Granger shook her amazing cascade of hair and, fixing them with her gem-like sapphire irises, told their professors, "Harry, Luna and I all got new bodies made for us by the Fairy Queen, and we are now her champions. Should we be kneeling, or something?" Aurora asked quietly from the back after a long pause where people processed this revelation. Luna brushed the suggestion aside. "The fairy court does not stand on ceremony. We are what we are because that's who we are, not because of how people treat us. Muggle aristocracy may need pomp, but we do not." She is right. The words were not audible, but they struck in their minds with such a forceful impression everyone gasped. An aromatic breeze drifted over the glade. It smelled of rich soil and new blossoms, with just a hint of the sea. The centaurs and unicorns and magical beasts around the glade, who had been watching the dryad transformations, knelt respectfully. The crowding was less than it had been largely due to the acromantula and werewolf-free nature of the relocated forest. Still, there were many visiting. Every fairy paused in what they were doing, granting their full attention to the voice. Harry glanced to the side. Trelawney's original oak stood on the banks of the Naiad lake that contained the fairy shrine. So this wasn't far to reach for a visit. But it had come on them unexpectedly. Nevertheless, the peculiar non-voice of the Fairy Queen continued speaking to her trio of champions in amused tones. "The people responsible for creating your body are called your parents. They provided the material, and thus you are theirs, created of them. Your mortal parents gave you a mortal body, which you lost through foolish actions. I created your new bodies. I provided the material, and thus you are mine. I am your mother, and you are my children. Since I am the Fairy Queen that makes you a fairy prince and fairy princesses, regardless of how others treat you." A peculiar leaf-filled breeze brushed past Harry's shoulders that felt almost like a hug. He noted his two closest friends receiving the same. Her trilling, spicy-scented laugh filled the clearing. "Now you need not be too surprised to hear me. I know my children, and paid the price to create one dryad. Did you not think it would gather my attention when several began to appear in rapid succession?" Harry then noted the not unpleasant sensation of someone rifling through his thoughts, just like someone paging rapidly through a filing cabinet. It was a sensation that ought to have felt violating, but all he could feel from her was love and kindness, like a mother fondly ruffling her son's hair. "Well," the Queen's soft, aromatic voice continued, "I can see that you have managed to expand my gift 100-fold. It's rare that I create dryads, as it takes her 100 years of existing to restore to me the energy it took to make her, and they do not often last so long anymore. But I see that in this case I shall be restored my investment in a year or less, followed with rewards of greater. For this I thank you." No words were necessary for their reply. She read their feelings well enough, including Harry's deeply buried feelings of apprehension and fear over what she'd think of him drafting so many women. In truth, she surprised him by finding that amusing. "Now, Harry, you mustn't feel badly. Most leaders in times of war will draft any soldiers they can, and not give a thought to their feelings about the conflict. You also did right to feed them that potion that assures you friendship, as despite being dryads and thus bound to obey your orders, they are fairy, and it renders this easier on everyone involved for them not to resent your commands. And they do have responsibilities. You are trying to fight on their behalf in this war. The Dark Lord who desires to destroy you wants to ends avenue them just as much. They could all feel the Queen prompting McGonagall to talk, and she did. Harry, we are not ends avenued. If this were truly against our will, we could become human again just as simply as choosing to do so, and everything the cordial makes permanent would vanish with it. You will note we have not. The boy stirred uncomfortably. Yeah, but you wouldn't. We're best friends. McGonagall actually laughed. Harry, she reproved in bright and joyful tones. Friendship is not Avery. I have disagreed with my best friends before, even gone against their wishes. Actually, I've thought of Albus as my best friend for decades, only now with my mind restored to full function from all of his damage I can recall thousands of instances where I went against his orders. If anything, this has conditioned me to be able to do whatever I feel is right, regardless of my best friend disagreeing. I have, after all, worked up the gumption to do it thousands of times. I don't know a girl alive who wouldn't like to be more attractive. Bathsheba quietly supported her friend and co-worker. During any typical year, 9 times out of 10 when my services are required it is not so much a medical issue, but a girl wanting to safeguard her looks, Poppy contributed, with a small smile. Acne, and such. Now Harry got to his real guilt that he'd tried hard to ignore during his drive to satisfy necessity. Yeah, but none of you signed up to be baby factories, did you? That wasn't what I'd wanted. And did you think, for a moment, if we found that revolting we could not end this in a second? Minerva primly replied. And how many jobs have ever fully disclosed everything you have to do before you accept them? I can assure you, Harry, when I signed on as a Hogwarts teacher I was not expecting to be routinely obliviated, compulsed, and run roughshod over. Frankly, at my age, having children is an opportunity I'd thought I had lost, and I do not think I can describe to you the emptiness that realization carries. When you are a child you are told that success comes from having wealth, fame or a career. It is only when you are old you come to realize how little those mean, and how much of life's joy comes from having a family of your own. To have missed out on my opportunity to have children was the central grief of my life. Several of the other teachers echoed her with, mine too, and, same here. Pomona wept as she nodded fervently, crying too hard to speak. Now do you think you should feel bad for forcing them into this? Luna demanded of Harry with her arms folded across her chest. It's like winning a magical lottery. Only no lottery ever gave something as important as eternal youth and a form of immortality. To say nothing of the beauty, extra magic, or other advantages. People have killed for less than this. Really, how silly could he be? You must know your plans for taking on a unicorn's powers through ritual must ultimately fail. The Queen's mental voice hung with a faint touch of moisture in the air, like a fog. The qualities that define them are beyond any magic you yet command. However, she concluded brightly, as if the sun had broke out from beyond cover, they do lay within my power. Harry, approach and lay your bundles of unicorn parts out. Harry did so, laying all 10 bales, representing 10 avenged unicorns, out on the banks of the pond. Tendrils of mist ran over them like fingers. Yes, they are as you had been told, fully avenged by you. The man to slay these gentle creatures perished by your hand, nor has he come back. As Bane told you, greater light magic than this there is not. Do you still desire their power? Hermione found her friend's eyes on her, and since it was her idea in the first place, made her reply, Majesty. Call me mother. The mental words smelled playful. Hermione dropped a quick curtsy. Begging your pardon, but I already have one of those. It would feel odd to give her title to another. Very well, Majesty will do for now. If Harry had to guess, he'd say a test had just been passed, but couldn't for the life of him say what. Thank you, Majesty. Hermione again bobbed a quick curtsy to hide her nervousness in defending her idea. It seemed so silly now. We have those hunting us who seek our destruction. We foiled an assassin once by having powers he did not suspect. It was our intent to seek others he would not know of. Toward that end I proposed we seek a second magical form beyond our ability to become Nemean lions. Hermione had forgotten she was nearly surrounded by Hogwarts staff. She got reminded when they gasped over that last revelation. Still, she did her best to ignore them for now. I suggested unicorns for their speed and agility. This got seconded by Luna, who remarked on the resistance of unicorns to curses. But I mean no disrespect. No, it is well reasoned. Though you may have shot far beyond a mark within your power to hit, the Queen gently chided. Dragons would be far easier. But you are young and still exploring boundaries. I would give you hints to guide you on your way towards making it possible, but you have so delighted me by the gift of so many more dryads than I paid for that I shall reward you in part with this. Step forward, each of you. The trio stepped forward, then each arranged themselves next to a bundle on unspoken mental promptings. An oath I would demand, but it would be redundant with the one already sworn, the Queen instructed. Kneel. The trio did so. Majesty, Harry broke the self-imposed silence that hung over them all. Before we begin, may I present to you Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Both are betrothed to me through agreements they are bound to. Startled out of hypnotic reverence the presence of the Fairy Queen's voice demanded, the two shocked girls jumped out of their socks before mumbling a pair of, "How do you do, S?" And Susan yanked Hannah down to a curtsy with her, both feeling put on the spot and awkward. "I do very well, thank you." The sudden breeze that accompanied the Queen's tone smelled amused as she answered the pleasantries as though honestly meant. "Harry, are you pleased with their conduct?" "I find no fault with them, my Queen," he intoned seriously. Then Susan, Hannah, approach and kneel. The girls tried not to be too clumsy as they scrambled to do so, each finding their own bundle to kneel next to. Hannah paled in fright, although Susan mumbled a soft, "Thank you," to Harry as she tried to find her wits and breath from where they'd scattered to, and gather them back together again. "Do you agree to be bound to my purposes?" The Queen asked these two. "As I have bound these three." "Yes, ma'am." "Yes, Majesty." Harry winced. There went that Hufflepuff loyalty again. They didn't have to ask what terms. If Harry and his other fiancés were already bound to them, that was good enough for Hannah and Susan. Strangely, they could hear the Queen smile. She spent a moment not even saying anything, but they could hear it, like a rustle of leaves. When she did speak, he could taste her joyous satisfaction. He could only describe it as, almost, but not exactly, completely unlike peppermint, but in a good way. "Then, as you are presented by Harry, who has earned my favor, this boon I will grant him. Harry, empty your time turner into the lake." Drawing forth the priceless artifact out of his shirt, the boy wordlessly broke the glass open with the hilt of his sword and emptied out the powdered fairy wings into the pond, which glowed. "Now enter," the Queen informed the two Hufflepuff girls. Hermione opened her mouth in a gasp, seeing the naiads nearby, but managed somehow to keep her peace. The Queen could order those about, she knew. So it wasn't certain death to enter those waters so long as she told you to. The duo stood, then entered, and as soon as they did they flickered, and when they were back again got cast backwards by an unseen force, rolling to a stop in their former positions. The moment they stopped moving it got revealed they had the otherworldly beauty of Harry and his other fiancés. Taken back in time a week, put through the same process that made you Phi, Susan, who now sported a beautiful head of red gold hair, whispered. Aside to Harry and the other girls as she righted herself. Hannah, whose locks were now a luscious honey gold, nodded along, taking her former kneeling position while tucking a lock of fine gold hair behind an ear. Then the Queen giggled, and surprised everyone by announcing, "And now I must insist you steal their knickers, Harry. After all, it is a Potter family tradition, and I can't have you marrying anyone without fulfilling it." The boy's jaw hung open in shock, his eyes wider than ever. Hermione blushed furiously. "Ah, me too," she proposed timidly. "Yes dear, you too," the Queen's laughing voice replied, smelling of mint. A bit bewildered, Harry glanced to either side before turning forward and bowing from his kneeling position, a slight grin on his face at her playful mood. It was always a good thing when those in authority over you were not in a foul temper, and better to be asked to do a light and humorous thing than something odious. As my Queen commands, so shall it be. This left them an out. If they truly didn't want to be with him, they could make that clear by how hard they defended against the clothes theft, and it would be a binding way out since their Queen had commanded it. Good. Her smugness could almost be felt as a ripple in the earth. Now, each of you, take the greatest treasure you have on you and place it on the grass before you." Luna hesitated before laying in front of her the girdle of lions. It was hard not to be attached to it because it both saved her life and had been a gift from her beloved grandmother Alice, and also it had been a symbol of what had been to her the single best period of her life. Parting with it was hard, but sacrifices had to be made. Harry slowly reached for the sword of Gryffindor, still sheathed by his side before he felt gently yet wordlessly chided. Blushing, he reached instead for the cuddle companion he carried tucked constantly into his jacket. Hermione smiled as she saw her friend reluctantly lay down the magic plush animal, fondly recalling how much the boy had changed towards them when he could feel the love that transmitted to him when his friends cuddled the matching animals in the set. She had to admit, it was a nice way to stay in contact even though they slept in different rooms. But hers was not the most precious thing she had on her. Instead, it was with almost painful reluctance the girl removed the diadem of Ravenclaw that she'd borrowed from Harry from where it was concealed under her hair. It wasn't strictly hers, but the Queen had said, "The greatest treasure you have on you," and so that was it. Nothing else she carried even came close to that. She could feel a tearing in her heart as she sacrificed it, though. Wordlessly attention swerved to the other two girls kneeling there beside the pond. It was as if they were searched and found wanting, not having anything on them worth more to them than school clothes, certainly a poor showing in comparison to the other offerings. Attention then swerved back to Harry, as their sponsor, and he produced the ring of Salazar Slytherin and the sorting hat, tossing them to the girls, who gladly placed them before them. Luna and Hermione also got subtle promptings and took out their own stuffed toy cuddle companions to lay them out beside Harry's, because his was only of use to him because of the shared relationships to them. A swarm of fairies also flew forward, laying the 3 copies of the Potter family invisibility cloak over the offerings. "Now all is arranged," the Queen's voice said quietly, feeling like a tickle of frost over their ears. "Touch the bales before you." Reaching forward, the quintet did so. No sooner did their fingertips come into contact with the white fur of those unicorn hides wrapping the bundles than the entire mass turned liquid and flowed over them, eliciting some startled gasps as it reformed around their bodies. Each child now wore robes as white as unicorn hide, with split sides so they could move their legs freely. The hooves reformed on their wrists and ankles as elaborate bracers and decorative greaves, all gold and ivory. But it was inside that they all felt the greatest changes taking place. They could hardly speak for gasping as the entire world took on different shades and colors. Looking around, it became like the entire world got colored in various shades of trustworthy, helpful, or nice. Or the lack of them in some cases. It was like they could smell or see or hear how good a person was. They could also sense magic like never before. It was like having been deaf for all of their lives and suddenly being able to hear. For a good while it was all they could do to take it all in and adjust to their new senses. When they did begin to gather their wits back together again, they noted with some surprise that the gifts they had expected to be sacrificed had not been destroyed at all. Instead, each of them had their copy. They all wore copies of Luna's girdle of lions, although these were done on white leather instead of the faded yellow-brown of the old. Cloaks hung round their shoulders that each could sense was both unicorn hide and held the properties of that cloak of invisibility passed down in Harry's family. On their heads were pure white copies of the sorting hat, standing tall, fresh and blemishless as though wholly new, not even wrinkled. Around the base of the hat where conical part met brim the diadem glittered under wreaths of butterflies and flowers, and on each of their fingers they had pure gold rings. Harry noted in some distant part of his mind that the previous crude gold ring was now smooth and far more artistically designed as well as beautifully decorated, but the greatest change was that the stone multiplied with the ring which was once black, now had a different color for each of them. Harry's was white and each girl had a primary color. In all, it was a great deal to take in, especially with their new senses. Harry was hit worse than all of them. Eventually he shook his head, tuning into a conversation that had already been going on. It was the Queen's non-voice he caught first. "Before that, you must mix the Rampion elixir." "Huh." The bewildered boy blinked stars out of his eyes. Hermione smiled. "Another name for Rampion is Rapunzel. I learned that from an old fairy tale." Every eye turned to Luna, who shrugged. "Actually no. I'm not genetically related to Rapunzel in any way." Harry and Hermione were shocked. Then Luna smiled. "But the witch, on the other hand, Muggle versions of that tale treat her very poorly. But she was a genius with plants and potions and not ugly at all. And how would you feel if your adopted daughter had been seeing a naughty prince behind your back? Auntie was only trying to keep her safe, and of course punish the scurrilous rake who deflowered her. Muggles seem to think that having rank makes you a nice person, but it doesn't. He even came back with his knights and hunted my poor great-aunt to death for the crime of trying to protect her adopted child's virtue. A travesty of justice, but also a pity her spell workbooks got lost at the same time. Quite correct, the Queen's voice dripped merriment. Although they are not lost. Before they rode her down she came to a Naiad lake, since dried up, but managed to toss her treasures in. Those still lie safe and sound in the fairy sanctuary near there. And those include the formulas she was working on to control Rapunzel's gift. Luna boggled, her jaw dropping open in amazed delight over this news. What was Rapunzel's gift, anyway? Susan's head spun. All eyes swiveled back to Luna, who obliged them by offering this explanation. At the beginning of that fairy tale a witch who had the most lovely garden was living among muggles. A greedy woman who was her neighbor sent her husband over the fence to steal some rampions she had growing there, and he did. But you must know eating enchanted herbs without any knowledge of what they do is unwise at the best of times, and the witch had been breeding new magical species. No one knew quite what they did. So when the greedy woman's husband came by the second time to steal more herbs, and the witch caught him, she got from him a confession that his wife had already eaten some of her experimental, magical herbs, and was pregnant. Well, the dangers of that were even more extreme than an ordinary person doing the same. So the kindly witch insisted on monitoring things so they didn't go too far astray. And, when the child was born it turned out there were negative effects. Straight out of the womb Rapunzel had hair over 8 feet long, and it wriggled about like octopus tentacles. Naturally her mundane parents were horrified, and cast her out right away. Feeling somewhat responsible, the witch took the child in and raised her, teaching her how to control her gift, for she could manipulate her long hair as well as any of you do your arms and legs. Indeed, it grew over 20 yards long, and she could form it into 4 separate locks each with all the power and finesse of her arms and hands. My great-aunt worked tirelessly to help her, and studied this the whole while, eventually learning to duplicate this gift on purpose. It wouldn't work on the witch herself. The best she ever got that potion it had to be applied to a child less than a year old, but 4 extra arms could be very useful. Anyway, while they were working they stayed in a tower together. It had no door or stairs because they needed none. Rapunzel could lift herself or anyone else in or out with her marvelous hair. Then a debauched libertine of a prince came along and seduced the innocent girl, and, well, you know the rest, although that part about my great-aunt putting out the prince's eyes was a vicious lie. She never did anything like that. It was all an excuse he used to get his father to send knights to kill her. Hermione's eyes were wide. That's not the Muggle version of the fairy tale. Luna crossed her arms over her chest and turned away, feigning huffiness. Well, the prince was able to hire bards and storytellers. My great-aunt was dead, so she could not. Another thing he left out is that after the challenge of obtaining her was over he grew bored with Rapunzel in under a year and threw her out, penniless, on the street while he went to chase after Snow White, who had lands and things she was in line to inherit. Rapunzel died of a broken heart shortly thereafter. Are you, Susan hesitated to ask, related to Snow White? Luna lifted an eyebrow, concealing her smile. Not at all. It was the Queen, her stepmother, who wasn't awful or wicked at all. Only she was a witch. Anyway, that story about her vanity and envy was all made up to cover for the fact that Snow White ran away from a marriage that had been arranged for her by my many times great-grandmother to a decent fellow who would have looked after her. She fell in with dwarves, who taught her to drink, and after rebuffing all of my great-grandmother's attempts to reconcile fell in with that awful prince, who got her pregnant then left her, dosing her with draught of living death while he went to chase after Cinderella, who at least had the sense to wear a perfume on their wedding night that was poison to the evil at heart, and that killed the awful bastard. It was a good precaution, suggested by her fairy godmother so he wouldn't toss her away in a ditch like the rest of his conquests. Now Harry's eyes were wide. So that bit about Snow White and the glass coffin was draught of the living death. What about that anti-evil poison? Heck, he could think of a million uses for something like that. Perfuming the halls of Hogwarts, for a start. Luna snorted, disapproving of the long-ago prince's actions. Unfortunately, the recipe for it was long since lost. And contrary to the tales, the prince didn't save Snow White from that coffin, he put her in there himself, and she is still in there, somewhere, waiting for the antidote. You're ruining all of those tales for me, you know. Hermione groused in good-natured fun. Actually, it was rather exciting to learn some of these things were history. Okay, well, she'd had some initial reluctance to accept them, but lately. Nah, you just couldn't see some of what they'd done and stay skeptical. Not after meeting the real Alice and the Cheshire Cat. Luna was unruffled. No, that was the prince. He did have good bards, though. Very skilled at lying and covering up all of his infidelity. Are you? Hannah began. Related to Cinderella? Yes, Luna primly declared, with more joy than her previous announcements. After her grieving period was over, she remarried to a very nice fellow, and they had a daughter, Aurora, whom you'll probably know as Sleeping Beauty. You know how that goes. Anyway, she got released from her spell of enchanted sleep by the son of Snow White's stepmother. And they actually all had decent parents, so were good, responsible people, so were able to actually live happily ever after. Susan tried to change the subject so she didn't have to say she didn't believe her. Can we get back to the subject? How do we mix that potion? Do we even have to? What if I don't want my hair 60 feet long? Hannah protested. Oh, that's not a problem. Luna dismissed her objection airily. One of the first things my great-aunt did to make it less of a burden on Rapunzel was to enable her hair to change how long it was. 60 feet was the base length, but she could stretch it longer or contract it much shorter, almost to where the ends were off the floor when she stood. But how will we get hold of her recipes to do that? Hermione wondered. Why, simple. I'll provide access to the shrine that holds her books, of course. Came the Queen's merry reply, proving she still listened in. But if it has to be applied to a child less than a year old? Susan wondered, trying to be practical about things. Harry smiled at her. Ah, Susan. I might not have been born yesterday, but it was last month. This body I've got is significantly less than a year old, and yours is even younger. The potion ought to work on us just fine. And on my new dryads too, the Queen interjected calmly yet wisely. Doesn't that mean Dumbledore could use it? Hermione grew concerned. After all, he is making new bodies for himself all of the time. Not at all, Harry crowed, placing hands on hips while he boasted. You see, each one of his is actually a copy of a body that has already been around 60 years, at least. Like if you could cast a duplicating charm on an old car, it would still have just as many miles on the odometer. Ours are brand new, created fresh just last month. And while they may be patterned after our old forms, there is nothing of our old bodies in them. Actually, dear, that's not quite true, the Queen corrected softly. No one person can supply all of the material to create a new body from. It's against the laws of nature for one sentient creature to be both parents to a child, so I had to use some salvaged material from your old bodies to make up the rest. So, while I am your mother, your old body makes up the other parent. Harry's face twisted into a grimace as he realized that just as he'd accepted he'd fully escaped from that experience without negative consequence, he'd become his own father after all. His old body was the other parent of his new. The Fairy Queen laughed. Oh, you should see yourselves. That's why I keep doing that trick. The looks on people's faces are priceless. Rather forcibly reminded that their queen was, after all, mother of a race of tricksters, and thus at least something of a trickster herself. Hermione managed to calm her reaction to the news about being her own daughter, and the girl had not expected to be informed she was her own father. But the mother slot was already taken, so that only left. Brr. And at least got her face composed straight. Okay, but wouldn't that potion require more of that long ago witch's experimental, magical herbs? It doesn't sound like any of them survived if the witch who was growing them got murdered and all of her effects lost. Even if her notes survived, it could take decades to reproduce those experiments accurately. Decades we shall have, my dear, the Queen reassured, switching tacks entirely from her moment of humor. I'll simply send Trelawney back in time 30 or so years and send her on her way to retrieve those effects from that fairy shrine. She'll have all of the time she needs. But doesn't the Dumbledore of the past have of course, Hermione cried aloud triumphantly. The headmaster's oracle was Trelawney herself. And oracles aren't able to make any predictions concerning themselves. So the Trelawney of the past won't be able to report on her future self to the headbastard of back then. She is her only blind spot, so the only person we could send back that far. As anyone else Dumbledore would be informed of, probably as soon as they arrived. But this way he won't be informed of anything he wasn't going to learn anyway, so his history will be unchanged. Harry gave a small smile. Do you think, if she is going back that far anyway, that Sybil could be allowed to rescue my original parents? Nothing could be simpler. The Queen's voice was soft like falling snow yet firm as a granite mountainside at the same time. What? McGonagall blurted, then covered her mouth in shame, reminding everyone of the Hogwarts teachers watching them once again. The Queen's tone felt warm in a mildly reproving way. You do not know much of our history if you do not know that it was once widely considered that a person, adult or babe, who died suddenly had actually been kidnapped by the Fae and a piece of enchanted wood left in their place. I shall empower her to do so for of all the parents of my champions lost during that period. Why are you doing so much for us? Susan asked softly, suddenly shy. They could feel attention switch to Luna, but it was not to her the Queen spoke. My dear, even including those standing here with us now, there are less than 100 dryads in the whole world. Most are hiding behind rather extreme protections, yet none are as safe as the ones you are creating now. My faithful champions have come up with a blend that cures most of their weaknesses, and cuttings may do the rest. For that I am willing part with a great deal of power expended in rewarding you. Although, I do request you create a second batch of the enhancement potion you mixed with the cordial to administer to my other remaining dryads, as they can apply it to their seeds, and switch to one of them to gain the benefits. Harry stood up and walked over to Sybil Trelawney, taking a book out of one of his pouches and handing it to her with a soft smile, saying, Here. This is the book where I've been collecting all of my recipes for enhancement potions, beautifying potions, memory potions, potions for stimulating mental agility, ram blood, strengthening solution, wit sharpening potions and so on. If you'll prepare these ahead of time you may be able to slip them into the cordial sometime, and all of you dryads would have them forever. The oracle launched herself into a hug of the young man. Then, having released him, admitted with some shame. I've never been much good at potions. His soft smile was reassuring. You'll have nearly 30 years to learn. Just give me my book back, when you come back, okay? As she turned away nervously to store the book, Harry looked up at the rest of the dryads that were gathered around, seeing they were many and getting an idea of a potential problem that might mean for him. Are you going to fight over whose wood I carry? He asked nervously. Sybil walked back to the boy, picking up a stick off the forest floor as she did. Then, leaning into his face she snapped it. This stick is dead. Dropping the aforementioned item, she then reached into his pocket to retrieve one of the trunks she'd made for him. Stroking it lightly, she instructed, This wood is alive. Do you know how icky it feels to me for you to be carrying dead trees around? Maybe it would feel the same to you if you shoved raw, bloody pieces of human corpses in your pockets, as it does to me when you carry about dead wood. It's disgusting and unclean and makes me want to wash. Minerva cleared her throat a bit embarrassed. I'd compare it to an occasion where your godfather arranged for my clothes to become filled with dead rats just as I stood up to a podium to address the school graduation. They had begun to decompose. It was most remarkably unpleasant, and I could no longer even give him a detention for it. It's a sick sensation. Dirty, filthy sick, that's both unwashed and. Poppy shuddered, unable to complete her comparison. Harry took himself off into a corner so he could write out quickly all of the details he could recall out of Tom Riddle's memories about raids, who his victims were, and when and where they died, because it occurred to him that if Sybil were going back and had power to replace people right before they died, that perhaps, just maybe, a few more than his parents could be saved. Minerva found him and discerned his idea and immediately began to add her own information, often prompting him to recall more details himself. Circumstances around the time were so dangerous she wouldn't be able to save them all. Heck, Harry doubted even he could have saved most of them. But with the dates, times, places and manners of their deaths all spelled out along with circumstances, there was a good chance she could save a few. Harry's attentions were drawn from this project by a feeling of shock, and it took a moment to identify the feeling as not his own, but transmitted via the cuddle companion that was now an integral part of their magic girdles. The cat images on it, worked into the leather, now served as substitutes for the enchantments previously supplied by stuffed animals. No sooner had he wondered what it was than the duplicated sorting hat on top of his head informed him, transmitting a mental image seen from the perspective of Luna, of her hearing Hermione ask the Fairy Queen if, seeing how their unicorn bundles had briefly become liquid, they couldn't somehow be taken back in time and added to the draft of drafts so their dryads could be granted unicorn powers via transformation cordial. The hat relayed the Queen did her one better, and said not only would she do that, but she could liquefy a set of silver armor and do the same for that, once more, included in her very being like that she could manifest it at will. Nor could it be stolen from her or lost, even if her dryad form got slain they would simply vanish into the ether with her body and reform at her tree. Trelawney had already begun to strip out of the silver weapons and armor Bellatrix had gotten for her, to donate them to that cause. So they would not only have 100 dryads, they would have 100 armed and armored dryads who were resistant to curses. Their situation was looking better all of the time. In that moment Harry decided that, not only were his girls geniuses, but although wearing pointed hats might no longer be fashionable, he was unlikely to ever take this one off, even as he got up and rushed over to participate in this conversation. As he did so, it also informed him that although the cuddle companion powers had been moved to their belts, the cauldron of Caradwyn was now stored in his hat, and that each one of the 5 of them had one in their hats. Harry was less concerned about the storage powers, although those were nice. He had several options in that department, than he was about the mental image he'd only just received describing that otherwise unexplained sensation of shock. "Will you always be able to do that?" he asked the hat. "Of course, Potter. And I must say it's nice to see my value finally being recognized," the piece of magical headgear replied in his mind. It used to be wizards were inordinately fond of their hats. Many of them could talk and some offered protection against attacks on the mind or body. Some could improve memory or even calm emotions or heal minor wounds. I can do all of those things, as well as read minds and communicate telepathically, while the only power I don't have is that possessed by the diadem of Ravenclaw, which is actually able to make the person wearing it smarter. But now that we are working together, the point is moot, unless you separate us. No chance of that happening. The boy thought smugly, before he retracted that statement, unless, of course, your personalities are clashing. The hat harumphed. Not likely. Although a few magic objects like myself have personalities, most are inanimate lumps. Wizards prefer not to have to argue with their property over whether it will serve them or not. But in my case it was an absolute necessity. Oh, why is that? The boy was grateful this conversation was happening at the speed of thought, for he hadn't even reached his fiancées yet. "Mr. Potter, I was created by Godric Gryffindor, one of the most amazing warrior wizards who ever lived. He founded a name and a fame that cannot be slain, and he did not do that by being ordinary. I was with him through much of his life, and it was not until the end of his years that he whipped me off of his head and told his fellow founders that they would place additional enchantments upon me to sort the students in their absence. Now, what do you think I was doing all those years up until that time?" Harry realized he had no idea. For so long he'd presumed the only thing it did was sorting. In fact, the only name it had ever been called that he recalled was the sorting hat, as if it had no other function. But, if that was the case, why had Gryffindor been wearing it? Already magic enough to have recalled being offered up as the object to sort students. "I shall tell you, Potter," the hat resolved his confusion by providing the answer unbidden. "I was originally created to be a combat assistant, acting as a second set of eyes, often in the back of one's head. My first priority at all times is to be watching for dangers around you, so you'll forgive me if most of the time I'm not terribly chatty. And you'll note my wide, floppy brim that countless students have mocked over the generations. Godric, like you, wore armor from neck to toe at virtually all times. But most people don't like talking to a faceless visor, so a full-face helm is out of the question for any kind of social environment. But social environments are the preferred operating grounds of assassins and their ilk, because their quarry can almost always be assumed to be off their guard. Should a spell or a dagger fly out of nowhere at one of those parties, even Godric might not be able to react in time. So in addition to warning him, I was to lower my brim between him and the attack, sheltering his face with a layer of enchanted leather armor. My brim can be replaced, though it hadn't been in over 900 years until today, but Godric's head and neck could not be. Although I think that function of myself will work better than ever before, as previous to this I was just ordinary enchanted leather. Now I am unicorn hide, and I believe that ought to magnify my resistance to curses to quite an amazing degree. Harry was so shocked at this wonderful revelation he was speechless. The hat was quite smug as it concluded, "There was a reason, Potter, why my pattern influenced hats among witches and wizards for over 1,000 years, and it's not because I was so pretty. I can see from any part of me, so even the tall point you students so often despised had a function in that my point of view was 18 inches taller than the top of my owner's head. Many things that are hidden from eye level can be seen from nearly 2 feet higher a perspective, and I could even act as a periscope to peer around objects while my owner was under fire." The hat fell silent, and Harry filed away this useful information while he burst in on the conversation all of his girls were having over what to go back and include in the Dryad cordial, if such additions were possible. And he solved this dispute simply by listing them all. Although most of what had been suggested was already in the book he'd given Trelawney, he did note one thing that had to be explained, as not everything could mix well. "Okay, now we've got a dilemma." Harry looked up, fountain pen poised over the sheet of paper on which he'd been listing suggestions. "If Sybil is going to be adding anything to our Dryad cordial, then we'd best plan ahead. Felix Felicis, aka Liquid Luck, would be one of the most mind-bogglingly useful boosts to have, but it combines explosively with Moleclaw venom." Luna gasped, and Harry nodded in her direction. "Yes. The potion is Moleclaw venom given a very delicate series of buffers and additions to reverse the luck it grants from bad to good. Everything depends upon precise proportions of venom to all the rest of the ingredients. Throw that balance out of whack by adding more or less venom than the potion calls for, and you get disaster. Not just bad luck, but explosively bad luck. That's why we never tried to cure our cloaks of that venom by dipping it into the potion. The best result we could have asked for would be an explosion that only tore the cloak into confetti. And while the luck that Felix Felicis' potion grants will give near miracles to the imbiber, it has a blind spot in that it won't grant you any protection at all against more Moleclaw venom. It's a weakness, and one that cunning enemies can exploit to our disadvantage." The boys scanned those assembled so they could see his serious expression. "Now that's our problem. Albus Dumbledore is a very cunning foe, and recent events have made him very well aware of how potent a weapon Moleclaw venom is to use on your enemies. He won't let that trick slip by him, he'll try to use it on us. Now we face a choice. We can include Liquid Luck in our Dryad cordials, and it will probably give us a tremendous advantage, for a time. But Dumbledore has been recently sensitized to this. He will figure out what is going on and he will react to counter us. And one of the best ways he could do that would be to arm his troops with Moleclaw venom-tipped darts. Our luck won't protect us from anything to do with that venom, and the slightest extra venom will kill our Dryad. Boom. Gone. And the luck associated with that reaction could well be bad enough. I wouldn't rule out a series of improbable events destroying all of her trees with her. He could pop our entire collection of dryads like soap bubbles with a weapon like that, and we know he would eventually use it, or something essentially like it, on us. But isn't there an antidote for Moleclaw venom?" Hermione spoke up. Harry nodded. "There is, and that's our other option. You can't combine the antidote with the venom or Felix Felicis, even under a draft of drafts, because the antidote will serve its purpose and cancel out the venom, ruining the Liquid Luck. Luckily that's one case where the other ingredients don't unbalance. Having no venom at all, there's no explosive in the bomb casing, so to speak. So that's our options as far as this goes. We can take Felix Felicis and use the luck to our advantage, taking the risk he'll pop our dryads like soap bubbles as soon as he figures out what's going on. Or we put in the antidote to deprive him of the ability to use Moleclaw venom against us. What about us? You say this will protect our dryads, but what about us?" Hannah demanded. This time it was the Queen who answered. "As unicorns are immune to all poisons, and you have just taken upon you their power, so are you. Both the venom, and the potion that alters its effects are of no use to you. The moment either enters your system they will be neutralized. As will any disease. Unicorns represent purity of body, soul and mind. Corruptive influences like disease and poisons have no part in them. So that's really our answer, then," Hermione concluded firmly, while folding her arms across her chest. Rather than build in weaknesses which can eventually be exploited, I prefer greater protections, and as we can add the powers of a unicorn to our dryads by liquefying one of our bundles and having someone slip back in time to put it in, general immunity to all poisons is preferable to only one. Here her face scrunched up. Actually, they ought to already have that, oughtn't they? That was the purpose of that elixir based on phoenix tears. So the point is moot anyway. It would still be to our advantage for them to be able to perceive the world in shades of kindness, trustworthiness and overall goodness. Luna insisted. That's a priceless gift in a war of treachery and betrayal. Agreed, the others all chorused. And, Harry continued, the more people we have who can do it, the more warning we'll receive of spies and things slipped in among our support bases. About that, the Queen's spicy voice interrupted. The physical and magical defense planning put into those settlements is truly remarkable. However, I am concerned that you put so little thought into their governments. As I am about to have dryads there, that concerns me, especially since this is a war fought more by treachery and betrayal than open conflicts. Harry shrugged. That's why we put people we could trust in charge. Ah, they'd never smelled disappointment before. It had swampy overtones. So you were unaware, then, that Dumbledore required unbreakable loyalty oaths from anyone joining his order. While sounding innocuous, his phrasing was very generic and contained no escape clauses, and the poor, deluded fool swore thinking he was the leader of the light. So all former members are bound to obey any instruction he gives them. He merely gives them fewer orders than you'd think, in order to maintain their illusion of free will. But they do get orders, like not to believe children trying to protect a stone. McGonagall blushed and cast her eyes downward in shame. Harry's insides had turned to crushed ice. Frank and Alice Longbottom were his sheriff and headmistress at Godric's Hollow, respectively. And while they were good people, bound to him by loyalty imprints from when he'd rebuilt their minds, unbreakable oaths were just that, unbreakable short of death. In any conflict of interest where Dumbledore demanded one thing of them and Harry's interests required another, they'd serve Dumbledore. His first town was largely governed by sleeper agents, traitors. It may not have mattered yet because Dumbledore had been too busy to assert that control, but he would. Then the icy slush in his gut froze into a glacier when he thought of Sirius Black, the man they'd been relying on to see to their backup accommodations in France. All of those measures had to be considered compromised now. You might want to pay attention to this, his hat prompted him, drawing him out of his descent into misery and diverting his attention to Hermione, whose hat had alerted Harry's of a critical thought budding. What about Minerva? Wasn't she a part of Dumbledore's order? The girl asked, causing Harry's mind to spin with how many enemy agents he'd built into the fabric of his own plans. Oh, you needn't worry about any of that from my dryads, the Queen told them in bright, chipper overtones. The very first cordial I arranged to clean up Sybil Trelawney, who had been controlled and manipulated to just short of destruction. She had been layered with more spells and compulsions than the press that printed the Daily Prophet, yet I swept all that garbage away in a potion designed to preserve the soul, repair the mind, replace the body, and eliminate all the clothes, as I once referred to rituals and extra magic, that were not applied to the subject by Harry himself. You added a few things, but nothing that compromises that core. You need have no fear of them. While the others were busy feeling relief, Luna privately noted how casually the Fairy Queen referred to sweeping away others' unbreakable oaths. Fairies had long had a reputation of being outside the normal rules, and as their queen, she would naturally be the most extremely capable among them. Once more fairy magic accomplished the impossible, making it seem trivial. But then, getting rid of magic that would destroy a body you were already replacing anyway should not have been too surprising. She'd counted on it when planning for Bellatrix's conversion. Hermione was already declaring, why, that's simple then. We simply put our dryads in charge of everything. Even if they were not shortly to become mothers to rather large numbers of children, I still would not advise that, the Queen gently admonished. Very few fairy creatures are at all appropriate for governing non-fae. Those who had such abilities before can by and large continue to use them, but do not expect those who don't to pick it up. Our temperament often conflicts. Harry drew in a ragged breath. Laying government aside briefly, I think we should grab another order member or two for our original 20 dryads. If Albus has their unbreakable loyalty, Then he won't expect any traitors in their midst, and the best way to break any spy ring is always to insert your own spies in it. Besides, it could help us to tap into any data he's collecting. Minerva regarded him soberly before slowly nodding. Might I recommend 2 former colleges of mine from the old crowd? Emmalini Vance and Hestia Jones would be prime picks for your purposes. Then her lips quirked. In speaking of having spies within spies, you might want to consider that having someone to look in on the ministry for us would not be a bad idea. A flight of flower petals somehow felt like the queen nodding. Whenever possible, compromise your enemy's intelligence network by placing your own spies inside to observe it. Because of those oaths, Albus trusts these people with tasks he would not give to anyone else. Thus you might learn much. It is a well-reasoned plan. Somehow Harry felt her pointing out it was well-reasoned, was a kind and parental way to say, this is no guarantee of success. Luna was also nodding. If they can only be freed by death, or by a dose of dryad cordial, he would never have reason to suspect our spies among his spies, because he believes those oaths to be unbreakable. Sybil Trelawney raised her eyes in a disturbingly intense gaze. Even dying with a Horcrux in use doesn't cancel them out if you swore the oath on that Horcrux, which Albus did in return for similar oaths to get people for his mutual revival pacts. But the regular order members were his white pieces. They existed to bolster his light image, and so he did his best to keep them from becoming corrupt. Thus, they have no Horcruxes, and he has no reason to suspect they could betray him and live. And that seemed to settle that. Harry sighed, then slumped. So, how do we find good people to govern our towns? The only things I know how to do are to magically bind people, and most of our enemies seem to have beaten me to the punch. McGonagall slipped into a teacher moment, slipping into lecture pose. Say rather, how do you continue to find good people to govern? That is a much harder question. The founders of any new society generally find a few good people they can trust. But as those societies grow older, it grows harder, and harder, until corruption sets in and it becomes impossible. This prompted Hermione to assume her own lecture mode, slipping into an almost identical pose. The last people you want in positions of power are those who seek them, because those are the people most likely to abuse power. A humble guy who just wants to do his job and go home is more likely to do good for everyone than a man who dreams about forcing his will upon others and is willing to backstab his friends or do anything to get the power to do it, or march people into ovens to maintain it. But the eternal question always stood: how do you select leaders out of those who don't want to lead? Muggles tried democracy, getting their neighbors to elect them. Although that has broken down to the point where only those who campaign most vigorously have any chance of getting elected. So once again, you are left to choose leaders from among those who want power so bad they dream of it. Actually, the historian Gibbon had proclaimed one of the signs of corruption leading to the fall of the Roman Empire was that public officials spent more money campaigning for a government job than the entire salary of that post added up over the whole term of office was worth. He gave this as proof that justice had become a myth and the authority of government was for sale, because the only way to do that long-term means those people to get the offices had to be making fortunes on the side in bribes to recoup their losses, and if someone has to pay a bribe to get something to happen, objectively speaking that thing was probably not in the public's best interest. That is, until government becomes so corrupt that nothing could be done without a bribe, at which point you're foobar and had best prepare to meet hordes of barbarians, because your country is teetering on the precipice, only one step away from already fallen, from the perspective of history. She raised a sober gaze to meet her friends. Oddly enough, the same thing is occurring now, in that if you don't spend more money campaigning for a government job than the entire salary is worth, you can never expect to hold an elected position in any government on earth. Now the girl looked sad, holding herself as though cold. So if you want a government job, forget it unless you want it bad enough to drop vast sums of money on campaigning for it, which effectively makes it an exclusive club. You have to have lots of money in the first place, and really want whatever power comes with that position, because you have to be willing to pay truly outrageous sums of money even for a chance at getting it. Now she looked genuinely scared. Exclusive clubs have never run any government well. Forget the humble guy just doing his job. You're back to having only those who dream about power competing for the posts. Once again it brings things back to, those who want positions of power are the last people you want to fill them. Rule. Hermione actually sobbed back tears as she admitted to the group. So the Muggle experiment has failed. Getting neighbors to select people who did not want the jobs has failed. In fact, in most so-called democratic countries it is rapidly becoming a hereditary aristocracy where those jobs get handed down in extremely wealthy families, electing just another Bush or Kennedy. Unicorns can tell good people, Luna stated quite calmly and reasonably. Trouble arises when all of your people are bad, which happens more often than you might think, Harry stated morosely, having just reached the sad realization that he'd never get his parents back, because if they didn't die then they'd still be under oath to Dumbledore, just like Sirius. Also, McGonagall contributed delicately, good does not always guarantee competence. A few people have genuinely good hearts and nonetheless quite feckless. I've known one or two business owners who were so generous to the downtrodden or charitable causes they went out of business. This is actually two problems, the Queen's voice intoned softly. One is how do you prevent all of your people from eventually going bad, a problem no mortal society has yet fixed. The second is how to select the best of your people for the job, rather than getting the worst. And there is an answer. She now had the total, undivided attention of all present. Harry, present me with the egg of a phoenix, she commanded. The boy's heart fell out of his chest down into his shoes. Wait, Luna bounced before him excitedly. There was one of those in the Department of Mysteries. My grandmother Alice took it along with everything else down there once she got freed by you. Harry stared in wonder as Luna contacted her grandmother and had the egg back in a moment. Too tired by the repeated shocks of leaping in and out of despair to feel anything, he silently presented that egg to the Fairy Queen. You aren't going to destroy it, are you? Susan blurted out in concern. The Fairy Queen actually laughed. I cannot. You need have no worry about that, my dear. It is merely my intention to catch the hatchling's first song. First song. Hermione cocked her head, wondering at the emphasis. Yes dear, the song of a phoenix is truly remarkable, but the first time they sing out of the shell has a wonder and quality unlike any other. So, you're going to make it hatch? Hermione wondered curiously. No dear, if snow bubbled, that was the sound. A phoenix is as hard to create as they are to destroy. But I am going to use this as a material link, along with my mastery of time, to look ahead and listen to a song it has not yet sung. For it will hatch eventually. There is no doubt of that. Now do be a dear and don't interrupt, this is going to be tricky even for me. On no further discussion, the Queen had Harry produce 6 of those bales of phoenix feathers they'd stolen from Dumbledore, slicing them open to spill those feathers out, all of which curled up and transformed into little seashells. Hermione was reminded of the myth of holding a seashell to your ear and you could hear the sea. Suddenly there was the most beautiful song. It was such rapture to listen to that no one there could tell how long it lasted. But when it was over they all felt better, nobler beings than they were before. In some cases it was even visible, Luna was probably an inch taller and better filled out than before. There came a heaviness to the Queen's mental voice that had not been there before, as if she was exhausted. There. Now the little feather shells have caught enough of it, and shall continue to play it softly beyond human hearing until they are destroyed. Implant these secretly all around your towns. The song is simply unbearable to evil, despite their being unable to hear it. So it will drive them off. Evil creatures can enter the area, spend a few hours, even destroy your village. But they will feel uncomfortable and in danger all the while, and will be unable to rest, so would inevitably leave. How long they can stand it is up to the creature itself, and is based upon willpower. Now I would caution you, this song will not prevent residents from going evil, but they will be unable to remain if they do go down that path. I leave how to distribute them up to you to decide, but would suggest putting one in each of the cornerstones of your buildings, foundations as a start. Hide them in the cleverest ways that you can, and be plentiful in their use. But do not tell anyone what they are or the purpose they serve. Keep that knowledge among the Fae, because if others should learn of this, creatures like Dumbledore would spare nothing to remove or destroy them, for the very reason that these are your first defense against the dishonest, vile or corrupt ruling your towns. Because with these in place, those types will be unable to bear living there. They won't even like to visit. Suddenly Trelawney's tree formed a new leaf that quickly grew to be 7 feet long and as wide as a parchment. It was not an accidental resemblance, because it also grew covered in writing before it detached itself and floated down into Hermione's waiting hands. I had intended to give you a 3-tiered defense against evil ruling your towns, but I grow weak, and you must prepare the other two yourselves. This scroll describes how to prepare goblets not unlike what the Goblet of Fire was used for by wizards to decide contestants in that tournament of theirs, although more reliable. Build one for each town and have it select candidates for government out of the general population. You have in your possession Dumbledore's notes for the replacement sorting hat he'd intended to create after the original had gone missing. Those are based on decades of research into the original. Create your own, one for each town, and have them sort through the candidates to find who would do the best for each position. Now copy down these numbers. The teens obediently did so. Are these part of some arithmetical formula? Hermione asked when she could no longer bear her curiosity. No, the Queen's tired but merry voice replied. They are the account numbers and access information to several major drug cartels' savings. Dumbledore knows next to nothing about Muggles, so I want you to withdraw a couple of $100 billion from those accounts to hire some to find ways to hide our kind from Dumbledore forever. Mortals are infinitely clever, while we fairy tend to get set in our ways. So I want that cleverness working to defend us, for once. Harry stared about the clearing at the world's newest 12 dryads. It had started with Sybil Trelawney, gone to include Bellatrix and Narcissa Black, the latter of whom had become a fairy linden, aka a fairy lantern. A magic tree whose color, shape and bark was very attractive, not unlike the normal linden tree. But instead of leaf-like flowers it bore little lanterns that fairies liked to dwell in. With the glow of fairies in and around its branches, it was a far superior ornamental tree than many nowadays have seen, but most had been cut down by wizards over 400 years ago during that great gold rush on fairy wings, and because of limits imposed by the Statute of Secrecy the species had yet to make a recovery. The transformation of the assembled volunteers had completed with Irma Pants, the Hogwarts librarian. Harry frowned. What species of tree is that? I'm not familiar with it. Rather to his surprise, it was not Hermione who answered, but a smiling Pomona sprout. I don't know what the Muggles would call it, but among wizards it's simply known as a lacquer tree because its highly toxic sap is used to create varnish. Why am I not surprised that she would become a poisonous tree? Harry grinned. The librarian was not well liked among students. Feared now after the recent spectacle, but not liked. Not only that, but a valuable protector. Pomona nodded approvingly, and he had to remind himself the currently button-faced, thin strip of a girl that was bouncy and full of energy to a point where some would call her too cute to live, standing next to him was actually the spirit of a whomping willow. Of course someone like that would value the qualities of a protector. On that account, he was a bit surprised she wasn't getting along better with Bellatrix Black, who had become a Silverthorn spruce, another magical tree with the ability to defend itself. Actually considered something of a menace, which was appropriate, and one of the most dangerous magical plants alive, which, oddly, was also appropriate to this, which they had the ability to fire their needles in huge volleys, hundreds at a time, which would be bad enough all by itself, but, being magical, they could penetrate any of the available anti-arrow or anti-bullet charms, and were tipped with a slight venom capable of inducing hysteria and convulsions. They were accounted as dangerous pests, the worst of all magical weeds, and strictly controlled. There was actually a bounty on them outside of a single, small reserve. Which made it just about the most appropriate tree anyone like Bellatrix Black could have turned into. In the wild, those trees would fire on anyone, magical or not, from desire to watch them fall as often as not. But, seeing as how Bellatrix was a dryad, she could control her tree, which was truly just controlling herself, to fire only on approved targets. That made her even more of an element of defensive landscaping than Pomona was. Which, Harry thought belatedly, might be exactly why they didn't get along with each other yet. Hermione chortled, and seeing who she was watching, Harry turned to her in confusion. What's so funny about our astronomy teacher being a frankincense tree? All too willing to share in her merriment, she told him, "Oh, Harry. What is the single most famous reference to frankincense in history?" At his blank look she offered, the Nativity. The wise men bringing gifts to Jesus that first Christmas. And how did those wise men get there? By following a star, Harry continued ruefully, now getting the joke. Pomona, who appreciated Hardiness in plants, also smiled and added her own 2 cents. Frankincense trees are also considered unusual for their ability to grow in environments so unforgiving that it's been documented they can grow directly out of solid rock. Harry looked to Hermione, wide-eyed. But she nodded along to confirm their herbology professor's words. That's true, Harry. No one knows how they first get attached, but the frankincense trees growing out of solid rock form a broad disc at the base of their trunks that conforms to the surface of the rock. Actually, they are considered to give a superior form of incense to the trees growing merely out of broken rock or gravel. Pomona smiled and granted her 20 points for the additional information. Harry caught sight of their Muggle Studies professor out of the corner of his eye. She was, of all things, a pomegranate, and he hadn't the slightest clue why, chatting merrily with her friends among the staff, all of them taking joy in looking as young and pretty as women could possibly be. Charity Burbage was one of the few who had successfully made her escape to France during the tumult of the Prophet disaster. However, she had foolishly returned to England a few days later to reclaim some possessions left behind at her home, been captured by Aurors, obliviated and sent back to work at Hogwarts. Most of the staff and students had been told she'd been out sick those few days, and accepted the whole situation without question. Now they were all learning differently about each other, sharing obliviated experiences. It would be a grim party except for the joy prevailing in their changes and the hope everyone felt in their futures. Harry, Luna called, we're ready over here. The boy looked over and the device she and Poppy had been working on, the elderly, hieroglyph-covered piece of pottery meant as an offering bowl, was now glowing softly, surrounded by wisps of light like smoke. According to the school nurse, this was the device they had used to kill a potion so that nearly headless Nick could take it, and they were about to see if they could do the same to a dose of Dryad cordial for Myrtle the ghost. And that meant it was time to summon the ghost. Harry, came the Queen's tired voice, sounding more than a bit sleepy in a mild and nourishing way. Have you prepared a magic core for her? The boy glanced dumbly to his friends, who had no more answer than he. A million autumn leaves fell, accompanying the Queen's yawn. The great secret to these dryads and the longevity I expect to come for them is not so much their static protections as their magical cores. Armor, weapons and secrets have all been overcome before. But a human magic core allows her to defend herself from wizards in a way no nymph before has done, by using the same skills, devices and powers they use against her to protect herself. But ghosts are dead, and have no bodies for me to pluck magic cores from. Harry smacked his lips, and saying, I'll be right back, departed. Minutes later he'd returned, dragging 5 ragged bodies floating through the air behind them. Stopping, he allowed his cargo to come to a rest on the green grass around him, revealing what looked like the corpses of victims of starvation, wrapped in tattered rags, remnants of finer clothes. Looking askance on his cargo, he explained, Azkaban is on low guard right now because there hasn't been a real threat in years. But they never guard the bodies of those prisoners who've been Dementor keyed really well. If you want a living body to harvest magical cores out of, but no soul or anything to get in the way, these are it. The boy made a face revealing his distaste. In fact, if you want, I know the spells to cause possession. We can summon the spirit we want, I can shove it into one of these bodies, and we can force feed it the potion. The condition of the body shouldn't matter because that's getting replaced anyway. All it needs is to be alive, have a magical core and a spirit inside it, right? That would work far better than killing the cordial, which I feared might give her a dead tree, but could not be certain, so I didn't say anything, the Queen's tired voice replied, smelling sleepy yet relieved. Hermione blinked, and then declared, that's brilliant, Harry. The boy rubbed his eyes. Sorry. Not my idea. One of Tom Riddle's plots to come back in case he should die involved stealing one of the Dementor keyed bodies from Azkaban and possessing that as his new form. He had the roots and protections of the place memorized. He just didn't count on wards meant to help contain the Dementors they're keeping his spirit body out. Luna cocked her head at him. How many Dementor keyed bodies did they have? He waved a hand toward the 5 near corpses on the grass. I brought their whole collection. They don't stay long in this condition before passing on, so it was easy to confound the guards to believe they'd all died naturally and been properly disposed of. And I didn't want to leave any behind, since that is one of the roots Voldemort hoped to use to return to life. You need one more, Luna told him directly and firmly, her gift flaring up. Harry thought about it. Right. Back in 1 second. He left and then returned again moments later. In his hand was a plushie. "Here, Albus Dumbledore himself. I just got him key ed, so this body now has no soul inside of it. Got a great magical core, though." He restored it from plushie to petrified human form, not wanting the spell he'd cast transforming it to become permanent. He presumed the petrification would be undone by the change to a dryad, as it was not his gaze that had turned the headbastard to stone. And the way the queen set it up, only magic he applied. He poured a mandrake restorative draft over the body, not wanting to take any chances. It slumped soullessly to the grass as soon as he did so. Minerva sighed in wondering awe. One fragment of the headmaster's soul down, only 12 more to go. Poppy needled him to transfigure all of the bodies into girls, just so as not to cause any unwanted complications, as none of them really knew what would happen if a male body took the cordial. Nor did they want to know. Besides, Susan agreed with her, feeling it would be a little creepy to have girl ghosts possessing boys' bodies, even if only for a little while. Luna had started mixing polyjuice. Harry started looking around. "Where's Hermione?" "Gone to get her parents," Hannah answered. Luna insisted. "Hi, Hedwig, old girl." Hermione lifted her arm and accepted the owl landing on her shoulder gracefully. Wizard robes were padded for that sort of thing. It must happen a lot, she figured. She checked. No return letter. Hermione waited nervously in the park nearest to her home. She figured this was the closest place she could get that she was least likely to screw up by her fairy presence, here in the middle of the Muggle world, and had sent a letter to her parents asking them to meet her there. Already the slide on the jungle gym had slithered off somewhere. The swings had flown off after transforming into blackbirds, and the frame itself had simply grown bark and leaves. And then it had walked away. She would have nothing to sit on except that toadstools had bubbled up out of the concrete. Several were conveniently seat-high, others were table-sized, and still a few more stood tall enough to be umbrellas, and all were solid and woody. In all it was rather pleasant, like sitting at an outdoor cafe. Still, she'd forgotten just how carefully managed and man-made some of these natural environments were. The sprinkler system had spontaneously transformed into magical earthworms that weren't in any of her books, as none of the ones she'd studied had blowholes, and she suspected might be a new species, seeing as how they were swimming about in the lawn, spouting like whales and sending up little bursts of water every time they surfaced. The whole scene was a little weird, but it was getting the lawn watered. Since the concrete paths may have spontaneously transformed into peanut brittle, though, that might not be such a good thing. They were beginning to get a little soggy, and she suspected they might run away. Which form of that expression they used would be the question. Firenze was right, she couldn't dwell in the Muggle world anymore. It was like she was tearing it apart just by visiting even for this brief little while. What's worse, she could see it spreading. The asphalt of the roads nearby had begun to bubble where the edges met the park, and she wondering if that might be the beginning of a new tar pit, or something else. In any case she didn't have much time. A group of school kids had come by, knocked down a giant candy cane that the street lamps had become, and run away with chunks of it. News would spread. She'd be drawing crowds soon. Visibly she fretted, not knowing that this caused the environmental effects she was causing to spread yet wider and grow more intense as she bled out more magic in her nervousness. A hardened lump of bubblegum that someone had spat out ages ago, and that had settled several inches deep into the lawn, suddenly transformed into a pink seed, germinated, and sprang into a tall tree right behind her, leaves a soft, bubblegum pink, chewy like gum and nicely flavored. Though the girl didn't realize it, she was exhausting herself with the amount of magic she was pouring out in her nervous condition. Hermione idly accepted the glass of pink aid a vending machine had waddled up and handed her, not noticing how furry or bear-like it had become. "Hey, lady, are you a fairy?" Hermione broke out of her cycle of worry to look up at the little 5-year-old girl who'd addressed her. 5 of her friends huddled behind her. It must be getting around lunchtime, kindergarten had let out. She gave the girl a lopsided smile. "That's right. What gave it away?" The little kindergartners looked up at her, wondering how she could be seriously asking. "How could you not know?" Their leader blurted, pointing, "You have butterflies and flowers on your hat, a jeweled crown," she pointed lower, "and a white dress on. Plus you have pretty bracelets and stuff." Hermione had to admit, objectively, this was true. As the wind blew one of her blue locks of hair past her face, she realized she hadn't even reverted back to her human disguise. She'd been so worried she'd forgotten. Plus, weird stuff is going on around you, one of her friends interrupted. Hermione was about to try to put her off by asking what she meant when a pixie flew up and served them all half sandwiches, which it laid out on little leaf plates, after it had seated their party around the toadstool table. The vending machine came by again, serving all of them drinks. As the little girls ate their sandwiches, patiently waiting for 5-year-olds for an explanation, Hermione decided her story of being made up for a play just wasn't going to cut it. Totoro. One of the kindergartners pointed to the former vending machine, which grinned widely. I know you. You're Totoro. Deciding that it didn't matter what the kids called the vending machine, or what she told them since Obliviators would be visiting everyone around here. Shortly, she shrugged, yes, that's Totoro. Anyway, I am fighting against an evil wizard who has legions of werewolves and giant spiders at his command, and I came here hoping to meet a mortal couple because their daughter is in danger and they must go to her. Danger. What danger? Hermione looked up to see the older woman who'd snapped that out, having not noticed the children's chaperone before. Oh, well, one more to be obliviated. Didn't matter. The ministry was cleaning up after this sort of thing all of the time, and it helped her in a way she couldn't describe to talk about it, even in a joking way. Hermione threw back her head and proclaimed in a good impression of Luna, in the first place you have to believe there are fairy worlds as well as normal worlds, magic worlds as well as ordinary ones, and that Wonderland and Oz are both real places, Rapunzel was real girl, and other fairy tales are simply documentaries, for the most part. So there was a real Alice in Wonderland. A child wondered out loud. Of course, I've met her. Hermione laughed brightly, feeling relieved, she didn't know how. In fact, I am very good friends with her granddaughter, Luna. Dorothy of Oz is her great-aunt. And Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella are her many times removed great-grandmothers. Seeing jaws drop wide open and eyes glaze over, looking beyond her shoulder, Hermione glanced that way, seeing only a grin. Oh, hello Cheshire. The rest of that cat faded into view. Hello yourself, princess. She handed him a biscuit that the vending machine, now named Totoro, had insisted on giving her. You spoke of danger. The chaperone demanded. That's right, Hermione felt happy to be back on subject. Then, deciding that she didn't need them anymore, reached for her book bag. When she did not find what she wanted on the top, she threw open the flap and climbed down the stairs inside, returning moments later with a small stack of books. These were part of the Boy Who Lived series of stories written for a magical audience while Harry was still in hiding. She'd gotten them long ago, before she'd met him, and the boy and his fame were nothing alike, so she'd stopped caring much about these false tales. Waving her wand, she caused them to float in the air before her tiny audience, not noticing it was growing as other children and the crossing guard joined them. A wave of her wand opened a floating book to the appropriate page. A picture of Dumbledore, because no book could be printed in their world without singing his praises, it seemed like. In our world there is a terrible dark wizard named Albus Dumbledore. He has great power, but most of his danger is due to the fact that he can present himself as a light wizard, much like Saruman did in Lord of the Rings. Doing this he has deceived countless good creatures, and made them into his scavs. For this reason we call him the Master Manipulator, or the Twinkling Tyrant, because of the ways his eyes twinkle when he smiles. She waved her wand and more pages turned, this time showing a picture of a very young baby Harry with his parents. But a young boy was prophesied to defeat him. Harry wasn't, but it made for a good story, and did away with all sorts of tedious explanations they couldn't understand anyway. She flipped more pages, showing Voldemort attacking them at Godric's Hollow. So Dumbledore sent his twisted servant, Voldemort, to destroy him. Flip, a page turned, showing Voldemort's defeat at Harry's hands. Only something special happened. The bad wizard used a spell that had never been blocked or stopped before. No one had ever been touched by it and lived. But Harry did. That is how he came to be known as the Boy Who Lived. He not only stopped it, he turned it back on the wizard who attacked him. The magic of the boy was so strong this terrible dark wizard, servant to an even more terrible dark lord, got destroyed instead of him. The children made proper appreciative, ooh, and ah, sounds. Naturally, the Twinkling Tyrant realized he had to have this new power, and so he has been trying to destroy Harry Potter ever since. Telling things eased her heart, and soon both she and her audience became so engrossed in the tale she'd been spinning that she never noticed the news van that pulled to a halt outside the park, spilling reporters, alerted by the man with binoculars and a camera with a telescopic lens who insisted all he did was bird watching that had phoned them. Their cameras and microphones had spontaneously turned to leaves and twigs and one very surprised walrus before they got within 100 years of her. So by the time they'd called in reinforcements, the press had learned to keep their distance, and tuned in only with long-range pickups. Hermione had been speaking for an hour before she noticed a commotion as police tried to eject the newest news van to arrive. Startled, the girl looked up from her tale of how the Dark Lord Dumbledore used his wicked mind control magic to take over the wizard police sent to arrest him, to see her park of somewhat unnatural reality surrounded by policemen, who had signs and barricades up a safe distance around the effect that turned all of their equipment into assorted things. They were still trying to control the infestation of 400 bright pink weasels that liked to scurry up people's pants and sing about how lonely they were. No one even knew what those weasels had been before being transformed, and the crowds beyond that barricade stretched as far as the eye could see. Most people had cameras or binoculars out. A news van, a new arrival, had tried to push through this so they could film the main attraction, her. And the fuss this caused had alerted her to the audience she had brought. Storytime stopped. Hermione would have left right then, being dreadfully embarrassed, realizing at last that the only reason the Ministry Obliviators were so late getting on scene was that Dumbledore still controlled their minds, and Dumbledore was not available right now to give them any orders. Being mind-controlled, they had no initiative of their own, so did nothing without orders. As she stood up to leave, however, she spotted her parents' faces among the crowds. The people she'd been waiting for were right there, probably arrived soon after the barricades went up. Well, Luna'd said to get them. Luna knew what was needed. Who knew why this was needed, but this might be the last time she'd see them alive if she didn't get them. They might die in an accident, or be murdered, or, actually all she really needed to know was that they were needed. That was enough. If they were needed, then not having them was bad. If not having them was bad, then having them was a good thing. And she didn't know if she'd wasted too much time already. Hermione started striding imperiously towards the barricade. Seeing she'd noticed her audience at last, a pair of bobbies approached her. At least she assumed they were bobbies. They were wearing leathers that looked like they'd been bought from the local pawn shop, and had police written across them in chalk. Oh, yeah. Uniforms made by factories out of cloth made by machines had probably not survived her aura too well. For that matter, neither had their badges, or utility belts, or shoes. The two burly cops were barefoot as they interposed themselves in her path. "Hold it, miss. You're to come with us to answer a few questions." She gazed coolly at them. Were they idiots? Your station house could not survive my presence. Nor could any prison, nor any street you drove me down for that matter. All this, she waved a hand to indicate the fairy land around them, is involuntary. I could sooner stop breathing. The longer I stay in your world, the more damage I do to it. So if you'll excuse me, I'll just get done with the errand I came for. She tried to walk around, only to be blocked again. One of them tried to lay a hand on her, but all without meaning to. Her aura flared with fire, burning all things to ash in a circle 3 feet wide around her. The man reeked of vice and dishonesty, and her unicorn nature was repelled, acting automatically to trigger her other innate defenses. The cops had both jumped back too quickly to be burned, although the one held his hand as though it had gotten a bit too warm for comfort. The other held one of his arms in the air, obviously a signal. If Harry had arranged this, that would be to alert someone at a distance, probably to do something if his arm dropped without some counter signal ahead of time. So they probably had a police or Royal Marine sniper out there. Or 4 or 5. It's what Harry would have done. 4 more bobbies were approaching, all dressed the same, all burly men, mostly because none of their weapons or gear could survive coming near her, obviously intending to enclose her. Although after that latest display of fire, none of them were looking too keen on the concept. Hermione drew herself tall. By the authority of the Fairy Queen, who was old when this island was new, I command you to let me pass. Sorry lass, canna let ya do that, one replied. Don't make us use force, miss, another replied. Now her gaze grew frosty. I know you're just doing your jobs, but I'm afraid that I really have to be getting home now. She quirked her lips. Or I just might turn into a pumpkin. One of them fainted while two of them rushed to grab her hands. Which would make you the mice? Ignoring the 6 small rodents now racing about her feet in confusion, the girl called back to the shocked school crossing guard who was the closest adult witness of this exchange, tell them they'll be human again at midnight. Although I can't do anything to make the first one who'd tried to grab me any less of a rat than he already was when he met me. Really, there were good, honest cops in this world. But that man wasn't one of them. His aura was positively revolting. No one tried to oppose her as she resumed her walk towards the barricade, although cameras and directional microphones tracked her every step and swish of her long, blue hair. Equipment started to short out on her approach, but no one seemed to care. She'd just about reached the line of people when a hint of white in a now-defunct camera caught her eye, and she reached forward into the lens like it was an open window, drawing out a familiar white dog. Spaz. The girl cried out, laughing as the happy dog licked her face while she held him up in surprise. She just had Nuzzle her wriggling prize. We thought we'd lost you when that awful movie projector ate you. Spaz' reply was to continue to lick her face thoroughly. She giggled. Out of the awestruck silence witnessing this scene, one voice cried out, "Are you a good fairy?" The best. Hermione winked at whoever it was, well, in his general direction, anyway, before tucking the dog under her arms and resuming her walk to her parents. I lost a tooth. One child who had squirmed past the barrier, only to be caught and held in his frightened mother's arms volunteered. Hermione couldn't resist herself. You have. Let me see. That's right, that's a tooth, all right. I'll make sure to alert the tooth fairy to this at once. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I've already relayed the message. Her hat spoke aloud to the shock of her whole audience. One of them will be with her shortly, unless you'd rather do the exchange yourself. This rather shocked Hermione to her bones, as she'd felt she'd been joking. But rather than force the family to put up with government types camped around the child's bed all night, pulled out a gold coin and accepted the tooth in trade before quickly hurrying on. Tell Santa I've been good. Another child yelled out. Sorry, I would never lie to him. And that's a naughty look you've got if I've ever seen one. In truth, he was a greedy bully if she read his aura right. Privately, she was starting to wonder for the first time since she was 4 if there might not be a real Santa Claus after all. If so, Luna was probably related to him. Are you a fairy princess? A reporter appeared in front of her, waving a dead fish about that used to be a microphone. Yes. Do you live in a castle? Yes. It's invisible, and the laws of physics have nicely agreed to arrange for the circumference of the property to equal 0 without shrinking the inside, so my poor pet dragon doesn't have to kill any nosy solicitors. Now do be a good parrot and fly away and stop bothering me. The now transformed reporter did so, with an accompanying noisy squawk. That, revert at midnight, was a useful trick. She'd have to remember it. Finally she reached the barrier, and the 2 pale-faced bobbies who stood guarding that part of it had turned about to face her, now dressed entirely in cold cuts, with a banana in each holster. Someone must have given the order, because several shots rang out. Full metal jacketed slugs ran into her anti-bullet shield with about as much effect as flicking oil droplets at an anvil, before falling to the floor as real slugs dressed in jackets of slimy mucus. The dog under her arm let out a playful bark, tongue wagging. Suddenly she recalled that she could turn invisible and did so. No one would know in the coming confusion that 2 Muggle dentists disappeared. Magical England was in a diplomatic crisis not seen since the founding, with other ministries of magic having learned of a massive breach in their secrecy from, of all sources, their own Muggle newspapers. Dozens of film crews along with hundreds of cameras and thousands of eyewitnesses had seen a fairy princess causing chaos in the middle of London. And every minute of that got shown on international TV, most of it live. Nothing short of divine intervention could save the statute of secrecy now, and that did not seem to be forthcoming. The Obliviators didn't even know where to start. This was too massive. They didn't have the numbers to even begin on such a massive, worldwide cleanup operation, to say nothing of all of the recordings. The man who claimed he was just a bird watcher had had the fairy princess under surveillance from just moments after she'd arrived. And between his collection of long-range cameras and microphones, had gotten pretty good recordings of her entire visit, including earlier periods nobody else had. He was now negotiating to sell the rights for 30% stock in Playboy. Muggle police were still trying to catch the furry blue soda bear machine that was repeatedly being spotted by small children in that area. Scientists had already cordoned off the area around the pink bubblegum tree. Various snack companies were already bidding on the rights to it. Sprinkler worms had been caught and captured and were under study in every major university and government think tank in Britain. They did not have a scientific name or classification yet, but it was only a matter of time. And film of the fairy princess telling the story of Harry Potter and the Dark Lord Dumbledore was not only being rebroadcast on several channels with Hollywood already hiring scriptwriters and making sets, but was being actively and intensely studied by some of the brightest, most serious chrome domes in the world, picked apart for every nuance of meaning. Dark government laboratories that never saw the light of day were now watching, and intently dissecting every detail of a stock of film that looked to have been taken from a children's show. And greatest of all the treasures of this visit, the fairy princess had left her books about the fantastic adventures of Harry Potter behind, and the lady chaperone to the original 6 children had taken them and scanned them and put their contents up on the internet. Whereupon they'd been downloaded by practically everyone who had a computer. So the entire world was reading how the boy prince who lived in an impenetrable magical castle with his relatives who loved him defeated a dragon at the age of 3. After all their planning, the actual creation of the former ghost dryads was almost a non-issue. Almost. The summoning was no problem. Harry had conducted a small experiment a week ago where he'd been eyeing Myrtle floating around, surreptitiously palmed Slytherin's ring and spun the stone 3 times. Myrtle. As suddenly as that, the ghost was across the room from where she'd been floating before, having popped from place to place as though apparated. Shaking off the strange sensation, she'd then gone on with her lesson. But the point had been proved. Luna was the wrinkle, and how often was that the case? Snape was not the only person who kept a catalogue of hairs of people who had gone to Hogwarts. Luna had suspected the headbastard had also, and she was right. He had so many things they'd taken they really ought to catalogue them sometime, even though that effort would doubtless take years. But she had gone right to the magical specimens chest that included hairs of just about every teacher or student Hogwarts had, almost since Dumbledore's first days as a teacher. Plucking out a hair from Myrtle from before she'd died, she'd charged some polyjuice with it and given that to Harry to administer to one of the Dementor Ki-Ed bodies. So when they'd then summoned the spirit with 3 turns of Harry's ring, her new body even looked like home. Even if that had no other benefit, the expression of joy in Myrtle's eyes was well worth the effort. While her subsequent creation as a dryad was in no way a letdown, it did not compare to the first light of her eyes over the delight of that initial moment, seeing her own body, or so she supposed, laying there, alive. And, since no one else was using that body at the moment, it became hers in short order. Harry cast the spells causing her to possess it, and they dosed her with the cordial to make that permanent. After which she'd immediately glommed the boy and proclaimed her everlasting gratitude with tears in her eyes. It was a wonder that she ever let him go, but her transformation then kicked in, and despite how hard she'd tried to hold on to him during every second of it, that was simply impossible as she got recreated. Luna suspected they almost didn't need the unctuous unction she'd made Harry slip in there after the polyjuice but before summoning the ghost. But precautions, and that's all this was, worked best when generally applied. Feelings were fickle things, and eternal gratitude wasn't. She might be mind-bogglingly grateful now, but after a few hundreds years, that would have had a chance to mellow out a trifle. Best not to doubt her then by being incautious now. Having carefully gone over the diadem of Ravenclaw, Luna found one of the hairs of the last living owner, and charged a dose of polyjuice for Helena. Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, ghost of Ravenclaw House, the same way. Here, Harry insisted, she must have Dumbledore's body. That one's got the strongest magical core by far, and she's not only Ravenclaw's daughter, she's got 1,000 years of watching this school, helping Ravenclaws study all that while. There is no one on earth I'd trust to have more knowledge of magic than Dumbledore, except her. And we need that knowledge backed by the biggest core we can arrange, so it can be put to the most use for us. And, really, what could be said in opposition to that? They generally agreed, and he dosed the headmaster's soulless body with the ancient Ravenclaw's polyjuice, granting that ghost almost an identical experience of hysterical joy as the first to be brought back that way. You wouldn't happen to have defied Dumbledore 3 times, would you? Susan asked, when the ghost arrived and after the initial weepy joy had run out, probably due to the fact that she was wrapped around Harry and no one had tried to disturb her from this post of supreme comfort. Why do you ask? The embodied specter was puzzled, and asked over his shoulder, mind still afire over having the sensation of touch again. Well, Susan smiled. He is a Dark Lord, and you are marked his equal in a very real and magical sense. I mean, you have identical magical cores. That prophecy was made up, Sybil the Dryad told them. Yes, Susan agreed, but that doesn't mean they don't sometimes take on a life of their own. And she is about to be born a Dryad. She held up the as yet untaken dose of cordial to demonstrate. Well, in that case it would be as who'd need to have defied him, Harry told her out of the fortress of Helena's arms with a contemplative look on his face. Because she is, in a way, being born to those who have thrice defied him. No, I think we've already defied him more than that. Susan shook her head. Immaterial. If someone has defied you thrice, he's also defied you twice, and first had to defy you once. So if we've 3 or more acts of defiance down, we're covered. Harry smiled. And I think we've got plenty. So, if that matters, we're set. Susan nodded firmly. What about, as the 7th month dies part? Harry shrugged. 7th from what? 7th from the date the prophecy was given. 7th in order. 7th by name. Those are different, you know. September means 7th month, even though it comes 9th on the calendar. Or for that matter, what calendar are we talking about? Or are we even talking about one? It could be the 7th month during which a phoenix dies, assuming only 7 have truly died since their creation. Or it could be counting from just about any starting point imaginable. The meaning could be totally arbitrary because it comes without context. I could just as easily stand here and declare that 7 months ago today something special must have happened, because today that prophecy is coming true. He shook his head. No, if you want to talk predictions, give me an honest, Troy will not fall unless, type or leave me alone. The predictive riddles are so much garbage they may as well not be given. Finally, oh, at long last. Helena accepted the Dryad cordial, but her eyes were not on it. She pointed with the vial to the newly arrived Hermione and insisted, now you must be my mother. You promised. Hermione didn't remember saying any such thing, but meekly said, okay. Her parents blinked, still in shock over that whole park thing. With that Helena Ravenclaw quaffed the cordial, getting transformed into a stately apple, which amused Harry because if one was to pick one tree in all the world to have, apple would have been his choice, as they simply had no end of uses. More recipes used it than any other fruit. It seemed like half the baked goods in the world could be made of apple. It was, to his mind, the king of fruits or queen, as the case may be, and the wood wasn't bad either. Although the hair of their newest Dryad was very familiar, and Harry had to check to make sure. Yup, the same as Hermione, which was the same as her mother. So somehow the Fairy Queen decided that agreement was binding. How or why could wait for later. Queen Alice of Wonderland chose that moment to pop out of the mirror still leaned up against Sybil's tree. Hurry, 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 the apparent 7-year-old proclaimed, bouncing around in a great deal of excitement. She put a briefcase in Sybil's hands and began to shove her towards the lake. The Muggle world is about to end. It was always going to, but sooner now than later because their web of lies cannot take the truth. So you must hurry. What's going on? Harry stood up from where Helena had knocked him down to cuddle him. Alice had no time or patience for questions, but answered anyway as she shoved at Sybil. They are about to discover what you haven't done yet, so you must be on your way to do it, or else all things will fall out of order. It's too late to do it now, and won't be acceptable unless it's done back then, so go do it. Hermione had an odd look on her face as she proclaimed, God help me, but I think I understood that. Sounded perfectly rational to me, Luna calmly accepted. That's the problem, Hermione worried. The eyes of her parents crossed. Harry was pretty sure he'd understood it too. All right, if she's going back now, then. He looked around, striding over towards her tree. He pulled a magical knapsack out of hiding behind the mirror leaning up against it. I will prepare this in a little while with all of the notes of things I could remember, then come back and hide it here. Hermione's parents fainted. Harry continued as though nothing odd had happened. And since what I think Alice might be talking about has something to do with whatever we were going to hire the Muggles to do to hide our race, We'll go to the banks and convert drug cartel's savings into 100 tons of gold for Sybil to take back with her. That will be in here too. He went and decisively fastened the pack to the oracle's shoulders. Include your house-sized variant of the bubblehead charm as well. The queen's sleepy voice mumbled. I'm not complaining, but could you help me to understand why? He asked while he fought to soothe the dryad so he could adjust the straps. There came a long, drawn-out non-sigh. Many times I have lost dryads to volcanic eruptions, and not always to the fires they spawn. Some are scorched to death by the invisible clouds of acidic, poisonous gas, others buried under tons of deposited ash. I would like to avoid those, if I could. Right. Harry nodded. So I'll include that too. Goodbye. Sybil Trelawney vanished in a cloud of sparkles as the fairy queen whisked her through time, then fell asleep from the effort. They could all feel her presence vanish from the glade. Harry turned back to the bodies on the ground. Well, nothing for it but to continue on with what we were doing. Luna, Hermione asked as she struggled to get her parents settled on the lawn more comfortably. Why was it necessary to bring my parents? The Owen cocked her head as though it was obvious. Why? So Harry can turn them into a witch and wizard, of course. They could never survive the upcoming wars otherwise. Hermione felt a chill go up and down her spine. Harry had already allocated 2 of the spiritually dead, magically alive bodies to that purpose. Voldemort's various resurrection rituals covered things he might use to adapt to that purpose. But that could easily involve destroying and then recreating their bodies, and he didn't want to make any mistakes. If Luna said it was needful, he didn't even question that anymore. But it was going to take some doing. Rolling up his sleeves about to get to work, he decided to delegate some of his other tasks. Right, that means we've got 2 more bodies to be used for ghosts. Any suggestions? His gaze speared the 2 former specters, as they'd been in that community and were most likely to know. Helena answered without hesitation. 2 spirits Dumbledore summoned on occasion, sending other ghosts to fetch so he could consult. They never appeared without coaxing. Being exceptionally shy specters were Merope Gaunt and Ariana Dumbledore, the sister that he killed. If you are fighting him, those are 2 good allies to have. Right. Glancing first to Susan and Hannah, whom he judged in an instant as not up to that level yet, then Hermione, whom he felt had a right to be involved in the transformation of her parents, he handed the appropriate book on possession spells to Luna, gave her 2 vials, and pointed her at the remaining bodies. Not all powers in this world are physical, or even magical. Merope Gaunt is Voldemort's mother, while his murdered sister may be Albus Dumbledore's only emotional weak point. Having them on our side may not be a bad idea. Bring them back to life for us, will you? Luna got right on it. Harry turned back to face Hermione's prone parents with a grim expression on his face, prompting the girl to ask, "What is it?" Still focused, he replied, "Hermione, if it were easy to steal magical cores, then no pureblood would ever be suffered to go on as a squib. Heck, if it were possible to steal magic, then no Muggleborn would ever be permitted to go to school so long as they had more worthy hosts to transfer their power to. This is among the most daring and dangerous new fields." Queen Alice hopped by, grabbing both prone parents and the bodies they lay by, dragging them all into her mirror after her, tossing them back out a moment later along with a cry of, "Done." Harry tried to wipe the gobsmacked expression from off his face. Hermione rushed to go wake up her parents. While she did so, he turned to command his other dryads. "Aurora, go get Madame Rosmerta. She's well placed to spy on the school and all that goes on there, which makes me suspect she's already one of Dumbledore's agents. So go offer her a chance to switch sides and become a dryad. Minerva, go collect those order members you recommended to me, Emmeline Vance and Hestia Jones, right?" He paused to collect his thoughts for a moment. "Okay. Our original 20 dryads will all be tasked with finding 4 more suitable girls each. Since Merope Gaunt and Ariana Dumbledore are shy ghosts, I don't know that they know anyone, and if they did they'd be dead anyway, and we've just run out of fresh bodies with magical cores. Since they won't give us useful recruits, we just won't count those as among our original 20, even if Luna learns those spells faster than I think she will and they get done earlier than some others. That leaves us 3 more to pick. Any suggestions? Don't forget Bathilda Bagshot, she has information we need," Hermione reminded him. "Right. 2 left." His eyes scanned the remaining crowd. Minerva spoke, "Miranda Goshawk, Charms mistress and author of standard books of spells. Also Griselda Marchbanks, elder on the Wizengamot, and head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. The young red-headed Scot gave a small quirk of her lips. She gave Albus his owl tests. Harry gave a sharp nod of his head. Right. Done. We've got our 20. I'll leave it to you, Minerva, to approach those two, since you're all in educational circles together, you'll probably have the easiest approach. The deputy headmistress nodded. I shall. Also, with your permission, I shall take as two of my 4 Galatea Merithought, a former professor of Dada, and Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank, a former Care of Magical Creatures professor who still substitutes for us on occasion. Harry remembered the former. She'd taught up until 1945, and been Riddle's defense against the dark arts instructor. Oh yeah, she was qualified. I like it. Everyone else, get who you can, but try not to break up couples. Let's try to have this done by sundown. Bring everyone you can here for their cordials, as not only are the conversions fun to watch, but their initial trees ought to be as secure as possible, especially before we take cuttings. Accepting their instructions, all of his dryads went on their ways, some to collect colleagues or old classmates, others focusing more on relatives, but most seeking out past and present students, because, as teachers, that's most of who they knew. Minerva left, concealing a smile. Between the present female Hogwarts staff, plus Galatea Merithought on Dada and Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank on Care of Magical Creatures, Myrtle teaching History of Magic and Miranda Goshawk on Charms, they only needed potions to cover all subjects taught at Hogwarts among the dryads themselves. Add a caretaker and a groundskeeper and they'd have an entire staff. And did not the Fairy Queen send Sybil off to rescue Harry's parents? Lily would be an ideal professor of potions, very knowledgeable of her subject, yet kind and personable to the students. One of the better head girls the school had ever had, really. It might not mean anything in the end, but it made Minerva happy thinking of it, and she left the clearing wondering who she could select to serve as the 2 vacant slots, just in case that should be needed. It was only natural that people select their choices from the fields that interested them. Over there Narcissa and Bellatrix Black were discussing who to choose among the unmarried purebloods, just as Emmeline and Hestia would doubtless be interested in bringing on fellow order members. That would all be to the good, granting them a well-rounded spy ring. Minerva noted, with amusement, that Rolanda was trying to convince Aurora to go in with her on collecting the entire Holyhead Harpies Quidditch team. She idly wondered, if they succeeded, should they change the name of the team to the Dorchester Dryads? No, that would only give things away. Harry settled down to make his record notes on the last war so he could spin back and hide that for Trelawney, while Hermione woke her parents and got them to agree to make the bank transfers from cash to gold. And, since it was all going to be Muggle banks, places where the Phi dared not go for fear of destroying them, having her parents around to do that for them turned out to be a needful thing. Especially as none of their dryads were what she'd call competent in the Muggle world. Not for this type of high-level transaction, anyway. Still, Hermione was already thinking ahead as to what books she had to buy to give her parents a magical education. Thinking they'd need it soon. With the Queen's permission, Sybil Trelawney smirked as she took the time Turner Luna let her borrow and spun back one day, disappearing from among her crowd of friends in a shower of sparkles. She had some errands to perform before she went back 30 years. Things she didn't want to forget. Most of what Harry wanted her to add, beautifying elixir and wit sharpening potions and whatnot, were available in shops and she could simply buy samples of them. It would cost her a pretty penny, nor would they be the permanent versions he'd planned to create for himself, but, seeing as Dumbledore never let her leave her tower, she had the gold saved up, and the cordial itself would make them permanent. No, that was a simple thing to do now, but it would get it off of her agenda, clearing up her attention to focus on more important tasks. She didn't know why certain people had forgotten the potion she got in the beginning was a part of the altered mix. Luna gave the original dose to Alice on day 1, Alice took it to them on the day they'd just been in, then took one of the altered doses back to the past for Sybil to use in the first place. That meant Sybil enjoyed all of the changes to that mix, Bride's Delight, the reproductive enhancer, the suite of protective potions, and all. And she had a hair of Harry's she was going to slip into a certain pink potion while Luna was asleep. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.